In the dead of night near the park at the center of the street, a van sat parked on a pitch-black road. The vehicle was old, its paint flaking in many places and mottled with rust. Inside, 3 men sat in the back row, their expressions grave as they stared intently at a screen before them. One of them, a burly man with a scarred face, was breathing heavily and blurted out a curse. He looked restless and agitated. Even so, he forced himself to hold back, trying to keep his voice as steady as possible as he asked, "What on earth is that guy thinking? He dares to lead people in a sacrificial ritual to commune with a god right in the middle of the city, and he's not afraid of unleashing consequences no one can bear." The man beside him, wearing sunglasses, lightly bit at his finger. The lenses reflected the glow of the screen. Hearing the scar-faced man's grumbling, he spoke in a calm, detached tone. "People who have lost their god's protection are all like this, desperate and struggling." The last man had an eye patch over his left eye. His figure was thin and frail, yet his bearing was viciously menacing and his words were sharp and crisp. "How about I go in there and slaughter all of them?" The scar-faced man was instantly flustered. "No, calm down." Leaning past the man in sunglasses, he grabbed hold of the thin man. Moments ago he himself had been unstable, yet now, he was the one earnestly persuading the other. "The arbitration committee has repeatedly ordered us not to cause frequent bloodshed." The thin man slid his left hand under his eye patch, rummaging around with clear impatience in his voice. "I'll just strangle them all. Not a single drop of blood will spill." The man in sunglasses slowly turned his head. Even with the shades on his eyes could not be seen, but his tone turned mocking. "I want to see whether they actually get a response." He pointed toward the screen. "The footage from the drone shows the ritual is almost complete. This is the final stage." Hearing this, the other 2 shifted their gaze back to the screen. The thin man's left hand was still under his eye patch, scratching around. Wet, squelching sounds followed. The man in sunglasses, his face expressionless, asked, "What are you doing?" "My brain itches. I'm scratching it through this hole." It's at the back. I can't reach it. I want to flip my brain over." The scar-faced man snapped in exasperation. "What good does shoving 2 fingers in there do? Can't you just shake yourself like I do?" As he spoke, he gave a violent twist of his neck, trying to demonstrate, still grumbling. "Is it that hard?" There was a crisp crack. The scar-faced man's own force snapped his spine, and his whole body collapsed limply against the seat. As for the thin man, red and white matter dripped steadily down his left hand. His body pitched forward, slamming headfirst into the back of the front seat. The man in sunglasses pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed softly. Ignoring the 2 corpses at his sides, he continued to stare at the screen. From high above, the drone's camera clearly transmitted the situation inside the park. The trees and flower beds that once served for landscaping had long since been flattened, forming an open level stretch of ground. Hundreds of people were gathered there, dressed in old-fashioned long robes, encircled on the outer edge by a ring of torches. At the very center stood a long-haired, strikingly beautiful woman. She lifted her gaze toward the drone in the night sky and gently raised her rusty mechanical right hand, offering a friendly greeting to whoever was behind it. Beneath the crowd's feet, a massive formation had been inscribed, its densely packed, intricate patterns so complex that a single glance could make one's head spin. Around her, the robed figures held white candles in both hands and knelt in unison, their faces devout. Aside from the faint rustle of fabric as they knelt, no one made a sound. The entire tableau looked like some kind of silent theatrical performance. The woman at the very center raised both arms high, her expression burning with fanaticism. The intensity on her face made the veins on her forehead bulge, marring her overall beauty. Her mouth opened and closed continuously as she began to chant some kind of incantation. The words were muffled and indistinct, carrying a strangely sticky, clinging quality. Inside the van, the man in sunglasses, watching the scene on the screen, seemed to hear some sort of command. His right hand suddenly lifted toward his frames, only for his left hand to clamp it down swiftly. The woman's mouth snapped shut. She reached into her robe and drew out a sharp dagger. Seeing this, the people around her gently set their candles down in front of them, then each reached into their own garments to pull out daggers as well. Following her example, every one of them first drew the blade across their own forehead. Once the blood began to seep out, they raised their left hands and wiped with joined fingers. They pressed their blood-smeared fingertips onto the formation beneath them, their faces contorting. Within the park, a billowing mist of blood-colored light abruptly surged upward. Look, there's a response." In the van, the man in sunglasses excitedly slapped at the thin man. "Don't hit me." The eye-patched thin man, who at some point had sat back up, was carefully drawing his left hand out from beneath the patch. He looked even thinner than before. "If you keep hitting me, my brain will get churned up again." There was a note of complaint in his voice. "I should have just gone in and killed them all. Now look at this. Fixing this injury is going to cost me parts from the rest of my body again. No matter how much I eat, I can never make up for it. Sooner or later, I'll starve myself to death." The man in sunglasses was unconcerned. "With humanity's numbers plummeting like this, the arbitration committee will never allow you to kill ordinary people. As for your losses, you could always consider taking hormones to bulk up." "My faith does not permit that," the thin man declared as he cautiously drew his left hand all the way out, flicking off some white indeterminate substance clinging to it. His tone grew solemn. Did the ritual succeed? The man in sunglasses jerked his chin toward the screen. See for yourself. The center of the brow leads to the seat of consciousness. The blood of the brow is the most spiritually potent. Using this most spiritual blood for a blood sacrifice. Only a tiny amount is needed to satisfy the ritual's demand for spiritual power, and since the quantity is small, the god you contact won't be too violent. The man in sunglasses spoke in an odd tone. Everything about that sounds like a con, and yet it actually worked. The thin man snorted coldly. Lucky for them, they lived. His lone right eye glanced toward the scar-faced man, then froze. What happened to him? The man in sunglasses replied casually. He's dead. Well, toss him out later. The divine boon he received leans toward pure strength. His mental resistance and regenerative ability are both poor. He was just grazed by the overflow of power from the ritual and sacrificed himself. He's dead beyond dead. The thin man looked mildly surprised. This ritual has some bite. It can affect us even through a screen. He clicked his tongue twice. That guy had a good body. Such a bargain for those death-worshipping believers. Watching the blood-colored mist on the screen gradually stabilize at a certain intensity and cease, changing, the man in sunglasses leaned back in his seat. It should have succeeded. Looks like it's some bloodthirsty deity. I've really seen something today. This kind of scammy method turned out to be both low risk and highly effective. The thin man leaned in close to the screen for a careful look, then said doubtfully, wait a second. Isn't something off? The man in sunglasses also thrust his face toward the screen, then exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Didn't the ritual succeed? On screen, those within the formation were collapsing one after another. To call it sleep would be something neither of them could believe. Moments before, the ritual had clearly succeeded, yet now, one of them is fine. He's getting up. Seeing this even through the screen, the thin man felt as if he were facing a mortal foe. When a ritual fails, survivors are almost unheard of. Someone alive was far more terrifying than everyone dead. Run first. The man in sunglasses rubbed his chin. He showed not the slightest panic, his tone still level. I'm a little curious. Curious my ass. The thin man moved with wiry agility, somehow already in the driver's seat. He started the engine and slammed down on the accelerator. Did you sacrifice your fear? My god doesn't accept eyeballs. On the streets near the park, several other vehicles shot out at the same time. Clearly the three of them were not the only ones watching this place. Damn! Meng Yi woke from his dazed stupor, propping himself up with his right hand as he stared blankly around. A shiver suddenly shot through him, and his mind snapped into clarity in an instant. He had stayed up late reading a novel and accidentally fallen asleep in the middle of the night. Where on earth had he been taken to? In the leaping firelight, he saw white-robed figures lying all around him, eyes tightly shut, short daggers clutched in their hands. There was also a thick metallic stench of blood in the air. Meng Yi's face instantly turned pale. Could they all be dead? He scrambled up in one swift motion and quickly realized his body moved freely. It seemed he had not been injured. Bewilderment tinged with fear filled him as he glanced around. Strange patterns, bizarre clothing, the silent night, and corpses strewn everywhere. What kind of heretical ritual site was this? His head throbbed dizzily. He suddenly bent down, clutching his forehead, and the strange sensation under his palm made his heart lurch in shock. He was holding a knife as well. Before he could let his imagination run wild, a violent pain exploded in his head. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed with a thud, cleanly losing consciousness. In his mind, it was as if a great assembly had convened, countless voices clamoring noisily, accompanied by an expanding drum-like ache. He began to see a different scene. Dense red mist. In the next instant, he stood upon a pure white high platform. Vague silhouettes by the hundreds surrounded him on all sides, prostrating themselves before him. Yet their faces could not be clearly distinguished. His head throbbed with swelling pain. A clear female voice rang out, temporarily drowning out the chaotic noise. Oh God! You have finally responded to us. The buzzing roar once again flooded Meng Yi's mind. What nonsense was this? As a youth raised under the red flag of a new era, Meng Yi had never been interested in this kind of mystical mumbo-jumbo. God, his mind still felt like mush. Hundreds of voices echoed inside his skull, chattering like a swarm of flies, driving him to distraction. And his head truly hurt. Silence! A majestic voice resounded. His mind fell quiet at once. Meng Yi drew in a deep breath. Without the cacophony, the pain in his head lessened greatly. Only then did he have the energy to observe his situation. As this thought rose, his vantage point suddenly shifted skyward, and he began to look down upon this red mist space from above. He sat upon a white stone chair carved with intricate patterns, occupying the 9th tier of the high platform. The platform was circular, entirely of stone, pure white. The hundreds of shadowy figures knelt in worship before the stone chair atop the platform. Not a single one had stepped onto it. Meng Yi stared blankly for several breaths, then forced himself to calm down. First, he had to look at himself. With a mere stir of thought, his viewpoint slid down in an instant to the front of the stone chair. It was him. The face was his, ordinary in its handsomeness. But his clothing had changed, to that white robe looked absurdly out of place. His gaze then swept past the ninth-tier platform and quickly shifted to the area below. Below the platform, a group of people lay prostrate, foreheads pressed to the ground, motionless, barefoot, and robed in white just like him. Meng Yi studied them carefully and arrived at a conclusion. These people were frozen in place. It seemed that once he had switched to this God Say view, the entire red mist space had fallen into stagnation. Yet why was the right hand of the woman at the very front mechanical in structure? And it was mottled with rust. He swiftly swept his gaze over the others and found no similar condition, though some bore all manner of old scars upon their bodies, faces ruined beyond recognition. He could not make sense of it, so he decided for now to ignore her. For the moment the situation was this: these people were kneeling to him and calling him God. A strange feeling rose in Meng Yi's heart. Am I that God? Beyond the area around the platform, there was only dense viscous red mist, as tangible as substance, which his consciousness could not penetrate. He was desperate to uncover the truth. Since these people were kneeling to him and calling him God, they would likely answer any question he posed. He could question them, but how was he supposed to switch his viewpoint back? Meng Yi's awareness circled in the air a few times, then plunged straight toward the self seated upon the stone chair. Sure enough, his perspective snapped back and the headache returned with it. He lifted a hand to gently rub his forehead and sighed softly. If it would always be like this in the future, he would suffer greatly. Hearing this sigh, the people below the platform pressed their heads even lower. They dared not speculate, only bowing with even greater fervor. Meng Yi's gaze fell upon those beneath the platform. Considering that he currently bore the identity of a divinity, he did his best to sound casual. Where is this place? God was asking a question. The crowd's gazes, furtive yet unified, shifted toward the beautiful woman at their head. She was the organizer, planner, and leader of the ritual. It naturally fell to her to answer. Upon hearing the deity's inquiry, the woman's body, still prostrate on the ground, trembled involuntarily. After the ritual concluded, they had all appeared here. Shrouded in crimson mist, they could see only a vague figure seated high upon the platform, exuding an indescribable pressure. They were as insignificant as ants before a giant. Under such circumstances, what could this be if not a god? After all, the ritual they had conducted was meant to commune with a deity. In panic, everyone threw themselves flat, lavishing all manner of praise upon the god before them. So of course this had to be the divine kingdom. Yet she absolutely could not answer in such simple terms. A god's question must hold deeper meaning. She had no time to ponder further. She dared not delay and had to respond at once. Her throat worked as she tried to steady her trembling, then she answered in as loud a voice as she could muster. This is the place of salvation. Meng Yi frowned. That answer was little better than no answer at all. Hey! An indescribable soft laugh sounded. A layer of shadow fell across every heart. The woman closed her eyes, awaiting final judgment. The ritual might commune with a god at random, but it had never said their souls would be offered up to the divine kingdom. Normally, once the ritual succeeded, the deity would bestow protection, and the believers in the days to come would worship the god, please him, and offer him tribute. Yet the current situation was beyond everyone's expectations. They had never heard of a ritual that dragged people directly into the divine kingdom. Meng Yi's gaze swept downward. Though the red mist obscured his view, he could roughly determine that the speaker was likely the woman with the mechanical right hand. The god upon the high platform sank into thought. Aside from this bizarre space, when he had first awakened, the scene before his eyes had resembled a sinister heretical ritual. Had that array brought him here? Was this still Earth? Had some other world summoned a god only for something to go wrong and drag him over instead? He could hardly ask obvious questions like what was happening, why he was a god, or who they were. For now he could still play the role of a deity. If he uttered words unworthy of such an identity, he had no idea what might come of it. He decided to follow the other party's words and probe, further, his gaze turning grave. What is salvation? The woman felt an indescribable pressure emanate from the platform. She steadied her emotions and answered solemnly. To enter the divine kingdom and be spared all the sufferings of the mortal world. Naturally, that is a place of salvation. Meng Yi tightened his grip on the armrest of the stone chair. In this life, he hated charlatans, most especially those who could not even speak clearly. He lifted his eyes to look around. This place of white upon white beneath the red mist. Did it deserve to be called a divine kingdom? A place of salvation? Should it not boast towering jagged mountains, magnificent grand halls, behind him several stern and mysterious angels, and faintly a chorale of sacred hymns, a hallelujah of sorts? Otherwise it was far too shabby. As this thought arose, the surrounding red mist surged. In an instant everything he had just imagined appeared within the empty fog. The crowd found themselves upon the peaks of a mountain, ranged the god enthroned within a colossal hall above them. The ground on which they knelt transformed into a floor carved with mysterious patterns, and faint hymns drifted into their ears. In astonishment they raised their heads. Behind the god stood 2 attendant angels, 12 pairs of intricate wings looming faintly through the red mist. Unable to contain their excitement, they cried out in unison. Praise be to God! Praise be to the place of salvation! To be honest, Meng Yi felt a bit dazed now. Even when worshipped by the crowd and called a god, he never truly considered himself a deity. It doesn't make sense. He didn't feel any power within him that could move mountains or fill seas, nor did he possess any extraordinary knowledge. Otherwise he wouldn't feel so uneasy trying to extract information. But now the environment here shifts with his thoughts. Meng Yi concentrated and attempted to manipulate the red mist in a small area. Indeed, the red mist dissipated within 3 to 5 meters in front of him, leaving it completely clear. It seems he has a strong control over this place. Tilting his head to glance at the two angels as he moved the obstructing red mist aside, Meng Yi felt a wave of disappointment. They turned out to be mere stone statues. He almost thought he truly had angels serving him. However, since he could cause such changes in the red mist space, he could now assure his own safety. With this thought, Meng Yi felt a slight relaxation in his heart. He looked at the crowd below who praised him in unison. Their voices only aggravated his headache. Silence. The crowd promptly fell silent. Meng Yi's gaze swept towards the leading woman, casually asking, "What is your name?" The woman keenly detected the change in his divine tone, which seemed to carry a hint of nonchalance. The deity acknowledged her answer. The god's attitude shifted, no longer concealing the grandeur of the divine realm from the believers. Moreover, he was asking for her name. Her voice was slightly excited. Sen Qiun. High above, Meng Yi propped his chin up, pondering how to continue the inquiry. It seemed that no matter how he asked, it would be inappropriate. Any question would undermine the dignity of the deity. It was strange for a god to inquire about the situation of the world. Meng Yi furrowed his brow. He couldn't even determine whether the deity was an outsider or a local god. Sen Qiun knelt on the ground, falling into a long silence after the deity asked for her name. She dared not think too much, fearing that her wandering thoughts might conjure any disrespectful notions, striving to clear her mind. Meng Yi felt somewhat troubled, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the high platform. Got it, since asking questions isn't suitable, let's have these people take more action. He was still uncertain about what this red mist space was about. It shouldn't be a physical entry, as the knife in his hand hadn't followed him. Let's conduct a small test first. Just now, apart from the high platform, there was nothing in the red mist space. Oh no, it seems like he's been stalling for a bit too long. Meng Yi instinctively sat up straight, but he remembered his identity as a deity and mustn't show panic. He first chuckled lightly, then, with a hint of amusement, said, "Sen Qiun, step forward." He shouldn't have stood up to observe the high platform. A deity should remain elevated above. Moreover, the instructions should be as vague as possible, allowing the other party to exercise their initiative. He had just made a mistake. Asking too directly and in detail, starting with where this place is. How foolish. He blocked any possible subsequent changes and could only follow up with the other party's answers. Now it's different. Step forward means that ascending one level is still ascending regardless of whether it's the 1st or the 9th level. The deity's request can only be met with compliance, allowing him to take control. He wondered if there would be any changes to the high platform. If that woman stepped onto it and nothing happened, he'd have to resort to direct inquiries. Hearing the divine instruction, Sen Qiun slowly rose, her head bowed, afraid to look up. She took a small breath and gradually moved toward the high platform. The 9-tiered platform, each layer standing 2 meters high, naturally extended a staircase at her feet as she approached. Behind her, the prostrating believers, aside from a few who slightly raised their heads to glance at her, dared not move at all. Sen Qiun lifted the hem of her robe, stepping barefoot onto the stairs. The sensation beneath her feet was not cold but rather warm. With each step toward the lowest tier of the high platform, Meng Yi's heart also began to race. Sen Qiun stepped barefoot onto the high platform. Suddenly, a light curtain appeared before Meng Yi, and the crowd in the red mist fell into a state of suspension. One of the 3 types of 9th-tier blessings can be randomly chosen for the believers. 1. Flesh magic. 2. Ritual magic. 3. Elemental magic. Meng Yi slightly opened his mouth. After all that effort to bring so many people into this red mist space, was it for this? To grant blessings to believers? Am I really a god? He glanced at the crowd, now frozen. They probably couldn't hear what he was saying. Introduce the 3 types of magic. The light curtain remained unchanged, motionless. This isn't very intelligent. Meng Yi wasn't discouraged. In any case, it was a random selection. Even if he knew he couldn't choose, he was merely trying and also testing if he could gather some information. But why are they all magic-related? Am I a god who wields magic? A magic god? Moreover, seeing that the believers would soon acquire magic, this god still couldn't do anything. Is this reasonable? Meng Yi suppressed his strange feelings and selected. The 3 options transformed into a wheel and began to spin. The pointer ultimately landed on flesh magic. Accompanying it were some simple descriptions. 9th-tier flesh magic initially control the outer layer of skin and flesh for rough disguises or transformations, and can use low-level magic such as flesh bombs. It can also utilize the blood and flesh of other beings to recover injuries to one's own body. It notably enhances physical attributes, especially strength, speed, and reflexes. Sounds quite disgusting. Moreover, from the description, rather than magic, it seems more like a supernatural ability lacking any knowledge-based elements such as spells. As the selection result appeared, the light curtain faded away. The red mist surged toward Sen Qiun, seemingly injecting her with some kind of power. Meng Yi fixed his gaze on this woman, unsure of what changes she would undergo. After a moment, the suspended state in the red mist dissipated and Sun Qian's foot, which had just been raised, halted midair. Her face first showed confusion followed by fear, and once she fully realized sheer joy, her right hand flesh pulsating. The deity bestowed the power of blessing. Yet no offerings were taken from her. Such a merciful and generous God. Sun Qian knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head. Praise you, you are so magnificent. Meng Yi had no mind to listen to what this woman was saying. He was filled with shock. Just after Sun Qian received the blessing, a realization flashed through his mind. He could also use this 9th-tier flesh magic. Moreover, he could retract the blessings from Sun Qian at any time. Meng Yi looked at his left hand where a protruding spike of flesh had formed. It seems that this deity and the believers are achieving mutual success. But where did this flesh magic come from? It certainly couldn't be from himself. Is it from the red mist space? Or, Meng Yi recalled the strange ritual scene he saw when he first woke up, feeling a bit uneasy. He couldn't have stolen some believers from another deity and seized some power, could he? Meng Yi could not help but cast his gaze once more upon Sun Qian. If his suspicion held true, that his arrival had indeed usurped a deity's power, did it imply that the grace bestowed extended beyond the 9th tier? Moreover, the throbbing headache had vanished entirely. Meng Yi yearned to conduct further experiments, perhaps inviting others onto the dais or urging Sun Qian to ascend yet another tier. Yet before him flickered a stark notification: the grace has ended. Meng Yi froze. Ended? Then what followed? Sun Qian atop the dais, and the multitude of devotees prostrate below, suddenly dissolved into nothingness. Meng Yi's eyes sharpened. According to his earlier hypothesis, all had entered the Crimson Mist realm in spirit form. Now they must have returned. But what of himself? To remain alone here was utterly unacceptable. Recalling his prior God's eye view control, he willed it, and his seated figure upon the stone throne began to fade gradually. Indeed, exiting the Crimson Mist realm felt profoundly uncanny, as though his body were being stretched into a slender taut filament. A rustling whisper filled Meng Yi's ears, and he jolted awake, bolting upright. Torchlight still danced around him. 100 stood dazed and disoriented. Were we not within the divine realm? The God? Did we truly receive divine grace? Others broke down, completely hurling themselves toward the ritual array's center in frantic prostration, begging the deity to reclaim them into the divine realm. Meng Yi could scarcely comprehend it. What was there to yearn for in that realm where even sustenance and shelter were absent? He surveyed the crowd. Faint crimson luminescence shimmered about each person. Subtle evanescence slowly receding. Was this the mark of a nascent bond with the Crimson Mist realm? Judging by their reactions, this glow remained invisible to all but him. The searing headache had vanished entirely. Yet now loomed a far more pressing question: who was he truly? Before he could dwell further, fragmented memories surged into his mind. In the city park's central plaza, amid universal bewilderment, Meng Yi sat motionless, lost in thought. The original owner of this body shared his name: Meng Yi, male, 23 years old, native of Jing'an City. Compelled by desperation to partake in this ritual, seeking to regain divine protection after its loss. In this fractured world, those abandoned by divinity often met one of two fates: sudden grotesque mutation into nameless abominations, or slow agonizing corruption by fell gods, a living death. Yet to Meng Yi's newly awakened perception, even the so-called orthodox deities seemed deeply sinister. Take the man now standing before him. Gaunt, emaciated, wearing an eye patch over his left eye. His identity surfaced unbidden in Meng Yi's mind: a divine grace-bearer. One who not only received divine protection but also petitioned for sacred power. Such power demanded sacrifice, and the price varied. This man's appeared chillingly inexpensive: merely his left eye. Generally, the greater the bearer's strength, the steeper the cost. Suddenly Meng Yi grasped why Sun Qian had praised him as merciful and generous. She had received divine grace without paying any price at all. The eye-patched man approached Meng Yi, who sat dazed upon the ground. His right eye fixed downward while he strained to track Meng Yi's movements from the corner of his vision. Adopting a posture utterly at odds with his fierce demeanor, he ventured cautiously: did you sense anything amiss just now? Meng Yi rose slowly, straining to recall the man's identity, but drew a blank. An official, perhaps? The man seemed to recoil slightly, stepping back twice, his gaze darting downward again, with a low questioning hum. HM. Meng Yi watched the man's frame grow taut. Not with sight but with visceral instinct, a sensation born of flesh and blood sorcery. Evasion was no longer viable. He sensed imminent attack. Meng Yi chose ambiguity. I'm afraid I don't understand your meaning. The ritual succeeded. Nothing seems amiss. Those bereft of divine protection retained the right to perform new rites to restore grace. A practice even sanctioned by the arbitration committee. The sole stipulation: such rituals must never occur within city limits, lest failure unleash catastrophic consequences. But what did that matter to him? He had not organized it. Any inquiry should go to Sun Qian. Meng Yi's gaze slid past the man before him. The park now held over a dozen figures, silent and unobtrusive. All bore the unmistakable air of officials. Unsurprising, given hundreds had gathered downtown for a ritual. Yet none questioned the others. Only this eye-patched man focused solely on Meng Yi. Though outwardly scattered, they formed a subtle encircling perimeter. Postures relaxed yet deliberately poised. Meng Yi's face betrayed nothing. Inwardly, his pulse hammered. Was it because he'd awakened first? Alone? His host's memories offered no answers. The man had been ordinarily ignorant of such matters. Clearly awakening ahead of the rest carried grave implications. The eye-patched man ceased questioning. His body coiled tighter still, and from his fingertips jagged pallid bone spurs began to pierce forth, radiating palpable menace. He was about to strike. Wait, so abruptly. Meng Yi struggled to fathom it, dispatching an envoy for verbal probing, then attacking after 2 sentences. Damn. With practiced nonchalance, he pressed his bare foot upon the short blade discarded nearby. Flesh and blood sorcery could surely draw it into his grasp. His left hand, concealed from view, began condensing a flesh and blood bomb. He even marveled at his own icy composure. Zaming Cheng. Sun Qiun rushed forward, voice sharp, with command. The ritual is complete. What are you doing? Her face was ashen, her arms crossed in front of her, as she stepped firmly between them, lips curled in cold amusement. Suaming Cheng's solitary eye swiveled toward her, twisting his features into something grotesquely grinning. You claim success. Where is your proof? The drone footage transmitted moments earlier had been eerily ambiguous. No one could verify whether the rite had truly succeeded. Meng Yi lingered behind, surreptitiously scanning the dozen-odd figures. Ostensibly officials, scattered around the plaza. Most resembled Suaming Cheng. Gaunt, hardened, watchful. One, however, stood apart. Stooped and frail, leaning heavily on a cane, he wheezed incessantly. A man in dark glasses supported him gently. Had he been elderly, Meng Yi would not have blinked. Yet his face was startlingly youthful, strikingly handsome. A vibrant countenance grotesquely fused with a body on the verge of collapse. Only immense power could explain such a paradox. Divine grace-bearers paid in proportion to their strength. Sun Qiun offered Suaming Cheng no proof. Instead, she turned, gracefully smiling, to address the hunched yet radiant young man. I shall present my evidence directly to the arbiter. Meng Yi felt a jolt in his chest. He knew the reputation of the Judicator. Every fortress city housed a Judication Bureau tasked with purging the streets of possible followers of the evil gods, mutated beings, and those bearers of divine favor who disrupt the fragile order. The Judicator is the true authority of the Judication Bureau. Jingon City counted 6 such figures. The hunched man before them was very likely one of those 6. The stooped Judicator panted, paying no heed to Sun Qian's words. Sun Qiun herself was unaffected. She extended her right arm, and Meng Yi noticed it was a mechanical limb mottled with rust. Sun Qian's tone grew desolate. Previously the gods abandoned me and my divine favor was withdrawn. This is something you all ought to know. After all, it is rare for a bearer of divine favor to be forsaken. Now, Judicator, please look. On Sun Qian's mechanical right hand, flesh began to flow as if from a spring. Her voice climbed with exultation. I have been granted divine favor anew. The blood and flesh took shape, her right hand growing fair and supple before she suddenly clenched it into a fist. The Judicator's eyes flared like spotlights, sweeping back and forth over her hand. After a moment he drew back and in a hoarse voice demanded, Then explain why everyone just fainted. Sun Qiun twisted her mouth into an exaggerated smile and replied in a strange, near-moaning cadence, We entered the divine realm. We beheld salvation. The declaration seemed to release a signal among the hundreds gathered here. In unison, they cried out, We beheld salvation. Their voices layered and rose like waves. Only Meng Yi failed to join the chorus. He was still puzzling over the mechanical right hand. His stunned expression drew the Judication Bureau's attention. The man in sunglasses beside the Judicator asked, curious, Sir, what were you thinking just now? Sun Qiun also turned to study Meng Yi, her gaze probing. Sua Mingcheng had already tensed, his back slightly arched as if ready to spring. Meng Yi lifted his right hand, the flesh on it shifted and flowed. He let his voice sound as bewildered as possible. I think I have been granted divine favor as well. Sun Qian's look turned strange. She could not recall anyone else ascending the platform in the divine realm as she had. Meng Yi noticed her reaction but had no good answer. He could hardly proclaim he was not a believer nor declare himself a god. Besides, the god above his head was not some mighty figure granting him power. He had no grand force to rely on. Damn it. He had never trusted charlatans more in his life. A sudden cry like that. Who could possibly match such a rhythm? To the others, however, the 2 displays of divine favor appeared indistinguishable. Had the rite truly succeeded? The believers regarded Meng Yi with odd, questioning eyes. They could grasp Sun Qiun receiving favor, Meng Yi receiving it was unexpected. Meng Yi felt those gazes and cursed inwardly. Why should a god have to explain itself to them? He met Sun Qian's eyes with puzzled sincerity and kept murmuring, I don't know. I don't remember waking. I saw you use that, and I felt I could do the same. He then turned to the crowd. Do you want to try as well? Hundreds of the faithful immediately began to make their own attempts. Of course, there was no result. Sun Qiun nodded to herself. Oh, truly, why the gods bestow favor was beyond mortal guesswork. It was not necessarily true that ascending the platform alone earned favor. One must not presume to fathom the gods. She asked plainly, your name. Meng Yi. She nodded, then turned away from him to face the judicator. As you can see, the ritual was a great success. These 324 ordinary humans have been returned to the god's protection. Sun Qiun held her right hand up and flexed its 5 fingers. Since losing her favor, the mechanical limb had been useless, and now, by means of flesh magic, she felt a delusion of restored wholeness. The man in sunglasses would not relent. Ignoring Sun Qian's words, he pressed on, Mr. Meng Yi, can you explain why you were the only one to wake earlier? Standing by the judicator, he spoke with confidence. According to the footage the drone sent back, the rite had first succeeded, then failed. When everyone lay collapsed, this young man had risen alone, then staggered and fallen. Sun Qian's claim of entering the divine realm could be dismissed as bravado for now. This youth was plainly a problem. Meng Yi fell silent. Should he pin this on the gods, fabricate an explanation? No, that would be wrong. From the original life, he remembered a failed sacrificial rite led to dire outcomes. Either everyone perished or everyone became mutated. Even if one soul were corrupted by an evil god, the rest would die in strange, inexplicable ways. It would never be that one person was afflicted while the others remained perfectly normal. They were all on the same rope. If one man had a problem, all of them would. So there was no need to force an explanation. Meng Yi raised his head and kept his bewilderment. I don't know. I don't remember waking. As expected, Sun Qiun bristled. Li Hao, what do you mean? Suspect, the ritual failed. This concerns hundreds. Think before you speak. Li Hao pushed up his sunglasses and replied calmly. I am merely seeking confirmation. He pressed Meng Yi again. You really don't remember? Meng Yi only shook his head. Suo Mingcheng sneered. With matters like this, better to err on the side of killing than to let danger go. Meng Yi's heart dropped. This was his deepest fear. No need for his dread to take hold. The hunched judicator rebuked sharply. In these times, every ordinary human is precious. Put away your bloodlust. If Meng Yi were compromised, it would imply all those hundreds were compromised. The judicator had to weigh his verdict carefully. The strain of speaking had taken its toll, and he could not help but breathe heavily. The judicator straightened his bent form and looked to Sun Qiun. You used the arbitration committee's hunger for ordinary humans and their tolerance to hold a sacrificial rite within the fortress city. You will face punishment for that. Sun Qiun protested. Had I taken the rite into the wastelands, those hundreds might have perished. I acted to preserve hundreds of seeds for humanity. The judicator waved a weary hand. Law is not made by me, and did you not consider the consequences should the rite fail when held here? He sighed. Even if the rite had succeeded, we have lost a supervisory execution officer. Sun Qian's face fell. She had thought success would spare her from punishment, or had it failed outright, she might have perished sooner. It seemed now there was no escaping retribution. What punishment will I face? Suo Mingcheng chuckled and interjected. That depends on the executioner, but from the look of your divine favor, it likely won't leave scars. Sun Qiun lowered her head, fearing the lunatic's mental torment. The judicator at last steadied his breath and turned his gaze to Meng Yi. Meng Yi, is it? We must make a final judgment. Before Meng Yi could reply, the judicator's eyes flared once more with light. 2 beams of light shot toward him. Meng Yi instinctively tensed to dodge, then forcibly stilled himself. Could his body possibly outpace light? Moreover, over a dozen divine grace-bearers stood nearby, eyes locked upon him like hunting predators. Any extraneous movement would trigger their immediate assault. Suo Mingcheng, the one wearing the eye patch, remained coiled tight, muscles primed for action. Meng Yi had no choice but to submit to the arbiter's scan. The arbiter's 2 distinct gazes settled upon Meng Yi. But unlike the meticulous up-and-down scrutiny applied to Sun Qiun's right hand, this inspection held no motion, no sweep. He froze in place, his heavy, labored breathing ceased abruptly. Li Hao, the one wearing dark glasses, was the first to sense something amiss. The instant the breath stopped, he whirled his head toward the arbiter. Are you well? At those words, the dozen-odd divine grace-bearers nearby instantly turned their attention this way. The arbiter stood utterly still, like a statue carved from silence, while twin rivulets of blood began tracing slow, glistening paths down his cheeks. Clip! The droplets struck the ground. Not splintering, not scattering. A soft crimson sphere landed soundlessly upon the earth, unstained by even a speck of dust, gleaming like a polished ruby as it began to orbit the arbiter's hunched, stooped form. Plip, plip, plip. A cascade of ruby-red spheres fell in quick succession, striking the ground with crisp, crystalline clarity. Their rhythmic chime sent shivers crawling up Meng Yi's scalp. He felt no anomaly within himself, yet the sound gnawed at his nerves. A strange sensation prickled along his left flank. Meng Yi snapped his gaze leftward, toward Suo Mingcheng, whose hostility had been unmistakable from the start. Sure enough, Suo Mingcheng launched himself forward in a blur, twin bone blades erupting from his palms. His single eye twisted unnaturally sideways, not meeting Meng Yi's gaze at all. Sun Qiun, who had stood between them, now leapt sharply backward. Bewildered and uncertain, she refused to intervene rashly. The arbiter's grotesque state had left her stunned. She dared not obstruct any official action. The flesh and blood bomb, already clenched tight in Meng Yi's palm, hurled itself straight at Suo Mingcheng. Boom! A thunderous detonation tore through the air, spraying viscera in every direction. Brute force was futile, escape was the only viable path. Flesh magic could subtly reshape his features. Under cover of night, flight remained possible. Never before had Meng Yi been so lucid, analyzing, calculating, deciding, cold, precise, unshaken. The explosion would buy only fleeting respite. He doubted Suo Mingcheng could be killed so easily. And still over a dozen others watched from the periphery. In that lightning instant, Meng Yi used the blast's recoil to vault rightward, and the short blade beneath his feet surged upward along his leg, across his abdomen, and into his waiting right hand carried by living flesh. Then, without hesitation, he slashed away 2 palm-sized chunks of flesh from his left arm and flung them toward the spot where he just stood. His composure was absolute. Not a tremor, not a flinch, as he inflicted pain upon himself to fuel his flesh magic. The explosion would buy only fleeting respite. He doubted Suo Mingcheng could be killed so easily, and still over a dozen others watched from the periphery. He had braced for a full assault by the Arbiter's division. Yet only 3 or 4 moved toward him, the rest fled sprinting away with desperate, frantic speed. They ran as though cursed, with too few limbs, hastening their escape while Meng Yi stood stunned. From afar, a black-clad figure wielding twin pistols took deliberate aim and fired. The shooter seemed reluctant, even afraid. To meet Meng Yi's eyes, his aim wavered. Only a handful of bullets found their mark, and all were aimed low, targeting his legs. Flesh magic conferred formidable resistance against such mundane harm. Most bullets lodged shallowly in his flesh, unable to pierce deeper. Yet these rounds bore a chilling side effect. Frost bloomed across Meng Yi's calves. His brow furrowed. They were deliberately crippling his mobility. Li Hao raised a hand toward his glasses frame, then halted mid-motion, restraining himself. If the Arbiter had bled tears the moment he looked, Li Hao dared not risk a glance. The blast subsided. Suo Mingcheng's chest and abdomen streamed blood. His twin bone blades had barely shielded his vitals. Now he roared, voice raw with fury, "Li Hao, if you don't move now, I'm bolting." "I dare not look." "Useless." Suo Mingcheng kept moving. His left bone blade retracted and reshaped into a grotesque, jagged bone shield. Li Hao shouted a warning, "Watch for traps." Boom! Boom! 2 flesh clumps Meng Yi had abandoned on the ground erupted violently. "Did you gouge your own brain out?" Suo Mingcheng was thrown backward, coated in dirt and debris. Shards of living flesh, sharp writhing, had pierced his skin and now burrowed inward, seeking his core. "Pa!" He spat soil from his mouth, then used his bone blade to pry out the deepest strand of invasive flesh. This level of control. He's no novice divine grace bearer. At minimum, he's reached 8th tier. Li Hao didn't bother replying. Even the Arbiter had fallen gravely wounded, and still hadn't recovered. To treat Meng Yi as just another bearer was sheer folly. Indeed, Meng Yi had long since stepped beyond the Arbiter's gaze. Yet the Arbiter remained entranced, unresponsive. The blood tears flowed faster now, thick unbroken streams forming rivulets around his feet, while the orbiting rubies spun ever faster, clinking softly like glass beads in a porcelain bowl. The clash erupted too swiftly for surrounding believers to react. Sun Qiyun stood dumbstruck. Her awe at Meng Yi's brilliant improvisation drowned beneath visceral dread at the Arbiter's condition. If a key participant in the ritual had suffered such grievous harm, the ceremony itself must have catastrophically failed. Of these 324 souls, if declared tainted by a false god, they would almost certainly face the purification protocol. Yet, the ritual had succeeded. She herself had entered the divine realm and beheld the most merciful deity. False gods were insatiable, greedier than true deities 100-fold. They devoured everything divine, blessings, mortal flesh and soul, even barren soil, each a coveted luxury in their ravenous eyes. The deity above the crimson mist could not be a false god. This contradiction defied comprehension. Meanwhile, Meng Yi's sole thought was escape. His foes, shaken by the Arbiter's state, hesitated. Only a few dared act, and even then with trembling restraint. Meng Yi dared not linger lest they regain their senses. What the Arbiter had seen could wait. Beneath Meng Yi's feet, twin springs of living flesh coiled and released, propelling him forward in a desperate sprint toward the park's perimeter. This was the 6th Central Park of Jing'an City's outer district. Beyond its gates sprawled a labyrinth of crumbling, chaotic old buildings. If he could break free and vanish into that tangled maze, even minor flesh magic alterations to his appearance might secure his escape. Suo Mingcheng pursued, leaping close behind. Gunfire cracked through the air. Then, a sharp, resonant thud as a cane struck the earth. Light erupted overhead, flooding the park, freezing every soul in place, rigid as stone. Meng Yi couldn't even blink. The Arbiter's voice rang out, commanding and absolute. "Cease all hostilities." Light itself seemed to have taken on tangible form. Meng Yi felt immobilized like an insect encased in amber. Soon after, the constraining force upon his body gradually receded and his mobility returned. He made no further attempt to flee. Escape was impossible before such overwhelming binding power. Turning back toward the source of light, he beheld a single glaring eyeball suspended midair above the park, its radiance slowly retracting inward. "Let's promote flesh and blood magic. It has strong recovery abilities and versatile methods far more useful than manipulating corpses." The star representing Chen Qiun descended to the 8th tier on the pedestal. The blood droplets circling him on the ground now rose as if summoned, lifting off the earth to coalesce into a slender crimson thread that flowed seamlessly into his socket. He raised a hand to wipe his cheek, then held out his gaunt palm before his eyes, studying the gore smeared across it, lost in silent contemplation. For a moment the park beneath the night sky fell utterly still. All eyes were fixed upon the Arbiter, awaiting his final judgment. The group of divine gracebearers who had fled the park moments earlier, drawn back by the sudden luminous flare, now stood motionless and obedient. So he hadn't fled the scene after all. Meng Yi drew a quiet, shallow breath, bracing himself to ascend into the crimson mist at the first sign of danger. Surely they couldn't pursue him into the crimson mist realm. The Arbiter appeared to have reached a conclusion, then turned his gaze directly toward Meng Yi. What do you recall of receiving your divine grace? His tone carried inquiry, not accusation. Meng Yi instantly resolved to align his testimony with Qin Qiun's. With so many witnesses declaring it a divine realm, he could do the same. Faith. What was faith after all? Wasn't believing in oneself enough? He feigned fervent devotion. I entered the divine realm. I beheld redemption. As for the divine grace itself, he maintained consistency with his earlier account. The process of receiving it remains hazy to me. The Arbiter stared at him with blood-veined eyes. Not in probing searchlight mode this time, but simply reading his expression, searching for deception. Meng Yi's heart pounded uneasily. The Arbiter's withered hand tightened around his cane and struck it hard against the ground. Thud. A resonant echo reverberated through every onlooker's chest. After review by the tribunal, the ritual has been deemed a resounding success. These 324 individuals retain full human status. Qin Qiun, you will report to the Punishment Bureau yourself. I see no need to waste manpower detaining you. Having delivered these words, the Arbiter turned and strode away. His frail, emaciated frame moving with stiff, labored gait. Suo Mingqing, drenched in blood, exchanged a silent glance with Li Hao, then bowed his head and followed without a word. Meng Yi stood flustered. This ending was absurdly anticlimactic. He struggled to reconcile their abrupt, inscrutable conduct. Internally he raged, shouldn't you detain me? The prime suspect. First. Have you even figured anything out before walking away? I'm utterly bewildered. Hundreds of believers began dispersing. Meng Yi's expression grew even more perplexed. Why were they all so unervingly calm? And then, he watched Qin Qiun recede into the distance, hesitating over whether to call out. We serve the same deity, don't we? Shouldn't we at least exchange greetings? Or discuss how to advance our sacred work? Shouldn't we proclaim his name? Expand his worship? Oh right, he hadn't even given himself a name. Bewildered Meng Yi glanced around. As the believers departed, they pulled up their torches and carried them away. Meng Yi gazed at the last solitary torch flickering in the dark, steadied his breath and resolved. First, go home. Then piece together what just happened. He recalled his host's address: Outer City 6th District No. 102. Not nearby, roughly 6 kilometers from here. Had he walked barefoot all the way? Qin Qiun had mentioned before the ritual that devotion demanded humility. He approached the final torch, wrenched it from the ground. Night without light was perilous, and Jing'an City had no street lamps. Barefoot he stepped onto the pitch-black street. Meanwhile, the dozen or so members of the tribunal had already settled into their vehicles, departing for headquarters. Aside from Li Hao's initial van, the other vehicles were wildly varied, differing in size, height, shape, and condition, though nearly all were dilapidated. Li Hao, seated at the wheel, leaned over curiously to ask the Arbiter, "What did you see just now?" Meng Yi's solitary awakening seemed deeply suspicious. The Arbiter sat with eyes closed, leaning on his cane. At Li Hao's question, he gave a slight solemn shake of his head, like a divine favored one. Suo Mingqing, seated in the rear, had stripped off his shirt. Bone spurs extended from his fingertips as he painstakingly extracted embedded flesh from his own body. At those words, he jerked his head up, stunned. A divine favored one. It was common knowledge every divine gracebearer paid a price to their deity. They were all broken beings, flawed either in body or in spirit. Their path was twisted, steeped in suffering. A divine favored one was different, beloved by the divine granted power without sacrifice, and without needing to appease or please. Their strength grew steadily, naturally over time. They were the blessed, the chosen, under constant divine regard and protection. A faint note of envy colored the Arbiter's voice. I glimpsed a colossal temple atop a mountain peak, a towering deity served by angels, and that single glance left me gravely wounded. Blood tears welled anew behind his tightly shut eyelids. He is a righteous deity. A malevolent one would have sought to consume my grace, and its power could never wound me so profoundly with mere sight. None of the others showed signs of corruption. Even a basic spiritual vision confirmed it. All received divine shelter, and Qin Qiun notably also acquired divine grace. As for Meng Yi, his newly acquired power already approaches 8th tier intensity. It bears all the hallmarks of a divine favored one. His voice lifted, tinged with quiet elation. If true, this is monumental news. A divine favored one has re-emerged among humankind. Suo Mingcheng shook his head, imperceptibly returning his focus to the bone spurs prying deep clinging flesh from his own body. This changed nothing for him. He believed humanity beyond salvation, even with another divine favored one. After all, this very arbiter worshipped a radiant righteous deity. Yet his body remained grotesquely withered and stooped. If even a righteous deity offered no deliverance, what hope remained for mankind? Other than slow, desperate decay. The arbiter lifted his sleeve and wiped the blood seeping from his eyes. I assign you both a new task. Monitor Meng Yi closely. Suo Mingcheng didn't look up. Understood. To him, the assignment was indifferent, mere routine. Li Hao frowned, puzzled. Why track a divine favored one? Shouldn't we let him grow unimpeded? The arbiter finally opened his eyes, now webbed with fine luminous fissures. From the footage you provided, that ritual appears to have contacted two deities. Uncertainty edged his voice. The initial emergence of crimson mist signaled ritual success, a conclusion drawn confidently from past precedent. Then everyone fainted, claiming they'd entered the divine realm. I believe two deities manifested. Li Hao asked, intrigued. Did the second one truly usher all of them into the divine realm? The arbiter shook his head. Impossible. Most likely only Meng Yi entered, while the rest, still within the ritual's bounds, perceived mere projections, illusions. Could ordinary mortals, none yet bearing divine grace, truly enter the divine realm? Absurd. He himself had never laid eyes upon it. Light now bled softly from the cracks in the arbiter's eyes, as if some subtle restoration were underway. He murmured half to himself, two deities. Regardless, observe them both closely. Meng Yi emerged from the park holding a torch aloft, then halted abruptly, his brow furrowing. He lowered the flame from his line of sight and scrutinized the roadside with careful attention. If his eyes did not deceive him, a figure lay motionless there. Had this occurred in his former world, it would have warranted little more than a passing glance. But here, danger could emanate from anyone. After all, the gods worshipped by all held wildly divergent inclinations. Some delighted in deceit, others wallowed in desire, some glorified violence. Still others twisted flesh itself. To retain divine favor, believers had to appease their deities ceaselessly, acting with absolute fidelity to each god's capricious will. Thus the world teemed with frauds, madmen, masochists, sadists, the deranged, and countless other grotesque aberrations. Especially at night, when phantoms and fiends stirred from their lairs. A figure lying by the roadside might suddenly lurch upright as he passed, plunging a blade into his side, or worse, into his soul. His immediate priority was to return home and reflect upon the day's unsettling events. To avoid entanglement, he resolved to take a detour, no more than a few extra steps. He paused in quiet contemplation, then turned torch, raised his gaze, sharpening as a lone figure emerged slowly from the street corner. Meng Yi's expression remained impassive as he assessed whether he could slip past the stranger without crossing paths, only to realize with quiet resignation that their paths would inevitably intersect. Those who wandered the streets after dark were likely ill-intentioned, yet evasion was no longer possible. On the brighter side, perhaps the stranger would hesitate upon seeing Meng Yi's bare feet and stark white robe. A faint wry smile flickered across Meng Yi's mind as he advanced calmly, torch steady in hand. The stranger carried no light. Could he possess exceptional night vision? Soon Meng Yi discerned his features, tattered robes, pallid skin, sunken eyes, a visage hauntingly cadaverous. He leaned heavily on a thick, gnarled cane, its chill radiating even from afar. All in all, he bore no trace of the living. As they drew nearer, Meng Yi's pulse quickened. The cane, horrifyingly composed of human limbs, revealed its grotesque anatomy, the lower half formed from thigh, calf, and foot, the upper from upper arm, forearm, and hand. A deceased believer. In Fortressity's customs ran peculiar, the dead received neither graves nor cremation. Instead, corpses were simply abandoned beside the road. This was a divine graced one, whose sanity was almost certainly compromised. Indeed, every divine graced one was unbalanced. The distinction lay only in whether their madness wore a mask or roared openly. Meng Yi kept his gaze deliberately forward, even as a faint foul odor crept into his nostrils. A guttural dragging sound escaped the stranger's throat as he pointed toward the figure slumped roadside. Did you kill him? Meng Yi turned slightly, only to realize the voice had not come from the cadaverous face before him. From the palm of the limb cane sprouted a plump crimson mouth, its long glistening tongue swaying as it uttered that same hollow a drool dripping steadily onto the pavement. What abomination was this? A jolt of dread tightened Meng Yi's scalp, but his voice remained icy and detached. No. Had the stranger already assumed the man was dead? A deceased believer. In Fortressity's customs ran peculiar, the dead received neither graves nor cremation. Instead, corpses were simply abandoned beside the road. And so certain believers, devoted servants of death itself, would arrive to handle them properly. They collected, repurposed, even manufactured, corpses, humbly serving the final silence. With a gesture, the cadaverous figure summoned the roadside corpse, its limbs jerking stiffly as it rose and staggered toward them. Hearing the shuffling behind him, Meng Yi glanced back over his shoulder. What a wretched world, where even death offered no peace. "Ah, a fine vessel," murmured the limpcane, its mouth speaking while the corpse face contorted in eerie mimicry. Its facial muscles moved with unnatural rigidity, lending each expression a grotesque clownish absurdity. Meng Yi shook his head slowly, then turned and resumed walking, but the cadaverous figure whirled to face him, and the mouth in its palm stretched into an impossibly wide grinning leer. "Murderer, don't rush off just yet." Its long tongue curled once around its lips. Meng Yi froze mid-step. His expression unchanged, yet beneath his flesh a concealed dagger slid silently into his right hand. He tilted his head, a cold smirk playing at his lips. Oh, now was no time for hesitation, even if this being defied reason. Though truth be told, Meng Yi himself was no longer ordinary, having mastered fleshcraft magic. The cadaverous figure exhaled a plume of frost. The upper arm of the limpcane bent inward, bringing its mouth close to Meng Yi's ear as it whispered, "I saw the judicature's vehicle depart just now. Their relics from the old age are unmistakable." "So," the mouth on the cane spoke again, laced with mockery, "no enforcers will pass this way tonight." Without hesitation, Meng Yi swung his torch in a vicious arc, smashing it straight toward that grinning maw. Words had been spoken. Now action must follow. Was this corpse collector truly so reckless as to strike down strangers without provocation? None could gauge another's strength with certainty. Was this not sheer madness? Meanwhile, the corpse that had lain roadside moments earlier now hurtled toward them, head lolling, limbs pumping with unnatural speed. Such decisive aggression. "Yet you deny killing him." The cadaverous figure leapt backward, the limpcane gurgling hoarsely. Meng Yi said nothing, merely diverting a thread of living flesh to coil around the torch before hurling it toward the charging corpse while driving his short blade straight for the cadaverous figure's chest. Too talkative, the figure retreated further, then swung the cane with sudden force. Its hand end lunged for Meng Yi's wrist, trailing a wave of bone-deep cold. "Remarkably agile. You command such a puppet flesh. My lord shall be most pleased." Boom! The torch Meng Yi had thrown detonated violently. A flesh bomb. Shrapnel of flame splintered wood and viscera erupted outward. The rushing corpse flung backward, limp and lifeless in the blast's wake. The cadaverous figure's clouded eyes flashed with alarm. His cane jerked to a halt. "Eighth tier? Eighth tier. And yet you walk the night bearing a torch? What kind of divine-graced one needs a torch to see at night? Is your vision truly so impaired?" His thoughts raged inward. The reality before him shattered every prior assumption. Meng Yi cared not for the stranger's inner turmoil. Fear had surfaced, so he pressed forward. A slender boneless tendril of living flesh shot from his right hand, sheathing the broken blade as it slashed toward the figure's throat. The limpcane shrieked. A flash of ice instantly encased the cadaverous figure's neck. "Mistake," he cried. Clang. Steel met frost and the blade snapped cleanly in two. A flash of ruthless fury crossed Meng Yi's eyes. He would not wait for the corpse puppet to flank him. The flesh tendril coiling from his right hand swelled violently. Boom! A far more devastating explosion tore through the air. The cadaverous figure was hurled backward. His meager ice shield shattered, leaving a deep bone-exposed wound torn open across his chest. Thin, sinuous strands of living flesh writhed toward the wound, burrowing inward with desperate urgency, while their exposed ends thrashed wildly in the air. Horror flooded his eyes. Frost crackled across his skin, spreading like frostbite, seeking to seal off the invasive tendrils. The mouth on the cane spat rapid-fire, "I am a sanctioned human, recognized by the Arbitration Council. Kill me and it is murder. Sanctioned, you." Meng Yi seized the grotesque limpcane, and with a final deafening detonation reduced it to a storm of splintered bone and gore. Then he looked down at the cadaverous figure. Meng Yi paid no heed to the cane-wielding man's desperate plea for mercy. Without hesitation he lunged forward, his right hand contorting into a blade of raw flesh and plunging deep into the corpse-like man's chest. Where is the arbitration committee? Can anyone see it? And yet, so weak yet daring to block others' path in the dead of night. The terror frozen in the opponent's eyes lingered an instant before the corpse nearby, just having risen, collapsed again with a thunderous thud. Meng Yi slowly withdrew his hand. If his senses had not deceived him, his right hand had just absorbed part of the man. A wave of visceral revulsion surged through him. Could it automatically replenish the toll exacted by the flesh bomb? He had assumed his tolerance had inexplicably heightened, yet nausea still rose unbidden. Meng Yi gazed at the crimson mist unfurling from his own body, his eyes flickering with quiet intensity. The mist appeared to extract something from the fallen man before retracting silently back into his flesh. A suspicion stirred within him. He turned toward the first corpse, the one untouched by the flesh bomb's detonation, its body unervingly resilient. It must have been a divine-blessed one in life. He approached the corpse and examined it closely, a broad-shouldered man bearing a jagged scar across his face, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. This time the crimson mist remained still. No tendrils spilled forth. Was it necessary to deliver the killing blow oneself? Meng Yi swept his gaze across the street. Silent, empty. In Fortress City's nights were always this desolate. Few dared venture out after dark. Yet he had acted in self-defense, and now moved like a deranged murderer, scanning every shadow. The blast had been deafening. Exhaustion weighed upon him. Home first. Surely he wouldn't encounter another lunatic tonight. Barefoot he stepped onto the uneven road. Cracked and pitted, long abandoned by maintenance crews. His torch lay shattered. Moonlight alone guided his uncertain steps. Deep, shallow, hesitant. While his mind braced for hidden traps beneath the stones. He could not predict what madness the city's deranged inhabitants might unleash. With a soft sigh, Meng Yi began sifting through the original body's memories of this world. 30 years ago, human civilization underwent a cataclysm. An incomprehensible transformation that reshaped reality overnight. Any person might suddenly undergo aberration, warping into grotesque, formless entities, or worse, things no longer classifiable as life. It was not only humanity. Birds, beasts, flora, even inert matter, rocks, sand, dust, began twisting beyond recognition. These aberrants did not single out humans for persecution. They attacked indiscriminately. Anything within sight became prey. Yet such mindless violence proved catastrophic for civilization. Every countermeasure failed. Humanity dwindled rapidly. Its very foundations crumbled. Then came those who stepped forward, claiming divine protection, openly disseminating forbidden rites of sacrifice. In despair, humanity clutched at these rituals like drowning souls grasping their final breath of air, and spread them far and wide. Even the so-called gods offering sanctuary were themselves warped and sinister. Yet humanity had no choice. 19 final fortress cities rose amid the blighted land where civilization clung battered and bleeding to survival. Meng Yi's expression darkened. To him, humanity here existed only in a state of grim, protracted decay. Its numbers perpetually shrinking. From the original body's recollections, the population had plummeted since his childhood. Countless homes stood vacant, their owners gone without trace. He surveyed the crumbling buildings lining both sides of the street, exhaling a silent, bitter sigh. What cruel twist of fate had cast him into this wretched world? Along the way he encountered 3 or 4 figures whose gazes slithered like serpents, each bearing bizarre, unsettling features. Perhaps his unwavering defiance gave them pause. In the end, he reached the foot of his apartment building unharmed. Block 6 No. 102. It was a modest 6-story residential building, slightly dilapidated with over 40 units per floor. His room, 201, was on the second floor left side just past the stairwell. The staircase bore the hallmark austerity of early fortress city construction. Narrow, cramped, barely wide enough for one person. 2 meeting Hedon would force one to retreat onto a landing just to pass. Clearly, the original body had lived in hardship. Meng Yi stood before his door and pushed gently. The latch yielded. There was no lock at all. Truly pitiful. Electricity was scarce. Luxuries like electric lighting were non-existent. Feeling along the floorboards, Meng Yi retrieved a key, unlocked a wooden chest tucked deep inside the room, and lit a candle. Even candles were luxuries. In his former life, he would never have burned one so casually. He stared down at the lighter in his palm. A fragile, flickering echo of civilization. The room was small, barely 30 square meters. A bed, a wardrobe, a wooden chest, and astonishingly a private bathroom. That much owed to the idealism embedded in the fortress city's earliest urban planning. As the original body's father once said, it was the inertia of human civilization itself. Back then, planners had even designed parks. Holding the candle aloft, Meng Yi entered the bathroom, and found to his surprise that it functioned. Then he understood disease prevention was paramount. And many of these capricious deities ironically took great interest in hygiene. Such loopholes could not be exploited by fanatics. Thus, public sanitation infrastructure remained meticulously maintained, even if certain custodians harbored peculiar inclinations that remained unspoken. The thought made him recoil in disgust. The room was starkly minimal. Once white walls had yellowed with age. Inside the wardrobe, only 2 sets of plain clothing and a single pair of shoes. Meng Yi glanced down at his own white robe, then back at the bare mattress. No wonder there was no sheet. Should he pity the original body's hardship, or commend his resourcefulness? He opened the chest next. Inside lay scattered odds and ends. 2 candles, 3 5-yuan notes, a small mirror, and 2 yellowed photographs. His parents. Photographs preserved from the old world. 2 vibrant young people radiant with joy smiling into the lens. Meng Yi held the photos in silence. His father had died in a riot incited by cultists of a malevolent deity. His mother had succumbed to aberration after losing divine favor. Even the most devoted supplicants could lose protection unnoticed. These gods were fickle, inscrutable, and merciless. With a somber expression, Meng Yi returned the photographs to the chest and picked up the mirror, his mother's keepsake. He raised it to his face and murmured, half-amist, half-awed, 2 souls from separate worlds, yet identical in countenance. Uncannily identical. He set the mirror aside and scanned his home once more. No wonder the door lacked a lock. The entire room's worth amounted to 15 yuan. Truly not a single possession graced the walls. Not even a kettle or a cup to drink from. Frowning, he recalled the original body worked all day, ate and drank outside. Used this space solely for sleep. And worked year-round, without rest. Damn it, what kind of indentured labor was this? His job was simple, assembling replacement parts for the city's defense systems. In other words, tightening screws on an endless assembly line. This was the daily existence of most ordinary citizens in fortress cities. Life consisted of only two imperatives. First, pleasing the gods. Second, working without cease. The city's defense grid ran at full capacity around the clock. Merely sustaining it demanded immense manpower and resources. Yet the population kept falling, forcing ever greater burdens onto fewer workers. Today's humanity survived only to survive, divine blessed ones included. All but those employed officially by institutions like the tribunal ventured into the wilds to fight. Aberrants did not deliberately target fortress cities, but strays inevitably wandered near, surging like an endless tide. The city desperately needed materials harvested from aberrant corpses to reinforce defensive arrays, forge transcendent weapons, and more. Divine blessed ones were free to decline such perilous duty. They could remain on the assembly line if they accepted meager wages and their patron deity voiced no objection. Gods craved spectacle. Fortunately, Meng Yi faced no such dilemma. His god was himself, a deity of screw-turning. No, such matters could wait until tomorrow. For now, the Crimson Mist realm demanded attention. Had it truly absorbed something earlier? Meng Yi sat on the edge of the bed and focused his will. Crimson mist began to coil from his limbs, thickening until it enveloped him entirely. Meng Yi reappeared within the Crimson Mist realm. This time the space had changed. Upon entering, he received an immediate prompt. Acquired 1 portion of 9th rank Divine Grace. Options available. I. Bestow Divine Grace, insufficient allocation. Current conversion ratio 13 9th rank. 2. Increase maximum number of ordinary believers by 7. Note, the greater the number of believers, the higher the conversion rate. This 9th rank Divine Grace must have been seized from that deceased believer. Meng Yi stroked his chin, studying the words before him. To seize Divine Grace. This was in essence the act of plundering power from other deities, a practice reserved for malevolent gods. The Divine Grace he had granted to Tsinchiun was indeed no rootless stream. Clearly, he had already usurped the power of some deity before. This ability must remain hidden from others. Yet the Crimson Mist was visible only to him, so concerns about people were largely unfounded. What remained uncertain was whether the corresponding deity could sense such a seizure of Divine Grace. Unable to determine this, he resolved only to observe it covertly for now. Next came the 2 options. Bestowing Divine Grace was self-evident, but the note on insufficient allocation suggested the seized grace was fragmented, perhaps tripartite in nature. Meng Yi's gaze shifted to the latter clause, conversion rate. The more believers there were, the higher the rate. Did this imply that with sufficient numbers seized power could be converted at a perfect 1-to-1 ratio? He refrained from making a choice. For 2 reasons. First, the precise ratios remained untested. A second, even if he expanded the believer cap now, there were no believers to fill it. He was but a novice deity. How to reach out to believers, and how they might reach him, were mysteries yet unsolved. All would require careful exploration. Yet the answer to the latter question soon revealed itself. Leaning back into his stone throne, Meng Yi gazed upward. The vaulted ceiling of the colossal hall shimmered with countless star-like points of light, undimmed even by the crimson mist. This was a new phenomenon. At his mere thought, stars cascaded from the dome and began orbiting the stone throne upon its dais. Instantly, a chorus of voices echoed in his ears. Oh God! Listening to the myriad supplications, he offered a wry smile. What god was this weak? Yet this did not hinder his use of the Crimson Mist realm. With steady cultivation, the day would come when his divinity would be truly earned. He glanced briefly at the surrounding stars. Each corresponded to a single believer. Through them he could observe each believer's every movement. Nearly all believers, upon returning home, knelt immediately in prayer. They repeated their entreaties, trembling with anxiety, beseeching their newly embraced deity for guidance. How might they align themselves ever closer to his will and favor? To violate divine preference meant instant abandonment. Yet these believers knew nothing of their new god. Through the stars, Meng Yi could almost feel their helplessness and dread. Most prayed in cramped, narrow rooms, kneeling before flickering candles. So that was the purpose of the candles. Recalling his recent nocturnal walk, Meng Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Tsinchiun had mentioned 324 people in the park. Subtracting himself left 323. A swift mental count yielded the answer 321. A brief walk through the night, and 2 believers were already lost. This world showed little mercy to ordinary mortals. Thus expanding the believer limit became even less appealing. He lacked even the minimum required followers. This 9th rank divine grace would remain untouched. For now. Meng Yi surveyed the stars. How then should he deliver a divine edict? His believers trembled in fear. Leaving them unattended was untenable, lest they defect en masse to rival deities. One particularly luminous star streaked across his vision. His gaze followed it to Tsinchiun. Clearly she had begun praying the moment she entered her home, a spacious, well-lit chamber illuminated by a single candle. She had once been a divine grace-bearer, her living conditions far surpassing those of common folk. With hands folded over her chest and eyes closed in reverent humility, she intoned, "O God! How shall I glorify your name? How shall I walk your path?" Meng Yi furrowed his brow. What ought he do? He began recalling his own past devotion to other deities. Those deities issued no explicit edicts. When blessed, the faithful simply knew, intuitively, how to act so as to please the divine. These believers, however, received no such inner prompting, and thus fell into panic and uncertainty. Had he not witnessed the divine realm with his own eyes, and seen both Sun Qian and himself as divine grace-bearers, many would surely doubt whether the ritual had succeeded at all. He differed fundamentally from the deities of this world. Deliver edicts individually, that would strip his divinity of all majesty. No, he needed a chosen emissary. Sun Qian was the ideal candidate. Meng Yi extended his hand toward the star representing her. How precisely should he transmit the edict? Speak directly through it? A figure suddenly materialized on the lowest tier of the dais. Meng Yi froze in astonishment. Sun Qian gasped, then erupted into ecstatic joy. She had just been praying at home. Yet in an instant she stood again within the divine realm. The deity upon the dais now floated amid countless stars more inscrutable than ever, holding aloft the brightest among them as if toying with its light. Sun Qian dropped to her knees and bowed deeply. God, a voice resonated. Deep commanding, lift your head. Trembling, she raised her gaze heavenward. The stars encircling the deity now ascended, embedding themselves into the vaulted ceiling of the grand hall. The divine realm shone brighter still. Reclining upon his stone throne, Meng Yi spoke in calm, measured tones. You wish to glorify my name, to walk my path. Sun Qian bowed respectfully. Meng Yi reflected carefully. The deities of this world placed little emphasis on sacred nomenclature. Their dominion over believers appeared haphazard, even indifferent. There were no churches, no holy scriptures. They seemed neither to require nor to care for faith, discarding believers as casually as one discards worn-out garments. But Meng Yi could not afford such indifference. Believer count dictated his conversion rate, and the strength of divine grace-bearers fed directly back into his own power. Therefore, he required a majestic resonant name, a coherent organizational structure, and a tangible practicable path for his followers. A soft chuckle escaped him. Sun Qian remained prostrate, devout and still. Meng Yi surveyed the realm, his mind racing. A divine name must carry weight, not merely sound pleasing. The Crimson Mist realm, coupled with his practice of seizing divine grace from rival deities. Conquest. Slaughter. Crimson King. A fitting title. Scarlet Sovereign would suit a reformer, but his abilities leaned toward predation and violence. Crimson evoked not just hue but bloodshed and peril. King signified dominion and raw, unassailable authority, far more apt than slapping arbitrary titles like Lord of X or Master of Y upon himself. His followers called this place the Sanctuary of Redemption. That phrase could be adopted directly. Eternal incarnation of the Sanctuary of Redemption. Yet that sounded hollow, lacking resonance. He foresaw acquiring countless domains of power, so why not God of Gods? Too grandiose. Omnipotent one. Elegant. But again excessive. The shifting sovereign of countless powers. A subtle veil for his capacity to seize and repurpose divine authority. Finally, Meng Yi reached his decision. The Crimson King. Shifting sovereign of countless powers. Eternal incarnation of the Sanctuary of Redemption. How to convey this to Sun Qian? At the very thought of uttering those 3 lines from his lofty throne, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Sun Qian, kneeling beneath the divine seat, seemed to sense something. She pressed her forehead to the floor and proclaimed in ringing, fervent tones, "Praise be to you, mighty Crimson King. You are the shifting sovereign of countless powers. You are the eternal incarnation of the Sanctuary of Redemption." Meng Yi sat upon the high dais, his buttocks prickling as though swarmed by ants. Utterly humiliating, Sun Qian chanted ceaselessly. I extol this crimson holy name. Most merciful, most benevolent, I kneel before eternal redemption. Only your radiance may illuminate the path ahead of me. In her eyes, a deity who bestowed grace without demanding offerings was unquestionably worthy of such veneration. Yet it unsettled Meng Yi all the more. Fortunately, she remained prostrate. Were she to lift her gaze and behold her divine being in such an undignified state, might her faith shatter entirely. Meng Yi mentally urged himself, remain calm. She is a devoted follower, nothing more. At last he regained his composure. Still serene like water undisturbed by wind. Next came the task of guiding her to walk the Tao she professed. Ordinarily a deity would possess sacred scriptures, a formal religion, and a holy city, but at this nascent stage simplicity reigned supreme. Moreover, such doctrines ought to be compiled by devotees, not proclaimed directly by the deity himself. That would seem profoundly unnatural. With a subtle shift of thought, Meng Yi summoned crimson mist before Sun Qian, which coalesced into several lines of luminous script. She gazed upon the words with reverent awe, as if etching them indelibly into the very core of her soul. This was the sacred covenant, crafted by Meng Yi from fragmented memories of a long-forgotten faith. 1. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. 2. The Lamb of God shall love and unite one another. 3. To extol my name is to embody my Tao. He had considered composing something akin to the 10 Commandments, but such a framework held no place in this world. Followers of other deities were twisted predatory. Urging his own flock to embrace outsiders would be tantamount to offering lambs to wolves. Before life and death, his believers would obey these precepts, not half-heartedly but with absolute unwavering fidelity. 3 tenets sufficed. Were there any objections? None whatsoever. He retained absolute authority to withdraw blessings or protection at will. In a world utterly dependent on divine favor, such power amounted to sovereign dominion over life and death. Sun Qian's breath grew ragged. I shall forever extol your name. Meng Yi fixed his gaze upon her. Gods must issue few explicit commands, preserving an aura of inscrutable mystery. Though he longed to assign her tasks, to comfort the faithful, deepen communion with him, even seek further blessings, he suppressed those impulses and spoke calmly, you may withdraw. 3 tenets were enough for her to uphold. By the standards of deities in this world, fraternal love among the faithful could not be feigned. It demanded sincerity or consequences would follow. How then was proselytization to proceed? How might his congregation grow? Sun Qian's form dissolved, vanishing into the crimson mist. Meng Yi rose and descended the dais step by step, pausing where she had stood moments before, and lifted his gaze upward. Above, the vaulted heavens glittered with stars. Behind the divine throne, seraphim stood in silent attendance. Hymns echoed through colossal celestial halls. Meng Yi stifled a wry chuckle. His figure faded, and in the blink of an eye, he stood once more within his cramped, humble room. Truly, this realm is minuscule. Emerging just now from that vast divine realm, he felt disoriented. First, sleep. Tomorrow he would resign from the factory and collect his wages, otherwise his entire fortune would dwindle to 15 yuan. Meng Yi had no intention of becoming a god who spent eternity tightening screws, or remaining confined to this narrow chamber. Divine blessing-bearers could earn wealth readily, if they dared risk their lives. Tomorrow he would contact Sun Qian to learn more about divine blessing-bearers. After all, the faithful were commanded to love one another. He glanced at his bare, austere bed, and with a sigh lay down fully clothed. Tightening screws need not entail such austerity, yet his expression darkened. The deity once worshipped by his former self preached ascetic discipline, though what ordinary mortals were meant to endure remained unclear. Nonetheless, he had subjected himself to ascetic rigor, only to be abandoned unceremoniously by his god for insufficient hardship. Well then, his suffering had been utterly in vain. At dawn the next day, Meng Yi rose and stepped out, discarding his white robe for ordinary clothes drawn from the wardrobe. Indeed, his former self's abandonment seemed justified. How could an ascetic not wear tattered garments? And Meng Yi withdrew 3 5-yuan notes from his pocket. He still possessed money. Was that even plausible? Surveying his barren, empty home, he shook his head silently, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. Many neighbors had already risen, standing wordlessly in the narrow stairwell queued to descend. No one exchanged glances or words. Meng Yi, whose eyes darted curiously about, stood out as a conspicuous anomaly. All regarded him with quiet wariness. The oppressive, eerie silence drew a weary sigh from Meng Yi. At this rate, human civilization could not endure long. Then, how would he as a god receive feedback without believers? Moreover, the entire fortress city functioned like a colossal 2-shift factory. Lifeless. Utterly stagnant. Boom! A deafening roar split the sky above. Meng Yi stood beneath the building, eyes lifting toward the heavens. There the azure electromagnetic barrier shimmered into visibility, and hovering midair floated a grotesque warped entity. It flowed like invisible liquid, iridescent and kaleidoscopic. In the air, dense patterns emerged. Dull at first, then flaring brilliantly, erupting into crackling arcs of lightning that enveloped the amorphous being. An ear-splitting shriek pierced the air, yet passers-by hurried onward unmoved. Such aberrations wandering beyond the city walls were commonplace. This belongs to one of the most common categories of aberrants. Divine blessing-bearers call them soft forms. They are difficult to subdue, and yield little value. A melodious female voice sounded beside Meng Yi. He turned, and there stood Sun Qian. She wore sleek athletic attire instead of robes, her radiant face alight with vigor. Seeing him glance back, she assumed a solemn bearing. The sacred covenant has descended. The holy name of the deity. I now know it. Fearing she might recite those mortifying verses again, Meng Yi hastily interjected. I am aware. Sun Qian showed no surprise. He too was a divine blessing-bearer. She spoke plainly. We must gather the Lamb of God and disseminate the sacred covenant. Meng Yi's mind brimmed with questions. What did the wastelands truly look like? What duties defined a divine blessing-bearer? How might one earn coin? Yet her urgency was perfectly logical. To please the deity was paramount. Even workers summoned mid-shift would be permitted immediate leave by their overseers upon hearing the divine summons. Now that the sacred covenant commanded mutual devotion among believers, Sun Qian naturally sought him first. After all, he was the divine blessing-bearer. Meng Yi asked, shall we meet again at yesterday's park? Sun Qian replied matter-of-factly, naturally. That is the holy sanctuary, the threshold to the divine realm. She pressed several sheets of paper into his hands. Half the believers' names are recorded here. We meet this afternoon. Meng Yi held the papers in his palm, watching her turn and stride away, the arc of her long ponytail graceful, her spirit vibrant in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. He glanced back toward his apartment. Should he retrieve the robe? Otherwise he might appear insufficiently devout. Meng Yi tucked his robe under one arm and entered a breakfast shop, clutching several lists in his hand. First, breakfast. Rumors claimed the shop's owner worshipped a deity who delighted in fine cuisine. If every god were so delightfully simple, how much more beautiful this world would be. The interior bustled with patrons, reassuring Meng Yi that this was no clandestine den. Still, caution was warranted. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted a diner biting open a fingertip and methodically smearing blood across his utensils. An elderly woman greeted guests with practiced warmth. Noticing Meng Yi pause at the threshold, she followed his gaze, then dismissed it without concern. Young man, what'll you have? Don't fret. The kitchen is consecrated with ritual magic. Every ingredient and utensil has been purified. Offering to the divine, declared the blood-smearing diner, utterly unflustered upon being observed. His tone resolute, unapologetic. His sheer conviction made Meng Yi momentarily question whether he was the one overreacting. Oh, ahem. When in Rome. Switching shops would likely yield little difference. As for buying groceries at the market and cooking himself, Meng Yi dared not risk it. Not even figuratively. Death here could be literal. Snapping back to the present, he glanced at the wall-mounted menu and blurted, "So expensive. 15 yuan. Barely enough for a single steamer basket of baozi." And what precisely was his monthly income? Exactly 2,000 yuan. The woman frowned. Expensive? Don't speak nonsense. The head chef here is a divine grace-bearer. Besides, last month the city's agricultural zone suffered a plague outbreak. Harvests plummeted. Meng Yi didn't even bother to argue. Did such a humble eatery truly source its ingredients from the farmlands? Weren't they all accelerated by ritual magic anyway? And a divine grace-bearer working as a cook? Entirely plausible. No one knew the temperament of another's deity. The woman shot him a withering glance. Well, what will you eat? 1 steamer basket of baozi. Meng Yi produced his entire wallet and handed it over. The woman scanned him up and down, then scoffed. Pauper. Granted, a grown man ordering only 1 basket was impoverished. But which deity did she serve? Shaking his head, Meng Yi chose a table with meticulous care. He inspected the chair for hidden spikes or hooks, scrutinized the table for concealed mechanisms, and even split open the baozi the moment the woman flung them onto his plate, checking them thoroughly before taking a bite. Though breakfast shops in this district offered baseline safety, Meng Yi dared not lower his guard. Damn it. Staying alive was exhausting. He shoved a baozi deep into his mouth. Surprisingly delicious. 3 bites. And it was gone. He patted his unchanged belly and sighed softly. Surely no divine grace-bearer is poorer than I. A sharp intake of breath jolted Meng Yi upright. Last night, he'd slain 2 divine grace-bearers and hadn't looted either corpse. Regret surged. Thud. A fist slammed onto a nearby table. Meng Yi turned toward the sound. Your shop has none of what I need. The woman's face darkened. The man pounding the table sounded frantic, pleading, I'll pay extra. Meng Yi noted thick viscous fluid dripping steadily from the man's body. Without drawing attention, he edged away. Better safe than infected. This was no trivial matter. Is this about money? Have you lost your mind? Coming here for seafood? The woman snapped, exasperated. Yet Meng Yi felt a pang of sympathy for the man. Seafood? In this age? What delusion was this? Who dared venture into the sea? It was a stronghold of aberrations. Everyone knew his fate, eventual abandonment by his deity. A desperate soul driven mad by divine demand. The viscous discharge flowing from the man intensified. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. Only a divine grace-bearer could manifest such traits, not an ordinary person. The woman whirled around and bellowed into the kitchen. Son, someone's causing trouble. A gruff, irritable voice boomed back from within. Who the hell dares pick a fight here? Doesn't anyone know this shop stood for 7 or 8 years? A chef burst forth, cleaver in hand. Diners instinctively lowered their heads. Meng Yi knew here. Glanced once, and immediately retched. Ugh, it wasn't his fault. The chef's entire body bristled with boils and weeping cysts. Several burst just from those 2 steps he'd taken. As for his hands, best left unseen. Just imagining those hands kneading baozi dough. Irk! Meng Yi couldn't bear it. The woman spun back, scowling. What are you vomiting for? Think that's why the baozi tastes so good? Oh hell, Meng Yi already regretted stepping foot in this place. A delicacy. Seeing Meng Yi heave, several nearby patrons' eyes lit up. They lunged forward en masse. Don't get too ridiculous. Meng Yi recoiled inwardly, utterly stunned. That's why the shop was crowded. They'd come for this, for the chef's grotesque affliction. His right arm erupted into a whip of sinew and blood, flinging the onrushing crowd aside. Out of sight. Out of mind. Don't do that in front of me. Staggering toward the exit, Meng Yi heard the chef shout after him. You're not even sick. Was this really about illness or sanity? He crouched outside the shop, dry heaving violently. A few patrons followed, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. You, don't push your luck. He could tolerate madness, but this, unacceptable. When Meng Yi produced no further offerings, their faces fell with palpable disappointment. Disappointment also shadowed the man who'd pounded the table. His whole posture sagged with defeat. Remarkably, he hadn't vomited. His tolerance clearly surpassed Meng Yi's. Meng Yi rose and waved. Hey, buddy. The man turned startled, then brightened upon recognizing Meng Yi as a fellow divine grace-bearer. Can you find seafood? No. But hey, ever considered switching faiths? Meng Yi spoke with solemn gravity. Testing the waters of proselytization. Was such candor risky? Probably not. In this era, what kind of person hadn't appeared? After all, the man's deity held such an eccentric preference. Few would ever follow. Offending him posed no real danger. In this world, everyone worshipped a god. To gather followers, one either sought the faithless, or poached from others' flocks. Faithless individuals emerged daily, but they registered at the Judicature Bureau. Pursuing them would draw official scrutiny. Poaching from other deities. Who better to approach than this man, solitary, vulnerable, and perhaps test whether conversion could transfer divine grace itself? The man furrowed his brow. He'd never heard of conversion before. Meng Yi cleared his throat, suppressing a private flush of embarrassment, and leaned in with conspiratorial gravity. Care to learn about our savior, the magnificent Crimson King? The man's expression twisted instantly. Get lost. Conversion. Absurd. Likely the rambling of some charlatan deity's devotee. Meng Yi remained unruffled, his tone firm and certain. Buddy, your current deity isn't exactly a winning choice. Where else will you find seafood? You'll be abandoned soon enough. Try it. I won't force you. Walk away if you wish. Even he thought he sounded like a con artist. Yet seizing the Winnet spirit, he grinned and added, drop by the 6th District Central Park this afternoon. Hey buddy, it's broad daylight. You've nothing to fear. I'm not asking you to go at night. Meng Yi made one final earnest effort. The man simply quickened his pace and vanished down the street. Breakfast was off the table. Meng Yi had no intention of retrieving the money, not out of shame but rather because, he suspected the diner's chef could probably best most opponents in hand-to-hand combat. He'd just go hungry for now. He wondered whether that man from earlier would return to the park this afternoon. Proselytizing, clearly it wasn't his forte. Meng Yi pulled out the list and scanned it. Several names matched his own workplace, conveniently allowing him to resign in person while passing through. District 6 was the outer city's final administrative zone, home to factories producing foundational components for the city's defense systems. Meng Yi entered the factory gates amid the morning tide of workers. The deep rhythmic roar of machinery grew steadily louder. It pulsed with hypnotic regularity. Boom, boom, boom. In the stamping workshop, Meng Yi instinctively dug at his ears. A flicker of intent, and fleshy earplugs bloomed within his auditory canals, bringing blessed relief. His gaze swept the cavernous floor until it settled on his target, the workshop supervisor, standing not far away. Even ordinary conversation demanded shouting directly into each other's ears. I'm quitting. Effective immediately. Please settle my wages. The supervisor offered no objection. In this era, few bothered with others' affairs, and staffing gaps were always handled by higher authorities. Once reported, the Fortress City Workers Administration would seamlessly fill the vacancy. With brisk efficiency, the supervisor issued the resignation slip. No superfluous words, no wasted motion. Next, Meng Yi would take the slip to the factory's finance office to collect his final pay. Simple, efficient, cold. Such was the prevailing ethos of the age, until at the finance office Meng Yi encountered unexpected obstruction. Why do I need a letter of employment from my new employer just to resign? Meng Yi frowned, studying the portly man seated behind the desk. The man replied with palpable impatience. Lately, troubling trends have surfaced in the Fortress City. Lying flat, for instance. This is decadent hedonism. To curb its spread and eradicate idleness, the Workers' Administration has mandated that wage settlements require proof of re-employment. This is also to... He lounged back, legs crossed, cradling a teacup and swaying slightly as he scanned a newspaper. A rehearsed, practiced cadence. Meng Yi felt only bewilderment. When had the Workers' Administration issued such a decree? He'd never heard of it, and since when did they meddle in wage disbursement? Seeing Meng Yi stand silent, the portly man glanced up, then produced a pair of tweezers from nowhere, using them to lift Meng Yi's resignation slip with disdainful detachment. Meng Yi, devotee of ascetic deities. He dropped the tweezers and seized the slip barehanded. Isn't that ideal? What use does an ascetic have for money? So he wasn't even pretending anymore. Meng Yi's icy gaze swept the room. No one met his eyes, nor did they intervene. That was perfectly normal, unless someone here worshipped a deity of unyielding justice, which was exceedingly rare. Such individuals usually held official posts within Fortress City's bureaucracy. Meng Yi reached forward to reclaim the slip. If this man obstructed him, he'd simply find another clerk. Hey, what are you doing? The portly man snatched his hand back. Leave the slip with me, and go get your proof. Let me be clear, why does an ascetic need money? And look at your attire. It borders on sacrilege. Meng Yi forced a grotesque smile. Say that again. The portly man slammed his palm onto the desk. What kind of attitude is that? Go to hell. Meng Yi seized him by the collar and hurled him bodily across the desk. Just an ordinary man. With a sickening thud, the man crashed against the wall before collapsing onto the floor. Meng Yi planted a boot squarely on his spine. Can you process it or not? Are you insane? Though dazed and bleeding from a gash on his nose, the portly man spat defiance. Think your meager ascetic strength makes you untouchable. The Judicial Bureau loves disciplining arrogant trash like you. The others in the office watched impassively. Only the nearest colleague shifted slightly aside. The rest merely lifted their heads, observing Meng Yi and the fallen man with detached curiosity. In the tedium of daily life, the portly man was a reliable source of diversion. One man even wore an expression of rapt anticipation, as if he'd been waiting precisely for this moment. Clang! A short blade skidded to Meng Yi's feet. Kill him. From the farthest desk, a gaunt, dark-skinned woman rose, her frame trembling with suppressed excitement. He's lying. That proof demand is pure harassment. Cut him down and vent your fury. The portly man sneered and spat. Fool. He's an ascetic devotee. Your crude incitement won't sway him. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Your god will surely abandon you. What's got you so worked up? Meng Yi turned toward the dark-skinned woman. She ignored the portly man entirely, and gave Meng Yi an unmistakable encouraging nod. That scum deserves death. Ascetic, huh? Prison is far more ascetic. Meng Yi's eyes gleamed with sudden dangerous amusement. Huh? Gulp, huh? Another clerk sipped water, visibly sated. Just wound him. Say, slice off something unnecessary. The portly man seemed wary of this last speaker, offering no retort, only a contemptuous snort. Kid, if you don't want prison, let me go. Let me tell you, brother. I beg your mercy. Brother. I'll settle your wages now. No. My entire monthly salary is yours. As the portly man stared up at the writhing fleshy tendril coiling around the short blade, cold sweat drenched his brow. The blade pressed against his throat. A voice laced with cruel amusement whispered, which god do you serve? The driver Chaolon. What kind of name was that? Meng Yi increased pressure beneath his boot. Brother. This is all a misunderstanding. The portly man's eyes brimmed with tears. Divine blessed adepts were different from ordinary mortals. He dared harass the latter but never the former. Though open murder of a divine adept would provoke the tribunal's wrath, severing a few limbs, at most a fine, the others in the office lowered their heads, eyes fixed on desks, noses on papers, busying themselves with trivial tasks. None dared interfere in a divine adept's affairs. Besides, who knew which god this adept served? Ascetic? Hardly. Not with those sinuous crimson tendrils unfurling from his body. Explain your god's name. What does it signify? The portly man tilted his head cautiously. Chao means mockery. Lan means storm. He spoke with desperate sincerity. Brother. I offer full restitution. What an utterly uninspiring divine epithet. Meng Yi scoffed. So, this whole debacle is your god's fault. Eyes across the office flickered toward them. Subtle, veiled, sharp. The portly man's face hardened into grim severity. Reverence the divine. He bellowed, straining violently to rise. Blasphemy is forbidden. Meng Yi clapped his hands. The portly man now lay unconscious on the floor, his face swollen and bruised. Can my wages be settled now? Yes, of course. Meng Yi pointed to the pig-headed man he had tossed into the corner. Give me his salary for this month as well. You all heard him. He volunteered compensation. Naturally, no one objected. Meng Yi gazed at the 4,000 yuan finally placed in his palm and silently calculated. His own monthly wage was 2,000 yuan. Having not completed the full month, he would earn at most 1,500. Thus, the portly man's salary could not exceed 2,500 yuan. So even office work paid poorly. Considering that a single steamer basket of buns, insufficient to sate hunger, cost 15 yuan, this wage was indeed meager. At the thought of buns, Meng Yi's face paled involuntarily. He decided instead to eat synthetic rations. Leastways they were not nauseating. Patting his hollow stomach, he turned and walked away. In the office, the others exchanged glances. Then the man who had been leisurely sipping tea rose first. He picked up the short blade Meng Yi had discarded, approached the unconscious portly man with a grotesque grin and whispered, I'll just take a few spare parts, or rather those precisely severed by that divine gracebearer. The Bureau of Public Order won't intervene where divine gracebearers are concerned. Hee. 3 or 4 others stood and gathered around. The woman with the dark complexion shrank into the corner, watching the scene with icy detachment. Her thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Meng Yi stood before an automated meal dispenser where synthetic rations were dispensed. This system had been deliberately engineered by the Bastion City authorities to eliminate any potential human-caused hazards. Through the transparent tempered glass, one could see over 10 intricate arrays etched densely within the machine, each linked directly to the city's defense infrastructure power grid. Synthetic rations were inexpensive. 8 yuan sufficed for a full meal, and drinking water was also drawn from the same dispenser. No wonder last night's apartment held not even a single cup. Even if tap water were supplied, who would dare drink it? One would have to flush the toilet with extreme caution. Danger lurked everywhere in daily life, Meng Yi mused wryly. The taste of synthetic rations left much to be desired. The factory's craftsmanship simply couldn't compare. He cut off his own train of thought. A dwelling further would only make him wretch. After hastily appeasing his hunger, Meng Yi opened the list in his hand. Over 100 names. Even holding a congregation required the god himself to deliver personal invitations. Had the world truly turned upside down? Sigh. For the entire morning, Meng Yi raced tirelessly across the city until every name on the list had been notified. Fortunately, his enhanced physicality, granted by flesh and blood sorcery, had spared him from collapsing halfway. This bastion city didn't even have a public bus system. Glancing up at the clock tower rising nearby, he saw it was already noon. Too weary to return home, he strode directly toward the park. Whoa! Sun Qiun had arrived long before him, seated cross-legged at the center of last night's ritual array, deeply engrossed in a thick tome. Curious, Meng Yi drew near. What are you reading? Sun Qiun lifted her head warily, then relaxed upon recognizing him. She closed the book and indicated its title. Varieties of Religious Experience. She patted the space beside her. Meng Yi noticed a small stack of books there. With a radiant smile, she said, I retrieved these from the library this morning. They originate from the Old Age. Summa Theologica, Theogony, Metaphysics, Ancient Annals. Her luminous eyes gleamed as she continued, Our divine Lord differs fundamentally from those false deities. He possesses a divine realm, angels, and a sacred temple. His mercy and boundless love align perfectly with the Old Age's conception of divinity. These so-called gods today resemble nothing so much as malevolent spirits. Meng Yi stared speechless. So professional, and already disparaging other gods. Malevolent spirits. Well, by conventional theological standards, a deity who devours the power of other gods would more accurately be termed a heretic god. Sun Qiun was devout indeed. He asked, voice oddly flat, Didn't you notify the believers yourself? I did. Just handed the list to 2 or 3 believers and went straight to the library to borrow books. Didn't you do the same? Meng Yi remained expressionless. Of course. Sun Qiun reopened her book, her voice brimming with delight. Fortunately, some false deities cherished knowledge preservation. I'd feared such texts might be lost, but they're astonishingly complete. She gestured toward the pile beside her. Have a look yourself. Maintaining his impassive demeanor, Meng Yi sat beside her and casually opened Summa Theologica. A celestial script. He snapped it shut immediately. Better to ask about something intelligible. By the way, Miss Sun, why did the Bureau of Adjudication officers act so half-heartedly last night? They clearly suspected me at first. Without looking up, Sun Qiun replied, Last night's ritual defied convention. Our souls entered the divine realm. A sign of failure in their eyes. Their suspicion was natural. Yet how can the ignorant fathom the majesty of our divine Lord? As if struck by a sudden thought, she tilted her head toward Meng Yi. But why did they fixate on you first? Heh. Meng Yi gave a dry chuckle. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Sun Qiun nodded untroubled. Divine grace itself was irrefutable proof he belonged among the faithful. Still, curiosity flickered in her gaze. Divine grace descended upon me the moment I stepped onto the dais. When did you receive yours? Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Perhaps it was bestowed casually. At this, Sun Qiun's chin lifted almost imperceptibly. That must be it. She offered gentle reassurance. Don't dwell on it. Last night's adjudicator venerates light. He performed a divine inspection. His verdict confirms your purity. A subtle smile curved her lips. I suspect it was because we just emerged from the divine realm. He glimpsed things no mortal should behold, hence his reaction. She radiated pride in her deity's overwhelming power. Yet Meng Yi felt a strange dissonance. Hadn't the adjudicator observed her first? Seeing her unharmed, he then turned to Meng Yi and reacted thus. No matter. Since she chose selective memory, Meng Yi had no intention of stirring that particular pot. As for the adjudicator's abrupt withdrawal, Meng Yi had already deduced most of it. The adjudicator's terrifying reaction had prioritized self-preservation among his subordinates. The 3 who remained each possessed clear tactical rationale. Li Hao, standing nearest the adjudicator, clearly intended to shield him. Sua Mingcheng, the one wearing the eye patch, had approached Meng Yi first. His subsequent resilience confirmed formidable regenerative capacity, granting him confidence to engage directly. The 3rd wielded a firearm, maintaining distance to suppress Meng Yi's movement, without closing in for melee combat. Had the adjudicator awakened more slowly, extended observation would have revealed Meng Yi's true capabilities, and those who fled would surely have returned. Thus, among the 3 who stayed, at least one must possess means to contact reinforcements. The Bureau of Adjudication operated with disciplined precision. He remained deeply curious about the adjudicator's strength. So, what is that adjudicator's name, and what tier of divine gracebearer is he? Sun Qiun sighed faintly at the interruption, snapping her book shut with a soft clap. His name is unknown. Only his title, Dawn Adjudicator 4th tier. To attain such rank while venerating the false god of light is extraordinarily difficult. Meng Yi understood perfectly in this world devotion to gods of justice order light or joy posed the greatest challenge. And light. Recalling the adjudicator's hunched, withered frame juxtaposed against his youthful, handsome face, Meng Yi sighed inwardly. This light bore grave complications. Yet, Meng Yi fixed his gaze steadily on Sun Qiun. I believe we should cease referring to them as false deities. If overheard it may incite conflict. Sun Qiun replied with haughty assurance. Would our divine lord fear petty schemers? Meng Yi's expression darkened. His god feared them greatly. Our lord fears no one. But provoking enemies on his behalf constitutes profound impiety. Reluctantly, Sun Qiun nodded. Time neared. The believers began arriving one by one. At the heart of 6th Street Park, a strange gathering was taking place. Hundreds of people had assembled, remnants of the array drawn the previous night still visible. Sun Qiun and Meng Yi stood at the center of the crowd beginning their preaching. It must be said that some of the flower beds and trees that were flattened in the park yesterday had already been restored by someone. One wonders which deity's follower had such strong initiative. Could they do it without screws? Today there was no need to draw the array, and everyone refrained from further damaging the flora. Sun Qiun, now dressed in a well-tailored black suit dress, appeared both stunning and poised. As for Meng Yi, he had just put on the robe from the night before. He soon realized that almost everyone arriving at the park was in formal attire, making him seem like an odd one out. Sun Qiun ignored him and eagerly began leading the faithful, prompting everyone to chant along with her praise. You great Crimson King. You are the ever-changing one with myriad powers. You are also the eternal embodiment of salvation. To be honest, standing here with his hands raised like everyone else in a trance reciting such phrases gave Meng Yi a peculiar feeling. Sun Qiun eagerly proclaimed the divine covenant to the crowd, repeatedly emphasizing that it was information she had personally heard in the divine realm. Clearly she was wary of Meng Yi, another recipient of divine grace. The divine spoke of love but did not forbid competition. She wanted to assert her dominance and garner more favor. Meng Yi, of course, fully supported her, acting like an echo. Yes, indeed. That's right. Sitting on a bench outside the park, Li Hao and Suo Mingcheng observed this bizarre gathering, exchanging glances. The Dawn Arbiter had instructed them to closely monitor Meng Yi, so they certainly wouldn't slack off. They had been following Meng Yi since early morning. As for now, hundreds of people in the park were focused on listening to the woman speak. Hardly anyone noticed the two of them. Moreover, many nearby were curiously watching the scene inside, making them rather inconspicuous. What do you think they are doing? A certain kind of ritual, perhaps? Suo Mingcheng tilted his head in confusion. His injuries from the previous night had long since healed, though he appeared somewhat thinner. He was currently munching on 2 unknown greasy grilled meats, alternating bites, his cheeks bulging. Li Hao listened intently, his expression gradually turning strange. What is the name of the deity you worship? The nameless Bone King. Why? Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses. The names of deities that everyone worships are usually quite simple, but this deity has a rather complicated name. He took out a pen and paper, diligently noting it down. Suo Mingcheng was quite dissatisfied at this moment. I told you mine, what about yours? Shoo. Li Hao was focused on listening to the covenant inside. When he heard the lambs of the divine must love one another, a complex expression crossed his face. These people are bound to be united. Suo Mingcheng then opened a package of cake-like dessert and stuffed it into his mouth like a whirlwind. How do you know they will be united? Li Hao was not interested in replying, focused intently on the few lines he had written, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Suo Mingcheng slammed the bench in frustration, startling Li Hao. Damn it, I can't eat anymore. He looked at the half-eaten pastry in his hand, his expression twisted. No matter how much I eat, it won't be enough. He then offered the pastry toward Li. How do you want some? Li Hao's cheeks twitched a few times. No thanks. Suo Mingcheng withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and gulped down the pastry directly. I mean, if you can't eat, why force it? Suo Mingcheng was now choking, his face turning bright red. The deity does not allow food waste. Li Hao shook his head, refocusing his attention on the park. This is the place where we first entered the divine realm, the holy land, the place illuminated by our master's glory. I propose. Sun Qiun raised a thick book in her hand. In the name of the divine, we propose to the arbitration committee to purchase this land and build a temple here. This inspiration came from ancient texts. She began to narrate to everyone about the religions of the ancient era, their operational models, organizational structures, and so on. The vast majority of the believers were unaware of this, and with Sun Qian's status as a recipient of divine grace, naturally no one opposed. Meng Yi felt immense joy. He had been worried about how to construct this, yet Sun Qiun was so adept. There was potential. He was happily thinking about how to intensify the training effort. Yet soon he began to feel troubled. With the believers showing such initiative and creativity, shouldn't he as a deity express something? However, within the divine realm, the share of bestowed power was insufficient. Even if he could gather enough, it would only be 9th tier. Bestowing 9th tier power again seemed inappropriate. For now it was fine. Sun Qiun had just received divine grace, so there was no need to rush. But what about later? He was eager to understand how to quickly and significantly acquire other divine graces. Meng Yi had naturally considered the wilderness, but Sun Qian's words interrupted his thoughts. We should donate a sum of money as public funds gradually accumulating until we have enough to purchase this land from the arbitration committee. Some onlookers outside the park nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. This woman was impressive, able to attract so many people. Her deity would surely be pleased. One could only wonder which fraudulent deity's follower she was. The followers were filled with enthusiasm. They had seen the divine realm with their own eyes, and the deity had not asked them to do any bizarre things. The covenant was simple, with only 3 points, the key being love. This was so normal that many people repeatedly confirmed this point with the 2 divine grace-bearers after hearing it. Several even burst into tears, unable to look back at the hardships of their previous lives. Praise our Lord. Your mercy we remember in our hearts. You are salvation, the eternal Crimson King. Compared to that, mere money was insignificant. Moreover, in this holy land where they had witnessed the divine realm, the divine grace-bearers could not and did not dare to deceive them. Everyone eagerly donated money, and Sun generously took out 50,000 yuan first. Meng Yi clutched the 3,992 yuan he had just obtained in his pocket, reluctantly donating 1,000. He kept reminding himself that spending money on oneself should not be a cause for regret. From now on we will donate once a month until we accumulate enough for the purchase. Sun Qian's words made him sigh. This was a mortgage. Damn it. No one was dissatisfied with Meng Yi's small contribution. Everyone knew he had just become a recipient of divine grace and couldn't possibly have much money. However, his spotlight was completely overshadowed by Sun Qian. Sun Qian blushed as she observed everything, feeling that all of the divine favor would fall upon her. She slyly glanced at Meng Yi, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile, truly sorry. Praise our Lord. Hundreds of voices resounded in unison. Li Hao muttered to himself, why is the presence of the gods chosen so low? Su Mingcheng let out a long belch, unfazed that Meng Yi was quite clever when he fought me yesterday. Even as a god's chosen, he's more of a handsome person. As for Sun Qian, he scoffed, wasn't she just being clever before? Last time it was precisely because of this that she was ultimately abandoned by the god. I bet it'll happen again soon. With the covenant and the sanctum. The god's chosen didn't say anything yet. She, a graced one, is so jumpy. He pulled out a thick, dark, viscous drink from somewhere, inserting a straw and sipping it slowly. Li Hao glanced at him. Didn't you just say you couldn't eat? I never said I couldn't drink. Li Hao shook his head, taking off his sunglasses, revealing eyes entirely white with no pupils, looking quite frightening. His gaze effortlessly bypassed the hundreds of figures in the park and landed delicately on several thick books that Sun Qian had tossed aside. During this process, no one else noticed except for Meng Yi, who looked around with slight confusion. The Divine Codex. Metaphysics. Su Mingcheng seemed to be seeing Li Hao like this for the first time, leaning in to observe closely. When Li Hao withdrew his gaze, he saw a large face sticking close to him and couldn't help but slap it away. What the hell are you doing? Su Mingcheng nimbly dodged and pointed at his eyes. I've seen you like this before. Let me think. Isn't your god called the all-seeing eye? Li Hao let out a cold grunt. Su Mingcheng took a sip of his drink and chuckled. No wonder you always wear sunglasses. You're afraid of seeing something you shouldn't, right? Are the sunglasses inscribed with a barrier array? Is it magic or divine art? Li Hao put on the sunglasses and stood up. The formless Bone King isn't exactly a god with a heavy curiosity, right? You keep an eye on them. I'm heading to the library. No way. Su Mingcheng spat out the straw. What are you going to the library for? The Dawn Judgment has us keeping an eye on Meng Yi. Li Hao spoke coldly. Just watching the other side is easy enough. Do I really need to be here? After saying that, he left without looking back. Su Mingcheng didn't mind continuing to watch the people in the park, but these people are truly boring. They even organized everyone to introduce themselves to each other, and he felt like dozing off. Our Lord wants us to be loving. It's not just talk but needs to be put into action. Let's get to know each other first. Sun Qian was now very enthusiastic, while Meng Yi, to be honest, he was a bit tired. Who would like such a boring team-building exercise? But these people happened to eat this up. Everyone seemed a bit excited and were very curious, as if this was an experience they had never had before. As everyone started, Sun Qian leaned close to Meng Yi and whispered, this method I learned from the library. She proudly flipped open a book titled, How to Build a High Cohesion Team. Meng Yi didn't know what expression to wear. A lot of knowledge from the old era has become waste paper. No one cares for it. Except for those peculiar pseudo-gods, gods. Sun Qian's demeanor was spirited. If you ask me, our Lord would definitely like these. The covenant requires us to be loving. Isn't unity also a form of love? Meng Yi sighed inwardly. Rest assured your god doesn't like it. However, looking at the fervent hundreds of followers, he had to admit that these things were quite useful. It just felt like the atmosphere was a bit off. The solemn religious occasion suddenly felt skewed. He absent-mindedly dealt with Sun Qian while concentrating on observing his surroundings. Just now there was a strange feeling as if a gaze had passed by him. The more Meng Yi felt this way, the more Sun Qian secretly rejoiced. This graced one posed no threat to her. No wonder the god summoned her to the high platform alone. It seems he had anticipated this. Sun Qiun took a brief glance at Meng Yi, noticing that he had quite a skill when he fought against the Judgment Office last night, looking very strong in combat ability. Soon his gaze met Su Mingqing's. The latter was first taken aback, then raised his drink cup, slightly gesturing to Meng Yi. Immediately Sun Qiun felt ashamed and silently repented in her heart. Our Lord, I have sinned. I shouldn't belittle my companions in the dark. I must remember the covenant. She finally warned herself sternly, it's just different roles. Absolutely must not be arrogant. Meng Yi was now quite pleased that Sun Qiun no longer bothered him, allowing him to focus more on searching for the source of that strange feeling he sensed earlier. Soon his gaze met Su Mingqing's. The latter was first taken aback, then raised his drink cup, slightly gesturing to Meng Yi. It was that unkillable cockroach from yesterday. Meng Yi immediately recognized him, patting Sun Qiun and subtly nodding in that direction. That person Su Mingqing is watching us, is that okay? Sun Qiun obviously knew these people long ago, and Meng Yi naturally asked for her opinion, as he was quite unfamiliar with the Judgment Office. She glanced up carelessly and said, no need to worry. With so many of us gathered, the Judgment Office will definitely pay attention. She smiled and turned, I told you the Dawn Judgment officials have already seen it. There's no issue. Oh. Meng Yi nodded, contemplating, could he be here to see you? Meng Yi cleared his throat, aren't you supposed to go to the punishment office later? Could it be that he's here to monitor? He didn't utter the words execution, because he noticed Sun Qiun's face suddenly turned grim. It seems she fears the punishment office greatly. For the next while both of them began to lose focus. The hundreds of followers were quite spirited, finally finishing the team building. Sun Qiun perked up and organized everyone for the final prayer. Our Lord the Crimson King, you are the eternal and indestructible redemption. May our loyalty transform into the brilliant starlight upon your crown. Meng Yi was quite impressed by this, such phrases all in a row, he could never come up with. Then Sun Qiun announced that this fundraising amounted to 183,400 yuan. This amount of money certainly wouldn't be enough to buy this park from the arbitration committee, but it was a good start. Just thinking about having to go to the punishment office made her a bit frown. The followers began to disperse reluctantly, and Meng Yi spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was that guy who was looking for seafood in the morning. It seems the previous preaching action had some effect. Meng Yi envisioned the day when he would have thousands of followers. This was indeed a good start. However, watching the other party turn and leave, he had no intention of approaching for a deeper understanding, which made him somewhat helpless. Sigh. The two sighed almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances. What's wrong with you? Sigh. They continued to speak at the same time. Sun Qiun irritatedly threw the money box at Meng Yi, and instead picked up a thick stack of books. Accompany me to the punishment office. Meng Yi was still weighing how heavy his money was, feeling a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Sun Qiun gritted her teeth. I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk later. Meng Yi carried the money-filled case. 18,000 credits, light enough, yet his curiosity ran deeper. By the way, does Jinggan City have banks? You know what a bank is? Sun Qiun turned her head and glanced at him, faintly surprised. Is that something one shouldn't know? Not exactly, she shook her head. Ordinary citizens rarely encounter them. Banks are located exclusively in the inner district, serving primarily divine grace-bearers and corporate finance departments. Meng Yi recalled his former monthly income of 2,000 credits. Hardly enough to warrant opening a bank account. In Fortress City, housing was allocated solely by the housing administration. Private purchase or sale was impossible. Even personal vehicles were non-existent. Saving money held little practical value for most people. He glanced upward. Though nothing was visible, everyone knew an electromagnetic barrier hung overhead. The city's technology appeared highly advanced, yet daily life struck Meng Yi as eerily reminiscent of the last century before his world's collapse. He replied offhandedly, I'm fascinated by the old era. That was real living. Seeing Sun Qiun's astonishment, he added, my father told me about it. The old era ended only 30 years ago. Many still remember it well. Her eyes lit up. May I meet him? I'm deeply curious about that time. Clutching a thick stack of books, she could barely conceal her excitement. Few people today speak of those days. He's gone. Oh, Meng Yi didn't ask about her parents. No need to. He already knew. Over 80% of the old era's population had perished during the Great Cataclysm. A silence fell between them, until Meng Yi suddenly sensed someone trailing them. His brow furrowed. He quickened his pace. Sun Qiun assumed he was angry and hurried to explain. I didn't mean to. Meng Yi turned back as if continuing their conversation. It's fine. While his gaze swept sharply behind them. 3 figures. One was Su Mingqing sauntering lazily behind them. The other 2 were broad-shouldered men with coarse, brutal features. Their malice unmistakable. They moved with unnerving vigilance, skillfully evading Meng Yi's glances. He pivoted smoothly to walk beside Sun Qiun and murmured, voice calm and unshaken. We're being followed. I told you, the Judgment Bureau. Wait, who? Su Mingqing. Sun Qiun relaxed, only to hear Meng Yi add, and 2 others, clearly not affiliated with him. You were once a divine grace-bearer. What's your instinct here? Sun Qiun opened her mouth. But what instinct could she possibly have? Were they drawn by the sum of money in their hands? Or had some organization taken note of their gathering? She had always been ordinary law-abiding. Then she remembered Suo Mingqing's presence and hesitated. The Judgment Bureau is nearby. We should be safe. Meng Yi shook his head inwardly. Relying on others was never his way. Would preemptive action be deemed a violation of Fortress City's order by the Judgment Bureau? Without drawing attention, he tore a sliver of flesh from his own thigh, condensed it into a blood matter grenade, dropped it onto the ground, and kicked dust over it. He'd test them soon, leaving himself a contingency. After all, Suo Mingqing was watching. If those two truly attacked, Meng Yi doubted he'd stand idle. Sun Qiun inhaled sharply. Doesn't it hurt? Of course it does. Meng Yi replied absently, his focus entirely fixed on the figures behind them. Then why? Her brows nodded. You just tore off a piece of your own flesh. And didn't even flinch? Inside she marveled, no wonder he was chosen for combat. She asked cautiously, you really were an ordinary person before? Meng Yi's expression flickered. Something had felt wrong since last night. At first he'd been frantic upon arrival, but then calmed with unnatural speed, fighting Judgment Bureau agents, killing in the dead of night. He felt no revulsion, no hesitation. Worst of all was this flesh magic. He could mutilate himself without blinking, casting spells with chilling composure. Was this still him? He'd never even slaughtered a chicken before. Was it the Crimson Mist Realm's influence? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's innate, he murmured uncertainly. Sun Qiun nodded firmly. That must be it. No time to dwell. He silently calculated the distance behind them, then whirled around. Suo Mingqing stood near the buried blood grenade, his expression unreadable. He pointed at himself, locking eyes with Meng Yi, his lone eye filled with probing intensity. Meng Yi's gaze slid past him, scanning the street. It was work hours. Only a few scattered pedestrians lingered. The two hulking men had vanished. Suo Mingqing drained the rest of his drink and hurled the cup to the ground with a sharp, resentful crack. Listen here. His face twisted with simmering fury, the savage aura returning full force. Did you plan to ambush me? Meng Yi sighed wearily and walked forward. The buried flesh stirred, parted, the dirt flowed up his pant leg, and remerged seamlessly into his thigh. Didn't you notice two thick-set men? Meng Yi pointed toward where they'd concealed themselves. Right there. And there. Besides you, those two stalked us the entire way. Suo Mingqing blinked, then shook his head stunned. Sun Qiun approached slowly, arms laden with books, a cold smile playing on her lips. Judgment Bureau agents. Your vigilance leaves much to be desired. Suo Mingqing surprisingly now praised Meng Kid. You've got sharp senses. So you did notice. Do you know them? Who are they? Any idea why they're tailing us? Meng Yi pressed urgently. Suo Mingqing scratched his neck awkwardly. Didn't see them. Then why praise him so lavishly? Meng Yi was utterly baffled, until Suo Mingqing explained. In this age, ill-intentioned people swarm like flies. If I stayed alert every second, I'd get nothing else done. Generally speaking, if they take no action, ignore them. He pulled out a handful of nut-like snacks, tossed them into his mouth, and crunched loudly. You just finished a gathering. Whether it's that cache or the hundreds who attended, plenty will take interest. Rest easy. Once they realize you're both divine grace-bearers, they'll abandon any such notions. Meng Yi's gaze swept the street again. He did not believe a word of it. It wasn't heightened senses. He trusted his intuition, his premonition far more. That sensation defied description, yet he knew with absolute certainty those two men's attention had been fixed solely on them, not on anything else. He turned to Sun Qiun, his expression grave. Could it be someone from your past? She shook her head decisively. I've made no enemies. If I had, I'd have been dead within days of losing my divine grace. A storm of thoughts churned in Meng Yi's mind. Not her. Then him. In other words, because of the Crimson King. Meng Yi could only sigh in helplessness. No matter how many questions crowded his mind, the two figures had vanished in an instant without leaving a trace. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that it had been the arrival of the Xinghong Ji Wang. Neither Sun Qiun nor he had enemies. Meng Yi's brow knit. Judging from the 9th rank Shenin killed last night, the ratio of believers to 9th rank boon power had been 7-1. He had arrived with 324 believers. Converted, that amounted to at least 47 portions of 9th rank boon power. If those powers were not intrinsic to the Hanggu Kongjian, but were plundered from the deity originally contacted by last night's ritual, the other side could not possibly have missed it. Today's gathering was tantamount to announcing their presence. The name of the Xinghong Jiwang must have been noticed. Meng Yi felt tears sting with helplessness. His understanding of the Hanggu Kongjian's function had been nothing but conjecture. He had no way to be certain of any of this. It was only after being trailed by those two that ideas began to form. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to this afternoon's meeting. Could those two be disciples sent by the very deity that the ritual had originally contacted last night? Sun Qiun watched the shifting expression on his face with bewilderment. What's wrong with you? Meng Yi returned to himself. Nothing. He nodded at Suo Mingqing and turned to leave. That the people from Kaijusi had been following him all along suddenly felt like a stroke of good fortune. On the way, Meng Yi kept a discreet vigil. Sun Qiun grew increasingly pale as they neared the Xingfa Sea. Her face darkened with every step. The Xingfa Sea sat on the border between the inner and outer city, within the 6th district. The walk from the park at the heart of the street had taken them only a short while. Standing outside the Xingfa Sea building, Sun Qiun drew a slow breath. Her complexion had a faint ashen cast and her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. If I haven't come out in half an hour, you go in and take me away. Meng Yi looked the place over. Aside from its well-maintained facade, it bore little distinction from other buildings. Was she really that afraid? To avoid exacerbating Sun Qiun, he could only nod and accept the stack of books from her. In a low voice he said, "Don't worry." Sun Qiun dragged reluctant feet toward the gate. The moment she approached, several people burst forth from inside, overly effusive, jostling to tout themselves to her. "Lady, come to be punished. Pick me as your executioner. I'm gentle, it won't hurt a bit. Ignore him, he's a pervert. Choose me. Women won't mistreat women." "Ha! I'll just say it, I am not a sheninja." Sun Qiun immediately chose the last man. Meng Yi watched the scene with a sense of absurdity. It was an eye-opener. He had not expected that an institution dedicated to punishing sheninja would still contain non-sheninja among its ranks. Suo Mingcheng stood not far off, unabashed, stuffing various snacks into his mouth. Meng Yi lifted the case and the books and hurried over to him. He set the items at Suo Mingcheng's feet and asked, "I saw Sun Qiun looking terrified. Are the Xingfa Sea formidable?" A rare glint passed through Suo Mingcheng's single eye. This fellow was unusually forward. He had asked questions on the road and now spoke with no deference. "We're close. Do you know which god I follow? Would I harm you?" Meng Yi's thinking was simple. Since the man had followed them, why not ask? Besides, he had left the other man coated in blood last night. He felt no real fear in his heart. Suo Mingcheng spat fruit peel and chuckled. "You can't gauge the Xingfa Sea by simple measures of strength. Put it this way. You have no idea what kind of perverts you might encounter inside." Meng Yi nodded, half comprehending. Given what had witnessed that morning, if Suo Mingcheng labeled someone a pervert, it surely meant something significant. Meng Yi was exasperated. So where did Li Hao go? Impressive kid. Suo Mingcheng admired him. Having been uncovered, he dropped pretense. Kaijusi did not hide its actions after all. Suo Mingcheng's face twisted oddly. Not a sheninja. Then that's trouble. Ha! If an executioner is not a sheninja, he will strive harder in his punishments to please the deity and win its favor. This woman. She thought herself clever. In truth, she's foolish. Meng Yi could only pray silently for Sun Qiun. This was bad. Would she truly be rendered helpless? He turned back to Suo Mingcheng and asked with curiosity, "Why have you been following us?" Suo Mingcheng would not answer plainly. He replied offhand, "There were many puzzles last night. We must pay extra attention." Meng Yi caught the use of the word "we" and paused. Suo Mingcheng did not seem particularly vigilant, so Meng Yi pressed, "Who else is there besides you?" Suo Mingcheng feigned shock. "How did you know there were others? You noticed." He then adopted a pondering air. "No. That's not right. If you recognized him, you wouldn't ask that." Meng Yi was exasperated. "So where did Li Hao go?" "Impressive kid." Suo Mingcheng admired him. Having been uncovered, he dropped pretense. Kaijusi did not hide its actions after all. "He went to the library. I don't know what for." "The library?" Meng Yi had not expected that answer and looked puzzled. As for Li Hao, having been gone so long, it was unlikely he simply stayed in the library the whole time. After borrowing the 2 books, he had seen Li Hao went straight to the Kaijusi headquarters and found Fuxiao Caijue. He solemnly relayed that afternoon's discoveries. "So this god's name is peculiar." The room was bright. Fuxiao Caijue lay on a bed, while a figure in a white coat prepared a transfusion. Li Hao stepped aside to make it easier for the medic to hang the blood bag and nodded. "Yes, I've already recorded it." The medic inserted the needle into the adjudicator's withered hand and warned, "If you can avoid moving, do so. There are not many condemned still allocated to replenish your vitality. Use them sparingly." Fuxiao Caijue smiled and nodded. His sunny, handsome face retained a pleasing warmth. When the medic excused himself, Li Hao retrieved the notes he had prepared that afternoon and handed them to the adjudicator on the bed. Fuxiao Caijue took the paper with his unbanded hand and scanned the few lines written upon it with care. Li Hao looked puzzled at one side. Generally, deities do not possess such convoluted names. Moreover, they tend to care more about the deeds of their believers, whether those deeds align with the deity's preferences. He paused, then added, "To descend such a shengyu, that act is far too strange." Fuxiao Caijue stared at the final entry, recording the establishment of a shengtang, and asked in a low voice, "Was the shengtang established at the deity's command?" "No. It seems Sun Qiun devised that herself." Also, Li Hao picked up the 2 books head left on the table. Fuxiao Caijue's gaze shifted. Shinpu metaphysics. The varieties of religious experience. An odd expression crossed his sunny face. Religion. As far as I know, since the advent of the new era, all attempts to establish religions have failed. He frowned tightly. Gods do not favor organized religion. Dawn Judgment frowned as he gazed at the slender sheet of paper in his hand and said, "We may attempt to deduce certain truths from this deity's name. After all, divine names are invariably tied to their domains and powers." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my thinking, and I conducted a preliminary analysis before arriving." Dawn Judgment turned his gaze toward him expectantly. "Do share it." "Very well." Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses and spoke with calm precision. "The Crimson King. Crimson evokes bloodshed and peril. King signifies dominion. This deity likely embodies raw violence and overwhelming power. The ever-shifting sovereign of countless powers. Does this denote capricious, unfathomable authority, or rather cunning adaptability? In any case, this interpretation holds compelling intrigue. The eternal incarnation of the sanctuary of redemption, Your Honor. This, I believe, bears far greater significance for us." Leaning forward, Li Hao pointed directly at the recorded covenant on the page. "The Lamb of the Divine shall love one another." I posit that this deity, like those of order, justice, or light, carries profoundly positive symbolism, redemption itself. Though his methods elude my comprehension, they surely stand in stark contrast to those of orthodox deities who revel solely in destruction, gore, or corruption. He concluded, "Thus he appears to be a god of redemption who venerates violence and thrives upon mercurial ingenuity." Dawn Judgment nodded. "I largely concur, with one exception." He cleared his throat twice. "A divine name never lies, but redemption must be scrutinized with utmost caution. Salvation is redemption, annihilation of all things is also redemption." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "Yet there is the covenant." The arbiter gave a faint knowing smile. "It commands his followers to love one another, not necessarily all beings. On this matter, no degree of vigilance is excessive." Dawn Judgment studied the final phrase, "Proclaim my name," with quiet puzzlement. Does this deity delight in the proclamation of his own name? Li Hao opened a nearby tome and slowly shook his head. "I believe this phrase signifies the expansion of his faithful. Yet many will inevitably misinterpret it." Dawn Judgment studied the final phrase, "Proclaim my name," with quiet puzzlement. Does this deity delight in the proclamation of his own name? Finally, he instructed gravely, "Observe closely still. Should this deity truly embody redemption, his chosen ones may prove pivotal to humanity. By the way, where is Suo Mingcheng?" Li Hao retrieved the paper from the arbiter's hand and replied, "I tasked Suo Mingcheng with shadowing Meng Yi, and Shen I returned alone." "You assigned Suo Mingcheng to monitor them, alone?" Dawn Judgment's expression shifted instantly. Li Hao blinked in surprise. "Is there an issue? He is hardly a novice enforcer." For a moment Dawn Judgment was speechless, then urged urgently, "Return at once. Suo Mingcheng has no filter whatsoever." Li Hao hastily gathered the volumes. Counting last night, this marked only his second joint assignment with Suo Mingcheng. He had no inkling of such habits. By the time he reached the park entrance, the crowd had long since dispersed. With no choice, he removed his sunglasses and meticulously traced faint ground markings onward. Along the way, he made an intriguing discovery: 2 others had followed the same path, but veered off midway toward unknown destinations. Their capabilities remained unknown. Li Hao would not pursue them alone. He resolved to regroup with Suo Mingcheng first, then investigate together. Yet, there they were. Suo Mingcheng and Meng Yi crouched side by side outside the Punishment Bureau headquarters, conversing animatedly, as if sharing old friends' gossip. Li Hao winced inwardly. What manner of surveillance was this? Li Hao approached with a grimace. "What's so delightful you're grinning like fools?" Suo Mingcheng grinned back. "Ever heard of cinema? The art form of the old era?" He began, then trailed off into silence. Sensing danger, Meng Yi coughed dryly. "Merely casual conversation. No inquiries into your internal affairs." Li Hao pressed no further. Sighing, he clapped Suo Mingcheng's shoulder. "Something urgent has arisen." "What is it?" Suo Mingcheng rose and fell into step beside him. Li Hao snorted coldly. "Last night you bled from every wound. Yet you bear no grudge." "That was mere surprise. That brat's at most rank 8. I'm rank 7, subduing him would be effortless." Was that truly the crux? Li Hao shook his head inwardly, then shifted to the matter at hand. 2 others trailed you here. I found traces. Come with me. We'll examine them together." "Meng Yi already told me," Suo Mingcheng waved dismissively. "They vanished in an instant. No need to fret over them. Probably after their fortune." Li Hao shot him a withering glance. Last night's ritual had yielded bizarre effects. Even Dawn Judgment had speculated 2 deities might have manifested. He found nothing surprising about it. No wonder the arbiter lacked confidence in leaving him unattended. Apparently Suo Mingcheng's longevity owed entirely to extraordinary regenerative resilience. Though Li Hao's pursuit of the pair's trail ended abruptly after only a few steps, Li Hao's expression shifted subtly. Turning to Suo Mingcheng, whose mouth never ceased moving, he said, "Resume surveillance on Meng Yi. I suspect someone will seek him tonight." "Tonight? Will there be a fight?" Suo Mingcheng's lone eye gleamed. Li Hao sighed resigned. Yes, indeed. By the time they returned, Shen had emerged from the Punishment Bureau. Meng Yi hurried forward, relieved to see she could still walk. Then without warning Sun Qiun stared blankly at him, before collapsing limply to the ground. What? Meng Yi's jaw dropped. Was the effect truly so immediate? From afar Su Mingqing chuckled wickedly to Li Hao. Told you. She's clever only in appearance. She chose an executioner utterly devoid of divine grace. Li Hao cast him a discreet, disdainful glance. Meng Yi knelt and gently slapped Sun Qiun's cheeks. Her flesh magic ensured no wounds would remain, but what torments she endured remained unclear. In half an hour she'd deteriorated this severely. He draped her arm across his shoulder. Fortunately she retained unconscious mobility. Then stripping off his long robe, he haphazardly bundled the chest and books within it. With one arm supporting Sun Qiun, and the other gripping the bundle, he staggered unevenly along the rutted road toward his home. He had no choice. The hour grew late. Soon night would fall, unleashing demons and specters alike. To linger on the streets with Sun Qiun, a liability, would be perilous folly. Meng Yi sighed inwardly. Thankfully his physical fortitude had vastly improved, or otherwise, he doubted he could have managed the journey at all. This wretched fortress city didn't even possess public transit. Why had Sun Qiun gone to the punishment bureau at such a vulnerable hour? Knowing full well she might collapse, was she truly that trusting of the covenant? Then again perhaps it was reasonable. Mortals in this world obeyed divine edicts without question. Still, was this deity not in fact the kindest among all gods? Meng Yi supported Sun Qiun's arm, and let out a long silent sigh. Regardless, carrying a stunning woman who appeared mentally disoriented down the street drew more than a few knowing glances. The good news was that those glances never progressed beyond mere observation. The bad news was equally stark. The baseline moral standard of this world was alarmingly low. No one stepped forward to intervene, not even to ask a single question. You could at least report it to the Judicial Bureau. No, nothing at all. Indifference, standing aloof from others' affairs, was the fundamental behavioral code of ordinary people here. Meng Yi found it difficult to comprehend if everyone behaved this way, what foundation sustained official institutions like the Adjudication Bureau. Without mutual trust, cooperation became impossible. By the time he reached the building where he lived, dusk was settling in. The streets had grown dim and deserted. Only a faint breeze stirred fine grains of sand across the pavement. Meng Yi hesitated. The stairwell was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and he was now burdened with both a heavy parcel and the unconscious Sun Qiun. How could he possibly manage? Should he toss the money outside first, drag Sun Qiun inside, then descend again? But what if it vanished? Reversing the order was equally unwise. Left in her current state she might be robbed, or worse, harvested. After brief deliberation Meng Yi seized upon a solution. He hoisted the parcel in his left hand and gripped Sun Qiun's ponytail with his right, dragging her clumsily up the stairs toward the second floor. Dragging by the feet risked knocking her head. Dragging by the arms offered little control. This was the only viable option. Though mindful of pulling out her hair, he extended a sliver of living flesh from his right hand to secure her ponytail. He wondered what methods the Punishment Bureau employed. Sun Qiun remained utterly unresponsive after so long. With a dull thud, he dropped her onto the bare wooden bed. Her impeccably tailored black suit dress was now grimy and badly creased. Meng Yi brushed his hands together. Finally done. In his former life, sharing a room with such a beautiful unconscious woman would have inevitably stirred fantasies, if not outright transgressions. Yet now he felt no such impulse. If his afternoon suspicion held true, that the two men tailing him were indeed dispatched by last night's injured god, then tonight would certainly offer no peace. There was still much to do. As twilight deepened, Meng Yi hurried downstairs and planted several concealed traps of living flesh, from the building's ground floor entrance all the way up to his own door. This time he did not fashion them merely as explosive devices. Several were subtle delaying enchantments. He'd grown disturbingly adept at tearing free fragments of his own flesh. Clearly the Crimson Mist realm was altering him imperceptibly yet profoundly. And inside the apartment too, Meng Yi lit a candle and concealed a piece of living flesh behind the window pane. Within the cramped 30 square meter room, he scattered no fewer than 5 additional fragments of his flesh. He looked noticeably thinner. Glancing at Sun Qiun still motionless and vacanted on the bed, he stepped forward and lightly slapped her cheek. 2 people standing together stood a far better chance than one alone. Still unresponsive, his right hand morphed into a blade of living flesh and he slashed deeply across her forearm. Careful not to stab, for a 9th-tier flesh artifice spell likely could not regenerate such deep trauma. Sun Qiun emitted an involuntary moan, but remained unconscious. What a wretched fate. Meng Yi hurried to the bathroom, cupped water in his palms and splashed it across her face. Yet still no sign of awakening. With no other recourse, he dragged the bed inward away from the window. After a moment's pause, he slid Sun Qiun beneath it. Since you refuse to awaken, your survival is now left to fate. Should battle erupt, I'll do my utmost to shield you from its reach. Meng Yi sighed, stowed the parcel in the wardrobe, blew out the candle, and lay fully clothed upon the bed, waiting in silent vigil. He fervently hoped his suspicions were wrong, or otherwise the coming days would bring anything but tranquility. How long passed he could not tell. Drowsiness had nearly claimed him. Then tap. A faint, delicate sound jolted his eyes wide open. The windowsill. He rolled slightly onto his side, squinting into the gloom. Though visibility was poor, moonlight silhouetted the curtain, its shadow trembling ever so slightly. An illusion. A breeze stirred, setting the shadow into gentle oscillation. Someone had arrived, yet made no sound beyond that subtle tremor. Meng Yi's mind raced. His knowledge of divine grace-bearers was scant. He couldn't predict their abilities' invisibility. Phasing through solid matter, anything was possible. Caution then, above all else. Boom! An explosion erupted at the window, shattering glass in every direction. Shards rained across Meng Yi's body, embedding themselves in his skin. Meng Yi sprang upright. Whip, whip, whip. Serpentine tendrils surged violently through the broken window, lashing toward the bed. Moonlight revealed their grotesque truth. Many had been severed in the blast, now writhing and spasming unervingly across the floor. As Meng Yi leapt aside, another deafening crash shook the door, followed instantly by a searing fireball bursting through the barrier and hurtling into the room. Meng Yi had not been facing the door directly. The fireball slammed instead into the wall, gouging a deep circular crater. A startled cry echoed from the neighboring apartment. Amidst the flickering flames, Meng Yi saw clearly. The convulsing tendrils on the floor were in fact fleshy tentacles. The intact tentacles lunged toward Meng Yi beside the bed. From outside the window came a voice, cold and venomous: "Thief who stole my lord's power. We detected your flesh bombs this afternoon." Meng Yi sidestepped sharply. The assailant's techniques bore unmistakable hallmarks of flesh artifice sorcery. Good thing he'd prepared traps in advance. At his mental command, 2 flesh fragments embedded in the room shot toward the window, where a figure clung to the frame, half climbing in. One fragment pierced the intruder's torso, burrowing relentlessly toward his heart. The other detonated violently. Simultaneously, the figure hurled back a flesh bomb of his own. The twin explosions occurred almost simultaneously, yet their force diverged sharply. Meng Yi's bomb, meticulously primed, proved far more devastating. The figure was hurled backward with a choked grunt and a stunned exclamation. 8th tier? 8th? 9th? Meng Yi dared not draw breath. The tentacles recoiled as the figure vanished from the window, but someone still remained outside the door. At that instant, the second intruder vaulted into the room and flung another fireball. But Meng Yi had already seeded the doorway with living flesh. It pierced the man's soul, then surged upward along his leg, causing him to recoil in panic. "My leg! Stop your damned ritual! Help me!" Clearly more than one assailant waited outside. As the fireball streaked toward him, Meng Yi dropped low with uncanny agility. His combat prowess now terrifyingly formidable. His instincts and reflexes were those of a veteran warrior forged in countless battles. He evaded the blast, but the wardrobe behind him did not. It exploded outward, scattering coins and thick leather-bound books across the floor, all instantly ignited. Meng Yi cried out in anguish, "My money!" A delicate fist punched upward from beneath the bed, shattering its frame, and an equally pained voice followed. "My books!" A shriek tore from outside the window. "My hand!" Then Suo Mingxing's voice thundered in thick with fury, "My spoils!" Meng Yi was filled with astonishment upon hearing Suo Mingxing's voice. Why was the Adjudication Bureau taking such keen interest in him? The thought vanished in an instant. He abruptly hauled Chen Qiyun to her feet and lunged toward the door, shouting over his shoulder, "Enemies! Outside!" That fireball could be hurled at any moment. Remaining trapped inside this cramped room would be sheer folly. Even if 2 adversaries waited beyond the threshold, he had no choice but to strike first. Outside, residual flesh still lingered. Once he confirmed their positions, he could respond decisively. And indeed, a fragment of his flesh had already adhered to one of them. A calm voice echoed down the corridor, "Adjudication Bureau business. Uninvolved parties remain inside your rooms." Meng Yi instantly recognized its owner, Li Hao. He burst through the doorway to find 2 men clad in crimson robes standing frozen in place. One already bearing his flesh, now creeping upward from ankle to waist. Li Hao had removed his sunglasses without warning, or his unervingly pale sclerodominant eyes swiveled independently, one fixed on each man in the hallway. Only when his peripheral vision caught Meng Yi's sudden emergence did he hastily shut his eyes. "What are you doing out here?" He lacked the Dawn Adjudicator's immunity. Gazing directly at Meng Yi might well cost him his life. Meng Yi was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the 2 crimson-robed men regained mobility. The first let out a guttural shriek and hurled a searing flame toward his own abdomen. The second slammed his foot hard against the floor. A brilliant radiance erupted from his soul, flooding the entire corridor in an instant. Meng Yi felt his body seize. Every scrap of flesh he deployed there now severed from his awareness. Li Hao had already donned his sunglasses again and charged forward, fist drawn. As the luminous wave swept past him, a faint glow flickered along his sleeve. Unlike Meng Yi, whose movements had slowed, Li Hao appeared wholly unaffected. Meng Yi could sense only the flesh clinging to that man's abdomen. With a single surge of will, he detonated it. Boom! A piercing scream tore from the man's throat as the flame in his hand guttered and died. Li Hao moved with blinding speed, delivering a thunderous punch straight into the crimson-robed man, whose midsection had just exploded in gore. In battle, one always struck the weakest link first. The other remained unharmed and could wait. A sharp crack echoed. The man arched backward, blood spurting from his mouth. The second man meanwhile reached into his coat and hurled a circular disc onto the floor. Crackling violently, arcs of electricity surged across the corridor. Everyone, including the thrower, was instantly paralyzed. It was an indiscriminate assault. Meng Yi was baffled. Why unleash paralysis on everyone at such a moment? Shouldn't he have fled instead? Was this a contingency plan? No light flared along Li Hao's sleeve this time. It seemed the ability could only be used once. As for the disc thrower, his shirt pocket exploded under the electrical surge. He regained mobility, immune to the current, and immediately reached out to touch his comrade, his palm shimmering with faint azure light. Panic seized Meng Yi. Paralyzed, he knew it would spell disaster if the man fully recovered. Several fireballs would follow in quick succession. Bang! A deafening gunshot erupted right behind his ear. The firewielder's head exploded like a shattered watermelon. Bang! A second shot targeted the other crimson-robed man, who twisted aside, only to have his arm obliterated by the bullet. His arm shattered instantly. At the doorway stood Chen Qiun. By then both Meng Yi and Li Hao had also regained movement. They advanced in tandem, one clenched fist leading the other's hand, transforming into a long, sinuous blade of living flesh, both striking the last crimson-robed man, who clutched his severed limb and screamed. Meng Yi bellowed, "Leave him alive. We need answers." His flesh blade slashed toward the man's remaining arm. Li Hao too had questions, and deliberately aimed his blow away from vital organs. The final assailant collapsed, writhing in agony. Suo Mingqing's voice emanated from within the room. He must have entered through the window. What rotten luck. Only one person downstairs. I misjudged the situation. Chen Qiun's face remained pallid, but sensing the immediate danger had passed, she whirled and rushed toward the burning books. Slapping frantically at the flames, she murmured, "My books! My precious books!" Meng Yi's expression darkened. He shoved past the obstructing Suo Mingqing at the doorway and lunged for the chest. Damn it! Amid frantic scrambling, the money remained unscathed, though the chest itself was ablaze. Chen Qiun cradled the charred remains of her books, her face grim. How on earth will I explain this to the library? She turned, glaring venomously at the groaning crimson-robed man. Meng Yi interjected, "The one who set the fire is already dead." Her expression softened slightly. "That gun of yours packs quite a punch." Meng Yi glanced at the silver revolver lying near Chen Qiun's feet. She retrieved it and tucked it somewhere unseen. "I modified it myself." She raised her right hand, flesh receding to reveal a rust-pitted mechanical prosthetic. "The deity I once worshipped, the so-called Iron Creator." Understanding dawned upon Meng Yi. Outside, Suo Mingqing and Li Hao were already crouched before the last crimson-robed man, wielding flashlight-like devices as they began their interrogation. "Why target Meng Yi? If I'm not mistaken, you're followers of the Blood Essence Cult Lord?" Li Hao asked, genuinely curious. "I simply don't understand." Meng Yi stood silently behind them, committing the name Blood Essence Cult Lord to memory. The crimson-robed man, both arms severed, panted heavily and glared at Meng Yi with a sneer. "Thief." "Oh." Li Hao glanced back at Meng Yi, then turned again. "Pray elaborate." He added coolly, "Cooperate, and we won't send you to the Punishment Bureau." Even in his maimed state, the man paled at the mention of the Punishment Bureau. Nothing more to say. Just a heretic who stole the divine power of our Lord. He spat another mocking laugh at Meng Yi. "To worship such a false god. You truly are pitiful." Li Hao's expression hardened into grave severity. "A false god? That is an exceedingly grave accusation. False gods are defined above all by their capacity to devour the powers of true deities." His voice rang with unmistakable authority. "Think carefully before you speak again." Meng Yi's mind raced. So his arrival in this world had involved seizing the power of some deity. The Blood Essence Cult Lord. His flesh magic bore uncanny resemblance to that wielded by one of his foes. Random selection. Was the Blood Essence Cult Lord a deity commanding 3 distinct magics? Faced with accusations of being a false god, he could not allow that title to stick. Not if the Crimson King's faith was to survive, lest it become hunted like vermin. He would not leave the matter to their reckless tongues. Stepping past Li Hao before the man could react, Meng Yi thrust forth a slender tendril of living flesh, piercing the crimson-robed man's eye. The man's words choked off in his throat. Li Hao shot upright. Meng Yi's face was stone cold as he ground out between clenched teeth, "You shall not blaspheme a god." Chen Qiun stood by the doorway, nodding in firm agreement. Suo Mingqing raised his flashlight in surprise, aiming the beam at Meng Yi. So decisive. Without waiting for Meng Yi to respond, Chen Qiun folded her arms behind him and scoffed coldly. "Those who slander our sovereign must die." She nodded approvingly at Meng. "Well done." Li Hao glanced down at the slain crimson-robed figure, his expression calm as he said, "Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave." Another anticlimactic resolution. Meng Yi frowned. The Judgment Bureau's attitude toward him was deeply peculiar. Last night, the Judicator had let him go with startling ease. Today, facing accusations of heresy against a deity, Li Hao had again raised the issue only to dismiss it lightly. What was truly going on? Suo Mingqing strode forward with an odd, unsettling grin. Bone blades extended from his hands as he crouched beside the corpse and looked up at Meng Yi, mind stepping aside. Meng Yi stepped back 2 paces. What was he about to do? Suaming Chang drove his bone blade toward the corpse's skull. Flesh and blood erupted violently. Meng Yi instinctively turned his head away. Suaming Chang spoke, eyes gleaming with excitement. A little hobby. Harvesting trophies. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao inside, shaking his head. Pity. The Judicator's authority restrains me. I can't very well harvest my colleague's skull. Li Hao, why not draft me an authorization letter? When you die, your skull belongs to me. Otherwise, after you're gone, it'll just be squandered on those dead devotees. Even Li Hao, normally impassive and stoic, couldn't help but retort, exasperated. How about you sign me an authorization? Your eyeballs go to me when you die. Suaming Chang kept working without pause, utterly unconcerned. Done. Li Hao finally snapped, get lost. I told you last night. My god doesn't want eyeballs. Meng Yi interjected curiously. Then what does your god desire? Li Hao gave no answer. Only strode coldly downstairs. Suaming Chang held aloft a smooth, gleaming skull, examining it closely under the flashlight's beam, his face alight with fervor. He glanced at the second corpse. Its skull shattered, and shook his head sorrowfully, murmuring offhandedly, that one's god demands exceedingly strange offerings. At least for now, he feels no dread. Dread? Meng Yi asked, puzzled. Yes, dread, terror, fear. None of it exists within him. At that, Suaming Chang tapped the pristine skull in his palm. My god desires none of that either. Trophies are his delight. He pointed to his eye patch. This is what my god requires. He shrugged indifferently. If I continue pleasing him this way, I suppose I'll eventually become nothing but a skeleton. Heh. Suaming Chang winked with his lone remaining right eye at Meng Yi. Care to guess which part of me has already turned to bone? He didn't wait for an answer. Collecting trophies clearly thrilled him. He continued eagerly, when others see me, a walking skeleton, they'll assume I'm some low-tier undead minion summoned by a death domain deity. But then, heh, praise the formless bone king. He casually pulled out a small cake smeared thick with blood, yet utterly unbothered, shoved it deep into his throat with his fingers and stomped downstairs. Thump, thump, thump. There's still one more outside. By the fading light, Meng Yi gazed silently upon the carnage strewn across the floor. Was this an official divine grace-bearer? He lifted his gaze to Sun Qiun leaning against the doorframe. Bathed only in faint moonlight spilling into the room, her silhouette remained hazy and indistinct. He asked, perplexed, are all official divine grace-bearers like this? What do you mean? Sun Qiun replied, equally baffled. Meng Yi paused, then shook his head. Tell me, what tribute does your former patron, the Iron Artificer, demand? Sun Qiun sighed softly. His followers gradually transformed themselves into machines. Meng Yi's first thought was that it sounded almost reasonable. Flesh was weak after all. Then he recalled the consequences of her abandonment, her rusted, non-functional mechanical right arm. Sun Qiun's expression grew solemn. Therefore, our sovereign is the ultimate redemption. Meng Yi had intended only a perfunctory nod, but paused, then declared with grave reverence, praise redemption. Praise our sovereign, the Crimson King. He could now extol himself without so much as a flush or tremor. Stepping past the carnage, he entered the room. The corpses here required no intervention from him. Neighbors would gladly handle them. Indeed, he sensed hungry, greedy, barely restrained gazes already fixed upon the scene. From nearby rooms, Meng Yi chose a different line of inquiry. Tell me, why did Suaming Chang join the Judgment Bureau? He added, I was once an ordinary man unfamiliar with such matters. What motivates divine grace-bearers to join the Bureau? This time Sun Qiun understood. She stepped aside to let Meng Yi enter the room, where he retrieved and lit a candle, then explained casually, Suaming Chang likely sought legitimacy, to claim trophies openly. Where else offers a more fitting venue than the Judgment Bureau? No need to venture into the wastelands, and the spoils are of exceptional quality. As for others' motives vary widely. Take Xiaofeng Judicator. He worships light. In short, nearly every reason for joining the Bureau ties back to a deity. Holding the candle aloft, Meng Yi watched firelight dance across his face, casting his faint smile in eerie shadowed relief. His tone turned oddly detached. Has no one joined purely of their own volition? Sun Qiun frowned. Another question she found inexplicable. Of one's own volition. She rolled the phrase over slowly, as if only now grasping its meaning. Probably not. At least not that I've ever heard of. Meng Yi chuckled softly, fixing the candle atop the undamaged storage chest. If even official bodies like the Judgment Bureau and Arbitration Committee operated this way, how long could humanity endure? Yet, pragmatically speaking, those devoted to deities of light, justice, or order did seem to labor tirelessly for humanity's collective survival, though their methods remained profoundly unsettling. And in this world, such individuals were surely rare. Like the divine grace-bearer he'd encountered that morning. The one searching for seafood. In this age, where would one even find seafood? Sun Qiun knelt on the floor, cradling the salvaged books to her chest with visible sorrow. I hadn't even read them yet. Meng Yi offered gently. We can borrow them again. Easy to say. You might get blacklisted by the library. Sun Qiun grimaced. And we'll owe a hefty compensation fee. These are relics from the old world after all. Meng Yi shook his head, pouring charred bills from the scorched chest and sorting them methodically. Look on the bright side. At least the donation money survived. Sun Qiun stewed in silence. Outside rustling sounds began. Neighbors were moving in. From inside the room nothing could be seen beyond the doorway. Meng Yi feigned ignorance, turning instead toward Sun Qiun. Why is the Judgment Bureau so fixated on us? Does that make sense? Sun Qiun slowly shook her head. I don't know either. And why would blood essence ritual masters seek us out? Then falsely accuse our sovereign? Madman. Meng Yi's hands stilled midsort. This was no baseless accusation. He glanced toward the door. Darkness concealed many scavengers already gathering. He decided not now. Sun Qiun rose and surveyed the room, then pursed her lips. Your place is far too cramped and run down. Meng Yi's mouth twitched. And whose fault is that? What did Meng Yi's apartment have to do with him? Then Sun Qiun declared magnanimously, Come, stay at my place. Meng Yi whirled around, startled. The divine word commands love thy neighbor. Sun Qiun's expression was solemn, reverent. We are siblings in faith. Is the covenant of the gods really so effective? Sun Qiun casually indicated the empty window and the shattered wardrobe. This place is ruined. Come, stay at my house, it's far more spacious than here. Meng Yi had seen her home through the constellations. It was indeed roomy, and refusing seemed unnecessary. It was not only because this place was uninhabitable, but also to temporarily avoid the followers of Shuyu and Jiju, who surely had their eyes on this house. He quickly gathered the banknotes. The chest that had held the money was beyond use. From the ruins, he fumbled out the robe and rolled it up carelessly. Let's go. Sun Qiun took the few books she could salvage, held them to her chest, nodded, and led the way out. Meng Yi paused at the door, surveyed the small room one last time, then reopened the storage chest, and took with him the faded photograph of the original owner's parents. Having taken another's body, it would be wrong to abandon their last memento. Besides, keeping it would help conceal his identity. Who would simply discard such a sentimental relic? On a silent night, the two walked side by side down an empty avenue. Silence felt odd, so Meng Yi began to make conversation. Is your home in the inner city? No. Sun Qian's pace did not slow. She seemed to hold a poor opinion of the inner city and snorted coldly. There's nothing good about the inner city either. Meng Yi's curiosity was piqued. He asked, slightly intrigued. I heard most of the residents in the inner city are those blessed by the gods, so the infrastructure is better. Why is that? Sun Qian's tone grew odd. Those blessed by the gods are a bunch of lunatics. They? She shook her head slightly. They're all rather peculiar. Meng Yi nodded. The outer city was already full of ordinary folk, which had opened his eyes. The inner city, where the divinely favored gathered, would be an even greater spectacle. Sun Qiun added. But you should still go to the inner city. Ha! Report your status as one blessed by the gods to the defense office first, then you can receive some free combat training. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. Training? It sounded strange. Yes, it's an official city benefit for newly recognized divine favored. Training in hand-to-hand combat, firearms, basic wilderness survival, and so on. Sun Qiun glanced at him and offered praise. But I think your fighting skill is already strong. Last night in the park you forced Suo Mingqing into that state, and today was good too. Did you ever receive formal training? Training? Does playing games count? Meng Yi shook his head slowly. No. Perhaps it's just talent. Inwardly he suspected the red mist space had elevated him in all aspects. For instance, he suddenly felt as if someone were following them. Not over yet. Meng Yi frowned. Had Shu and Jiju sent more than 3 people? A faint voice of Su Mingqing came to his ears, weak and strained, as if crying, Don't stop me. He glanced at Sun Qiun. She seemed unaware of anything amiss. He realized his senses were unusually keen. When he recognized they were approaching Caiju SC, Meng Yi felt a small relief. Yet the thought persisted, was it truly over? Far behind them, Li Hao was straining to hold Suo Mingqing back. What do you mean, forced me into that state? Suo Mingqing was openly displeased. One arm clutched 2 pristine skulls, the other pinched 2 pieces of dried meat, and he stubbornly pointed ahead. Both of them wore strange devices on their ears. Like enormous living ears attached outwardly, constantly contracting and expanding. Suo Mingqing had heard most of Sun Qian's words and now ground his teeth in displeasure. Given last night, I dared not look around until I was sure whether Meng Yi had been corrupted by some evil god. Isn't it normal to be cautious and lose out a bit? Li Hao expressionlessly said. Could you please be quiet? He resolved to apply to the adjudicators for a new partner. Suo Mingqing sulked, withdrew his arm, bit fiercely into his snack, and turned to ask. Just now Meng Yi suddenly killed. Clearly something's wrong. Why didn't you do anything? Li Hao shook his head. That is for Fuxiao Caijue to decide at dawn. We only need to report the facts truthfully. Suo Mingqing looked back at Meng Yi and Sun Qian's receding figures. Assuming they could not hear him, he lowered his voice. Do you think their so-called lord might really be an evil god? Li Hao remained unreadable. Unlikely. Worshippers of an evil god wouldn't retain that level of reason. Since when do you start worrying about this? I just feel something is off. Suo Mingqing pondered. Shuyu Jiju is no weak deity. From last night's ritual we initially judged that it had connected to a lesser god. But tonight it clearly seemed to be Shueyuan Jiju. If they had truly communicated with him, the ritual wouldn't have manifested as blood-colored mist. So, Suo Mingchang said confidently, the blood mist swallowed Shueyuan Jizu's power. The deity they worship is an evil god. Li Hao sighed. Since when did you get so clever? Suo Mingchang bristled at the tone. You've only known me 2 days, how could you claim to understand me? Li Hao snorted coldly. Then explain why those people fell unconscious behind us. Suo Mingchang's mind raced. Li Hao sneered. Can't figure it out, can you? Then you tell me. Suo Mingchang, half angry and half humiliated, demanded. Li Hao glanced at Meng Yi and the woman ahead, then said calmly, Fu Xiao Caijue reported that 2 deities appeared during last night's ritual. One was the blood mist, which likely stole Shueyuan Jizu's power. The other, the one who caused those people to collapse and who revealed a glimpse of the divine realm, was a different deity. Only then does it make sense. He added with conviction. If Meng Yi and his companion truly worshipped an evil god, would Fu Xiao Caijue fail to notice? They examined it personally. Could they retain that level of composure if they served an evil deity? Suo Mingchang suddenly understood. Oh, yet he remained puzzled. Then how do you explain Meng Yi's divine-granted power? It resembles the weavers under Shueyuan Jiju. Li Hao nodded slowly. You have hit on a key point. This is one of the uncertainties I can't fully resolve. Then he fixed his gaze on Meng Yi's retreating figure and murmured. In any case, Meng Yi might be a deity's favored. Any conclusion about him must be drawn with utmost caution. Fu Xiao Caijue instructed us to watch him closely precisely, because of this, so otherwise with so many doubts from last night, they would have detained him regardless. Suo Mingchang shrugged nonchalantly. Even if he is a deity's favored, what does it matter? The best outcome is simply one more member for the High Arbitration Committee. He shoved the last bit of meat into his mouth, shook his head and sighed. Humanity is hopeless. Better to be like me. He patted the skull tucked under his arm. Serve a god. He delivered his final thought. In the end, I'll become a skeleton, no longer fully human. That way I might live longer. Li Hao remained silent, eyes fixed on Meng Yi and Sun Qiun ahead. Meng Yi meanwhile overheard their entire conversation, and his mind swirled with countless thoughts. Shenwanzhi, a new title, and it sounded impressive. As for Jifaja, if one were to be strict, both he and Sun Qiun could now be considered such. And the most crucial point, his divine identity, the title of Xinghong Jiwang. Perhaps there was a chance to clear his name. We're here. Sun Qiun suddenly announced, lifting her chin to indicate. This is my home. Meng Yi lifted his gaze, recognizing this place as one of the best residential buildings in Block 6, marked with the number 003. Sun Qiun protested. Had I taken the right into the wastelands, those hundreds might have perished. I acted to preserve hundreds of seeds for humanity. I actually don't understand. Logically, with the continuous decrease in population, many houses should be vacant. Why doesn't the Housing Management Office allocate these houses? Meng Yi pointed at the residential building in front of him, filled with confusion. Sun Qiun had already stepped into the hallway and turned to look at him, saying, because these buildings are an important part of the fortress city's array. Each building must be occupied for the array to function. She sighed. I don't understand the specifics either, but the Housing Management Office must adhere to one principle to distribute people as evenly as possible. After all, this city is a massive fortress. So it was like this. No wonder the residential buildings in the fortress city had never been demolished or newly built. They were all essentially relics. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. Meng Yi regarded her with newfound respect. Sun Qiun did not look back. I used to work at the Housing Management Office. Meng Yi nodded and followed her into the residential building number 003. The staircase here was much wider. When they arrived at the door of room 305 on the 3rd floor, Meng Yi noticed that her door lock was a mechanical password lock. Sun Qiun said, while unlocking, the password is 5874. This heavy trust. Meng Yi hesitated. Can't I apply for a new room through the Housing Management Office? I am also considered a divine favor now. Sure. Sun Qiun pushed open the door. But you have to wait in line. She placed her book on the entrance shelf and turned on the light. You can also buy a house in the inner city with money. That doesn't require waiting. After entering, Meng Yi looked around. The living room was quite simple. He curiously asked, so the houses in the inner city aren't allocated? No need for the array. And you actually have electricity here? Sun Qiun protested. Had I taken the right into the wastelands, those hundreds might have perished. I acted to preserve hundreds of seeds for humanity. However, she explained, I only know that houses in the inner city can be bought and sold. As for the inner city's array, I don't understand either. I am just a small person with limited knowledge. As for electricity, it wasn't considered a scarce resource in the past, but later. She shrugged. You understand, the preferences of the gods are peculiar, and things like electricity are quite unsafe. Meng Yi suddenly realized. So it's not about the electricity being in short supply. Please. Sun Qiun appeared somewhat helpless. That's just what the officials tell people to mislead them. Think about it, how much electricity do those factories and the fortress city's defense systems consume, and how much do the residents use? Is it worth being stingy over that little bit? Meng Yi felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed believed in the narrative of electricity shortage. Sun Qiun pointed to the right. That's the secondary bedroom. You can organize the things inside, just manage for one night. The water from the living room's water dispenser is drinkable. It is engraved with a small purification magic array. That area is. She briefly introduced the layout of the room, yawned, and went to the bathroom, finally saying, "Clean up and get some rest early. Tomorrow I'll take you to report to the inner city defense office." Meng Yi tossed the package filled with money into the living room and turned to enter the secondary bedroom. It seemed that Sun Qiun treated this place as a storage room. Various mechanical creations were scattered about, likely things she had collected or made in the past. As for the bed, it was neatly stacked with numerous books. A cursory glance revealed titles like Craftsmanship and Fundamentals of Mechanical Manufacturing. Meng Yi was not surprised at all. He could only stack these thick books one by one, barely making room for himself to sleep. Sun Qiun came in and tossed him a blanket. "Let's leave it like this for now. Tomorrow move these things to the living room." Regardless, after a bit of fuss and finishing up washing, Meng Yi finally lay on the bed. Tonight it was no longer a hard bed. There was even a mechanical clock here. He turned his head to glance, and it was already past 1 in the morning. But he could not sleep yet. He still remembered the conversation between Li Hao and Suo Mingcheng. He had to see if there was a way to clear his identity as the Scarlet King. Since they suspected that his power was highly similar to that of the blood element ritualists under the Blood Master, he would try to see if he could gain access to the power of the Death Worshipper from last night. If he could succeed, then it would be good. The Scarlet King with countless powers would have no issues, right? He just forgot to ask if Sun Qiun knew about the divine favors. Meng Yi listened for a moment, estimating that she might have already rested. Forget it, he could ask tomorrow too. First he would check on the situation in the red mist space. Today he killed a ritualist. He didn't know what level of divine favor they were, so he would see if he could gather enough share to draw a reward. Meng Yi reached out to turn off the light, his thoughts focusing. In the red mist space, his silhouette gradually emerged on the high platform. This time there was an unexpected delight. 2 portions of 9th tier divine favor power obtained. 1 portion of 8th tier divine favor power obtained. After conversion, divine favor share 1 and 23 of 9th tier. Options 1 bestow 9th tier divine favor, remaining share of 23 thereafter. 2 expand followers can expand to 35 people. Note, the more followers the higher the conversion rate. Excluding the earlier Death Worshipper, he only killed 1 person today. Where did the extra 1 come from? Could it be that Sun Qiun, this worshipper, could also plunder divine favor power? It seems quite reasonable. Plundering the power of other gods mainly relies on the red mist, and all his worshippers actually possess a trace of red mist. Then his followers are quite useful. As long as he has enough strong followers, can he just level up effortlessly? Moreover, he could now basically confirm a few points. 1 original 9th tier share can expand to 7 follower slots. 3 portions of 9th tier divine favor power equal 1 portion of 8th tier. The plundered divine favor power converts at a 3:1 ratio. However, if he had to choose a follower to bestow divine favor power upon right now, who should he choose? Theoretically, he could give it to anyone he wanted, but he absolutely couldn't do that. Is divine favor something given for free? Other gods need their followers to constantly please them, but he is not like those gods and does not require his followers to offer anything like emotions or attention. But there must be an excuse, a reason to give it, right? Otherwise followers would not revere him, and the authority of a god cannot be established. Otherwise, wouldn't he just become a philanthropist? However, right now he doesn't have any suitable candidates. To put it bluntly, apart from Sun Qiun, he doesn't know any of the other worshippers. What contributions have the other worshippers made apart from Sun Qiun? He just didn't know if one person could accept 2 portions of 9th tier divine favor power. As Sun Qiun clearly realized where she was, she suddenly jolted awake from her dreamlike state. She respectfully prostrated herself on the ground. This time there was no ceremony, no prayer, yet the divine could still summon her into the divine realm. Praise be to you. Meng Yi sat on the high platform, his thoughts drifting. If every time he elevated a believer it required a visit to the divine realm, wouldn't that be a bit excessive? For now it wasn't urgent, or in the future as the number of divine benefactors increased, he couldn't possibly summon each one for elevation, as that would ruin the mystery of the divine. The main issue was his own weakness. If he truly possessed divine power, or if the 2 angels behind him were real, then he wouldn't need to worry about any sense of mystique. Next time he would try a different way to elevate the believers. Moreover, pretending to be a god was exhausting. The divine voice echoed in the grand hall, "You did very well." Sun Qiun felt a surge of joy within it. Seemed the divine was aware of her actions. Meng Yi, truly he was to be pitied. In pleasing the divine she truly excelled. Little did Meng Yi know what she was thinking as he attempted to bestow the power of grace. Sun Qiun, who was prostrated on the high platform, immediately fell into a state of stillness. One can randomly draw one of the 3 types of 9th tier grace for believers from the following directions. 1. Ritual magic. 2. Elemental magic. 3. Necromancy. Indeed, these options were constructed based on the plundered divine grace, and a person could indeed bear multiple 90-year divine graces. He wondered if he could specify the third option. The randomness was too great. A prompt appeared before him: 13 share can be consumed for specification. Oh, Meng Yi felt a surge of joy within. Naturally, he would specify the option. This time there was no spinning wheel. Only the option of necromancy remained while all other text dimmed. 90-year necromancy can control the corpses of various creatures. The user can voluntarily choose to become a living corpse, enhancing resistance to damage while reducing agility. Master some basic ice attribute spells. Red mist surged toward Seng Qiun. When she regained her ability to move, she was overwhelmed with joy. The divine had bestowed a new grace. She hadn't expected the divine to be so generous. After all, she had only made a trivial contribution that was expected. Proclaiming the divine's name and covenant couldn't possibly be considered a merit. Was it due to the proposal from the Holy Hall? Did the divine care about this? Song Qiun suppressed her chaotic thoughts and bowed respectfully. Praise be to my lord. Meng Yi, feeling the power surging from within himself, lightly commanded, you may leave. Song Qian's figure faded away. Meng Yi leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. Next, he just needed to find an opportunity to demonstrate his new abilities in front of Li Hao and the others, showcasing the transformation into a living corpse, thus beginning to clear his suspicions of being an evil god. The people from the judgment office had no idea he had killed a deceased believer. The weavers under the blood origin master had no such abilities. The Crimson King, whose name was known for countless powers, was not something they were unaware of. He aimed to divert their attention toward this aspect. In the future, they would discover that all divine benefactors under the Crimson King possessed varied and complex abilities, at which point his suspicions of being an evil god would be completely cleared. To accuse my lord of being an evil god, think carefully before speaking. Meng Yi, in his position, naturally noticed that most of the stars above the dome were flickering. What is this? His curiosity piqued. He waved his hand to summon one, only to discover it was a scene of believers praying. There was nothing of substance, merely praises directed at himself, centered around gratitude. After he finished reading this part, the stars ceased flickering and transformed into real-time monitoring screens. Meng Yi looked at the nearly 300 stars that kept flickering, feeling a bit of a headache. Surely not all of them contained garbage information. What if there were useful messages? Flipping through each one wasn't feasible. Reviewing a believer's prayer was akin to watching a 3-minute short video, and 300. In the future, it might even reach 30,000. He needed to think of a way to avoid ineffective prayers. First, let's see if there are any commonalities among these flickering stars. As the stars fell before he could check them one by one, he suddenly sensed someone approaching his physical body, and with a thought he hurriedly returned. Snap! The light in the next room was turned on. Meng Yi, the divine just summoned me. It was Song Qiun. Flipping through each one wasn't feasible. Reviewing a believer's prayer was akin to watching a 3-minute short video, and 300. In the future, it might even reach 30,000. Look! Song Qiun sat on the edge of the bed, extending her hand, a chill condensing and rushing towards his forehead. What are you doing? Meng Yi jolted, feeling his forehead turn icy, then gritted his teeth, pointing at the mechanical clock on the table. Do you know what time it is now? Song Qiun looked puzzled. You're not surprised by my frost spell. I'm surprised by you. Meng Yi could only pretend to show an expression of surprise, curiosity, and realization, mixed with even more confusion, as he asked what's going on. What a performance. Great. Song Qiun smiled brightly, trying to make her voice sound more subdued. The divine summoned me, and bestowed a new grace. She held a piece of ice in her snow-white, delicate hand. Her expression turned serious. I believe the divine is pleased to see his holy hall standing in the mortal realm. Meng Yi looked utterly confused this time, genuinely so. Song Qiun frowned at him, wondering how he could be so dull. Then she relaxed, thinking that being a bit slow was advantageous, as it meant less competition. He could just obediently be a lackey. Think about it, why would the divine bestow grace upon me again? No response. She sighed confidently, stating, because I proposed to establish the divine's holy hall. Meng Yi nodded blankly. His reasoning was that it was to commend her for promoting the divine's name and covenant, yet this woman's thought process. Song Qiun continued, so we need to work harder to earn money. We should buy the park in the heart of 6th Street as soon as possible. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Meng Yi opened his mouth, realizing that even as a divine benefactor, he had to strive for real estate. However, as a divine benefactor, he should express his support, and immediately agreed. You're absolutely right. Then he noticed the current situation. Song Qiun was now wearing a light, thin nightgown, casually running into his room, and even sitting beside his bed. Meng Yi helplessly said, shouldn't you go back to continue resting? Song Qiun appeared very excited. She turned barefoot, ran into the living room, and brought back a few books that were half-burned. Let's study how to design the divine's holy hall. Meng Yi had a headache. Having a beautiful woman in light clothing in the same room at the late hour indeed felt quite nice. But if she insisted on dragging him to look at esoteric texts, that would be another matter. The patterns carved on the main gate should imitate those in the divine realm. Look here, we should use paintings or carvings with strong symbolic meanings. I know a great painter. Meng Yi forced himself to stay alert and glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. Sigh. What's wrong? Sang Qiun leaned on the bed, tilting her head to look at him. Meng Yi came back to his senses. Oh, it's nothing, I was just marveling at your imaginative ideas. No wonder you could receive grace twice in just 2 days. Sang Qiun hummed a light tune while bustling in the kitchen. In her words, eating those synthesized rations was a soulless act. Meng Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed waiting for dinner, also helped prepare the ingredients in the kitchen. Seeing her in good spirits, he casually asked, "What's going on with the punishment division? How could torture leave you powerless?" Sun Qian's expression immediately fell. It's not just about physical torment. The executioners also torment the mind with some specialized formations inside. No, where did you hear that? It sounds similar to God's benefactor. Sun Qian shook her head. It must be different. In the agricultural zone, there are some druids, a nickname Meng Yi had just come up with for those who worship deities related to plants and agriculture. He recalled the things Li Hao and the others mentioned yesterday, and turned to Sun Qian, who was deftly chopping vegetables, asking, "By the way, have you heard of the gods favored?" No, where did you hear that? It sounds similar to God's benefactor. Sun Qian shook her head. It must be different. Meng Yi placed the washed vegetables aside, dried his hands, and frowned in contemplation. What did Sua Mingcheng say again? If he were a god's favored, the best outcome would just be having one more person in the Supreme Arbitration Committee. That tone. Was it just? One must know that the Supreme Arbitration Committee is the highest ruling body of humanity today, and each member is said to be an immensely powerful god's benefactor capable of annihilating a city. In this light, the god's favored seems to hold some weight, as the Judgment Division had shown leniency towards him merely because they suspected he was one. Meng Yi remained in a trance-like state, unconsciously continuing to prepare the food. What are you doing? Sun Qian looked at him discontentedly. Why are you being so wasteful? She pointed at the celery leaves Meng Yi had torn off, saying with concern, "Why throw these away when they can be eaten?" Meng Yi chuckled awkwardly as he didn't understand such things. I really don't understand you. Get out, you're just in the way. These ingredients are expensive. Sun Qian unceremoniously pushed him out of the kitchen. Meng Yi could only lean against the kitchen door, boredly observing the busy Sun Qian. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, and with the sizzling sound the aroma of cooking began to fill the air. Meng Yi had a strange illusion that he had never crossed over. It was just an ordinary morning, and the two were busy in the kitchen under the sunlight. A loud bang suddenly echoed from outside, and they instinctively turned to look. Layers of blue ripples swirled in the air, revealing the electromagnetic barrier that cloaked the city. Sun Qian shook her head. All right, time to eat. After we finish, we'll go to the inner city, and you should buy some clothes for yourself. Meng Yi's current outfit was torn and tattered from last night's battle. He discreetly checked the 2,992 coins on him. Buying clothes shouldn't be a problem. To be fair, Sun Qian was quite good at cooking, but when Meng Yi learned that the 3 dishes before him would cost 500 coins, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Those druids in the agricultural zone were quite profitable. While eating, Sun Qian said, "We have to work hard to earn money for the god's sanctuary. Generally speaking, unless a god's benefactor has something special about them. For example, those skilled in medicine, agriculture, or formations, even if you can torture people, you can find corresponding positions. As for someone like you and me, we either work as laborers in various factories or fight in the wilderness." Meng Yi wasn't surprised. He had actually prepared for this in his heart. He curiously asked, "What's the wilderness like?" For example, those skilled in medicine, agriculture, or formations, even if you can torture people, you can find corresponding positions. In Meng Yi's memory, he had entered the wilderness before to communicate with a new deity, but that was around the city's outskirts, and he had never ventured deeply. Sun Qian shook her head. "I haven't been either." "Huh." This surprised Meng Yi greatly. "Weren't you a god's benefactor before?" Sun Qian extended her chopsticks and pointed at the mechanical creation in the corner of the living room. "I was a mechanic before, part of the logistics team. Do you understand?" Meng Yi recalled her powerful revolver from last night and suddenly understood. After they finished eating and tidied up, they saw a dilapidated van downstairs. This was Meng Yi's first time seeing a car in this world. The interesting part was that the ordinary people commuting around were keeping their distance from this van. Sun Qian frowned. "Is that someone from the Judgment Division?" Hearing this, Meng Yi leaned over to take a look. Oh, it was Sua Mingxing, who was sleeping soundly inside. Connecting this with the information he had heard last night, it was easy to guess that this guy was monitoring him. But this guy seemed rather unreliable. He knocked on the car window, unable to suppress a wry smile. Sua Mingcheng opened his eyes with a start, his sharp gaze locking onto Meng Yi through the window. Meng Yi waved at him. Sun Qian, with a dark expression, knocked on the window. When Sua Mingcheng rolled down the glass, she asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" Sua Mingcheng looked innocent. "What are you getting the wrong idea about?" He reached over to grab a pastry from the adjacent seat, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, "I'm not monitoring you. I'm doing something else." Meng Yi nearly burst out laughing. Sun Qian was quite annoyed by his insincere response and snorted angrily. "My lord is not an evil god. The blood elemental master's followers are just talking nonsense." With that, she turned angrily and left. Meng Yi nodded at Sua Mingcheng and turned to follow Sun Qian. As for demonstrating the living corpse transformation to prove that the Crimson King was not an evil god, now was not the time. Even if he wanted to clear his name, he wouldn't do it so rashly. It was too deliberate and not natural enough. Moreover, he seriously doubted that showing it to Su Mingcheng would be of any use. He might as well wait for Li Hao. Thinking of this, he turned back to ask Su Mingcheng, "Where's Li Hao?" "Ah." He went back to see the judgment officer. He was clearly just answering questions. It seemed he had gone back to report what he had seen last night. Meng Yi waved his hand. "We're going to the inner city. Do you want to come along?" Su Mingcheng raised his neck. "I told you I'm not here to monitor you." As he watched Meng Yi and Sun Qiun leave, he took out a brick-sized phone, fiddled with it for a while before finally getting through. "Li Hao, they went to the inner city." Didn't find anything." "What? The signal is bad. There's too much electromagnetic interference in the city." "Hello? Hello?" He tossed the phone aside, climbed into the driver's seat mumbling something under his breath, and started the vehicle. As he passed by Meng Yi and Sun Qiun, he even poked his head out. "I'm heading back to the Judgment Division, not following you too." Meng Yi's eyes lit up. "Wait. What? Can you give us a lift? Is that a problem?" Meng Yi ultimately got into the van. He looked around inside and said, "This van is quite old, isn't it?" "Yeah, 30 years old." Meng Yi exclaimed in surprise. "It can still run after 30 years. Su Mingcheng replied somewhat impatiently, "Ask that mechanic next to you." Sun Qiun let out a cold snort, her expression darkening. Soon the group arrived at the inner city gate. The inner city walls towered 100 meters high, their thick surfaces forged entirely from reinforced concrete, reaching into the clouds. Meng Yi gazed out from the car window, observing the intricate formations etched onto the walls, occasionally illuminated by flickering lights. This was the inner defense line designed at the inception of the fortress city. Its purpose was to provide a final retreat for the inhabitants should the outer city ever fall, allowing them to await rescue from other cities. Meng Yi held a pessimistic view on this. If that day ever came, it was unlikely that any rescue would arrive. The three parted ways at the city gate, with Su Mingcheng heading off to the adjudication office without further mention. After stepping out of the car, Meng Yi surveyed the streets of the inner city, which were significantly narrower and noticeably more crowded than those of the outer city. It was currently working hours, and the outer city was mostly occupied by ordinary people who had no time to wander the streets. He quickly noticed the differences between the people of the inner and outer cities. Many here were missing limbs, likely being the blessed ones. There were even a few dilapidated cars driving along the streets. "Let's go, the defense office is diagonally across from us. We need to cross through the inner city." Sun Qiun called to him and added, "By the way, let's stop by a clothing store on the way to buy you some clothes." Meng Yi followed along, his eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. The blessed ones here truly opened his eyes. Some appeared as if their skin had been peeled off, others had dozens of eyes, some were as thin as if flattened by a roller, and some had faces on their buttocks. Meng Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness!" Seeing his reaction, Sun Qiun could only remind him, "Don't stare, some people don't like being looked at." Without her reminding, Meng Yi had already noticed that the person with the face on their buttocks was glaring at him, as if to say that if he looked any longer they would confront him. But he couldn't blame himself. He was genuinely curious about what the front must look like if someone didn't pull their pants up. Better not to stir trouble. Meng Yi shifted his gaze. The roads of the inner city were much smoother than those of the outer city, and he also spotted two children, marking his first encounter with children in this world. He then remembered that in this world individuals were uniformly assigned to boarding schools in the inner city until the age of 16. Inside there were formations constructed at great expense by humans. It was said that each year a large ceremony was held to appeal to a certain deity for blessings upon the children, effectively warding off the encroaching force. So were these two children just playing and ran away? Soon the children were caught by someone resembling a teacher, and as they shouted that they didn't want to go back, Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh. Truly pitiful. Sun Qiun, however, kept her eyes straight ahead, leading him to a clothing store and spoke. "The tailor in this shop is quite good." She emphasized the word tailor, indicating that the individual was one of the blessed. Meng Yi instantly felt his wallet grow lighter. If the vegetables grown by the blessed were so expensive, how much more so would their clothing be? However, it was still fine to broaden his horizons. He lifted the curtain at the entrance and stepped inside. The shop was filled with various garments, though there were not many customers. Meng Yi immediately spotted the tailor, a young man busily working behind a table with various scissors, needles, threads, and rulers adorning his exposed left arm. It sent a chill down his spine. "Ah, welcome, welcome, this is the best clothing store in Jingon City." A woman with a mouth that took up half her face approached, her lips moving as if a gust of wind blew through. You both seem to require no custom clothing, you can look at the ready-made items directly." She quickly noticed Meng Yi's tattered clothes. "Oh, is this gentleman looking?" She clapped her hands, and a cascade of men's garments descended from the ceiling, arranged in a pleasing disarray. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. He felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical world. The woman continued, "What kind of clothing does the guest desire?" "Something sexy and eye-catching." At that, there was a clattering sound as many garments were retracted, leaving only the sexy and eye-catching men's clothing, which was in short, quite shocking. "Or," Sun Qiun interjected directly, A complete set that can automatically clean and restore itself. Oh, a basic model. The woman appeared to lose interest. As her words fell, the garments around them clattered again, revealing some normal clothes. Meng Yi casually picked out an outfit. The cost is 4,888 yuan. Meng Yi's hand paused as he reached for his money. He had never spent more than 48 when buying clothes in the outer city. Sun Qiun of course understood Meng Yi's previous income level, and voluntarily paid for him, leaving Meng Yi with a subtle feeling of being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Then a cold snort echoed in his mind. Clearly this was a tribute from the followers to the deity. Sun Qiun turned to him saying, "For the wilderness such clothing is essential. You can't bring multiple sets of clothes, can you?" Meng Yi nodded in agreement and requested a fitting room to change into the clothes. Surprisingly, the outfit could even adjust its size within a certain range, fitting him perfectly. With its self-cleaning and restoration features, the price of 4,888 didn't seem too outrageous after all. As Meng Yi was leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "What about those sexy?" The woman smiled and replied, "They come with various additional effects, such as strengthening the body, igniting desires, enhancing attraction to the opposite sex, etc., and can be customized at will." She glanced at Sun Qiun before turning to her to pitch, "This lovely lady, how about buying an outfit for your male companion?" Clearly the woman knew to sell to the one holding the purse. Meng Yi hurriedly exited, feeling somewhat like he was fleeing from the scene. But spending someone else's money felt great. Sun Qiun, however, left without a change in her expression, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you running?" Meng Yi forced a smile, replying, "I'm in a hurry to undergo training." Sun Qiun furrowed her brows, but didn't press further, continuing to speak as they walked. "When we register at the defense office, they will ask for the name of the deity we worship, and the name of the path through which we receive our blessings." At this point she paused and asked, "What path do we belong to?" "The deity hasn't given any indication." Meng Yi cleared his throat, stating, "Since the deity hasn't shown us, it implies that we must comprehend it ourselves. How could a deity possibly forget?" Sun Qiun nodded slowly. "Makes sense then." Meng Yi said seriously, "What do you think of the title apostle?" I declare that our deity is the ultimate redemption, and we are the apostles spreading that redemption." The underlying reason was that his blessings would surely be very mixed and chaotic, making it impossible to take on a more specific name like weaver or mechanic. Sun Qiun pondered for a moment before not opposing it. She also thought the name was quite good. "Not just redemption," she added. "Our Lord is also a symbol of power." Meng Yi echoed her sentiments. When the two stood at the entrance of the defense office building, Meng Yi curiously asked, "Will all the blessed ones come here to register?" Was the official control so strong? Sun Qiun slightly turned her head, showing some evasive demeanor. "Not really. Only those like us who need free training will come to register." Meng Yi's expression turned peculiar, being so broke as to mooch off free training aside the key was. He asked, "Haven't you trained before?" Sun Qiun responded with annoyance, "I never had to go to the wilderness to earn money before." Meng Yi sighed. If she had been more ambitious earlier, they wouldn't need to be here now. "Let's go in and take a look." The Defense Bureau building stood 6 stories high. According to Sun Qiun, only the first floor was open to the public, and it was also the most bustling area, with people constantly coming and going. Meng Yi and his companion arrived at the registration area for the divine benefactors, where there was only a solitary person inside, lying on a chair with a newspaper covering his face, sound asleep. Meng Yi lightly tapped on the door frame. The clerk inside jolted awake, hastily putting away the newspaper from his face. He looked toward the door, and upon recognizing Meng Yi and his companion, he lay back down impatiently, saying, "Go away, this is the divine benefactor registration area. Can't you read?" "We came to register," they replied. The man pushed the newspaper aside and said, "Huh," appearing somewhat confused. It seemed that hardly anyone came here to register, raising doubts about Sun Qian's reliability. Meng Yi looked helplessly at Sun Qiun, who now pretended to be nonchalant, and said, "Well, we are here to register, and also to receive the free training certificate." Only then did the clerk react. "How unusual. In 2 years, this is the first time I've seen someone come to register. Come in quickly." He began to grow excited, rummaging around like a gust of wind before finally finding the form. A hem name. The clerk sat up straight, and Meng Yi could even sense a certain sanctity emanating from him. "Hey, you're named AI." The clerk looked Meng Yi up and down. "Is that your real name?" Meng Yi felt increasingly skeptical and glanced at Sun Qiun. Sun Qiun struggled to maintain her indifferent expression. She never expected it would be like this. She had secretly read the book yesterday. How could the Newbie's Guide to Divine Benefactors be misleading? Meng Yi continued with the registration, feeling a strong sense of distrust. "Crimson King. New God," the clerk mumbled as he filled out the form. Meng Yi's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, "Excuse me, how many gods are there in total?" "Can't say for sure, but new god names often appear. For example, yours is a new god name." The clerk shrugged. "My superior has said that many different god names might ultimately refer to the same god." "Don't disbelieve me," he emphasized. "My superior is a 5th-tier divine benefactor." Meng Yi nodded, internally scoffing. The clerk had just said that no one had come for 2 years, yet claimed new god names appeared frequently, which made it hard for him to believe. The clerk cheerfully filled out the form. His earlier impatience from being disturbed vanished. He stamped it, tore off the last copy, and handed it to him, saying, "Here, the free training is a left turn out the door, the innermost room." Meng Yi noticed the clerk extending 2 hands. Indeed, another hand was growing from his wrist at an angle. He had been too focused on scrutinizing Chen to notice this. However, the key issue was that there had been no verification throughout the entire registration process. The clerk simply recorded whatever he said, which left Meng Yi feeling helpless. He had thought that registering would be a serious matter where he could showcase some skills like a living corpse to dispel any doubts the Judgment Bureau might have after hearing rumors. But it ended up being so haphazard. He hesitated but still accepted the form. Although it felt unreliable, it was free, so why not go? He and Chen then exited, walking one after the other toward the innermost room. "Did you expect it would be like this before you came?" "No." Chen seemed a bit dazed. "The newbie's guide said it was very strict." "Newbie's guide?" Meng Yi looked at her in surprise. What was that? Someone was behind him. Meng Yi turned to look. It was the clerk from earlier. Seeing him turn around, the clerk awkwardly turned away. Felt ominous. He looked up at the innermost room where there was no sign at the door. Gently knocking, a clear, melodious female voice came from inside. "Please come in." How polite. He exchanged glances with Chen and slightly pulled the door open with some force. He then shut the door with a loud click. No other reason but that it was too stimulating. Chen asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Before Meng Yi could stop her, she swiftly opened the door again, and then closed it with a loud click. If he wasn't mistaken, the inside was filled with dense spider webs, with spiders of all sizes covering the floor, in about half a meter thick, rippling like water waves. The door was pushed open from inside, revealing a woman standing at the entrance with a half-human, half-spider creature embedded in her back. She was adorned with various small spiders, making her look colorful. She immediately noticed the paper Meng Yi was holding, swiftly snatching the registration form from his hand. "Welcome, welcome, I am the training officer Zhu Hongyu." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and if one ignored the spiders crawling into her mouth as she spoke and her subsequent chewing, she still looked quite charming. "Don't worry about these little cuties," she said, gesturing to the side. "They're very well behaved. Very well behaved. Like the ones crawling into her mouth." Moreover, when she turned to the side, Meng Yi caught sight of a fat spider still clawing behind her back. If he wasn't mistaken, the two were growing together. Meng Yi forced a smile and said, "Miss Zhu, I think I need training." He slightly stepped aside to avoid a few colorful spiders on the ground. He seriously and swiftly emphasized, "I have extensive practical experience. I once killed an 8th-tier divine benefactor with my bare hands." "Sorry for interrupting." As for Chen, she had already let out a small gasp and was turning to run away. Zhu Hongyu tilted her head to size him up, expressing unspeakable grievance. No matter how aggrieved Meng Yi felt, he dared not step inside. He quickly turned and fled. The clerk at the registration desk shook his head and sighed behind him. "I really want to know what will happen to someone who goes in." Meng Yi shot him a glare and hurriedly left, thinking that anyone can try, but he wouldn't go in. Zhu Hongyu sighed, "Still no students, and now I have to head to the wilderness." She waved at the clerk. "Want to come in and sit?" No, I'm very busy with work." The clerk chuckled awkwardly and quickly escaped from the place. Meng Yi finally caught up with Chen, fuming. The gods said love and friendship. How could she run so fast? Selling out her teammates. Chen turned back, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry." She then closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer. "Oh God, I have sinned." Meng Yi face-bombed, feeling quite helpless. Afterward, the two wandered aimlessly through the streets of the inner city. Meng Yi couldn't help but suggest, "How about we head straight to the wilderness?" Chen shook her head. "Definitely not. I need to check the book again." "Check what?" Meng Yi chuckled. "How about we consider asking someone else?" "That works, let's go to the tavern." "Tavern? How retro." Meng Yi remarked oddly. "You mean one of those places where a bunch of divine benefactors gather to drink and have fun while fighting for their lives in the wilderness?" "Exactly." Chen turned her head. "You know quite a lot." Meng Yi wore a smile that was hard to interpret. "Then let's go ask there. It would be best to find a place to train our combat skills first." Chen nodded. "Let's go to the outer city. There are many taverns near the 4 city gates." Let's go to the south gate. It's close to the 6th district. I used to help people repair mechanical equipment or make small items for sale over there," she explained, appearing more confident. "I'm very familiar with that area." Meng Yi and his companion now had to travel from the northern inner city all the way to the southern outer city. A straight-line distance of roughly 30 kilometers and nearly 60 if one accounted for the winding roads. This presented Meng Yi with a dilemma. Walking would take them until nightfall. Where then might they hitch a ride? Public transportation held little relevance in fortress cities. Ordinary citizens lived quietly, worked diligently, and rarely ventured beyond a 10-kilometer radius in daily life. As for divine grace-bearers, their mobility needs were equally modest. Jing'an City, densely populated even with its industrial zones included, spanned no more than 50 kilometers in diameter. To such individuals, this distance was hardly formidable. When Meng Yi voiced his concern, Chen waved dismissively. "We can rent a car." An unexpectedly reasonable solution, yet shockingly expensive, over $500 silver for a mere 50-kilometer journey. Meng Yi paid with palpable anguish. The vehicle itself was a decrepit relic from the old era, patched, restitched, and utterly devoid of comfort. Yet it demanded exorbitant fees. So rattled was he by the indignity that he barely registered his surroundings, until Qin Chiyun announced their arrival. "Where do these cars get their fuel?" was his first bewildered question. Qin Chiyun shot him a disdainful glance. "Biogas." She then pushed open the heavy door of a nearby tavern. Before stepping inside, Meng Yi glanced back. The place lay a short distance from the southern gate, cluttered with haphazard entertainment venues. Grimy, chaotic, and thick with ill omen. Most appeared converted from residential buildings. The few newly constructed ones stood deliberately apart. Fortress city regulations forbade altering the structural alignment of civilian housing. No wonder Qin Chiyun's mention of a tavern at the southern gate had stirred no memory in him. He had passed through that gate once before. Yet he'd never have come here of his own accord. The moment Meng Yi crossed the threshold, an overwhelming melange of grotesque odors nearly buckled his knees. Though daylight blazed outside, the interior lay steeped in gloom, saturated with jarring light and cacophonous sound. Qin Chiyun shouted into his ear, "Stay close. I'll lead. This place teems with predators and pretenders. Watch yourself." Meng Yi sighed, helplessly uncertain whether to trust her judgment this time. If she failed again, they'd be left wandering blind into the wilderness. Patrons gathered in scattered clusters, indulging in diversions that left Meng Yi stunned. Did they truly have no sense of decorum, even in broad daylight? And over there was that self-mutilation, blood-soaked, frenzied, even nauseating. He turned to Qin Chiyun. "Why do they gather like this? Don't they distrust each other deeply?" She pinched her nose, clearly repelled by the stench, and replied, voice muffled, "Divine grace-bearers possess power, and those who congregate here know one another well. Still no two share bonds as unusual as ours." Her words carried unsettling ambiguity. Yet Meng Yi grasped her meaning. Among these grace-bearers, camaraderie was performative, friendship illusory. Mutual suspicion ran deep. They gathered only for diversion, and when necessity demanded, betrayal came without hesitation. At the bar stood a bartender whose appearance struck Meng Yi as startlingly ordinary. After a day spent confronting monsters and aberrations, this normalcy kindled an involuntary flicker of goodwill. "What'll you drink?" asked the bartender. Qin Chiyun shook her head. "I'm seeking information." At her words, he studied her briefly, then bellowed toward the back. "Old Wangba. You've got visitors." Meng Yi blinked. Old Wangba. His confusion evaporated instantly when a stooped elder emerged, his back crowned by a massive shell-like tumor. Meng Yi noted the man's missing left leg and right arm. He dragged himself forward on a single crutch. "What information do you seek?" Qin Chiyun cut straight to the point. "Where may one receive training in hand-to-hand combat or firearms? And how does one acquire essential wilderness survival knowledge?" Old Wangba cackled, raising 5 fingers. 5,000. Meng Yi's brow furrowed. Exorbitant. Was nothing affordable in the world of divine grace-bearers? Qin Chiyun paid without hesitation. Old Wangba gestured for them to wait, then turned toward the rear. Meng Yi couldn't suppress his disbelief. He charges this much for basic information. Qin Chiyun's expression remained impassive. "And whom else would you ask? Who would tell you anything? He has patrons. Powerful, uniquely gifted divine grace-bearers. Without such backing, how could he amass so much intelligence?" Meng Yi nodded slowly. In a world where human connections were forged in secrecy and suspicion, anyone thriving as an information broker must be extraordinary indeed. A patron ordered a drink. Meng Yi watched, intrigued, only to see the bartender suddenly spit the liquor directly into the glass. As the man turned, Meng Yi glimpsed a pipe protruding from his buttocks, snaking into the bar's depths. Artisanally brewed. Meng Yi withdrew his gaze, unblinking. Any lingering warmth he'd felt toward this ordinary bartender now entirely extinguished. The bartender, polishing a glass beside him, murmured softly, "I am a devotee of the wine god." He had clearly noticed Meng Yi's stare. The patron who'd ordered the drink now turned toward them, sipped, and burst into raucous laughter. "Qin Chiyun. So it is you. I knew you looked familiar. Seeking wilderness fundamentals. Has your communion with a new deity finally begun?" He leaned in, his rancid stench cutting through the air. Even across Qin Chiyun it assaulted Meng Yi's nostrils. What a pity. For such a beautiful woman, the wilderness could claim your life in an instant. Meng Yi observed the man closely, grossly obese, chest slick, with oil face twisted into a greasy, revolting grin. "You're quite the looker yourself," he continued. "If mechanical engineering isn't your calling, perhaps piloting suits suits you better. Why risk death out there?" Meng Yi glanced at Qin Chiyun. "Do you know him?" She replied coolly, "No. Just a follower of Xiaolon." Meng Yi recalled the portly man who'd needlessly harassed him earlier. Suddenly everything clicked. Such men thrived on provocation. Qin Chiyun added, "Followers of this deity are infamous for flattery and slander, for stirring chaos. Best ignored." The fat man drained his cup and sneered, "Stirring chaos? No. I speak only truth." Though fond of trouble, he wasn't foolish. Qin Chiyun was newly graced, previously unskilled in combat. Hardly worth his notice. As for Meng Yi beside her, equally inconsequential. In this age, everyone fought alone. No one traveled with her. He fixed Meng Yi with a smirk. "I'm Wang Jian. You don't yet know this woman." He pointed at Qin Chiyun. She disrespected the divine, was abandoned by her god, and scrambled like a stray dog begging everywhere. Tisk tisk back then. But Meng Yi seized his finger mid-gesture. Chem. A sharp crack echoed. The finger snapped cleanly. Ah! All eyes in the tavern swiveled toward them. Spectacle had arrived. Wang Jian was no saint either. Even as a shriek tore from his throat, his left hand hurled the wine cup he held straight at Meng Yi's face. Only for Qin Shiyun to slap it aside with a single palm strike. Why should others fight her battles while she sat idly by? Was she not a divine beneficiary herself? The moment Meng Yi reached out, she had already undergone necrotic transformation. Her face now ashen, her body radiating an eerie chill. The bartender spoke in rapid-fire cadence. You break it, you pay for it. A heavy thud followed. Meng Yi kicked Wang Jian's rotund frame clear across the room away from the bar. He had no money to spare. Then in unison Meng Yi and Qin Shiyun closed in. One striking from the left, the other from the right. Pummeling the portly man until his head could not even lift. Under the dim, flickering light someone whistled sharply, brilliant. Squeeze every drop of grease from this fatso. The onlookers reveling in chaos shouted encouragement without restraint. Wang the fatso. Can't even lift your head. Push harder. Wang Jian's layers of blubber were no mere ornament. They granted him exceptional resilience. Yet even that proved a liability. Meng Yi recoiled instinctively at the greasy repulsiveness of his flesh. So Meng Yi struck straight for the head. 3 divine beneficiaries. Yet here they fought like common street brawlers. And precisely because of that the crowd grew ever more captivated. Wang the fatso beaten by a rookie. Shameful. Ah, if you win, drinks are on me. Amidst the jeers came stranger cries. Some directed at Qin Shiyun, nonsensical phrases like big sister strike me. Wang Jian could only flail wildly in desperate defense, his face swelling rapidly into a grotesque mask of bruises. Laughter echoed around him, each taunt deepening his rising dread. His deity, the driver Chaolan, delighted in mocking and humiliating others, but abhorred being mocked in turn, especially so brazenly before a public assembly. He would incur divine disfavor. A shadow of terror descended upon Wang Jian's heart, driving him to scream hoarsely, and with his right hand plunged deep into his navel, wrenching forth a half-meter-long, exquisitely curved dagger slicked with yellowish grease, which he swung sideways in a vicious arc toward Meng Yi and Qin Shiyun. The blade glowed crimson, igniting into roaring flame midair. Many patrons' eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Wang actually possesses something like this. At least an 8th-tier transcendent weapon. Those two are doomed. Since fire severely suppressed necrotic transformation, the blazing blade sent Qin Shiyun stumbling backward instinctively. Meng Yi let out a cold snort. Not retreating but surging forward. The weapon posed little true threat to him. His right hand shot out as necrosis surged through his flesh. Blood magic swirled violently, layer upon layer of dense resilient tissue coalescing over his palm. Meeting the searing blade Hedon. A dull leathery thwump reverberated through the air. Wang Jian stared dumbfounded. His bulk was no mere spectacle. He ranked among the strongest of low-tier divine beneficiaries in raw power. How then could a newly ascended divine beneficiary block such force? And with bare flesh, even the rowdiest hecklers fell abruptly silent, stunned by what unfolded before them. Wasn't this supposed to be Wang the fatso's triumphant counterattack? Yet what followed astonished them further. Meng Yi clenched the blade in his right hand, and from his palm outward frost crackled and spread with chilling speed, instantly smothering the blade's raging flames. Then the frost surged up the blade's length. Panicked Wang Jian released the hilt. Meng Yi kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. Gazing down at the fallen man struggling to rise, Meng Yi smirked faintly, lifting the short blade still fused to his palm. Consider this your apology. Only then did Qin Shiyun finally draw her revolver, only to quietly reholster it upon seeing the scene. She wasn't needed at all. Wang Jian groaned, clutching his abdomen as he lifted his head with difficulty. You're a newly ascended beneficiary. Meng Yi turned the dagger in his hand, studying it with quiet fascination. Any issue with that? Impossible. His glistening round face flushed deep crimson. An 8th-tier transcendent weapon subdued by a 9th-tier novice. Preposterous. Grinding his teeth, Wang Jian staggered upright. His eyes burning with hatred, fear, and utter bewilderment. Yet confronting his current predicament, he felt a desperate urge to fight to the death. Not only might his deity scorn him, but he'd also lost a transcendent weapon. To him, that humiliation cut deeper than death itself. Moments earlier the tavern had buzzed with raucous mirth, now silence reigned, while countless unreadable gazes slid warily toward Meng Yi. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the corner. Heads snapped around. A divine beneficiary clutched his eyes. Blood gushing between his fingers, his body convulsing violently on the floor before falling utterly still. Shock rippled through the crowd. Many blinked once, then hastily bowed their heads, refusing to meet Meng Yi's gaze. Meanwhile Meng Yi seemed to have deciphered the dagger's function. With a subtle flick of his wrist, its blade roared back to life in brilliant flame. A faint, unsettling smile played upon his lips, amplified by the dancing firelight, as he sighed softly, what you ought not see. Do not see. Instantly the remaining lingering stares withdrew. Wang Jian's fury dissolved, replaced entirely by raw, trembling fear. Meng Yi swung the blade again, extinguishing the flames, then fixed his gaze upon Wang Jian, and asked, voice calm and deliberate, shall this trinket serve as your apology? Do you consent? Yes, absolutely. Trembling Wang Jian cowered. His earlier arrogance long vanished. Qin Shiyun's expression darkened, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the dawn judgment incident 2 nights prior. She realized she'd overlooked that event entirely, and there was something else. Something about Meng Yi. What was it? Frowning deeply, she strained to recall. Meng Yi meanwhile felt satisfied. His mood buoyant, though the sight of the dead beneficiary stirred a quiet sigh of resignation. What possessed you to stare so carelessly? He swept his gaze across the room and murmured, this man committed suicide, didn't he? Instantly voices rose in eager chorus. Exactly. That's right. Suicide. We all witnessed it. I know him. He's been despairing for years. Meng Yi shook his head. Most of them were surely lying to his face. And yet it hardly mattered. Given the Adjudication Bureau's prior stance, they were unlikely to pursue him. Moreover, his original objective had been achieved. He had publicly demonstrated both necrotic transformation and frost-based sorcery. The Bureau's suspicions regarding the Crimson King would hopefully no longer veer toward malevolent deities. He turned toward the bar, where old Wangba had long since returned, now bowing his head low, avoiding eye contact. As an intelligence operative, he'd already drawn his own conclusions about what had just transpired. Meng Yi sighed. It's not that serious. You needn't activate your special ability just to look at me. Old Wangba offered a dry chuckle, refusing to argue, and handed over a small booklet. Here are basic field notes and precautions for the wilderness surrounding Jing'an City. As for martial training and firearms instruction, old Wangba pointed his cane toward Meng Yi's rear, his tone oddly strained. Seek out a man named Zhang Yao. Meng Yi glanced back, to find not far behind him a middle-aged man thick with stubble whose cheek twitched faintly upon hearing his name called. Was this truly the instructor for novice combat and firearms training? Meng Yi doubted it. Tentatively, he asked, what's your fee? Zhang Yao forced a ghastly grin. No charge. Supporting the Defense Directorate is our duty. Internally, he cursed old Wangba mercilessly, introducing this kind of walking calamity. Who dared charge him? Meng Yi exchanged a glance with Qin Shiyun. Acceptable. This one too came free. Meng Yi and his companion stepped forward politely to inquire of Zhang Yao about the training procedures. Zhang Yao, in turn, responded with equal courtesy, informing them that sessions were held daily from 2 to 5 p.m. in room 117 of building 268 near the south gate. For a moment all was joy and goodwill. Just before taking his leave, Meng Yi suddenly recalled something. He turned back toward Lao Wangba and asked cautiously, Lao Wangba, do you know what a divine favored one is? Yes. Lao Wangba replied with a complex expression, nodding slowly. Oh! Meng Yi perked up immediately and pressed eagerly. What exactly is it? And how much does it cost? It's free of charge. Zhang Yao possessed keen perceptiveness. How much more so? Lao Wangba? A strained, ungraceful smile stretched across his deeply wrinkled face as he added with faint sycophancy. A divine favored one is one beloved by the divine, granted sacred grace without any cost. The divine gaze rests upon them at all times. He paused briefly, then cast a subtle glance toward Meng Yi before continuing. Divine favored ones are heaven chosen. Their future strength is preordained. It is said that at least 3 members of the Human High Arbitration Council are divine favored ones. In that instant, Meng Yi understood why the Dawn Judgment Bureau had treated him so strangely. Being exempt from payment meant their mental and physical states remained perfectly stable, truly ordinary healthy human beings in every sense. That predestined greatness was equally clear. Take for instance the Dawn Judgment, a 4th-tier divine grace bearer. To ascend to the 3rd tier, he must first please the divine, satisfy its will, and only then consider whether his own body can bear the escalating cost of further advancement. Many divine grace bearers ultimately perish, either through bodily collapse or mental disintegration, and even the most powerful among them face a chilling question: what happens if the divine abandons you? A divine favored one, however, ascends effortlessly to the 1st tier, his psyche intact and his bearing wholly natural, precisely the kind of individual official organizations would inevitably favor. Meng Yi pondered briefly, then nodded respectfully toward Lao Wangba. Thank you. Since the information had been offered freely, gratitude was only fitting. Sun Qiun meanwhile found herself wondering. Could she herself be a divine favored one? It seemed entirely plausible, no cost incurred, yet divine grace bestowed repeatedly despite her having done nothing at all. Most significantly, she could see the divine. Frequently, lost in these reveries, she failed to notice that the quiet doubt she'd felt toward Meng Yi moments earlier had already vanished, silently dissolved. What's wrong with you? Meng Yi asked, puzzled. Why was she grinning like a fool? Sun Qiun quickly smoothed her expression, her gaze darting away. Nothing at all. Let's go home first. She intended to return and continue researching how to construct the divine sanctum, as repayment for such profound grace. Meng Yi shook his head, baffled by her sudden oddness. Before departing, Meng Yi glanced back at the tavern sign, Lao Wangba Tavern. This name, he frowned and asked Sun Qiun, whose lips kept curling upward involuntarily. Is Lao Wangba the owner here? Yes. Sun Qiun hurried ahead. Let's go. I need to get back and read. Meng Yi froze mid-step. Reading again. He shoved the short dagger haphazardly into his belt and sighed helplessly. There's no time. We're too far from your place and we'll need to return this afternoon. Hey, that's a long round trip. Their departure sent shockwaves through the tavern. Lao Wangba, should we report the corpse to the Judgment Bureau? Are you insane? You're just asking for trouble. What's wrong with that young man? Can't even look at him. Someone pointed to the dead divine grace-bearer and explained. He worshipped the all-seeing eye. What he sees differs fundamentally from our perception. Everyone tactfully ignored the group feasting nearby, except for a few who wore looks of open disgust. Those carrion eaters show up everywhere. Zhang Yao's eyes flickered as he raised his wine cup, then slammed it down. Puzzled, he asked, Lao Wangba, is that youth truly a divine favored one? He'd stood close enough to overhear their entire exchange. Silence fell over the tavern once more, except among the carrion eaters, while everyone else fixed their gaze on Lao Wangba awaiting an explanation. Lao Wangba's brow furrowed in hesitation. Hard to say. If he carries certain divine artifacts it's possible, but those two seem more like death's devotees. He shouted toward the carrion eaters. Hey, you lot. What do you think? Are they death's devotees? And for heaven's sake, eat cleanly. No smearing blood everywhere like you're painting walls. A figure lifted his blood-smeared face and replied, they certainly resemble them, but utterly lack the aura of death. A robed figure seated nearby, his eyes glowing emerald green, murmured, too lifelike. They cannot be followers of our Lord. Rising, he approached the carrion eaters. Finished. Without waiting for their reply, he gestured, and a sickly green mist streamed from his hand into the corpse. Moments later, a nearly translucent soul form rose, dazed, vacant, devoid of awareness. Someone from the crowd teased, Brother, try spirit communion. The robed figure snorted coldly, get lost. Communion, whether with the all-seeing eye, or with that youth just now. He'd explode into fireworks on the spot. More precisely, he dared not commune with anyone's spirit. Only command soul forms. The translucent wisp vanished beneath his black robes, and he sat back down impassive as ever. Others soon collected the bones. A few alluring men and women even requested specific thick thigh bones. Still others relentlessly teased Wang Jian until his face darkened further. Then, as swiftly as it had arisen, the minor incident was forgotten, and revelry resumed. Life is brief and unpredictable. Who knows whether one might end up like today's ill-fated soul, dying without rhyme or reason. Wang the Fat challenged him and survived. This unlucky fellow merely glanced, and perished instantly, his body and soul dissected, utterly leaving nothing behind. The carrion eaters even licked the last drop of blood from the floor. This grotesque spectacle tightened Li Hao's brow where he sat in the corner. He rubbed his temples, rose, stepped outside, took several turns, and arrived at the van. Suo Mingcheng was still fast asleep. Li Hao sighed, wake up. You've slept all night, or isn't that enough? Can't sleep well in the van. Suo Mingcheng mumbled, then hastily corrected himself upon opening his eyes. I've been on vigilant watch all night. Li Hao snorted coldly, back to headquarters. His head throbbed. Dawn Judgment had refused his request to change partners. Suo Mingcheng stuffed some biscuits into his mouth and sprang into the driver's seat. If you won't let me tag along, what new leads did you uncover? Li Hao boarded silently and fixed his gaze on Suo Mingcheng. Did you tell Meng Yi about divine favored ones? No. Suo Mingcheng looked genuinely innocent. Truly he hadn't. Li Hao pressed, did Meng Yi claim to be a divine favored one? Slowly shaking his head, Li Hao continued. An incident occurred at the tavern. A fellow believer glanced at Meng Yi and died instantly. No anomaly, no struggle, just an utterly ordinary death. Suo Mingcheng frowned. What's the issue? Dawn Judgment already suspects he's a divine favored one. Surely you shouldn't stare recklessly. The issue is grave. If that believer had glimpsed something forbidden and suffered contamination, his death would have been grotesquely twisted. Not so mundanely ordinary. Li Hao's brows nodded. Moreover, Meng Yi just demonstrated an ability resembling reanimation, or something very close to it. Countless divine powers. Suo Mingcheng held a roll between his teeth, shifted gears, and muttered, could you speak plainly? Li Hao remained silent, deep in thought. Suo Mingcheng, accustomed to this, pressed the accelerator and steered the van toward the inner city. Meng Yi and Sun Qiun certainly did not return. It was almost noon. And if they went back now, they would accomplish nothing for the day. Moreover, there were not only entertainment venues here, but also several restaurants. In Sun Qian's words, there are entertainment areas convenient for the blessed ones near the 4 city gates of the outer city. Is the food here edible? Meng Yi sat in the restaurant feeling uncomfortable, still haunted by the psychological shadow from that breakfast shop. Of course, what's the problem? Sun Qiun casually flipped through the menu. It's just a bit expensive. I'm having trouble choosing, you decide. She tossed the menu to Meng Yi and casually said, let me take a look at that extraordinary weapon. Meng Yi handed her the short knife at his waist, flipping through the menu himself, and had to admit it was indeed pricey. After randomly ordering 2 bowls of fried noodles, he thought for a moment and ordered a freshly baked mushroom, which totaled 2,300 coins, directly pushing him into the ranks of the impoverished. If it weren't for Sun Qian's nonchalant demeanor, he truly wouldn't want to spend this money. A meal of synthesized rations only cost 8 coins. It seems being a blessed one is quite profitable. The menu was snatched away by a parrot flying around the restaurant. The staff here were 3 colorful parrots which made Meng Yi feel much better. Sun Qiun held the crimson short knife and after some exploration discovered how to use it. With a thought she waved it lightly and the blade ignited in flames. Meng Yi curiously asked, "How is this extraordinary weapon made? I heard from the tavern people that this is an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon." Sun Qiun waved again, extinguishing the flames. Her eyes brightened as she waved the knife back and forth, the flames flickering unpredictably. This is the purpose of blessed ones venturing into the wilderness to obtain various rare materials, besides exchanging them for currency with the defense office. Sun Qiun pointed at the knife. You can also seek out blessed ones like craftsmen or mechanics to forge special extraordinary weapons or armor. Or find alchemists to create various enhancement potions, and there are many other uses. Materials for ritual magic formation materials and some inherently useful oddities, etc. She took out the silver revolver and handed it to Meng Yi, saying enthusiastically, "This revolver of mine is also an extraordinary weapon. Ordinary weapons find it hard to harm blessed ones. I spent a lot of money to purchase materials to integrate into the steel, initially forging it myself. Then sought out a blessed one skilled in drawing formations to engrave 3 small formations, and even had someone set up a ritual magic too. Well, it's blessed. It is made of special materials, so its power is significant, and it has formations for dispelling evil, increasing power, increasing firing speed, and blessings to improve accuracy." She shaped her empty hand into a gun, saying, "Bang, precise lock-on." Then with a tone of pride she asked, "Guess how much it's worth?" Meng Yi held the silver revolver, feeling its smooth texture. The entire gun body was engraved with intricate light golden patterns, looking understated yet luxurious. Logically speaking, in this world ordinary wages are very low, so money should be quite valuable, yet the consumption of blessed ones left him somewhat puzzled. He could only estimate high 500,000. Sun Qiun shook her head. "Not even close 1,500,000. It cost me almost all my savings." She sighed. "This is also why I'm so poor. I only donated 5,000 to the Hall of our Lord." "You're poor, yet treating me to such an expensive meal," Meng Yi couldn't help but mutter. He thought blessed ones were all high consumers, but he just calculated that with this gun, the cost of this lunch could be equivalent to over 600 meals, which only accounts for 7 or 8 months' worth of meals at 3 meals a day. This is almost all of Sun Qian's savings. Using common sense to deduce, she used to be a mechanic. Such a profession should be profitable, right? Thinking it was daily consumption, but in reality, it was quite extravagant, including that meal she prepared for herself in the morning, which in a sense was also quite luxurious. Is it really worth spending so much for mere indulgence? Meng Yi couldn't help but throw out this question. Sun Qiun answered matter-of-factly, "What are you saving money for?" "Why save? Who knows when one might die? Of course one should live comfortably. I heard that the bank in Fortress City initially had loan services, but now," she gestured with her hand, "no more. The bank can't even recover life loans. It's quite reasonable." Meng Yi shook his head, steering the conversation back. "What's the name of this gun? Is it a 9th-tier extraordinary weapon?" "Giant hammer." Sun Qiun waved her small hand, exuding confidence. "It smashes the enemy's head like a giant hammer. Its tier is 9th, but it might not be cheaper than this knife, being a ranged weapon." Meng Yi nodded and asked a question that caught Sun Qiun off guard. "Do those mutated creatures in the wilderness have heads?" "Eh?" Meng Yi smiled, sliding the giant hammer back to Sun Qiun, saying, "What a pity." Sun Qiun angrily waved the knife, but after a while, no matter how she waved, the short knife did not respond at all. Only then did she grit her teeth and return the knife. "Does this knife have a name engraved on it?" Meng Yi examined it for a long time but shook his head. Not only was there no name, but there were also no formation patterns, so it shouldn't have any blessings. No wonder Sun Qiun said this knife isn't worth much more than her handgun. A thought surfaced in his mind. He wondered if he could bestow blessings, should be possible, right? Sun Qiun put away the revolver and casually said, "Then you should name it. Let's call it Crimson Blade." Meng Yi didn't mind an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon, still a short knife. Seemed like it could be concealed on him. With a blade length of only half a meter, he gestured and thought no, half a meter is still long, not easy to hide under flesh. In the future, he might consider crafting some shorter daggers. The two were still preparing to study the little booklet given by old Wang Ba when the ordered dishes were already prepared. 2 parrots the size of a palm flew over from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of noodles, swaying along the way, yet the bowls did not tip over. After landing on the table, the parrot was squashed flat against the bottom of the bowl, with a thud, then its body slid out like flowing water, expanding back to its original shape with a duong sound. The 2 parrots chattered as they flapped their wings and flew away. "I'm exhausted. Raise salaries. Raise salaries. Look at your aspirations, wanting female parrots. You're the one with aspirations. If you have money, go to the bird market and buy plenty of female parrots. Even male parrots." Meng Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. This fried noodle was truly excellent, and the meat inside had an outstanding texture. It was better than all the noodles he had eaten combined before. He began to devour the noodles voraciously. It was just too delicious. Sun Qiun, on the other hand, tried to be elegant, but her speed was equally fast. The chef here is a chef. How is it? The taste is excellent, right? Meng Yi kept nodding. Shortly after, a person wearing a chef's hat walked to their table holding a plate. Freshly baked mushrooms are here. Then he rolled up his left sleeve and his arm began to sprout a dense array of colorful mushrooms, each as large as a fist. We only want the mushroom caps. He held a dining knife in his right hand and precisely sliced off a thin layer from the top of the mushroom, explaining, "The other parts are poisonous and cannot be eaten." After slicing, he swiped his right hand across his left arm, and the mushroom was neatly severed. A parrot that happened to fly by opened its mouth, which expanded to the size of a basin, and swallowed it whole. Whoosh! The parrot flapped its wings, expelling flames that roasted the mushroom slices on the plate, the flames touching the slices and withdrawing immediately. But when used for roasting, it can add a unique flavor to the baked mushrooms. The chef set down the dining knife, extended his right hand with fingers spread, each fingertip filled with tiny holes resembling a lotus pod, and elegantly shook his fingers, sprinkling various powders. Secret seasonings. The chef wore a smile. I eat all sorts of spices daily, processed through the complexities of my body. Meng Yi could no longer watch and dashed out the door. Meng Yi decided that, for the sake of his mental well-being, he would settle for synthetic rations instead. Sun Qiun attempted to educate him, insisting these dishes were harmless, nutritious, and delicious, but he flatly refused. Synthetic rations. Excellent. Yet as he squatted outside the restaurant chewing the newly purchased synthetic meal, Sun Qiun's expression turned deeply conflicted. These. She pointed toward the food in Meng Yi's hands, choosing her words with deliberate tact. Arable land within fortress cities is extremely limited. Even with soilless cultivation added in, feeding every citizen remains a drop in the ocean. Meng Yi shrugged it off. So it's just factory synthesized after ritual magical acceleration. Far cleaner than anything those chefs prepare. Sun Qiun's voice wavered. Really? Do you truly believe that? Instantly the meal in Meng Yi's hand lost all its appeal. Was this world even salvageable anymore? From now on, let's try cooking for ourselves. Sun Qiun frowned in bewilderment. What difference does it make whether mushrooms grow from soil or from human flesh? And as for divine gracebearers, unless they're deranged cultists deliberately spreading plagues and pestilence. Never mind. I have no idea where you picked up this particular aversion. Meng Yi let out a dry chuckle. In theory, yes, impeccably clean. In practice, well, technically still clean. Right? Absolutely not. As he turned back to speak with Sun Qiun, he caught through the glass door a clear view of the restaurant's chef grilling meat for a patron. Truly freshly shaved on demand. Though he wielded blood explosives at will and concealed blades beneath his skin, he remained fundamentally a normal man. One utterly incapable of consuming such fare. Noticing Meng Yi's pallor, Sun Qiun glanced back and sighed helplessly. That's beef grown directly on the chef's body. Ah! Meng Yi emitted an astonished, enlightened gasp. So that was how it worked. Must one carve open a chef's abdomen just to serve pork liver? He stood, brushed dust from his trousers, and dismissed the matter entirely. Let's go find Zhang Yao instead. Sun Qiun shook her head and fell into step behind him. Room 117 of Building 268. A repurposed indoor training facility created by demolishing interior walls between adjacent residences. Currently hosted several students in session. Zhang Yao greeted Meng Yi and Sun Qiun with exceptional warmth. For Divine Gracebearer's combat capability extends far beyond mere martial skill. It encompasses knowledge and auxiliary means alike. Knowledge refers to understanding ritual magic and various formations. Though we lack the bestowed power to wield them ourselves, foundational comprehension remains indispensable. Auxiliary means include alchemical elixirs, ritual blessings, transcendent weapons, arcane artifacts, divine relics, even advanced technological constructs. Beaming broadly, Zhang Yao led them into the adjacent room 118. I shall provide you both with premium tier instruction. He emphasized, a meticulously tailored program, personally supervised by me. Valued at 100,000 yuan. Of course, absolutely free. Naturally, this generosity stems solely from Meng Yi's potential status as a divine chosen. As for cost, what tangible expense could such instruction possibly entail? Truth be told, had Meng Yi not been a likely divine chosen, Zhang Yao would hardly have exerted himself, likely offering only perfunctory instruction instead. In today's world, even loan repayments were unreliable. Why expect reciprocity for favors? Divine gracebearers were volatile, fanatical, and wholly subservient to their deities. Madmen all. But divine chosen were human, and human beings, however modest the investment, might one day return the favor. Especially after witnessing Meng Yi publicly defend Sun Qiun at the tavern. Zhang Yao gestured toward room 118. This private training chamber guarantees absolute seclusion. No interruptions whatsoever. We'll begin with fundamentals. Martial conditioning. Meng Yi straightened with renewed focus. First came unarmed combat, basic kinetic principles and force generation techniques. To him, the drills felt effortless. Zhang Yao regarded him with genuine surprise, asking whether he'd received prior training. Upon receiving a firm denial, he simply attributed Meng Yi's aptitude to the unique physiology of a divine chosen. Sun Qiun possessed no formal foundation. Yet divine gracebearers experienced holistic physical enhancement, allowing her to master the basics with remarkable speed. Still, Meng Yi progressed from barehanded techniques to foundational mastery of bladed weapons, including swords and knives, within a single afternoon while her pace lagged considerably. At 5 p.m., Zhang Yao clapped his hands to conclude the session. At this rate, Mr. Meng may complete the full curriculum in no more than 3 days, whereas Miss Sun will likely require approximately 1 week. Zhang Yao grinned. Of course, that's hardly slow. Sun Qiun nodded silently. Having witnessed Meng Yi's raw combat prowess, she harbored no doubts about his accelerated progress. She longed only to return home and resume studying those theological texts, to refine every detail of the sanctuary without delay. Divine Gracebearer's physical resilience was extraordinary after an entire afternoon of intense training. Neither bore more than a light sheen of sweat. Their homeward walk required no haste. They strolled side by side unhurried. Dusk approached. As pedestrians hurried past, vanishing into homes, the streets grew quiet, and Meng Yi found his thoughts drifting once more toward the weavers who served the blood essence high priest. Last night's weavers must have acted under direct divine command. Yet it baffled him why 3 8th or 9th rank divine gracebearers had been dispatched. He turned to Sun Qiun. Why were last night's weavers so weak? Granted, without Li Hao and his allies, Meng Yi might not have emerged unscathed. Yet the blood essence high priest, a true deity, surely commanded weavers far more formidable than that. At the very least, dispatching a 5th rank gracebearer would have sufficed. Crushing victory assured. Sun Qiun replied matter-of-factly. Because the blood essence high priest revels in bloodshed and violence, and scorns bullying the weak. An unexpectedly coherent rationale. Even if the high priest suspected his power had been stolen by a false god, his followers would remain steadfast in their ethos, never exploiting superiority to oppress the vulnerable. Yet Sun Qiun now wore a look of belated realization. Why would the weavers slander my lord as a false god? Meng Yi observed her delayed reaction, and felt no surprise whatsoever. Then, embodying the fervor of a true zealot, she clenched her teeth. These blasphemers, these worshippers of counterfeit divinity, deserve nothing less than death. Meng Yi blinked, slowly saying nothing. Still, immediate danger seemed unlikely. Last night's 3 weavers had been eliminated cleanly, and he himself had relocated. Others would struggle to locate him anytime soon. Had they not gathered in the park yesterday, the weavers would likely have found no trace of their targets at all. A grave miscalculation. Arg! A non-human shriek pierced the air ahead. To Meng Yi the sound carried visceral, unbearable weight. An overwhelming confluence of agony, hatred, sorrow, and fury warped by a profound, indescribable malevolence. It stirred something restless and uncontrollable within him. Sun Qiun's face went stark white. Someone has undergone catastrophic aberration. The deviants. No one can explain their origin. Conspiracy theories once claimed divine beings were the unseen architects behind their emergence. Yet those corrupted by the abyssal deity and the deviants are fundamentally distinct. The deviants writhe in formless distortion, while the deity corrupted are merely mad. Screams and cries of terror echoed intermittently from the street ahead. Ordinary civilians were under attack by a deviant. Meng Yi's first instinct was to retreat temporarily. He had no prior experience confronting such entities. Though these grotesque aberrations roamed freely across the wastelands, facing a solitary deviant within the fortified city presented an ideal opportunity for combat training. Still, one ought to observe the foe first, assess its nature. But Sun Qiun drew her revolver Mjolnir and raised her face with solemn reverence. Our Lord is redemption. She charged forward. Not back but straight into the maelstrom. A zealot possessed by divine fervor knows no fear. Meng Yi flashed his short blade from his waist, eyes burning with equal sanctity. Our Lord is redemption. The Crimson Sovereign was the symbol of redemption. Was this then self-sabotage? The deviant was approaching them heeding. Meng Yi sprinted forward, veered slightly around a corner. And there it stood. It was his first sight of a deviant. It barely retained humanoid shape, its flesh and skin oozing like half-melted wax. At that moment it was actively assimilating an ordinary civilian. Both cried out in unison. Had its appearance been merely bizarre, Meng Yi, having endured 2 days of exposure to divine-blessed anomalies, would have remained composed, unfazed by mere grotesquerie. Yet an inexplicable allure emanated from the creature. A siren call urging Meng Yi to surrender himself, to merge utterly with it. Its howl carried indescribable emotional resonance, churning his spirit into restless agitation. Nearby civilians were drawn toward the deviant, their faces contorted in agonized ambivalence. Resisting yet yearning, slowly shuffling closer. Having resolved to act, Meng Yi hesitated not. Wind seemed to gather beneath his feet as he surged forward with preternatural swiftness. Though Sun Qiun led the charge, her speed lagged behind Meng Yi's. Now several paces behind, she instantly fired in covering support as he closed in on the deviant. A thunderous report split the air. The deviant's skull exploded into crimson mist. Instantly the half-assimilated civilian shrieked, his neck elongated dozens of meters, his head whipping forward like a meteoric mace aimed at Sun Qiun. Meng Yi's crimson blade descended, its flaming edge cleaving effortlessly through the slender thumb-thick neck. Yet the severed head continued its deadly trajectory. A second gunshot cracked. Mjolnir possessed headshot precision. The head detonated into fragments 3 meters before Chen. Scattered blood sizzled violently upon impact, hissing as it corroded the ground into jagged craters. Losing its head clearly imposed no meaningful hindrance. New eyes and a gaping mouth bloomed across its upper torso. Facing Meng Yi's charge, it unhinged its jaws and spat a jet of pure black fluid. The angle and timing were flawless. Yet Meng Yi's feet sprouted twin springs of living flesh, propelling him just fast enough to evade by a hair's breadth. A third shot rang out. An awkward predicament arose with no head remaining. Chen bullet flew wide. It struck the earth directly behind Meng Yi's heel, its concussive force nearly toppling him backward. "Watch where you're aiming. I've never trained for this." She sounded utterly unapologetic. Gritting his teeth, Meng Yi slashed his short blade toward the deviant's eyes, only for the creature to offer no defense, letting the flaming blade carve cleanly across both orbs. 2 soft pops echoed, and from its molten body sprouted a dozen new eyes, as if silently daring him go on. Simultaneously, jagged bone spurs erupted from its liquefied flesh, screaming through the air toward Meng Yi's chest. Meng Yi hurled 2 flesh and blood bombs with his left hand, then temporarily transformed himself into a revenant, bolstering his resilience against the incoming spurs. He twisted his torso sideways, layering dense muscle and sinew over his right forearm until it swelled grotesquely. Thwip! Several spurs impaled his thickened arm. Their brutal momentum sent him hurtling backward, limbs flailing. The 4th shot thundered. Chen fired at close range, this time striking true. The bullet pierced the precise nexus where deviant and civilian fused. A gaping void opened at the impact site. At that very instant, Meng Yi willed his discarded flesh and blood bombs to detonate. Boom! Boom! Twin detonations tore through the air. Shrapnel of gore rained outward. An unearthly soul-rending shriek pierced reality. Meng Yi staggered upright, head throbbing, knees buckling mid-step. Chen reaction was far more severe. She swayed drunkenly, limbs uncoordinated, her body speckled with corrosive deviant tissue that hissed and smoked. Uncontrollable guttural sounds gurgled from her throat. The assimilation process ruptured. The deviant seized the civilian's remaining corpse and hurled it at Chen. Meng Yi snatched her by the nape and flung her backward with reflexive precision. Crunch! A devastating blow. Flesh and bone exploded outward. Damn it! This is just a civilian turned deviant. So difficult. Meng Yi fell back momentarily. "It isn't especially difficult," came a familiar voice from the far end of the street. "You must discern its weakness." Meng Yi couldn't place the speaker, but he was certain they'd met before. Chen, now shaking off the daze, wiped twin streaks of blood beneath her nose and shouted across the street. "Weakness? How do we find it? Ah, I forgot you two are newly appointed divine-blessed initiates requiring formal instruction." Recognition dawned. She was Zhu Hongyu, a staff trainer from the Defense Corps' Free Mentorship Division. Thick silken strands lashed around the deviant's body. Its caustic blood proved powerless against the threads pinning it in place as it writhed helplessly. "Use spirit sight." "Oh!" Chen expression brightened with sudden clarity. Apparently she knew the technique. Meng Yi shot her a sharp, incredulous glance. He wondered truly, how had she ever functioned as a divine-blessed initiate? Purely logistical support, evidently, utterly ignorant of battlefield fundamentals. Chen pointed at the deviant and declared to Meng Yi, "Third rib, left pectoral region." "That's it." Without hesitation, Meng Yi lunged at the immobilized deviant. He switched his blade to his left hand. His revenant right arm, reinforced by flesh magic, bristled with defensive potency. He drove it forward, not as a blade but as a cleaving palm strike, ripping through the deviant's chest to seize the targeted rib. Simultaneously, a coiled tendril of silk, sharpened to a needlepoint, pierced the deviant's chest, flexed with serpentine agility, and sought to encase the same rib. But Meng Yi moved faster. His limb's reaction time outstripped even the silk's uncanny reflexes. He wrenched the rib free, then flung his arm sideways, splattering corrosive residue, and leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the geyser of erupting ichor. Acrid smoke curled from his arm. The deviant's warped frame collapsed inward with wet gelatinous slaps, a trembling heap of rust-brown jelly quivering absurdly. Zhu Hongyu stood with her back turned. A plump 8-limbed spider embedded in her spine raised a claw in mocking challenge toward Meng Yi, its mandibles clicking sharply. Then all 8 limbs folded inward, curling tightly, crunching with brittle bone-deep snaps. As the creature retracted into her body, it vanished entirely beneath her smooth porcelain back, leaving only a narrow fissure 3 fingers wide through which its cluster of obsidian eyes peered watchfully. Meng Yi stared dumbfounded. Zhu Hongyu flicked her outer garment upward, concealing the unsettling aperture with practiced ease. Turning, she addressed them with crystalline clarity. "Truly, you won't reconsider formal training? I'd be exquisitely thorough." Meng Yi kept glancing, disbelieving, at her slender frame. How could it possibly fit inside? A bizarre notion surfaced. Had the spider replaced her internal organs? Faced with Zhu Hongyu's sincere invitation, Meng Yi truly hesitated to refuse. Yet the mere thought of those living spiders half a meter thick sent a chill crawling up his spine. "Sorry, we've already enrolled in Zhang Yao's course. 10,000. Wait, no. 20,000 for both of us." "I see." A palpable disappointment flickered across Zhu Hongyu's face as she cautioned. You've been deceived. Basic training shouldn't cost nearly that much. Free. And not expensive, though you're rather kind, aren't you? Meng Yi suppressed the strange notion welling within him. At that moment, a battered pickup truck weaved deftly through the panicked crowd and sped toward them with startling agility. A shrill screech of brakes echoed. Then a man and a woman leapt down from the cab. Just received an alert from the city's defense system. Yet by the time we arrived, the threat was already neutralized. Impressive. These days, few divine grace-bearers bother intervening in others' affairs. One of them, a sharp-eyed woman with shoulder-length hair, crouched beside the gelatinous remnant left behind by the mutated being, turned back with a smile revealing precisely 8 perfect teeth and said, "Thanks, Zhang Xier." "And him." She gestured toward the burly man standing on guard. "Zhang Zhuanger." The man, even while maintaining vigilance, offered the trio a warm, friendly nod. "Wow. They're normal people." Meng Yi felt a fleeting, almost tearful illusion of kinship, until Zhang Xier scooped up a handful of the gelatin and popped it into her mouth, prompting him to instinctively turn his head away. "Tui. Disgusting." Zhang Xier snapped her fingers. "Proceed with standard protocol." Zhang Zhuanger retrieved a device resembling a vacuum cleaner from the truck and meticulously suctioned every trace of the gelatinous mass, and all residual flesh, off the ground. Curious, Meng Yi asked, "What exactly are you doing?" Without looking up from whatever she was adjusting, Zhang Xier glanced over. "Don't ask him. He's mute." Zhang Zhuanger smiled at Meng Yi and nodded, parting his lips to reveal only half a tongue. It seemed the divine had forbidden him speech. With a crisp rustle, Zhang Xier unfurled a square handkerchief etched with intricate patterns. Upon unfolding it, instantly solidified into a rigid geometric plate. Sinqiun whispered near Meng Yi's ear, "A portable formation disc." Zhang Xier cast a glance at the two before following Zhang Zhuanger, cradling the disc which bathed its surroundings in a gentle silvery radiance. As they advanced, emerald-hued vapors rose steadily from the ground, only to disintegrate into shimmering motes beneath the disc's cleansing light. "Mutated flesh carries potent corruption," she explained mid-stride. "It poses no danger to divine grace-bearers, but even a trace can prove fatal to ordinary humans. We're executing a purification protocol." She sounded faintly disgruntled, "By the way, you 3 haven't introduced yourselves yet, even after we did. Quite aloof, aren't you?" Flustered, Meng Yi and the others hurriedly offered their names. "Oh, Zhu Hongyu." Zhang Xier turned back, eyes alight with enthusiasm. "I've heard of you. You keep," she waved vaguely, "an immense colony of tiny spiders, so terrifying that no new divine grace-bearers have dared attend rookie training, or register officially, for 2 full years. TCH. Lucky break for that scoundrel Zhang Yao. An exaggeration, of course. The real reason being, who among divine grace-bearers would willingly submit to official registration?" Zhu Hongyu grimaced and nodded glumly. "It's unsustainable. I've had no trainees at all. Soon I'll have no choice but to head into the wastes." Then, spotting the rib bone in Meng Yi's hand, Zhang Xier clicked her tongue appreciatively. "Not bad. To acquire a transcendent material right here in the city, it's like finding treasure dropped from the sky." Sinqiun murmured beside Meng, "Useful parts for mutated beings vary wildly. Each one unique, each one unpredictable." Meng Yi shot her a deadpan look. "Now you're the expert. What about your silent, headlong charge just moments ago?" He needed no explanation. The weakness and the harvestable material were one and the same. So urban-born mutants must be the weakest tier, hence her remark about finding treasure. At that thought, Meng Yi sighed inwardly. He and Sinqiun, well, they were simply inexperienced. Zhang Xier tilted her head toward them. "She's staff of the Defense Bureau. Officially sanctioned. And you too. Since when are divine grace-bearers so altruistic?" Sinqiun lifted her chin slightly. "Because our Lord embodies redemption itself." "Oh." Zhang Xier's eyes sparkled. "Surely you don't mean the Crimson King?" Meng Yi blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Zhang Xier's expression turned oddly strained as she replied. "Since this morning, dozens of factories in 6th District have been abuzz with fervent preaching about the Crimson King. Truly reconsider the free training. I did help you subdue that mutant." Meng Yi and Sinqiun exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. The Judicature Bureau nearly declared 6th District incubating a nascent cult. Had the Dawn Judicators not intervened, half the preachers would already be in custody. "Ah, I see now why the Dawn Judicators intercepted us. So he truly is a righteous deity whose symbol is redemption. But does he truly delight in such overt proclamation of his name?" Meng Yi stared dumbfounded. "Is this how you proclaim him? Is this what he meant?" This couldn't continue. Such zeal would erode the Crimson King's dignity entirely. Greeting strangers with, "Friend, have you heard of redemption?" Where was the gravitas? Such outreach had to be halted immediately. Sinqiun's face tightened. "We'll convene the faithful again tomorrow." She would not allow her Lord's image to be tarnished. No god in this world conducted themselves so brazenly. Zhang Xier, however, didn't press further. She continued, purifying the sight, effortlessly affable and radiant, utterly unlike any other divine grace-bearer. Ignoring for a moment her habit of tasting gelatin, she truly seemed human. By then Zhu Hongyu was preparing to leave, making one final earnest appeal to Meng Yi and Sun Qiun. Truly reconsider the free training. I did help you subdue that mutant. Meng Yi and Sun Qiun exchanged a glance, and shook their heads in unison. Ah! She departed crestfallen. Setting aside the spiders, Zhu Hongyu was in truth quite ordinary. All done. Zhang Xier tapped something on the formation disc, or it folded neatly back into a plain handkerchief. She dusted her hands off. Mission accomplished. Then she waved cheerfully, bye-bye. Hope we meet again. Oh bye-bye. Meng Yi waved back. 2 civilians had died, one likely succumbing to loss of divine protection and mutating, or the other slain by that very mutant. The cleanup proceeded matter-of-factly. Bystanders watched indifferently. Even those rescued by Meng Yi's group didn't utter a word of thanks. As Zhang Xier turned to walk back toward the battered pickup, her long hair swaying, Meng Yi caught sight of it, a second mouth nestled low on her nape. She lifted a hand, tucking her hair to conceal it. Meng Yi began to wonder whether Zhang Xier even had a tongue. Was she merely miming speech with her lips? Meng Yi sighed softly, rubbing his temples in weary resignation. This wretched world. Meanwhile, Sun Qiun's freshly corroded wounds healed rapidly under the influence of flesh magic. Her clothes too restored seamlessly to their original state. Meng Yi glanced down, murmuring, "These clothes really are rather fine, so perhaps this world wasn't without its merits." Sun Qiun reminded him, "Remember, tonight feed the garment some meat before removing it, otherwise next time it repairs itself it may feast on you." "Ha!" Meng Yi jerked his head around. "Why are you staring at me? You can't let the garment starve, right? This wretched world, and those weavers still dare call me a malevolent deity. First memorize its appearance clearly, then close your eyes, and while holding that image in mind strive to perceive it with your brow. Persist until you truly see it. Not in memory but as presence." It sounded like a fundamental skill accessible to all divine grace-bearers. A simple technique. Sun Qiun explained. "Once home, sit quietly and clear your mind. Focus your awareness upon the space between your brows. Try to see with it. If needed, begin by visualizing a simple object like a book." She tapped her own brow gently. "First memorize its appearance clearly, then close your eyes, and while holding that image in mind strive to perceive it with your brow. Persist until you truly see it. Not in memory but as presence. Repeat the process several times and mastery will follow." She nodded confidently. Divine grace-bearers possess spiritual energy far exceeding that of mortals. Most grasp it within a single day or night. With practice, spirit sight becomes effortless, summonable at will. Meng Yi suddenly interjected, "I see it." "What?" "I've activated spirit sight." Eyes closed, Meng Yi pointed upward. A cerulean barrier, crisscrossed by luminous multi-hued currents tracing precise pathways. "Is this the city's fortress formation?" "Yes." Sun Qiun opened her mouth, then paused stunned. So quickly, Meng Yi lowered his gaze. Once the brilliant barrier faded from his perception, he noticed it a pervasive misty haze of ashen gray clinging to everything. When he turned his gaze toward Sun Qiun, he saw a delicate veil of crimson mist and silvery light enveloping her, repelling the gray fog entirely. "Can you see the crimson mist on yourself? Or on me?" "What do you mean?" "Apparently not." The crimson mist was visible only to its bearer. He scanned the street. Every civilian shimmered faintly with a soft protective luminescence shielding them from the encroaching gray haze. "This ashen mist. Is this the source of mutation?" Sun Qiun gave a quiet, solemn nod. "It's far denser in the wastes." "Where do these ashen-black mists originate?" Meng Yi opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The slanting rays of dusk bathed the street, stretching every shadow into elongated silhouettes. "I don't know." Sun Qiun shook her head. "Humanity has spent 30 years without unraveling this mystery." Meng Yi hadn't truly expected an answer from her. The question had been little more than a murmur to himself. He gave a wry smile. He would ponder such matters when his disciples numbered in the thousands and his divine authority struck terror like a storm. Until then he would focus on what lay before him. He drew the rib bone from his waistband and examined it closely, pure white, almost luminous, its surface radiating an aura of solemn sanctity. Sun Qiun prompted, "Observe it with spiritual sight." Meng Yi shifted his perception, and the bone blazed with brilliant light in his palm. Sun Qiun explained, "When I observed that aberrant being through spiritual sight, its hue blended seamlessly with the surroundings. Ashen gray, yet marginally deeper in saturation. Yet its chest emitted a distinct radiant glow, immediately conspicuous." Meng Yi nodded slowly, then voiced the question burning most fiercely in his mind. "Is this material valuable?" "Not at all," Sun Qiun chuckled, shaking her head. "An aberrant born from an ordinary human, neither formidable nor refined, produces only mundane materials. How could it possibly hold value?" She estimated briefly, at most 30,000 credits. Meng Yi calculated silently 30,000. Back in his former life working in a factory, he'd have needed a year and a half of frugal, relentless labor to earn that sum. It was indeed substantial. Sun Qiun continued, If this aberrant absorbs more of those ashen-black mists, that is accumulates greater contamination. This rib will grow denser, thereby increasing its worth. And if it devours and assimilates more ordinary humans, the rib will enlarge, likewise enhancing its value. So if both occur, greater density and increased size, Meng Yi interjected. Sun Qiun countered promptly, no. Density implies condensation. Generally speaking, the smaller and more concentrated a transcendent material, the more prized it is. Precisely so. Sun Qiun raised her hand fingers splayed wide. As an aberrant accrues more contamination, all its original essence, energy, consciousness, spirit, even intangible facets of its former self, she clenched her fist tightly, are gradually compressed, squeezed ever inward, shrinking relentlessly. When it incorporates new ordinary humans, the contamination dilutes, forcing the entire process to begin anew. Hence, newly formed aberrants yield utterly worthless materials, especially one lacking fusion with elemental energies like fire or water. Meng Yi's thoughts drifted further. So, do contaminated aberrants attack ordinary humans instinctively, to dilute their own corruption? Who can say for certain? Sun Qiun sighed. That's a plausible inference. But even my earlier remarks remain mere conjecture, unverified by any reliable evidence. Meng Yi asked no further questions. As for aberrants infused with elemental energies, fire, water, and the like, it was hardly extraordinary. Within Fortressity's protective arrays rendered inanimate objects immune to aberration, or rather 3 decades of accumulated contamination remained insufficient to corrupt them. Beyond the city walls, however, flora and fauna were not spared. Nor were stones, flames, flowing water, mist, or even lightning. All could twist into aberration. Bizarre, unfathomable aberrants emerged ceaselessly. High above, a shimmering azure ripple flickered across the sky. Not far away, another unconscious aberrant had collided with the Fortressity's barrier array. This time Meng Yi did not glance upward. What was there to marvel at? Contemplating dinner held far greater urgency. Synthetic rations for supper. I'll be studying tonight. For the sake of the divine sanctum, I must seize every moment. Sun Qiun spoke with solemn reverence. Meng Yi gritted his teeth. Actually, your god doesn't care about this. Besides, you yourself once called synthetic rations that abomination. I don't mind personally. I only mentioned it because you're so particular. Meng Yi rubbed his stomach. He'd eaten scarcely anything at noon. As for cooking himself, apologies, he was a useless university student. Thus Meng Yi resorted to shameless theological coercion. The divine decrees brotherhood. Ignoring Sun Qiun's widened, incredulous eyes, he pressed on. Tonight during prayer I shall denounce your transgressions before the divine. Sun Qiun surrendered, though she countered with a proposal that left Meng Yi reeling. While I cook, you'll read aloud to me. The more she reflected, the more viable it seemed. And it will broaden your knowledge. You always drift off while reading. She spoke with earnest gravity. Even if scholarship isn't your strength, for the sake of our Lord you must strive. Observe me. She stood tall, chest thrust forward. For our Lord I fear no battle. You're dragging your deity into the mire. Your Lord has already shattered 2 fights today just to keep you alive. Meng Yi ground his teeth, poised to refuse outright. But Sun Qiun, anticipating his resistance, curved her lips into a knowing smile. The divine decrees brotherhood. Her gaze lingered meaningfully upon him. I've made concessions. You ought to reciprocate accordingly. She clasped her hands together reverently, in veneration of the divine. Fine, fine, fine. The rib bone nearly snapped beneath Meng Yi's tightening grip. Room 305. Building 003. Meng Yi cradled a thick charred tome, the varieties of religious experience. Though half consumed by flame, Sun Qiun insisted one could begin reading from the middle with equal effect. One bustled in the kitchen, the other read aloud from the book, until at last Meng Yi savored a proper meal and exhaled deeply in quiet satisfaction. It had been no small feat. Sun Qiun began planning tomorrow's agenda. First, the library, to return books. She frowned, troubled. Meng Yi waved his hand grandly. With a rib bone worth 30,000 credits in his possession, he declared with new-found magnanimity, Don't panic, just pay the fine. It won't kill you. I can afford the fine. Sun Qiun demurred, shaking her head. That's not what troubles me. I'm worried. She gestured toward a stack of scorched volumes in the corner. They'll make me recopy every single one. Would you help? Meng Yi buried his face deeper into his rice bowl, as though he'd heard nothing at all. The divine decrees. Enough. He raised both hands in surrender. Brotherhood, brotherhood, bah. Tomorrow's gathering won't be held in the park. Why not? Because. Meng Yi chose his words carefully. I fear the weavers under the blood source ritual master won't easily abandon their pursuit. We killed 3 of them last night, and then took refuge in your home. They've likely lost our trail. For now. Returning to the park tomorrow would be tantamount to delivering ourselves straight into their grasp. What's there to fear? Sun Qiun scoffed. That park shall one day become the sacred site of our Lord's sanctum. Fanaticism was exhausting. Meng Yi pressed on, earnest and measured. It's not fear. We simply have no need to provoke conflict. Doing so would impede our true purpose. Sun Qiun furrowed her brow. Nor can we retreat endlessly. Never. Meng Yi affirmed firmly. The divine sanctum will rise there. Retreat is not our doctrine. Reluctantly, Sun Qiun nodded. Then we'll meet at 6th District Plaza instead. She hurried back into the master bedroom rummaging about, then returned moments later holding out something small and gleaming. Here, Meng Yi caught it, a delicate silver-white pocket watch. A trinket I crafted during practice. Keep it. It'll help you track time. Mentioning time reminded Meng Yi he'd yet to consider the current year. It must be. He paused, recalling carefully. New era year 30 July 6th. Meaning his transmigration had occurred on July 4th. Though only 2 days had passed, his former mundane university life already felt impossibly distant. He opened the watch, mechanical, requiring manual winding. Sun Qiun approached, producing another. Let's synchronize. Right now it's 2116. There. Now whenever we part ways we simply agree on a rendezvous time. Meng Yi nodded and tucked the watch securely into his inner pocket. Later he'd visit the Crimson Mist realm again. He wondered. Had the unfortunate soul who died staring at him in the tavern truly perished by his hand, and had the Crimson Mist realm claimed any of that man's bestowed powers? After finishing his meal, Meng Yi sternly declined Sun Qiun's invitation to study together. I must pray to my lord. His expression was one of solemn devotion. Sun Qiun fell speechless. Though she knew full well, he simply wished to avoid reading this justification, left her utterly unable to object. Meng Yi dashed gleefully back to the guest bedroom, shutting and locking the door in one fluid motion. No one would disturb his slumber tonight. He casually tossed the rib bone and short dagger from his waist onto the nightstand. Not bad at all. He'd acquired a transcendent weapon worth over 1 million credits today. True, he lacked liquid assets, but fixed assets were still assets. That portly man was insufferable yet undeniably generous with treasures. And Meng Yi had successfully demonstrated both necrotic transformation and frost manipulation before a crowd. Why had Sun Qiun raised no questions? No sooner had Meng Yi's buttocks touched the bed than he sprang upright. His oversight was grave. Worse still was this woman feigning ignorance. No. Something was deeply off. From their very first encounter, Sun Qiun had behaved strangely, willfully ignoring glaring inconsistencies and anomalies about him. How had he obtained his divine grace? Why had he awakened alone during the ritual? What had the arbiter perceived upon gazing upon him, and this necrotic transformation as a bestowed grace? Even more unsettling, Sun Qiun's affection toward him bordered on excessive. Why did she not extend such warmth to other believers? Meng Yi's mouth slowly gaped open. Did the Crimson Mist realm secretly influence Sun Qiun, blinding her to his flaws while amplifying her goodwill toward him? Meng Yi stepped out of the bedroom. Sun Qiun sat on the living room sofa, absorbed in her book. He paced restlessly back and forth. She glanced up lightly and asked idly, "What are you doing? Weren't you praying? So soon?" Nothing." Meng Yi reached for a cup. "Would you like water? It's rather warm. I'll chill it for you." He emphasized the word chill. Thank you. Wasn't I impressive today? Combining flesh magic with necrotic transformation. I blocked several attacks." He stressed necrotic transformation. Yes, impressive. Sun Qiun didn't lift her gaze. Her attention remained fixed on the book. She truly overlooked it. Meng Yi inwardly whistled in awe. The Crimson Mist realm was indeed formidable. Say, what if I now wield dual divine graces? What exactly are you after? Don't disturb me. Or here, take the book and read it aloud yourself. Fine. Dual divine graces still failed to stir even a flicker of suspicion in her. Meng Yi chuckled softly. Never mind. Carry on. Utterly nonsensical. Meng Yi retreated once more to the guest bedroom and locked the door behind him. Phew. So Sun Qiun truly harbored no doubts about him. That meant many things need no longer be concealed in the future. Meng Yi sprawled across the bed in a starfish pose, then willed himself into the Crimson Mist realm. 1 8th tier grace has been seized. Options available. 1. Bestow a 9th tier divine grace, leaving 13 share remaining. 2. Expand the congregation by 28 souls. An unexpected boon. The luckless fellow who'd gazed about so recklessly turned out to be an 8th tier grace bearer after all. He remained uncertain what unique ability the man possessed that could only be revealed upon extraction. Previously he held a mere third of a share. Now this 8th tier grace could fully ascend into a complete 9th tier grace. The share was sufficient for another 9th tier bestowal. Yet a problem arose. There was no suitable candidate, or rather, why accumulate so many 9th tier graces? He could hold them in reserve, amass several 8th tier ones, and elevate. Not himself but Sun Qiun. Having settled on a course, Meng Yi dismissed the luminous interface before him and lifted his gaze toward the ever-flickering stars above. He would resume last night's unfinished work, seeking commonalities among these prayers. Meng Yi began skimming the stars at a glance. He noticed each believer invoked his full sacred title when praying. Was that the key? Beyond that, no further patterns emerged. Perhaps he should devise a simple standardized daily prayer. preferably one that wouldn't directly connect to the stars of the Crimson Mist realm. Otherwise the influx would be nothing but noise, and he had no desire to sift through such clutter. Tomorrow he would guide Chun Chiun to implement it. Steady accumulation of merit by believers would make bestowing grace far more efficient. After all, Chun Chiun clearly found it enjoyable. One final matter: Meng Yi activated spirit sight within the Crimson Mist realm. Only a hazy crimson veil met his gaze unchanged. TCH. Time to call it a night. He slept soundly dreamless. At dawn Chun Chiun yanked him from bed. Up. Don't you see what time it is? Meng Yi wore an expression of profound irritation. Had he ever enjoyed a single restful night since his transmigration? We have much to accomplish today. By the time they finished preparing and stepped outside, it was already past 9. Chun Chiun sighed in exasperation. Next time I'll leave you behind entirely. That'd be splendid. Meng Yi cleared his throat. Right, I'll go gather everyone. Chun Chiun watched his retreating back with undisguised displeasure. But Meng Yi had barely taken a few steps before turning back. What is it? Forgot to feed the garment. It seems hungry. He rolled up his sleeve. Patches of raw mottled skin marred his forearm as though gnawed by dogs. I'll go nourish it quickly. It's already fed. Chun Chiun's face remained impassive. Its appetite isn't large. Fair enough. Meng Yi paid little mind to such minor wounds, waving dismissively as he set about contacting his followers. This time he'd learned his lesson. He distributed the list among 3 believers to summon others, while heading early toward the 6th District Plaza himself. Perhaps he could steal a brief nap. Meng Yi twirled his short dagger idly in his right hand as he strolled down the street. There. He recognized a familiar face, the hapless soul endlessly searching for seafood. Meng Yi slid the blade back into his belt and waved enthusiastically. Hey. He couldn't recall the man's name. Seafood guy. The man spun around sharply. Then, recognizing Meng Yi, his expression shifted subtly, though he made no move to depart. Meng Yi grinned amiably. Brother, haven't caught your name yet. Proselytizing demanded charm. Even calling someone brother was justified so long as they eventually knelt before him. Li Wenhui, a middle-aged man whose stern countenance now darkened further. Hesitantly he asked, You found the seafood? Meng Yi shook his head. No. I've come to introduce you to my lord the Crimson King. Li Wenhui's demeanor struck Meng Yi as odd. Unlike the previous day's impatience, he gave a faint solemn nod. I've heard his sacred name. Of course you have, Meng Yi thought. I saw you in the park yesterday afternoon. Meng Yi discreetly activated spirit sight. The silvery luminescence surrounding Li Wenhui had dimmed considerably. Meng Yi even wondered whether the man remained a grace-bearer at all. Choosing his words carefully, Meng Yi said, If you wish, try praying to my lord. Li Wenhui at least was still a grace-bearer. Perhaps he'd prove useful. Certainly more reliable than Chun Chiun. Meng Yi stole a subtle glance. Few viscous droplets clung to Li Wenhui's feet now. With solemn gravity he declared, My lord offers salvation. Li Wenhui nodded bleakly. By all appearances his time was running short. Who could have foreseen his deity's peculiar fondness for seafood? A perfectly ordinary preference. Yet in this world it rendered him profoundly abnormal. Even restaurant chefs, who'd never encountered seafood, lacked the means to cultivate or replicate it. Li Wenhui departed in desolation, his back bent with sorrow. Meng Yi silently shook his head. Salvation had been offered, whether he grasped it remained his own choice. Yet Meng Yi remained intrigued. How could a deity obsessed with seafood possibly grant grace? Ordinary mortals became grace-bearers by pleasing their god, until divine favor descended upon them. How then had Li Wenhui, as a mortal, pleased such a deity? Fascinating. Meng Yi shelved the question for now and headed toward the plaza. To guide Chun Chiun. When I prayed yesterday I wondered, could our Lord be disturbed by the prayers of his faithful? No. Such prayers manifest our devotion. Our Lord rejoices in them. Is that so? Yet our Lord must attend to countless believers. How many prayers must he hear each day? The majesty of a deity transcends your comprehension. Chun Chiun sat absorbed in a newly borrowed set of books from the library, flipping pages absent-mindedly as she replied to Meng Yi. Meng Yi fell speechless. The divine frustration she could never grasp. He decided to shift tactics. But I have received a divine edict. The god would not expose him, and thus it seemed he might freely fabricate edicts henceforth. This one was genuine. Chun Chiun lifted her gaze, closed the book resting on her knees, and assumed an air of solemn reverence. What decree has our Lord bestowed? As expected. She harbored not a shred of doubt. Meng Yi nodded. Our Lord disfavors meaningless intrusions from his faithful. He cherishes tranquility. I believe we ought to guide the congregation toward a revised form of prayer. For instance, you read constantly. You suggest something appropriate. Chun Chiun paused in quiet contemplation before replying. Then let us simplify our Lord's sacred title in daily prayers, referring to him solely as redemption. Agreed. Announce it to the faithful at once. Thereafter Meng Yi left her to her studies, and began patrolling the perimeter of the square. Yet neither the followers of the blood essence cult nor Suo Mingchang and his companions reappeared. The former might still linger in the park, or wait patiently at home like a hare beneath a tree. As for the latter, had the judicature relaxed its surveillance, by demonstrating vivified corpse manipulation and frost-based sorcery, he had preliminarily dispelled suspicion of being a heretic devoted to an eldritch god, especially since the two of them had just the previous evening briefly assumed the role of zealous divine benefactors. Meng Yi's gaze drifted toward the center of the square, where 5 individuals, men and women alike, were linked together in sequence, beneath the full light of day. Suffice it to say, neither sight nor sound was fit for decent eyes or ears. "Young sir, join us." In broad daylight, no less. A faint smile curved Meng Yi's lips as he approached. The 5 entwined figures brightened instantly, eyes alight with anticipation. Meng Yi stood whole and unmarred, features balanced and unremarkable. Utterly ordinary yet exquisitely suited. No wonder they coveted him. Boom! His crimson blade ignited with roaring flame. "We shall conduct certain affairs here shortly. Kindly vacate the area." Unfazed, the group grew only more animated. "Brother, this blade is exquisite. And brother himself is even more so." One coquettish woman extended her hand directly into the flames. Hissing steam rose as she sighed, eyes fluttering shut in rapturous delight. Meng Yi withdrew the crimson blade without expression. He'd forgotten just how profoundly aberrant these people were. With a swift kick, he sent all 5 flying as one, launching them bodily through the air. Even he laughed, incredulous. "They won't even separate. We are bound in sacred communion. We shall never part lightly." Though hurled across the square, they showed no resentment, only euphoria. One even pleaded for another kick, preferably after a brief searing with the blade. Meng Yi found himself at a loss. In broad daylight, he could hardly resort to lethal force. Yet leaving them be was unthinkable. What if they proclaimed divine edicts before the crowd while indulging in such indecency behind? Was that acceptable? At that moment, Qin Chiyun approached calmly, her gaze immediately falling upon the indecorous spectacle. "If brother refuses, shall sister step in?" Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed. One figure clutched his severed left index and middle fingers, shrieking in agony. Qin Chiyun calmly adjusted her aim toward the next target. We're leaving. Being beaten and being maimed were categorically different matters. Lying prone, the 5 writhed rhythmically, guyonging their way toward the square's edge, still mystically conjoined. "Hand me my severed fingers." I'll devise a new amusement later." Meng Yi kicked their scattered garments toward them. "Take everything with you." The man whose fingers had been severed pressed the raw stump against the ground, dragging it along, leaving a trail of blood and grimaces in his wake. I am perilously close to receiving divine grace." Meng Yi frowned. If they pursued grace with such ferocity, what then awaited them once granted? Qin Chiyun holstered her revolver, expressionless. Henceforth, when encountering such cases, so long as no lives are taken, crippling them entirely poses no issue. The judicature won't trouble itself over trivialities, and the civic guard dares not intervene in matters concerning divine benefactors. Meng Yi gestured toward the retreating figures. "What about them? Devotees of hedonism, or procreation perhaps? I'm uncertain. Such extremes remain rare." Qin Chiyun pointed silently toward someone who, unnoticed until now, lay sprawled on the ground, tracing the blood trail with childish glee, playing snake with it. "That one is far more ordinary," she remarked coldly. She turned back toward her earlier seat, retrieved her book, and paused, then asked, "You've never seen anything like this before?" "I used to be rather reclusive." Qin Chiyun nodded, unsurprised. Meng Yi sighed, deeply scanning the surroundings. This broken world had eroded humanity beyond recognition, its people warped by divine influence. Given enough time, even without direct divine intervention, would such proclivities simply fade? Decades of ingrained habit. He glanced sideways at Qin Chiyun. Her love of reading, surely inherited from the steel artificer, that false god she spoke of. By noon, having announced the new edict to the faithful, prohibiting reckless invocation of the divine name, they returned home, arms laden with books. En route, Meng Yi pondered aloud. "Tell me, might our Lord's faithful retain unusual inclinations? Across lifetimes, deities imprint themselves indelibly upon their followers, searing deep into the soul." "Possibly." Qin Chiyun held the books tightly, voice subdued. "Ordinary folk stripped of divine protection often falter during ritual communion with a new deity, and lose favor again. For over a decade or longer, they devote themselves utterly to one god, unconsciously forging habits that linger beyond conscious will." She exhaled slowly. "Even when pledging allegiance to a new deity, they may unwittingly offend him. Thus, to most, those abandoned by divinity are already counted among the dead." Meng Yi nodded silently. The more precarious their standing, the more fervently they clung to piety. Yet, offending a deity, humans commit countless unconscious transgressions daily. Surely gods aren't so easily provoked. What precisely do deities abhor? Do they despise the preferences of rival gods? Qin Chiyun tightened her grip on the books. "It is said deities favor intense, vivid emotions, or passions. Conversely, they also recoil from equally fierce, untempered affections. Meng Yi nodded slowly, then expanding his following might begin with the faithless. The Crimson King cared nothing for such constraints. Still, such individuals were typically registered with the judicature. Future collaboration there might prove fruitful. Not yet, though. His current flock numbered barely 7 or 8 souls. Qin Qiun drew a deep breath. Thus our Lord is merciful. He is redemption. Meng Yi sighed inwardly. Compared to other deities, he truly was, though those others were orthodox gods, and he a parasitic deity siphoning divine power. Praise redemption. Qin Qiun placed the stack of books down upon returning home and turned. You may take that rib bone with you. It serves no purpose here. Exchange it with the Defense Bureau at Southgate, or sell it elsewhere. Meng Yi took the rib into his hands. Is there any difference? Of course. Qin Qiun consulted her pocket watch. I'll explain shortly. It's already 1 o'clock. Hurry. We mustn't miss Zhang Yao's training session. Meng Yi secured the rib at his waist. We have only an hour left. Walking won't suffice and rental vehicles aren't available in the outer city. Qin Qiun stated firmly. Then run. Ha! Given a divine beneficiary's physical constitution, running 30-odd kilometers is effortless. Meng Yi stood outside training room 118 and exhaled deeply. So this is how divine beneficiaries normally travel. Indeed, Qin Qiun replied with serene nonchalance. What about that time we rented a car? We weren't acquainted yet. I felt awkward dragging you along for a run. So we grew familiar after fighting side by side a few times. Meng Yi shook his head with a wry smile and pushed the door open. Zhang Yao was already waiting inside, and his gaze instantly locked onto the rib bone hanging at Meng Yi's waist. Oh! Is that an arcane material? Did you buy it? No. A man underwent aberrant transformation in the city yesterday. I happened upon it. Zhang Yao gave it a cursory inspection, then sighed. A pity. It appears to be the lowest grade arcane material, barely worth anything. Would you sell it? I require such foundational materials for maintaining certain arrays. Since the item held negligible value, Meng Yi dismissed it without hesitation, tossing it to Zhang Yao with a casual flick of his wrist. Then he asked, by the way, what's the difference between selling it privately and exchanging it at the Defense Bureau? Qin Qiun hadn't had time to explain earlier. Now was the perfect moment to ask. Zhang Yao nodded. Right? It saves the Bureau trouble. No haggling involved. They'll convert it directly into merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for currency or rare artifacts, transcendent weapons, alchemical elixirs, portable array discs, and more. Still, the truly exceptional items must be sought out personally. The Bureau's inventory remains thoroughly mundane. I won't swindle you. 400,000 credits. This figure exceeded Qin Qiun's estimate, so Meng Yi raised no objection. Qin Qiun proceeded to her martial training, while Meng Yi began firearms instruction. A task he mastered in under an hour. Zhang Yao suppressed his astonishment. Were divine chosen truly this formidable? Meng Yi too marveled at his own rapid progress. Yet with the Crimson Mist realm at his disposal, it was hardly inexplicable. Zhang Yao stroked his thick, bristling beard. Next up, arrays, ritual magic, and alchemical elixirs. We ourselves possess only rudimentary knowledge. Truth be told, most divine beneficiaries grasp little more than fragments. Our instruction merely teaches basic identification and broad conceptual familiarity. In this domain, Meng Yi lagged far behind, his comprehension as elusive as celestial scripture. After an hour of agonizingly dense cultural instruction, Meng Yi attained only a skeletal understanding of these subjects. Such esoteric knowledge was traditionally bestowed solely by deities upon their chosen devotees, individuals rarely inclined toward generosity or sharing. Despite decades of official effort, only foundational principles have been widely disseminated. Arrays and ritual magic bear striking similarities. So much so that in certain contexts they are indistinguishable. Both draw power from arcane materials. Yet arrays are rigid and enduring. The Fortressity's defensive array has operated continuously for 30 years, and its potency reflects that stability. Ritual magic, by contrast, manifests in bewildering variety. Blessings invoked, conditions enhanced, traps conjured. Its forms are as capricious as its effects. Elixirs and transcendent weaponry, however, require no such explanation. The standard method for assessing quality, or relative strength, is spiritual sight. The richer the spiritual resonance an object emits, the superior its nature. Yet spiritual resonance can be falsified. The most reliable gauge remains raw efficacy. So, everything else aside, elixirs are the epicenter of fraud, correct? Meng Yi mused. Zhang Yao chuckled. Precisely. You cannot test an elixir's effect by ingesting it. Nor would you dare. Some even pass off virus-laden mucus as medicinal brews. Ahem. Spiritual resonance, after all, isn't exclusive to benevolent substances. He spread his hands. Even poison hums with it. For instance, Zhang Yao tapped his beard. Instantly the dense thicket detached itself from his jawline. Only then did Meng Yi realize it wasn't facial hair at all, but a writhing cluster of black caterpillars. Beneath them, Zhang Yao possessed no chin whatsoever. His exposed dental arch hung bare in the air. Meng Yi felt an unexpected wave of reassurance. Now it made sense. For a moment he'd nearly mistaken him for ordinary. One caterpillar slithered beneath the table and retrieved a small vial. Zhang Yao grinned. Observe it through your spiritual sight. Meng Yi shifted his perception. The vial glowed warmly, radiating gentle luminescence. Based solely on spiritual sight, it appears a mild elixir. Perhaps healing, exorcising, or blessing in nature. In reality, the caterpillar dipped its head and drank. Then it shrieked, convulsed violently, and fell silent. Meng Yi arched an eyebrow. So you're discarding your beard now? It's poison. Zhang Yao reached in, plucked up the lifeless caterpillar, and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. With no lips to contain them, fragments cascaded from his exposed teeth. Meng Yi hesitated. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? Zhang Yao pointed to his mouth. To his teeth. My little darlings have already neutralized it. At that moment, another caterpillar descended from his scalp. His hair rippled faintly, and where stark white bone had been exposed moments before, new flesh swiftly reformed. After returning the vial, the caterpillar crawled up Zhang Yao's arm and resettled upon his jaw, restoring him once more into the burly bearded man. This display, Meng Yi asked curiously, do you know Zhu Hongyu? Are you two fellow devotees? Zhang Yao smiled and nodded. Yes, we both serve as larval cultivators under the matriarch of 10,000 worms. These little darlings are our companions, and our sustenance. Praise the worm mother. Companion's sustenance. Perfectly logical. Zhu Hongyu's spider had replaced her internal organs. Zhang Yao's caterpillars evidently had supplanted every follicle across his body. Meng Yi's gaze flickered discreetly downward. Then an absurd notion surfaced. Perhaps they'd even replaced that particular set of caterpillars. Zhang Yao continued instructing him on distinguishing arrays and other esoterica, reiterating one central tenet: vigilance must never wane. In this broken world, trust between souls is a myth. When the day's training concluded, Chen Qiun escorted Meng Yi to a market near the south gate, located just behind the entertainment district. She explained, this zone is officially designated for divine beneficiaries' private trade. Its denizens are a motley assembly. Genuine treasures and outright fakes exist in equal measure. Let me show you around first. She sighed. Without merit points, we can't procure anything from the Defense Bureau. We're forced to shop here. Wait. Did I just sell that rib bone to Zhang Yao at a terrible loss? Not really. Chen Qiun waved dismissively. Taken to the bureau, it'd fetch no more than 20,000 merit points, and merit points exchange wonton with currency. Good grief. That's extortion. The bureau keeps half. Chen Qiun rolled her eyes. To others, it's worth at most 300,000 credits. Zhang Yao paid a premium, and bureau-acquired goods come guaranteed safe. She pointed emphatically into the market. Safety is paramount. Meng Yi glanced inward and nodded approvingly. Indeed, that single chilling glimpse was enough to quell any desire to enter. No boisterous hawkers called out. Only hollow predatory stares met his gaze, whether from buyer or seller alike. Not a single soul looked remotely trustworthy. Each appeared complicit in running a collective black market bazaar. Meng Yi took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, yet the crowd at the market showed no signs of thinning. He asked, this place won't close at night, will it? Sun Qiun walked ahead. No, those favored by the divine are different from ordinary people. They are not afraid of the night. Meng Yi was still apprehensive. There were too many crazies at night. He quickened his pace to match Sun Qian's, glancing around. There were indeed a few fixed shops, but more were stalls, which explained the prevalence of con artists. Let's first check out the potions. Sun Qiun appeared calm and composed. As for other items, they are too expensive. We can't afford them right now. Sun Qiun sighed lightly. Extraordinary weapons and portable array plates cost hundreds of thousands. Only potions can be considered. Meng Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Can you tell the real from the fake? I can't. But does not knowing mean we shouldn't buy? Anyway, we still have a few days before heading to the wilderness. Let's just take a look. Meng Yi could only nod, but he felt uneasy as cold or malicious gazes swept towards them from nearby. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could only comfort himself and try to ignore those strange looks. Eventually the two stopped in front of a stall where the vendor was an old man with sparse hair and nearly toothless, wearing glasses that were only the size of a fingernail. He pushed his glasses down, slightly lowered his head, and peered at Meng Yi and Sun Qiun from above the frame, letting out a dry laugh. You two have good eyes. Meng Yi held this vendor in high regard, as he fit the image of a typical eccentric tech-savvy old man perfectly. Although the vendor was an old man, his hands were still quick, and he swiftly displayed a neatly arranged row of potions in front of the two with red and yellow varieties. These are formulas I learned from my god, and I guarantee no one else in the whole Jingon city knows them. Let me tell you, other potion masters in the city aren't even worthy enough to carry my shoes. This sounded like a scam, and Meng Yi snorted coldly, about to leave, but Sun Qiun spoke up. How much? Meng Yi turned back in confusion. Was there something I didn't understand? The old man held up two fingers. For a 9th tier potion, it's 20,000 for one. For an 8th tier, it's 50,000. Anything higher I don't have. Sun Qiun furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. I want 3 types: a 9th tier potion for stamina recovery, one for strength enhancement, and 1 for speed increase. With a flick of his hand, the old man quickly narrowed down the potions to just 3 bottles, his speed so quick that Meng Yi barely had time to react. These 3 perfectly meet your requirements. Meng Yi used his spiritual sense to examine them. From that perspective there were no issues. Their appearance was quite good and the spiritual aura was very gentle. But the old man's sales pitch. Alright, I'll buy them, wasn't it? Meng Yi reached out to stop Sane. Aren't you just looking around? If you find something suitable you should buy it. Meng Yi gathered his words. I think these items are not very good. The old man spoke with a sullen face. Kid, think before you speak. Sane blinked innocently. Meng Yi felt helpless. He had just said he didn't understand, but now he wanted to buy after just one look, so he could only ask, have you bought potions before? No. Have you learned how to distinguish them? No. Meng Yi looked up. I've learned, trust me, don't buy. Sane gave him a doubtful look. Didn't you just learn? The old man was furious, slamming the table. You brat, you don't want to buy, but you won't let others buy either. Are you trying to mess with me? Meng Yi coldly replied, are you trying to force a sale? The old man looked him up and down disdainfully. You rookie, knowing nothing and still stopping others. He scoffed at Sane as well. 2 rookies, go away. If you don't want to buy, then I won't sell. His attitude was so forceful. Could it be real? Meng Yi felt a moment of self-doubt, but the old man's sales pitch was so much like a scam, particularly a very low-tier one. Can I take a look? A familiar voice suddenly came through. Meng Yi turned to see Zhu Hongyu. The old man coldly snorted at Meng Yi, and then grinned at Zhu Hongyu. Sure, but I don't know what type you're looking for. Let's see this first. Zhu Hongyu casually picked up a bottle. What is this? It increases agility. Zhu Hongyu nodded, unscrewed the lid, and a small spider crawled out from her sleeve, tasting a drop. The old man's expression changed. The little spider soon became silent in Zhu Hongyu's hand, and was casually tossed into her mouth. This is fake. And she frowned and tilted her head. It even has poison. How malicious. The old man stubbornly replied, that's because your little bug's constitution can't handle my potion's effects. Meng Yi sneered at this. If Sane bought it, wouldn't that be a disaster? This guy was not just scamming. He was endangering lives. He reached out to grab the old man but was stopped by Zhu Hongyu. It's poisonous. The old man immediately flipped the stall table, sending various bottles and jars crashing toward them. Meng Yi and the others swiftly dodged, and the few bottles of so-called potions shattered on the ground, releasing a surge of greenish smoke that quickly spread. Ha ha ha, no deal, no harm, what are you all doing? The old man's mocking voice rang out. Was this a transaction? It was clearly an attempt on their lives. Meng Yi pulled Sane, who was still stunned, quickly retreating. That smoke looked like no good. Zhu Hongyu's dodging was quite peculiar. Her back clothing was torn with a swoosh and the spider crawled out. She then leaped back, curling her petite body in midair, landing already carried by that spider. With 8 long limbs touching the ground, it dashed off quickly, far faster than Meng Yi and the others. Then Zhu Hongyu stretched her body, twisting her waist, switching places with the spider now carrying it, and a torrent of webbing was cast towards the old man. Sane, being tugged by Meng Yi, finally reacted and took out her giant hammer, taking a shot. A decisive strike. Yet the old man bizarrely merged into the smoke and the shot missed completely. Even Zhu Hongyu's webbing also fell short. He he he. The old man's dry laughter echoed from within the smoke. I just wanted to sell something. Why all this anger? The people at the nearby stalls had already rolled up their mats and distanced themselves to watch the show, looking quite practiced. In this market, conflicts erupt daily. Beep beep beep, distant shrill whistles sounded. Sane turned back. It's the security officer from the defense department managing the market. Don't act yet. Meng Yi grinned. Not act. They want to sell lethal poison to us and we shouldn't act. Besides, that shot you just took was aimed at the head. Now you say not to act. I didn't see you being lenient. He swiftly drew his crimson blade. Wasn't this prey delivered right to his door? He had been worried about how to gather the power of the 8th tier. Meng Yi slightly rotated the crimson blade in his hand, igniting a roaring inferno. A low-tier divine gracebearer could never be this formidable, especially one who only defended, never attacked. Clearly he was severely constrained. Not far away, an enforcer sprinted toward the scene, shrill whistles piercing the air. Meng Yi roared, finish this now. A voice echoed from somewhere unseen, hurry up. I want a piece of the corpse. The enforcers are coming. Move fast. That old man isn't as strong as he seems. Heh. Go on, Miss Gun Wielder. Give it your all. This crowd reveled in chaos, utterly indifferent to consequence. Someone even unfurled a portable formation disc with a flourish and bellowed, betting's open. Who'll win? Get lost? 3 against 1. What's there to bet on? Fine. Bet whether they'll kill him before the enforcers arrive. He tapped the formation disc and brandished a contract for all to see. Don't worry. It's been notarized. Utterly fair. Now interest surged. What's the stake? Up to you. With a sharp slap on the disc he declared, I wager one eye that they'll fail. Pfft. Count me in. I've got a newly trained toy. I'll back her. Others dragged out instruments from nowhere and launched into a cacophony of clanging percussion. Welcome to our new live broadcast. No more selling transcendent materials. We're pouring drinks now. Who's thirsty? Bring me the strongest brew. In an instant the market transformed. from a grim, distrustful silence into a riotous carnival. Dozens drew pistols and fired wildly into the sky. Kill him! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Meng Yi staggered. Damn it! No time for hesitation. He had work to do. His skin had turned ashen gray. He couldn't gauge how resistant his necrotic flesh was to toxins. Flesh pulsed across his face, sealing nostrils, ears, and even coating his eyes with a translucent membrane. Once fully shielded, Meng Yi lunged forward, determined to eliminate the old man before the enforcers arrived. Thick, corrosive smoke seared his body, hissing like acid on iron. Visibility vanished. His crimson blade swept wide, yet struck nothing. Outside the haze, Qin Shiyun stood, frozen pistol trembling in hand, uncertain whether to charge in or hold position, guarding against the old man's emergence. Spectators groaned in unison. Hey! What are you doing out there? Get in. Don't mess this up. I'm counting on you. Need a mercenary. Flat rate. 500,000. Miss. Care for an introduction. Qin Shiyun faltered further, overwhelmed by the barrage. Zhu Hongyu, however, had already retracted her spiders and risen the moment the whistle sounded. She had no desire to oppose the enforcers. The old man's voice slithered from the mist. Hey, the enforcers have come. Why quarrel with a simple merchant? Meng Yi snorted coldly, his mouth barely able to part. One swing told him brute force wouldn't suffice. Instantly he doused the blade's flame, reversed its grip, and slashed off several chunks of his own flesh, hurling them blindly in all directions. Indiscriminate assault. Boom, boom. A muffled grunt followed the detonations, and the old man's desiccated frame was hurled from the smoke. The crowd erupted in mocking cheers. Old man, show some spine. Hey you, he's out. Don't get lost in there. Qin Shiyun, who'd hesitated at the edge of the haze, now locked onto her target, and fired her second shot without pause. She feared enforcers, yes, but she would never abandon her comrade. As the divine law proclaimed, love thy companion. The old man's body streamed blood, writhing with slender serpentine tendrils of raw flesh. Bang! His skull exploded, crimson and ivory scattering like shrapnel. Joy and despair clashed in equal measure. Yet the old man was not dead. His headless torso hit the ground, and then with eerie precision thudded away, straight toward the approaching enforcers. Those who'd uncorked champagne mid-battle now wailed in anguish. Ah! Cheating! A pistol barrel pressed hard against his temple. Prove it. Do it yourself. To hell with passwords. I was raised on fright. Without hesitation they grappled, fists flying. At once the crowd's fervor soared anew. One spectator, breathless with excitement, gasped. Anyone interested in a sacred bonding ritual, male or female, both welcome. Applications flooded in. Qin Shiyun tracked the headless torso with her sights. But how could she lock on without a head? She exhaled deeply and steadied her aim. As it fled, the torso reached into its robes and pulled out 2 vials of reagent, preparing to repeat its trick. Hurry up, old man, or you'll die mid-sentence. Why so slow, enforcers? Useless fools, always arriving after the fight. Go choke on sewage. Then Meng Yi charged, not like a man but like a raging ox, smoke curling from his scorched flesh, closing the distance in thunderous strides, denying the torso any chance to hurl its vials. Now he could speak. Dare you deceive me? Shink. The torso split cleanly down the center, its vials still clutched unthrown. Cheers and curses exploded in tandem, bottles arcing through the air. Winner takes all, winner takes all. Obey the password. In an age where loans went unpaid, who truly honored bets? Nonsense. The brawl metastasized, spreading from 2 clusters to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 everywhere. Even the sacred bonding ritual, once impervious to interruption, was violently shattered. Meng Yi surveyed the pandemonium, astonishment flashing across his face, ignoring the acrid smoke still rising from his wounds, and the dull, insistent throb of pain. He knelt beside the corpse. If a headless body could flee, perhaps cleaving it in 2 wouldn't suffice. But this time, the old man was undeniably, irrevocably dead. Of course, surviving decapitation had its reason. Nested deep within that outer shell lay a second shrunken body, reduced to half its original size. Crimson sinews and pulsing vessels bound the inner form to its husk. Meng Yi frowned, and shouted over the din toward Qin Shiyun. Do you know what path this is? No, I don't. The paths of divine gracebearers are countless and bizarre. No one knows them all. Meng Yi nodded. The inner body appeared far younger, dwarf-like, limbless, featureless. Naturally bisecting it vertically had left a grisly, viscous ruin. Almost forgot to loot. Meng Yi dropped to his knees and rifled through the corpse, finding only 500 coins and 6 vials of reagent. Physics pathetically broke. Stop! Don't move! A furious multi-voiced command crashed in from beyond the crowd, growing louder, closer. Run! Qin Shiyun seized Meng Yi's arm. The enforcers are here. They hadn't taken 2 steps before. Crockum! A deafening explosion shook the ground. A thunderous voice boomed. Freeze! All of you! Silence fell instantly. Not from reverence but from terror. Over a dozen enforcers surrounded them, heavy cannons leveled, barrels black and gaping. Enforcers didn't play with pistols. Fine, fine, so many stubborn fools. Take them all to the penal directorate. Let the sadists have their fun. Who led this? The crowd parted wordlessly, exposing Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun. Zhu Hongyu had vanished. Somewhere somehow, Meng Yi glanced up, to meet the glare of a one-armed enforcer in black uniform, silver hair stark against his livid granite face. Meng Yi rose, grinned crookedly, and pointed at the bisected corpse. Self-defense. He tried to sell me poison first. No self-defense permitted in the market. All trade is voluntary. Violence is forbidden under any circumstance. If you drink yourself to death, that's your misfortune. But fighting, murder, that's your crime. The one-armed enforcer's laugh was ice-cracking. The white smoke rising from Meng Yi's body finally ceased. His tattered clothes revealed pockmarked, corroded wounds, now slowly knitting themselves shut. He scratched his cheek, tingling, itching, and laughed bitterly. What kind of logic is that? Then it clicked. Given the utter bedlam just witnessed, banning all combat made perfect sense. Otherwise, how could the market possibly survive? I won't argue. The one-armed enforcer set his gaze sharpening into something lethal. Will you come quietly to face judgment? Or will you resist arrest? Meng Yi furrowed his brow. Follow these people. I can vouch for it. The deceased struck first but lacked the skill to prevail and was slain in return. All turned toward the voice. Li Hao stood silently amid the crowd. No one had noticed when he arrived. A chill ran through Meng Yi's chest. Were the Adjudication Bureau agents still tailing him? The one-armed constable seemed to recognize Li Hao, and stared in bewilderment. Li Hao spoke with unruffled composure. Surely one cannot be forbidden from defending oneself, even if the victim drew first blood. He then approached the constable and murmured something quietly at his side. So, you're claiming, self-defense? The phrase sounded alien on the constable's tongue. Stilted, halting. A ripple of unrest spread through the crowd. Unprecedented. A constable of the Defense Bureau actually invoking the concept of self-defense. Meng Yi blinked rapidly. Truth be told, he had struck first. From the crowd a voice rose in protest. I swear. He threw the first blow. Nonsense. What kind of self-defense is that? I'm the one injured. Not him. I won't accept it. I was acting in self-defense too. The constable ignored their clamor entirely. With a cruel smirk he barked his order. Those who resist arrest. Execute. The dissenters instantly shrank back, shoulders hunched. No one courted death by challenging the constabulary. Not again. Not for the first time. With a curt wave the constable dismissed further words and signaled his subordinates to haul the group away. Meng Yi tried to approach Li Hao for answers, but received only a retreating silhouette. There was no intention to speak. He missed Su Mingchang dearly. A figure swathed head to toe in tattered robes crept stealthily toward Meng Yi and whispered, Do you still want this corpse? Meng Yi shook his head vigorously. Heh. Then I'll take it. A long black-feathered arm shot out and seized the lifeless body. Once this brief interlude passed, the marketplace swiftly resumed its usual rhythm, though the hostile glances had markedly diminished. Meng Yi surveyed the crowd around him, calm, indifferent, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. He couldn't help but marvel. The earlier surge of raw, chaotic vitality seemed to have vanished without a trace. Let's go. He gave Chun Qiyun's shoulder a light pat. No one will dare sell us counterfeit potions now. Chun Qiyun sighed deeply. You're right. What? Locks often fail. She exhaled again, weary yet resolute. Once we earn enough, I'll hire someone to perform a ritual magic, offering prayers to our Lord for a new blessing. To improve accuracy. Her spirits lifted instantly. Meng Yi meanwhile pondered whether he might respond to such a ritual. It should be possible. Chun Qiyun turned to him. Why did Li Hao intervene for us? Otherwise we'd certainly have ended up at the penal bureau. Her voice trembled slightly. I never want to set foot there again. Meng Yi harbored the same question. He'd assumed demonstrating his newly granted power would dispel suspicions of the Crimson King's affiliation with an evil deity, but clearly that hadn't happened yet. Or perhaps he'd misread the situation entirely. Was the Adjudication Bureau monitoring him not for that reason, but because he was a divine appointed? He'd ask Su Mingchang next time he saw him. As for Li Hao, he didn't seem easy to approach. Though for now Li Hao bore him no ill will. Meng Yi replied offhandedly. Probably because we helped neutralize aberrant entities before. Oh, let's go. They continued searching for apothecary stalls, and soon discovered several established potion shops clustered nearby. Why don't we just buy from the shops? Because they're expensive. Even if authentic, they're expensive. Chun Qiyun stressed the word twice. We're nearly broke. She counted on her fingers. You've got 40,000. After paying my library fine, I have just over 30,000 left. Meng Yi recalled the 1,800,000 home-buying fund, but wisely kept silent. Even Ato could deduce it. Chun Qiyun, a fervent devotee, would never touch money consecrated to the divine. Better not stir that hornet's nest, unless absolutely necessary. Chun Qiyun muttered under her breath. That old man's prices were shockingly low. I even held back from buying pain relief potions. Why do you need pain relief potions? Flesh magic. Just like yours, she said, miming a slashing motion. Either you cut or you yank. It's excruciating. And shaping flesh slowly in your palm takes far too long, she added, frowning sideways. Truly, you feel no pain. Meng Yi's expression remained impassive. It hurts. Yet he wasn't afraid, nor could he explain why, not when before his transmigration he'd been an ordinary university student. He withdrew 6 vials retrieved from the corpse. Are these valuable? Poisons hold little worth. They require attunement to a specific divine boon or they're useless. Meng Yi tucked them away. If they held no value, so be it. They'd serve well enough as thrown projectiles later. Soon they found another apothecary stall. Its proprietor, a young man with disheveled bird's nest hair and deep exhaustion etched into his face, yawning incessantly. Zhu Hongyu stood before the stall. You ran fast just now. Meng Yi greeted her from a distance. Still, thank you. We'd never have spotted that old man peddling poison otherwise. Ha! How did you avoid being arrested by the constables? Zhu Hongyu stared incredulous. Meng Yi answered without hesitation. Because the constable ruled it self-defense. I don't believe you, but I won't press it. She nodded vaguely. No need to thank me. I'm here to buy potions too. To feed your little pet. No. I'm heading into the wilds. Chun Qiun looked startled. But you had a proper job. I was dismissed. Zhu Hongyu sighed softly. Upper management grew impatient. No one ever came to train me. She cast them a faintly aggrieved glance. For a moment both fell speechless. Ah, cough, well. Zhu Hongyu waved dismissively. Forget it. It's not your fault. She pointed at the stall. This one's genuine. Meng Yi's eyes lit up. He turned to the vendor and asked, how much for pain relief potions? The youth yawned again, listless. 30,000. Chun Qiun blurted. Why not just rob us outright? Buy it or don't. Your choice. Meng Yi turned to Chun Qiun. What's the going rate elsewhere? At most 10,000. Meng Yi frowned, then asked the vendor. And what about 9th tier potions? Those that enhance agility. 40,000. You've got to be kidding me. The youth didn't even lift his gaze. Instead pulling out an array of vials, flasks, and beakers. What's he doing? Zhu Hongyu murmured. Compounding on sight. She raised a vial in her hand. You can trust these. They're potent. Meng Yi glanced at the young apothecary. Could he truly be a master? Meng Yi now observed the young man preparing his elixir with keen, idle curiosity. After all, watching cost nothing. The youth yawned repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes, his hands moving with sluggish, listless weakness. After carefully arranging the array of glass vials and flasks, he turned with deliberate caution to open the iron-bound chest behind him and withdrew 5 extraordinary materials, one by one. Meng Yi recognized none of them. He glanced toward Sun Qiun, but before he could speak she waved her hand dismissively. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Weren't you a mechanic before? Didn't you use transcendent materials then? It's different. These are botanical. Some likely rare medicinal herbs cultivated in the agri-zone. Meng Yi nodded, dropping the inquiry. Clearly such specialized knowledge was tightly guarded by its ordained practitioners. Yet something struck him. He blinked in sudden realization. Wait. If he's compounding this right here in full view, doesn't he fear others learning the method? Go ahead and learn, the youth yawned. First he poured a measure of clear water into a large beaker. Offering no explanation nor needing any, Meng Yi, ignorant of the art, saw nothing unusual through his spiritual sight and accepted it simply as water. Then one by one he added the 5 transcendent materials: 2 leaves plucked from a slender branch, a single unmeasured drop of viscous liquid drawn from a transparent vial, no pipette, no precision, only casual certainty. 2 honeycomb stones, rubbed together to yield fine glittering dust, which he sprinkled in without hesitation. A fist-sized desiccated insect corpse. Its wings alone severed and dropped in while the rest was tossed aside. Zhu Hongyu snatched it midair with lightning reflexes, slipped it behind her back, and a sharp crisp crunch echoed softly. Finally a tendril of some climbing vine. Pinched twice with his fingernail, yielding 2 small fragments. The moment the last piece fell in the beaker exploded with a sharp boom, erupting in a miniature cascade of sparks and crackling light. The youth let out a derisive tch and produced another beaker. Then began again. Meng Yi instinctively stepped back 2 paces, Zhu Hongyu, and Sun Qiun mirrored him without a word. He clicked his tongue. This time won't fail. Boom! This detonation was far more violent. The beaker shattered into black smoke that coalesced into a writhing, screaming face, shrieking with ear-splitting intensity. Everyone nearby clapped hands over their ears. Vials and flasks on the stall detonated in rapid succession. Pop, 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 and the shop behind flared with the shimmering glow of activated defensive arrays. Curses erupted from every direction. Bricks, old shoes, and foul, unidentifiable projectiles rained down. The youth dodged nimbly, then snapped, furious. Who's the damn coward throwing that? Careful. I'll report you to the wardens for deploying plague in the marketplace. Then he launched into a blistering, rapid-fire rebuttal against the crowd. Meng Yi tilted his head toward Zhu Hongyu. That elixir in your hand. Did he just make it? No mishap. Zhu Hongyu stared blankly. None at all. Meng Yi frowned faintly. I'm beginning to suspect his steep price reflects an abysmal success rate. Sun Qiun nodded in quiet agreement. Perhaps we should browse elsewhere. Zhu Hongyu gazed at them solemn and utterly sincere. I'm not deceiving you. My little companion sampled it, and its potency surpasses standard 9th-tier elixirs nearing 8th-tier efficacy. She tilted her head slightly. You're preparing for the wilds, aren't you? Elixirs this potent and affordable are exceedingly rare. Meng Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Qiun. He didn't find the price particularly reasonable. But since Zhu Hongyu spoke so confidently, he relaxed his stance. Let's observe a while longer. Meng Yi sighed inwardly. This had begun as a chance to broaden his horizons, yet devolved into a spectacle of absurdity. Once the youth finished his verbal sparring, he resumed compounding. This time Meng Yi couldn't resist asking, don't you use graduated cylinders or pipettes? Any precise instruments? No need. I have perfect ocular calibration. The youth, suddenly alert and energized, declared with renewed vigor, I was off my game just now. Again, this attempt yielded no explosion. Only a thick viscous sludge of deep violet black unmistakably failed. His composure cracked. I refused to believe it. Meng Yi thought wryly, no wonder he fears no observers. Watching him is utterly futile. The youth produced yet another beaker. Then with unnerving nonchalance plucked out his own eyeball and dropped it into the vessel. I will calibrate the dosage precisely. Meng Yi recoiled in shock. Was the eye truly vulnerable to detonation? Leaning forward, he exhaled in relief. It was a finely wrought mechanical prosthetic. Now grave and focused, the youth stood before the beaker with his hollow dark socket, adding each material with meticulous deliberation. Pausing, reconsidering, adjusting with surgical care. This time no mishap occurred. The elixir within settled into a luminous cerulean blue. Meng Yi hesitated. Is it complete? Not yet. The mechanical eye extended 3 slender legs, crawled out of the beaker, and was promptly reseated into its socket. Indistinguishable from flesh and blood upon close inspection. There remains one final step. As if to restore his dignity, he emphasized, this is precisely why I welcome your scrutiny. He pricked his fingertip and let a single drop of blood fall into the beaker. Instantly the azure liquid surged, spinning like a vortex alive with latent resonance. Without divine grace, no elixir can be compounded. Meng Yi activated his spiritual sight. Within the beaker, radiant motes of multi-hued spiritual energy spiraled inward, converging with breathtaking speed. The energies fused, coalescing into a singular, harmonious luminescence. Meng Yi stared stunned. So, ritual magic formation arrays, even forging transcendent weapons, all require corresponding divine grace. Without it, they're impossible. I can't speak to other arts, but for alchemists, yes. The youth carefully decanted the concentrated elixir, just enough to coat the bottom of the beaker, into a slender vial, remarking casually, each alchemist devises their own formula. Even identical instructions yield divergent results in other hands. Handing the finished vial to Zhu Hongyu, he turned to Meng Yi. Not with indifference, but with a wide practiced smile. My elixirs outperform others in potency. Meng Yi asked curiously, is it due to superior formulation? No. It's because my blood is uniquely attuned. Praise the all-harmonizing spirit. His grin never faltered. Interested in purchasing? I'll grant you a 10% discount. Zhu Hongyu bristled. You offered me no discount earlier. He replied, unflappable, then was then, now is now. What kind of merchant operates like this? I'm an alchemist. Not a merchant. Zhu Hongyu was left speechless, cheeks flushed with indignation. Behind her another series of sharp cracks echoed faintly. Meng Yi stifled a laugh. Didn't you say earlier buy it or don't? The youth slumped crestfallen. I had 3 failures. Material costs are astronomical. I must recoup my losses. Brother, I just want to break even. Give me a chance. In Meng Yi's mind, this youth instantly joined Suo Mingcheng in the pantheon of gloriously unreliable figures. Ah, what's your name? Su Yuanji, brother. Will you buy? This time, with a decisive clack, he pressed his mechanical eye firmly onto the tabletop and declared, voice ringing with conviction, there will be no error. Meng Yi glanced at the mechanical eyeball that Su Yuanji had slammed on the table, hesitating as he turned back. What do you mean? Sun Qiun replied with confusion. Didn't you just say to listen to you? You're quite obedient. Meng Yi could only go and confirm with Zhu Hongyu again. The potions he made are really good. Zhu Hongyu, though quite angry, did not belittle Su Yuanji's skills, gritting her teeth and nodding, they're very good. Su Yuanji earnestly promoted himself. Big brother, I guarantee my craftsmanship. Pain relievers, right? He pointed to the shop behind him and said, let me put it this way, the pain relievers from this shop last at most 1 hour while mine lasts 4 hours. 4 times longer. As for the 9th tier agility potion, it's a unique formula. Its effects are similar to the 8th tier potion, but it's much cheaper than the 8th tier potion. There's a reason it's expensive. Sun Qiun gently tugged at Meng Yi. Well, pain relievers can be bought elsewhere. Who needs 4 hours of fighting? Meng Yi calculated for a moment. Buying 2 bottles of potions with a 10 discount would cost 63000. The remaining money could be enough for a bottle of pain reliever. He whispered, so which 2 potions should we buy? Agility and spiritual recovery. Spiritual recovery. This touched upon his area of ignorance. Yes. Sun Qiun nodded. If your spiritual energy is exhausted, not only can you not use extraordinary abilities, but it's also difficult to maintain normal actions. Meng Yi maintained a calm expression, but waves stirred within his heart. So the divine favored ones consume spiritual energy to use extraordinary abilities. He seemed to not need to, feeling no sense of exhaustion at all. Alright, let's buy these two kinds. Seeing that both had made their decision, Su Yuanji swiftly began the next round of potion preparation. The previous look of disappointment vanished entirely. Meng Yi hesitated for a long time, then suggested to Sun Qiun, should we temporarily use that 180000? We can earn it back later. No. Sun Qiun protested angrily. That's meant for our Lord's temple, how can we use it? Her face flushed with anger as she glared at him. This is a great disrespect. This reaction was exactly what Meng Yi had expected, but he still wanted to try. We're not. Sun Qiun interrupted him directly. We must honor the divine. But our Lord is merciful. Hearing this, Sun Qian's attitude calmed down. She spoke earnestly. Our Lord is indeed merciful, but that does not excuse our disrespect. Her face turned serious. Our Lord may not mind a slight offense nor even care whether we establish a temple for him. He is the kind and generous Savior. But as his initial divine favored ones, we must always remember not to take any liberties because of our Lord's generosity. For a moment Meng Yi was left speechless. What could he do when such a heavy mantle was placed upon him? Isn't this too rigid? Unexpectedly, the other party clasped her hands and bowed her head. O Lord Crimson King, please forgive Meng Yi's disrespect. She continued to make excuses for Meng Yi. He just wants to better raise funds for your temple. May your mercy forgive his sins. Meng Yi asked strangely, what are you doing? Sun Qiun ignored him and continued her prayer, saying after it was over, I prayed for your forgiveness on your behalf. After all the divine teaches us to love one another, I cannot stand by idly. She frowned and said, you should also pray. I have the duty to counsel the Lord's believers. Meng Yi opened his mouth. In this situation, he had no good way to respond. He was also a believer of the Lord. No worries, praying for himself was just self-talk. Meng Yi could only clasp his hands together, copying Sun Qian's earlier words, and modifying them slightly, though his ears turned completely red during the process. Sun Qiun looked very satisfied with his appearance, which showed he was indeed ashamed inside, so she could forgive him. Zhu Hongyu and Su Yuanji silently watched the two. Su Yuanji even paused his potion preparation. After Meng Yi finished his prayer, Zhu Hongyu gently asked, as if afraid of disturbing something, what are you two doing? Her delicate face carried curiosity. Is this your deity's hobby? I'm a serious person. A cough divine. Meng Yi coughed awkwardly and replied irritably, this is our personal hobby and has nothing to do with the divine. But that doesn't seem right either. Sun Qiun was quite satisfied with Meng Yi's earlier performance, and now that she wasn't in a bad mood, she also had the mind to explain. No, we were just praying for the Lord's forgiveness. Right? Her eyes lit up. Are you interested in learning about our Lord? He is the merciful Savior residing in the Grand Hall of the Crimson Divine Kingdom. Zhu Hongyu and Su Yuanji shook their heads in unison. Meng Yi frowned. Your wording doesn't differ from those believers at all. They do this in factories. You're doing it in the market. Sun Qiun lowered her head somewhat bashfully. Isn't it to spread his name? With action, not words. We must quickly establish the divine temple. Listening to their nonsensical conversation, Su Yuanji became increasingly nimble in his movements. Zhu Hongyu quickly spoke to take her leave. This time Su Yuanji did not cause any surprises. He quickly prepared the two potions and kindly introduced them. The green one is the agility potion extracted from wind whispergrass mixed with flea. The blue one is the spiritual recovery potion mixed with spearmint, and with the 10 discount, it totals 63000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Meng Yi and Sun Qiun pooled their money together to pay. After the two left, Su Yuanji returned to his previous listless demeanor. As they walked, Meng Yi said, I still have 7,692 coins. Is that enough to buy you a pain reliever? Sun Qiun patted her pocket. I still have 600 coins. That should be enough. Meng Yi nodded and asked expressionlessly, how much food do we have at home? How many days can it last? 2 days, otherwise we can eat synthetic rations later. And we need to reserve things for the wilderness, right? Meng Yi continued, although we haven't undergone wilderness knowledge training, yet it can be reasonably inferred. Essential rations, tents, backpacks, lighting tools, etc. Why does it feel like the money isn't enough? How about? He turned his head and glanced, not buying the pain reliever anymore. You can just endure it, or after all, buying one pain reliever isn't that useful. We can't just fight once in the wilderness. Look at me, for the sake of our Lord, unafraid of pain. Sun Qian's face instantly turned pale as she stammered, well, that might not be impossible. Her voice grew softer. Meng Yi sighed. They were really poor. Do you have any ways to make money? Sun Qiun shook her head. Meng Yi thought for a moment and decided to ask Zhang Yao tomorrow. The two of them were broke and had no need to wander the market. they decided to head home first. Just as the two stepped out of the market, they encountered Zhu Hongyu again. Now Zhu Hongyu seemed a bit imposing. On the street, a large group of various little spiders surrounded her. As she slowly walked, the vast sea of spiders surged forward, making a rustling sound which was quite a spectacle. The big spider behind her looked excited, showcasing a very significant cleanliness effect. Many divine favored ones near the south gate were also keeping their distance. Meng Yi stared in shock, unconsciously exclaiming, "Aren't these little cuties supposed to be in the inner city?" A lively voice chimed in nearby. Zhu Hongyu brought this group of little things home early in the morning. They were just waiting for her outside the market, scaring quite a few ordinary people. Meng Yi turned to look, and Zhang Xier waved at him with a grin. "Nice to see you again." She then waved at Zhu Hongyu in the sea of spiders and shouted, "Hurry up, I have to get through with Zhang Zhuanger." Zhu Hongyu nodded apologetically. Meng Yi asked curiously, "Where's Zhang Xier taking those spiders?" "Where else would she go? Back home, her house is nearby." Sun Qiun sighed in admiration. "She really can raise them." "By the way," Meng Yi looked at Zhang Xier and asked, "Do you know how to make money?" "Well, you've come to the right person." Zhang Xier, indeed a sociable person certified by Meng Yi, waved her hand to Zhang Zhuanger behind her, signaling, "Bring me those bounty notices." Zhang Zhuanger opened the pickup truck door and took out a stack of papers, handing them over. Meng Yi gaped. "How many are there?" "Surely there must be a few hundred, right?" Then he realized, surprised, and asked, "Bounty notices? Bounty hunters?" Zhang Xier nodded cheerfully. "Well, you asked me, and this is the only connection I have. Otherwise..." She frowned and scrutinized Meng Yi for a moment, whispering, "People like you, a healthy divine benefactor, are quite popular in the red romance." Meng Yi shook his head vigorously. "Blue romance? Beast romance?" He was taken aback. "What the hell is beast romance? And I'm a human. Hey, customers aren't human, huh?" "Look," Zhang Xier pouted in the direction of Zhu Hongyu. "Like her. A spider or a tree romance with flowers and plants." The mention of tree romance left Meng Yi's mind in a daze. How could he not understand? At that moment she leaned closer with a mischievous look. "Let me tell you, doing romance is quite good, safe, and you can earn quite a bit." Meng Yi coughed lightly to interrupt. "I prefer to consider proper methods." Meng Yi shook his head vigorously. "Blue romance? Beast romance?" He was taken aback. What the hell is beast romance? Sun Qiun and Zhang Zhuanger were both in a daze, unsure how to respond to such a conversation. Zhang Xier clapped the thick stack of bounty notices in her hand. "Here, this is the total of wanted criminals in 19 fortress cities. Given the current inconvenient transport and communication, the timeliness may not be very good." She waved her hand. "There's no need to look at all of them, just pick out the ones that might be near Jing'an City." Zhang Xier casually rummaged through the stack and took down the top few dozen notices. Meng Yi took them and flipped through them briefly. Lu Xiaojie, a 5th-tier divine benefactor beast warrior path, wanted for 35 million. Ma Yong, a 6th-tier divine benefactor mechanic path, 18 million. Li Hoyuan, a 5th-tier divine benefactor path, unknown. Each of these individuals was extraordinary. Blood sacrifices and murder were child's play, and some were even talents helping mutated beings enter the city. Moreover, most were at the 5th or 6th tier, with a few at the 7th tier, while Meng Yi hadn't seen any at the 8th or 9th tier. Sun Qiun, who had also gathered nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "How could we possibly deal with these?" Zhang Xier chuckled at her words. "Who said you need to deal with them? Once you find their whereabouts, you can report to the adjudication office or the defense office. If the information is verified and they achieve decisive results, you can receive 1/10 of the bounty amount." Meng Yi asked in confusion, "What do you mean by achieving decisive results?" "It means that just discovering their whereabouts isn't enough. The official must capture or kill them based on the information you report before you earn the bounty." Zhang Xier giggled. "So you just need to note it down and think of it as buying a lottery ticket every day." Meng Yi's expression darkened. "If I wanted to buy a lottery ticket, I might as well look for the one with the highest bounty." "Sure." Zhang Xier pulled out a bounty notice. "This one has a bounty of 500 million, a 3rd-tier divine benefactor." Meng Yi glanced at it. Wu Tong, a natural pathwalker with charges of killing nearly 100,000 people. He silently committed this person's appearance to memory just in case he got lucky. Of course, one had to be realistic. He also carefully memorized the details of a few 7th-tier wanted criminals. If the opportunity arises, he could try his luck. A bounty of 3 to 5 million would suffice. After seeing the 500 million, he felt inflated. However, these bounties were not easy to collect. Even the weakest 7th-tier criminals would be a challenge for him and Sun Qiun together, not to mention that these people were well hidden. Earning money is tough. Meng Yi was a bit curious. "By the way, don't you post these bounty notices? Keeping them hidden in the car makes it seem like they are wanted for nothing." "Post notices? Amazing that you thought of that." Zhang Xier pointed towards the city gate. "You can see these bounty notices at the merit exchange office of the defense office." Meng Yi suddenly understood. These bounty notices were indeed meant for divine benefactors to see, and it would be more appropriate to post them there. Zhang Xier put away the bounty notices. "So do you think red romance seems easier?" Meng Yi was left speechless, so concerned about that broken romance. No thanks, I'd still prefer to go to the wilderness. Zhang Xier nodded. Then I wish you good luck. At that moment Zhu Hongyu's spider swarm passed by, and Zhang Xier quickly pulled Zhang Zhuanger into the car. Oh! She poked her head out of the window. If you encounter something you can't handle you can ask us for help and the bounty will be split. As the engine roared, Meng Yi's hand, which had just been raised, fell in disappointment. He didn't even get a chance to ask where to find them. Sun Qiun whispered from the side. I've memorized those dozens of people. What should we do? Should we look for them in the inner city or the outer city? How about? She hesitated. I go to the library to borrow some books. To learn how to track. I must say this woman has a really good memory. Without looking back, Meng Yi stepped towards home, casually saying, Are you going to the wilderness to make money or become a bounty hunter? Should I prioritize theology books or forensic techniques? And, are you strong in combat? Regarding her combat ability, had just a small waist who can only shoot a gun, severely relying on the locking characteristic of the giant hammer itself. Sun Qiun followed him, struggling for a moment before making a decision. Let's focus on the matters of our Lord first. So she didn't consider her own combat abilities at all. Meng Yi sighed and asked, Didn't you have firearm training today? What do you mean by Answer the question. Means I've been trained. Meng Yi paused, turning back with a strange expression. The effect wasn't obvious. Sun Qiun nodded. The future is promising. Meng Yi twitched his mouth. How much does it cost to hire someone to set up ritual magic? Why? To get a new blessing for your revolver. Oh, that's not expensive, about 1,000,000 each time. Tisk. On the way home, Meng Yi kept eyeing passers by, seeing everyone as a wanted criminal, almost sparking a confrontation of the what are you looking at kind. Returning to the bottom of building 003, it was already late at night. Before heading upstairs, Sun Qiun pointed at the vending machine by the street. Should we buy some synthesized rations? Forget it. Let's have proper food first. Sun Qiun asked in confusion. Since we will most likely eat this in the wilderness, shouldn't we adapt in advance? Meng Yi gritted his teeth. All right then. He decided to go for it. As long as he didn't think too much, synthesized rations weren't bad after all. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. After casually finishing up that night, Meng Yi continued to lock the door and lay down on the bed in one go. Sun Qiun had just picked up a book when she turned around and couldn't see him anymore. Creak. Meng Yi pushed the door open. Sun Qiun was pleasantly surprised. Are you going to read together? No. Meng Yi twisted his body. This clothing is biting me. It's so itchy. Do we have any meat at home? Sun Qiun instantly lowered her head, immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge. Meng Yi, expressionless, asked, What happens if you don't let it eat? It will starve to death. A clothing that can starve to death, reasonable. Meng Yi gritted his teeth, returned to the room and locked the door. It's really itchy, like a bunch of little ants crawling on him. I should go hide in the red mist space and see what tier that old man is in. This clothing can eat whatever it wants. Within the red mist realm, Meng Yi's silhouette gradually took shape. That old man was only a 9th rank grace bearer. After his gift was transferred, Meng Yi now harbored 1 2/3 portions of 9th rank grace force. Meng Yi exhaled a sour breath, uncertain when he would ever amass enough 8th rank grace force. He dismissed the prompt and began to cue the stars glittering across the dome, opening them one by one. These were prayer scenes preserved from earlier. After the morning's announcement, such intrusive messages should cease. Meng Yi skimmed through them, scarcely watching more than the opening seconds. There was no substantive content. Yet one prayer point displayed something different, and Meng Yi almost swiped past it out of habit. The image showed a young man barely come of age. Anxiety clouded his tender features. He knelt in a dim, cramped room, hands clasped, head bowed toward a candle. My lord, I beseech your supreme might to save the straying lamb. You are our redemption. What followed were the usual words of praise. Had it been only that, Meng Yi would have ignored him. Yet within the young man's room, a strange spiritual light swirled. Meng Yi sat bolt upright. Such a spiritual glow could not arise from nothing. It must originate from some extraordinary material or be a special technique employed by another grace bearer. And he was praying for divine rescue. When the prayer scene ended, it switched to a live surveillance feed. The young man was at work in a factory. Through the star image, Meng Yi immediately sensed something wrong. A faint aura shrouded the man's head, so subtle it would escape notice without careful scrutiny. He appeared distracted, a troubled look carved across his face. He soon made a mistake and was chastised by his supervisor. Meng Yi learned the man's name, Su Qingsong. He kept that star beside him and continued scanning the other prayer points until he had viewed them all. He glanced again at the star that represented Su Qingsong. Nothing had changed. Further observation would be pointless. He could not spend an entire night watching him tighten screws. He would observe again in daylight tomorrow, or perhaps go find him. Meng Yi exited the red mist realm. His clothing had returned to normal. He pushed the door open. Do you know Su Qingsong? Sun Qiun looked up. Yes, why? You actually know him? What a coincidence. Sun Qiun replied matter-of-factly, Coincidence. I keep every believer of the Lord in my heart. Meng Yi felt sheepish. He could not possibly remember them all. Have you noticed anything odd about him? Sun Qiun pondered. Nothing remarkable. Just an ordinary boy, a little introverted. Why? She eyed Meng Yi suspiciously. You don't seem the type to remember believers' names. Why the sudden question? Meng Yi shook his head. Nothing, just asking casually. He decided to wait until he was certain. He closed the door, much to Sun Qian's irritation. If you disturb my reading again, don't expect to sleep tonight. The next morning, there was nothing scheduled. Judging the time right, Meng Yi returned to the Red Mist Realm to observe Su Qingsong again. This time he discovered something quickly. In the cramped room, Su Qingsong stood trembling before two men whose bearing was brazen and insolent. Watching through the star, Meng Yi's brow tightened. The two men were outrageously bold. You once prayed for my lord's protection and now you would renege? One sneered. One of them suddenly seized Su Qingsong by the throat, lifting him off his feet. How could my lord tolerate your mockery? Su Qingsong's face flushed crimson as he gasped, I can compensate. Compensate. Huff. Cough. 20,000. Since I left school at 16. I saved. For 2 years. Cough. With a thud, Su Qingsong sank to his knees, gasping as snot and spittle ran free. We care nothing for your paltry money. The swaggering man crouched before Su Qingsong. Your Scarlet King. We have never seen a god with such a long name. He mused. Is this the deity that lured you to betray my lord? If you can offer the 2 grace-bearers beneath his banner to my lord. Su Qingsong's face was incredulous. How do you know my lord's honorific and his grace-bearers? Ha ha ha. My lord's might. How could a mortal like you possibly know? The other man snorted coldly. I know. Cowards like you fear losing their god's shelter above all. But do not worry. My lord will provide you new protection. Moreover, you can join us and receive divine favor. He spat the final words with a contorted face, his passion unhidden. Those so-called true gods are impostors and none are as generous as my lord. The man crouched before Su Qingsong and patted his cheek lightly. Think it over. Well, come again tomorrow. Find an excuse to lure those 2 grace-bearers here. This is the final ultimatum, the last chance. Don't try any tricks. He tapped his temple. I am watching you. Above the red mist, Meng Yi leaned against a stone bench, the star representing Su Qingsong circling his fingertip. Those 2 brutes derided other gods as self-proclaimed true deities. Followers of an evil god. Had Su Qingsong sought refuge from a dark deity before becoming a devotee of his present lord? Now those men had turned their sights on him. Meng Yi's expression soured. Why would evil gods torment one another? He withdrew from the Red Mist Realm and went straight to find Sun Qian. Do you know where Su Qingsong lives? Sun Qian was sprawled on the sofa, reading, her feet swinging in contentment. My lord revealed to me that the lord's lamb is being ensnared by cultists of an evil god, who seek to make the lamb abandon his master. Sun Qian rose, drew forth a great hammer, checked its rounds, and said, I know. Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. So proactive. Of course, even the most eager must wait. Today they would only scout the doorway, tomorrow they would lay a trap and wait. Considering the strange spiritual light in Su Qingsong's room, and even within his mind, Meng Yi resolved to avoid any direct contact. Those cultists were clearly using that phenomenon for surveillance. Block 6, Building 435. Sun Qian led Meng Yi to stand beneath Su Qingsong's building. She wondered aloud. Why don't we just go up and tell him our purpose to calm his heart? She said in a low voice, cultists of an evil god are terrifying to ordinary people. He probably cannot sleep now. Meng Yi instead scanned the terrain for suitable ambush positions. He shook his head at her concern. True, the cultists had surveillance means, but he could not tell her the truth. He offered another explanation. Consider this a test. My lord is merciful, yet we must also test a believer's loyalty. If Su Qingsong yields to the cultists' pressure and betrays my lord, he pinched his fingers. Then he will be eliminated along with the cultists. Sun Qian opened her mouth. God teaches love. Shouldn't we strive to save him? Leaving him in such a plight is always. Meng Yi waved her off. He courted the evil god first. My lord's revelation shows the deity has not abandoned him, and neither have I. He glanced at her and added, You said before that my lord is merciful, but that is no excuse for us to loosen our discipline. Sun Qian nodded in silence. Meng Yi asked abruptly, Does the tribunal offer any bounties for cultists of an evil god? Faced with Meng Yi's inquiry, Sun Qian replied, I don't know. Meng Yi wasn't surprised. Given her usual demeanor, ignorance was perfectly expected. He glanced around. He wasn't sure whether Li Hao and the others had followed him today. It would have been ideal if Sua Mingcheng were here. The man was easy to talk to. Yet ever since that time Head hitched a ride with Sua Mingcheng, he hadn't seen him again. He certainly wouldn't ambush the cultists alone with Sun Qian. Head enlist official personnel for such a dangerous operation against followers of the abyssal deity. Shall we head to the tribunal office? Or do you know where Zhang Xier usually loiters? Oh, I know that one. Meng Yi inwardly sighed in relief, at last something she actually knew. Sun Qian gestured vaguely toward the plaza. The tribunal officers follow fixed patrol routes during daylight hours, and at this hour they should be passing through the plaza. But it's uncertain whether Zhang Xier will be among them. She pulled out a pocket watch and checked the time. Hurry, hurry. They broke into a light jog all the way to the plaza. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Meng Yi spotted the pickup truck the moment he stepped onto the square. He waved frantically from the roadside. Screech. Meng Yi winced instinctively. The braking sound was piercingly harsh. Zhang Xier rolled down the window, visibly startled. Well, didn't you just see the wanted notice yesterday, and now you've already located your target today? Or, have you changed your mind? Meng Yi sighed helplessly. No, I want to ask whether you're interested in pursuing abyssal deity cultists. Oh, Zhang Xier swung open the rear door. Hop in. We've still got patrols to finish. Meng Yi and Sun Qiun slid into the back seat. Zhang Zhuanger hit the accelerator. The pickup was unmistakably an antique, but Meng Yi noticed a curious device mounted inside. Is this a drone? Zhang Xier nodded. Yes, you're surprisingly knowledgeable. She gave the drone a casual pat. It's unreliable. Limited flight range and altitude. We simply lack skilled mechanists in Jingon City. Would it truly go unnoticed without the red mist? Those two cultists of the abyssal deities possess formidable arts. The young man, his face still unlined with age, hesitated repeatedly before finally ascending the stairs. Zhang Xier suddenly snapped back to attention. Hey, where did you steer the conversation? You mentioned cultists. What's the situation? Meng Yi promptly recounted Su Qingsong's predicament, but carefully omitted any reference to divine revelation, framing it instead as a plea for help from Su Qingsong himself. Finally, he leaned forward and asked, Does the tribunal offer a bounty on these cultists? Yes, but modest. They're targeting ordinary citizens and newly anointed divine graced like yourselves. Likely low-tier operatives 8th or 9th rank. Hardly worth a fortune. Just 100,000 credits, and only upon decisive success. Meng Yi felt a pang of disappointment. Had hoped for at least 5 or 600,000. You're not planning to split that with me, are you? Of course not. That's my official duty. Zhang Xier turned and grinned. And I earn extra bonuses specifically for hunting abyssal deity cultists. Meng Yi nodded firmly. Then let's move together tomorrow. Ha! Zhang Xier had barely turned her head forward before whipping it back around. You two are joining the operation too. What's the point? Whether you participate or not, the reward remains 100,000. Surely you don't intend to risk your lives for that. Even Zhang Zhuanger behind the wheel swiveled his head sideways in disbelief. Meng Yi of course sought the spoils of divine grace itself. Sun Qiun lifted her chin with quiet pride. Our Lord teaches us to cherish fellow believers. Meng Yi echoed solemnly, Indeed. For our Lord. Ah, I see. Divine preferences were endlessly eccentric. Zhang Xier didn't dwell on it. ID assumed the Crimson King cared only for renown. She chuckled. Then Zhang Zhuanger and I won't summon anyone else tomorrow. Fewer people to split the reward with. Meng Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. Since no colleagues are involved, might we claim a share? Zhang Xier slapped her own forehead in regret, then sighed resignedly. Fine, half of half. That makes 10,000 credits for each of you. Ah. So you're receiving 40,000 credits total. Meng Yi blurted out. Zhang Zhuanger flicked a brief sidelong glance at Zhang Xier. He. They finalized plans to stake out Building 435 at dawn the next day. No need for advanced concealment. Any trap preparations? None needed. Zhang Xier waved confidently. Broad daylight. There's no chance they'll slip away. Meng Yi nodded, then remembered something. By the way, how do I reach you in the future? Surely I can't wait for you at the plaza every day like a fool waiting for a rabbit to run into a stump. I live in Building 54. Unit 105, Sector 6. Pity you're not with the tribunal. Then we could coordinate via mobile phone. She brandished the bulky Big Brother handset. Meng Yi suppressed a grimace. Given her imposing frame, calling it a mobile phone felt absurd. Sun Qiun, curious, asked Zhang Xier, You two don't reside within the inner city. We oversee Sector 6. Living here is far more convenient. Following the patrol route, Zhang Zhuanger dropped Meng Yi and Sun Qiun near the south gate before they parted ways. After stepping out, Sun Qiun couldn't hide her elation. We're rich. Meng Yi doused her enthusiasm. Rich? You haven't even collected the money yet. That's irrelevant. Let's celebrate with a proper meal. The same Sun Qiun who'd insisted on austerity and synthetic rations the day before now declared extravagance without hesitation. A quintessential trait of newly anointed divine graced. Meng Yi surveyed the neighborhood, frowning. Is there any restaurant with a respectable chef? One who prepares food not himself. The chef is respectable. In the end, they reluctantly returned to the same eatery as before. He seized a chattering parrot and launched into a litany. I want normal vegetables. Not meat grown on the chef's own body, and certainly not. Before he could finish, the mushroom-roasting chef stormed over, furious. Are you here to cause trouble? The parrot shrieked beside him. Beat him. Beat him. Well then, Meng Yi ended up squatting alone outside the door, gnawing sullenly on synthetic rations. He briefly contemplated assassinating a chef and bestowing divine grace upon a competent one, solely to cook for him. In the afternoon, he resumed training with Zhang Yao. By day's end, Meng Yi's foundational divine graced instruction was complete. Only Cin Qiyun remained. Finally, Zhang Yao instructed Meng Yi to accompany Cin Qiyun on the final day of her training, to receive joint briefing on wilderness survival protocols and precautions. So, I'm free for the next 3 days. Back home, Meng Yi sank luxuriously into the sofa. 2 full days of rest at last. Cin Qiyun merely snorted and buried herself deeper into her studies. Meng Yi gazed out the window at the sun still clinging low on the horizon and mused aloud. Do you think Su Qingsong might seek us out? Cin Qiyun looked up, expression blank. I don't know. If he truly came, it would likely mean betrayal. Those 2 cultists had tasked him with luring them into a trap. Meng Yi asked curiously, how common is it for ordinary people to abandon their deity under pressure from abyssal deity cultists? More common than you'd think. Most find it impossible to hold firm. Cin Qiyun sighed softly. Ordinary folk revere deities primarily through fear, and cultists amplify that terror exponentially. Besides, becoming a cultist offers protection against corruption. Survival is possible, even if twisted. Meng Yi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, does Su Qingsong know where you live? Yes. I announced it to the believers at the plaza last time. Did you zone out and miss it? Meng Yi coughed awkwardly, offering no reply. He rose and walked to the window. Through the glass, he saw a figure standing below. Clearly Su Qingsong. A quiet sigh escaped Meng Yi. Don't disappoint me. The Crimson King differed profoundly from other deities. He demanded no grotesque rituals or perverse devotion. Below, Su Qingsong paced hesitantly, torn between choices. Meng Yi stood behind the window watching Su Qingsong below. After activating his spirit vision, he detected no aura of spiritual light above the man's head. Would it truly go unnoticed without the red mist? Those 2 cultists of the abyssal deities possess formidable arts. The young man, his face still unlined with age, hesitated repeatedly before finally ascending the stairs. Meng Yi's expression darkened. Had they chosen to lure him and Cin Qiyun? A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Cin Qiyun frowned slightly and asked, Who is it? Su Qingsong, came a voice from outside, tremulous, barely steady. Cin Qiyun glanced back at Meng Yi, startled by the grim pallor on his face. Open the door. Meng Yi clenched his fists silently. Cin Qiyun pressed her lips together, then said nothing. With a soft creak, the door swung inward. Seeing Cin Qiyun standing in the doorway, Su Qingsong nervously reached into his chest pocket and withdrew a small parcel, offering it forward. This is my offering to his holy sanctuary. 20,364 yuan. Cin Qiyun's furrowed brow suddenly eased. She tilted her head slightly, glancing toward Meng Yi by the window, then beamed warmly at Su Qingsong, her tone light and inviting. His Holiness will surely sense your devotion. Oh, why stand out there? Come in and sit. Meng Yi's taut frame relaxed abruptly. Thankfully, his devotee had not disappointed him. Yet the sum was oddly precise. This youth had surrendered his entire fortune. What then did he intend? Su Qingsong thrust the parcel into Cin Qiyun's arms and spoke rapidly. No. I mustn't stay. It's growing late and I still have my shift. Goodbye, Sister Yun. He spun and hurried down the stairs, footsteps echoing as if pursued. Cin Qiyun hadn't even time to utter a word of farewell. She turned to Meng Yi, chin lifted with quiet pride. His Holiness is merciful, and his faithful are no fools. Why would they betray him so lightly? Besides, she declared, head held high, His Holiness has personally bestowed divine revelation. He has not abandoned his followers. Yet a question lingered in her voice. Why did he not seek our aid? How should I know? Ask him yourself once this is resolved. Meng Yi exhaled softly. Praise the redemption. Praise the redemption. He entered the secondary bedroom and stepped into the red mist realm. There the star representing Su Qingsong pulsed urgently. Meng Yi gestured, and it drew near. It appeared to be morning. In a cramped room, Su Qingsong lit a candle and prayed ceaselessly to his savior. His body trembled faintly, his unease palpable. Leaning against a stone chair, Meng Yi spoke calmly, rest assured. Your God does not forsake his faithful. At sunset, along a desolate street where shadows lengthened and winds grew thin, Su Qingsong paused mid-stride, bewildered. Had he just heard a voice? A hallucination, likely born of mounting psychological strain. Yet inexplicably a quiet calm settled over him. The constant tension in his spirit began to ease. Instinctively he folded his fingers together and bowed his head slightly. His Holiness the Redemption. Su Qingsong was 18. 2 years ago he'd graduated from school. Still vivid in his memory was the elation he'd felt then. Finally free. No longer confined within that school, perpetually shrouded beneath arcane arrays. Yet the world beyond proved far less kind than he'd imagined. The grueling double-shift factory life. Neighbors and co-workers eyeing one another with wary suspicion. Former classmates now utterly estranged. And then, the first deity he ever contacted. The blood source ritual lord. A mighty orthodox god who reveled in bloodshed and violence, urging his followers to wage endless war. Su Qingsong's temperament ill-suited such a deity. But he had no choice. Whomever the ritual summoned, that was the god he must serve. Mortals possessed no right to choose. He'd gathered courage to fight to slaughter, but each time defeat followed. In the end, the god abandoned him. Day by day, he felt himself slipping deeper into the abyss of death, haunted, sleepless, frantic for sanctuary. It was then the cultists of the abyssal deities deceived him. By grace, however, days earlier, he had re-established communion with another deity, one who demanded nothing of him. This god sent forth his divine graced ones to gather the faithful, to foster mutual recognition, and to teach love. He began meeting others. Just as long ago in school he'd met those few whom he'd once called friends. But the cultists of the abyssal deities did not relent. First they sought to devour his flesh, soul, and spirit. Now they fixed their gaze upon the god's divine graced ones. In the vast empty street, Su Qingsong closed his eyes and prayed, "My lord, your faithful shall abide by your tenets. The lambs of God must love one another." How could he possibly harm the only two divine graced ones His Holiness had ever sent? This was a god who saw mortals as people. Praise the redemption. He drew a deep breath and tightened his grip on the short blade tucked inside his coat. A relic prepared for last rites. Tomorrow morning he would confront the two cultists. Fight to the death. So tonight he would skip the factory. After all, tomorrow he likely wouldn't live to see dawn. For the first time in 2 years he would rest, though he'd never known what true rest felt like. The thought of seeking help from the two divine graced ones had crossed his mind. But he dismissed it. This was his own failing. He would not drag them into peril. Those cultists were surely formidable. He would face his own consequences. Su Qingsong gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. That sum, over 20,000 yuan, was every penny he'd scrimped and saved set aside for the day he might become a divine graced one and afford a larger home. Few ordinary people indulged in such fantasies. Offering it to His Holiness was fitting. He quickened his pace. At least his holy sanctuary would be spacious. That suited his deepest desire. For space, for grandeur. High atop the red mist platform, Meng Yi observed the luminous spark within Su Qingsong's mind. Thus the two cultists would almost certainly detect Su Qingsong's decision. Moreover, he'd skipped the factory tonight. His path clearly led home. Meng Yi withdrew from the red mist and returned to the living room where Xin Qiun was sorting through Su Qingsong's offering. Banks remained inaccessible to common folk, hence the oddly precise sum over 20,000 down to the last yuan. "We leave for Su Qingsong's building now." "What? Not tomorrow." "He didn't go to the factory. He's returning home, and I suspect those cultists possess means to discern this. He won't be safe tonight." Xin Qiun eyed him skeptically. "How do you know?" Meng Yi faltered, then swiftly recovered, pointing out the window. "It's nearly dusk. What factory would he rush to now? And this sum, so exact, so complete. It's his entire fortune. This youth has surrendered everything to His Holiness. What then does he plan? Those cultists won't miss it. Let's go. Shall we contact Zhang Xier and the others?" "Absolutely, we must. You find them. I'll head straight to Su Qingsong's residence." "Understood." Without delay they parted, both moving swiftly. Meng Yi's pace far outstripped Su Qingsong's. Soon he caught up. He trailed silently from a distance, cloaked by gathering night. Though Building 435 lay some way from Building 003, Su Qingsong's pace suggested Zhang Xier and the others would arrive in time. Relief washed over Meng Yi. Better never to face danger alone if avoidable. His hand brushed the hilt of Qi Ren, his crimson blade. Merely two cultists of the abyssal deities, daring to scheme so brazenly. Their foreheads bore the mark of death. Beneath Building No. 35 in District 6, Meng Yi watched Su Qingsong ascend the stairs, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. This area was a typical outer city residential zone. Building 435 had only one main entrance, and its weathered street stretched visibly to its end. If the two cultists of the abyssal deity were coming, he reckoned he'd spot them at once. Fearing they might arrive while he laid his flesh and blood trap, Meng Yi slipped into the narrow shadow between two adjacent apartment buildings, enduring the area's indescribable stench as he waited with quiet resolve. He prayed Zhang Xier and the others wouldn't collide heed with those two. After a short while, however, something felt deeply amiss. If the cultists could remotely surveil Su Qingsong, they might already be waiting inside his home. A chill shot through Meng Yi. He snatched 2 slivers of flesh and flung them before and behind himself, then willed himself upward, breaking through into the crimson mist. Indeed, gazing through the stars, he saw clearly Su Qingsong had already been seized and subdued by the two cultists. "Why can't you simply understand?" Su Qingsong knelt on the floor, veins bulging across his forehead, clutching his abdomen as dry heaves racked his body. Before him, a burly man gripped his short dagger tightly, still resisting. With a brutal twist, the man drove the blade deep into Su Qingsong's shoulder, rotating the hilt relentlessly. Su Qingsong let out a choked, muffled groan, then clenched his teeth hard. He refused to die weeping, screaming, or broken. A cruel grin curled the man's lips. "I saw you praying to your god, ha! How laughable! Does any deity in this world truly care whether its followers live or die? You refused to lure the two divine graced ones. Pity." He tapped Su Qingsong's temple. "I told you. I've seen everything you hold within you. Your God does not care for you, and those two divine graced ones you sought to protect shall soon follow you into oblivion. We shall offer fresh sacrifices to our sovereign Lord. Su Qingsong's face turned deathly pale. His lips trembled as he whispered, "My Lord's redemption." Summoning every ounce of strength, he hurled a desperate punch at the man before him, only for his fist to be effortlessly seized. The second cultist standing motionless by the doorway spoke coldly, "Don't crush it. Preserve skin and bone intact." He gestured toward the dagger embedded in Su Qingsong's shoulder. "Begin peeling there." Thud. Another crushing blow struck Su Qingsong's abdomen. Bending him forward, mouth agape, tears and snot streaming unbidden from sheer agony. He cursed inwardly. He would not die so absurdly. "Then peel here." His tunic was ripped away, revealing a gaunt skeletal frame. "Damn it. I hate peeling scrawny ones like this." Su Qingsong murmured, voice fraying, "My lord, redemption? Eternal symbol. Would he truly ascend to the divine realm after death? That sacred place of redemption perched atop the mountain peaks. What?" The burly man tilted his head slightly, then cackled mockingly, mimicking Su Qingsong. "Wawa? My lord's redemption. Ha ha ha. A bizarre false god. I've never encountered such a thing before." Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi had just arrived, and witnessed it all. Retreating from the mist and rushing there would be futile. Even if he could make it in time, the cultists stood far closer to Su Qingsong. They could end him with chilling ease. To watch Su Qingsong perish before his eyes was unbearable. He had sworn, right here, to never abandon his follower. Even if Su Qingsong hadn't heard the vow, could Meng Yi deceive himself? Could he pull Su Qingsong upward? Useless. The body wouldn't follow, only the soul would ascend. Was that still life? Better yet, let the man save himself. Bestow grace upon him. Grant him divine power enough to endure until Meng Yi arrived. Yet bestowing grace required Su Qingsong's ascent, and his abandoned corpse risked desecration by the cultists. Before Meng Yi's eyes, the star representing Su Qingsong suddenly drifted upward, settling upon the final tier of the celestial dais. One of 3 ninth-rank graces may now be randomly bestowed upon this follower. Iocular arts. 2 ritual magic. 3 elemental magic. Meng Yi's heart leapt. Time was scarce, and he had no moment to question why the Poison Sage's divine grace did not appear among the options. Of these 3, the first 2 leaned heavily toward support, or lacked potency in direct combat. Choose the third. He still held 1 2/3 ninth-rank shares. An additional 1/3 share would be consumed to specify the boon. Ninth-rank elemental magic grants mastery over foundational earth, water, fire, and wind magics. Markedly enhances spiritual acuity. Modestly augments physical resilience. The crimson mist surged toward Su Qingsong's star. Meng Yi ceased observation, immediately withdrawing from the mist realm. He had to move now. May that young man not fall so easily. Wind coalesced beneath Meng Yi's feet. Not metaphorically, but literally. Inside the room, a thin crimson line now traced from Su Qingsong's shoulder down his arm. He. The 2 men wore rapturous grins. "I feel it. Our sovereign lord's delight." The dagger wielder extended his tongue, licking a bead of blood from the blade's edge, then drew a deep breath. "Praise the shadow sovereign." Su Qingsong's eyes snapped wide open. Boom. A fireball the size of a washbasin slammed the dagger wielder backward, flames erupting across his chest. The sudden upheaval stunned both cultists utterly. Even the man hurled through the air paid no mind to the blackened ruin blooming across his chest. "You? A divine graced one?" "No, it's not." Their faces moments ago twisted with savage frenzied cruelty now contorted into incoherent disbelief. Su Qingsong had become a divine graced one. Before their very eyes. Emboldened beyond measure, he raised his voice in fervent wholehearted praise. Praise redemption. His God had answered his plea, truly descending with transcendent power to save him. 2 fireballs launched simultaneously, streaking toward the cultists. Boom, boom. The dazed pair took the full force, blasted backward without mercy. Cough, cough. Su Qingsong's face flushed crimson. He raised his hands again. This time the cultists reacted. Both fireballs missed entirely. Their bodies grotesquely sank into the shadows, clinging to the corner wall half-submerged, while the fireballs struck the ceiling above them, leaving only shallow craters in the plaster. From the gloom they lunged forth, jaws twisted in grimaces. Even better. A divine graced one. Our sovereign lord shall relish this offering. Su Qingsong's breath came ragged and heavy, but fear no longer held him. Praise my lord. 2 more fireballs flew, effortlessly evaded. Dizziness washed over Su Qingsong. He staggered. The cultist sneered, "Boy, how much spiritual essence do you think you have to waste?" The shadow I planted within his mind. It's gone. Fascinating. One cultist erupted from the darkness, hurtling straight at Su Qingsong. Panicked Su Qingsong conjured a small stone shield before him, shattered instantly by a single punch. The cultist's lip curled in disdain. A fledgling newly ascended. Does your god offer tribute to our sovereign lord? Su Qingsong crashed against the wall, collapsing helplessly, blood trickling from his mouth, as he lifted his gaze weakly. Had he failed his lord? A sharp crack shattered the window pane. He now possessed sufficient essence to synthesize 2 full 9th tier portions, and a third portion 1/3 complete. With just 2 more 9th tier divine blessings seized, he could elevate an 8th tier divine blessing bearer. Were it not for the flames blazing through the window, Meng Yi would never have located Su Qingsong's exact residence. Like Su Qingsong, he raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of fireballs. But his fireball technique was markedly more potent. Moreover, he possessed greater endurance. Blood meat bombs were constrained by the scarcity of raw materials, rendering sustained bombardment impossible. Elemental magic bore no such limitation. The 2 cultists of the evil deity darted frantically, hiding in corners, crouching beneath beds, and squeezing behind cabinets, seeking refuge in every patch of shadow. One fireball after another rained down, consuming furniture and furnishings alike. Bathed in the fierce flickering light, the room offered no shadows for them to exploit, leaving them utterly exposed and with nowhere to flee. Damn it! One of those divine graced. Let's get out. This place is too confined. Damn it! How can his spiritual affinity be so overwhelming? 15 fireballs. In one breath. 15. Bursting through the door, the 2 cultists rolled along the hallway floor to extinguish their smoldering robes. One gritted his teeth and snarled, "I refuse to believe it." Meng Yi made no pursuit. Instead, a fleshy whip erupted from his body, coiling tightly around Su Qingsong before hurling them both through the window. Only a fool would take on 2 foes alone. They awaited righteous, overwhelming force. With the aid of flesh magic and wind elemental magic, Meng Yi and Su Qingsong landed safely from the 4th floor. Glancing left and right, Meng Yi noted that Chun Qiun and the others had yet to arrive. Though dazed, Su Qingsong exclaimed in delighted astonishment, "How did you find me?" "My lord commanded me to come. Praise be to our lord." Having believed himself doomed, this cascade of miracles left him trembling. Not with fear, but with fervent, uncontainable elation. It was already clear Meng Yi would soon gain another fanatical devotee. Enough of that. Let's deal with these 2 first. Meanwhile, the 2 cultists slid silently down the building's facade, riding the deepening shadows all the way to the ground. Their gazes turned icy and cruel. One sneered aloud, "Heh. 2 divine graced. Our lord shall rejoice." Meng Yi swept his eyes over them. From earlier observations, their divine grace clearly drew upon shadows, granting them mastery over darkness itself. Slowly, he drew the crimson blade at his waist. With a flick of his wrist, flames surged across its length. Then, turning slightly towards Su Qingsong, he instructed, "Conjure a flame. Any flame. To minimize the shadows around us." Su Qingsong nodded and raised his hands, attempting to gather fire. But only 2 weak sparks and a wisp of black smoke emerged. Meng Yi glanced back, startled him. Su Qingsong's face flushed crimson as he strained again, bewildered. "I can't do it. I feel so dizzy." The 2 hulking cultists doubled over in raucous laughter. "His spiritual affinity is utterly depleted." "Ha ha ha." One pointed a finger at Meng Yi. "You've delivered yourselves right into our hands." A muscle twitched along Meng Yi's jawline. Replenishing potions were useless on him, and Chun Qiun held the only supply. Restoring Su Qingsong's combat capacity was for now impossible. This divine boon had served but one purpose, saving the young man's life. With quiet resignation, Meng Yi said, "Stay close to me. Don't stray far." He'd have to watch over this liability himself. Even for an evil deity, this was unprecedented incompetence. Clutching his head, Su Qingsong stammered, "Lost and hollow, has the divine presence withdrawn its grace?" He truly didn't understand. With a sharp backward shove, Meng Yi sent him tumbling aside. The boy stood frozen, dazed and unresponsive, even as enemy blades slashed toward him. "They just told you your spiritual affinity is spent. Why stand there like a statue?" His 2 divine-graced allies were proving alarmingly unreliable. With a ringing clash, Meng Yi's crimson blade met the opponent's short sword. In the same motion, he hurled a fireball. A far more versatile tool than tearing flesh, capable of dispelling shadows and restricting movement. Under the cloak of night, the cultists' combat prowess surged dramatically. Shadows stretched everywhere, granting them near-perfect mobility. Fortunately, Meng Yi wielded multiple disciplines: reanimated physiology, elemental magic, and flesh magic, rendering him impervious to ordinary physical harm and allowing him to hold his ground. Barely. Fireballs exploded in all directions with thunderous booms, and still he found time to encase Su Qingsong in a stone carapace. Damn it! Does spiritual energy grow on trees? The cultists stared, incredulous. Neither could sustain shadow form indefinitely, only activating it at critical moments. Yet this man, don't rush. He's likely consumed some stimulant potion. Wear him down gradually. I fear the Inquisition patrol may arrive. Kill the weakling first. In mere words, they reached consensus. Su Qingsong was to die first. Meng Yi's defense began to falter. Protecting another was always the most grueling task. Ha ha ha. Why shield that worthless fool? How strange. These days, who still sacrifices for others? A rare sight indeed. Su Qingsong writhed inwardly. Divine power granted yet unusable. Now he was nothing but dead weight, dragging Meng Yi deeper into peril. This had been his deepest dread all along. It was precisely why he hadn't sought help. He feared bringing ruin upon others. "Leave me," he shouted desperately at Meng Yi. "I'm useless." Meng Yi's brow furrowed. He couldn't overpower the two cultists, nor could they overpower him. So why was this novice screaming nonsense? He ignored the boy entirely, utterly green. Like phantoms, the cultists blurred between strikes. "Let's see how long you last." 1 against 2. Bang. A gunshot cracked the air. "Let's see how long you last." 2 against 4. Meng Yi turned toward the sound. At last Chen Qiun and the others had arrived. Far later than anticipated. "Why so slow?" Zhang Xier giggled. "Sorry. We were strolling outside. They took a while to track me down." True to expectation, Chen Qiun's shot missed. The cultist's head dissolved into pure shadow the instant the bullet neared. Seeing 3 reinforcements arrive, the 2 cultists exchanged a glance. Eyes flaring crimson. Meng Yi warned sharply, "Be wary. They traverse shadows. Don't let them escape." Zhang Xier sprinted forward at blinding speed. "Followers of the Shadow Sovereign God, do not flee." Almost as she spoke, the cultists threw back their heads and emitted a guttural shriek. Bodies swelling, eyes igniting, blood-red dark miasma oozing from their pores. Observe, their first instinct is surrendering mind and soul to the evil deity. And discarding reason. Mid-sprint, Zhang Xier and Zhang Zhuang'er clasped hands. Then, drawn together like magnets, slammed their backs against each other with a resonant crack, merging into a single being. One face belonged to Zhang Xier, the other to Zhang Zhuang'er. Not 4 arms or legs, but 2 of each. They fused like a single person whose nape bore a second face. Zhang Zhuang'er extended his arm. Elbow bending, unnaturally, fingers twisting in reverse. To sweep aside his long hair and speak, "We are one. You are one." His voice was deep, rich, and resonant. Meanwhile, Zhang Xier controlled the other arm, drawing a dagger and gripping it firmly. 2 arms. One facing forward, the other facing backward. Yet both oriented toward the front. Meng Yi suddenly recalled the mouth hidden at Zhang Xier's nape, and Zhang Zhuang'er's severed tongue. Perhaps Zhang Xier mimicked lip movements. Did they share a single tongue? Now fused back to back. Was Zhang Zhuang'er using that tongue? Meng Yi shook his head, banishing the thought. Now was no time for such speculation. The cultist's feet had already transmuted into living shadow, immune to firelight's influence. Yet the sight of them drooling, lurching forward with vacant, mindless hunger, betrayed utter absence of reason. Zhang Shizhuang intercepted an evil god's follower midway, while the other was naturally dealt with by Meng Yi and his companion. The current state of this evil god's follower showed a significant increase in power. His feet transformed into shadows, allowing him to dodge attacks through the darkness and to launch attacks from unexpected angles. As the opponent threw a punch, Meng Yi countered with a fireball. The opponent's body sank into the shadow, evading the fireball, while simultaneously lowering the angle of attack. The punch landed solidly on Meng Yi's abdomen, causing him to cough involuntarily. Even though he had become a living corpse, his stomach remained the softest part of his body. Meng Yi, confused, shouted to Zhang Zhuang'er, "Did you not say they had no brains?" Zhang Zhuang'er replied, "Their current state enhances their combat instincts." The fighting style resulting from the merging of him and Zhang Xier was rather peculiar. Their physical qualities combined to create an effect greater than the sum of their parts. The opposing evil god's follower was unable to gain the upper hand in terms of strength and reaction. He could only rely on the mobility granted by the shadows beneath his feet, circling around the 2 of them. This was a choice made by combat instinct, attempting to attack from behind. However, Zhang Zizwanger was indifferent to the notion of front or back, as they flexibly shifted control of their body with arms and legs moving freely in any direction. This evil god's follower was being suppressed and beaten by them. Bang! Chen Qiun fired again. The head of the evil god's follower facing Meng Yi transformed once more into shadow, abandoning Meng Yi and lunging towards Chen Qiun. This was quite normal. The ability to evade fatal injuries undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of mental energy, or perhaps had other limitations. The instinct would also lead him to prioritize dealing with the ranged shooter. The big man wielded a short knife, swiftly sliding towards Chen Qiun through the shadows, making hissing sounds. Meng Yi quickly pursued. Bang! Faced with another shot, the big man crouched down nimbly, yet he had already noticed the small movement in Sun Qian's hand before she fired, preparing in advance. As the big man approached Chen Qiun, he suddenly rose from the shadows, swinging his short knife towards the area between her neck and shoulders. Boom! Chen Qiun had already condensed a flesh bomb in advance, utilizing the defensive power provided by her living corpse state to detonate it right in front of her. The sudden use of such an attack method by a gunman completely caught the big man off guard. Both were sent flying by the explosion, but Chen Qiun, who was prepared, raised her hand despite the pain. Bang! At such close range it certainly wouldn't miss. Although it didn't hit his head, it still blasted a large hole in his abdomen. Seeing this, Meng Yi was overjoyed. Well done. Chen Qiun had improved rapidly after her training. Meng Yi swung, his red blade decapitating the big man, who was hurled into the air by the explosion. Chen Qiun fell to the ground, her chest a bloody mess. Fortunately, her living corpse state only left her with superficial injuries, sparing her internal organs, which were now rapidly healing. Meng Yi glanced at her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He didn't have time to say much, turning to charge toward Zhang Zizwanger. He hurried to claim the kill, for he only had 1/3 of his 9th tier quota left. At present he was broke both inside and out in the red mist. At this moment Su Qingsong was already dumbfounded. The remaining evil god's follower, who was originally suppressed by Zhang Zizwanger, was no match for Meng Yi after he arrived. The dagger in Zhang Zizwanger's hand should also be a transcendent weapon. It could blink back and forth between her hands with one dagger functioning as two perfectly suitable for their dual soul situation, and could even be thrown and returned, making it quite flexible. The last evil god's follower after futile struggles was pinpointed by Meng Yi, who pierced his heart with the red blade. Kill successfully claimed. Zhang Zizwanger clearly didn't care about the ownership of the kill. She even sincerely thanked him. Only then did Meng Yi clearly see that after their fusion both hands were palms without backs and their feet lacked heels. The body also had no distinction between front and back, one side being Zhang Xier and the other Zhang Zhuanger. Then the two began to separate, stepping forward left and right, their backs continuously stretching. Finally able to speak, I was suffocating. As soon as they separated, Zhang Xier started shouting, waving to Sun Qiun, well done. Meng Yi's gaze shifted between the two, unable to help but ask, do you share a tongue? Hey, Zhang Xier exclaimed, you figured it out. She said this without moving her mouth at all. She touched the back of her head. We will gradually share 2 eyes, 2 hands, 2 feet, until finally we share one body. But that will be in the end. We agreed that these things will belong to one person each. Maybe when you see me again, I'll have 1 hand, 1 leg, 1 eye, and 1 ear. Meng Yi imagined her hopping around like a chicken, standing on 1 leg, unsure of what expression to make, and fell silent for a moment. Zhang Xier, however, seemed unconcerned and said, praise the twin gods. She patted Meng Yi's shoulder, just don't be scared when that time comes. Zhang Zhuanger grinned at him with her mouth that lacked a tongue. Sun Qiun had long since recovered, standing aside, hesitating to speak, and sighed lightly in resignation. Su Qingsong, straightforward as ever, said, that's just too tragic. Zhang Xier looked confused. What's so tragic? Isn't everyone like this? Gods always take away some things and bestow others. Our Lord does not, he takes nothing. Su Qingsong replied earnestly, the followers of our Lord are all normal people. Zhang Xier clearly did not believe this and casually responded, oh, I've heard of the Crimson King. Su Qingsong nodded, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Meng Yi. Alright, enough small talk. Zhang Xier, when will you give us the 200,000? Zhang Xier replied, tomorrow afternoon. I still need to bring these 2 bodies back to the judgment department to confirm their identities. Zhang Zhuanger, go get the car. Meng Yi looked around at the commotion they had caused in the residential area, had undoubtedly drawn the attention of many watching from the shadows. Hearing that Zhang Xier was going to take the bodies away, the hidden gazes around them were tinged with disappointment. Almost forgot to loot the corpses. Meng Yi quickly walked up to the 2 corpses. Zhang Xier was somewhat surprised. What are you doing? Just checking for any good items. Oh, you scared me. I thought you were going to destroy evidence. This is our proof for payment. Destroy evidence. Do you think I'm a ghoul? Meng Yi shot her an unhappy glare. He then stood up expressionlessly. These 2 were utterly broke, not even a scrap of steel. At this moment Su Qingsong approached with a delighted expression, fearing he might say something inappropriate. Meng Yi hurriedly told him to be quiet. We can discuss problems later. He then turned to Zhang Xier. What was the condition of those 2 just now? Were their bodies and minds devoted to the evil god? Zhang Xier pointed to the corpse on the ground, which had expanded a bit more than a normal person, explaining the evil god desires to devour the power of the righteous gods, their followers. When faced with us, the blessed ones cannot suppress their inner urge to kill. Just like the situation just now, they clearly were not our match but wouldn't run away. This impulse makes them reckless, allowing the evil god's power to erode their sanity. Evil god followers may appear normal on the surface, but they are all potential lunatics with a strong tendency for self-destruction. Meng Yi glanced at her. To be honest, he didn't think Zhang Xier was all that normal either. That said, how many normal people could there be in this world? Zhang Zhuanger quickly drove over in the pickup truck parked at the intersection, and the 2 of them swiftly tossed the bodies into the truck bed. After getting in, Zhang Xier waved her hand. I'll give you the money tomorrow afternoon. Meng Yi watched the battered pickup truck drive away, an uneasy thought emerging in his mind. Would Zhang Xier and the others abscond with the money? This is a world where even life loans cannot be recovered. It shouldn't be the case. He couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it definitely won't happen, Sun Qiun assured him. The judgment department still has its basic credibility. After answering Meng Yi's question, she looked at him with confusion. You have gained new divine power again. Meng Yi had never thrown fireballs before. At this moment Su Qingsong, who had been holding his dizzy head, weakly spoke up. Can I talk now? Meng Yi decided not to respond to Sun Qian's question. Based on previous experience, she would soon overlook the various issues surrounding him. Meng Yi looked at Su Qingsong. Well, go ahead. Su Qingsong's face was filled with excitement. Did my lord really send you here? Yes. It seems I have gained divine power. Look at me. He struggled to ignite a few sparks, but the dizziness worsened, causing him to stagger unsteadily. Yes. Su Qingsong felt the world darken before his eyes. He struggled to compose himself. How did my lord? Meng Yi kept replying with yes, as the fact that he was saved by the divine made Su Qingsong overly excited. He examined Su Qingsong's youthful face, sighing inwardly at how inexperienced he was. He couldn't let him ramble on, so Meng Yi patted his shoulder. All right, your loyalty has been rewarded with divine grace from my lord. This is both a reward and a mercy. Praise the salvation. Meng Yi was somewhat surprised that Sun Qiun had mentioned before that exhausting one's spirit could make it hard to maintain normal actions, yet this guy seemed fine. At this moment Sun Qiun recalled her earlier question and looked at Su Qingsong. You were threatened by the evil god's followers. Why didn't you ask us for help? Meng Yi felt a sense of relief. As expected, as long as he shifted the topic, Sun Qiun would ignore the doubts surrounding him. In the night, Su Qingsong's face was hard to see, but his voice was earnest. The divine teaches us to love one another. I cannot burden the one blessed by my lord. Meng Yi interrupted him. In the future, if you encounter problems, ask for help. Also, why do you feel that you would burden us? Because the followers of the evil god are very powerful and terrifying. This was the stereotype instilled in Su Qingsong since childhood. Meng Yi chuckled. But they are dead. He then looked at Su Qingsong seriously. We have more experience and knowledge than you. Look, we can even utilize the power of the judgment department. Speaking of which, he had only gained extraordinary power 5 days ago, and was already boasting about his extensive experience before Su Qingsong. He cleared his throat. In any case, when faced with situations, don't assume you can handle them on your own. Su Qingsong's face flushed, then he nodded vigorously. Understood, I will definitely seek advice from you both more often in the future. All right, Meng Yi waved his hand. Now that the matter is resolved, we will take our leave. Sun Qiun tugged at him and whispered. Su Qingsong donated all the money. Meng Yi searched his pockets and exclaimed, Oh right. He handed Su Qingsong a wad of cash, probably around 1,000 or 2. Take this for now and come find us tomorrow morning. This rookie needed to learn a thing or two. Not counting himself, he only had 2 divine followers under his command, and he couldn't let this guy remain incompetent. Su Qingsong wanted to refuse, but was silenced by Meng Yi's act of kindness. After all, the other party had given all their wealth to buy a house, so helping out with 1,000 or 2 was no big deal. Su Qingsong watched Meng Yi and Sun Qiun leave with gratitude written all over his face. He then stepped towards his home. In the past, he would have feared the lurking gazes around him, but now, he was a divine follower. He winced, holding his head as the dizziness intensified. Just moments ago he had been excited, but now his vision was darkening. Su Qingsong clasped his head and hurriedly stumbled upstairs. Once home, he collapsed onto the floor. He surveyed the room he had lived in for 2 years. Fortunately, there was no furniture in the house. The flames he had ignited had consumed all that could be burned, leaving only a few small flickers. The floor was littered with shattered glass, the yellowing walls were dented, ashes from burned furniture were scattered, and the door lay broken. It was a complete mess. Yet he began to laugh, first a low suppressed chuckle, then unable to hold back he burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the empty window into the night sky, resonating through the vacant door frame, and filling the corridor with joy. Praise the salvation. He interlaced his fingers and bowed his head, beginning to pray to his god. In the night, Sun Qiun walked lightly, appearing somewhat elated. My lord has gained another divine follower. It's wonderful. Meng Yi looked perplexed. Only then did he realize that Sun Qiun had not mentioned any act of kindness before, and had just brought Su Qingsong to her home. So his followers had a very special attitude towards him. Moreover, it was a subtle difference in treatment. Perhaps Su Qingsong was the same way. Sun Qiun turned back and said, By the way, can we take Su Qingsong with us to the wilderness in a few days? More people means more strength. Meng Yi's expression darkened. Absolutely not. This kid was still at the level of a burden. He couldn't dare take him along. We are both going to the wilderness for the first time, and you're suggesting we take someone else. That kid. Meng Yi organized his thoughts. Just turned 18. True enough. I told him to come find us tomorrow morning. At that time, I will explain the basics of being a divine follower to him. At this point, Meng Yi paused in his steps, hesitating. Do you think? Since Zhu Hongyu has left, could Su Qingsong come to join for free training? Sun Kaiyan's eyes brightened. Oh right, I was just thinking, should I lend him 100,000 tomorrow, so he can go receive training from Zhang Yao first? There's free training available. Meng Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. You're quite generous, but do you really trust Zhang Yao when he says his training is worth 100,000? He then noticed something. When Sun Qiun discussed money with Su Qingsong, it was borrowing, but she had never spoken this way with him. Apart from matters related to the divine, they almost never distinguished between each other. Sun Qiun felt a bit guilty. Then how much is it worth? Meng Yi replied with annoyance. It's worth 1 million. He planned to inquire tomorrow whether the free training was reliable. Su Qingsong was his follower, and he couldn't let greed put him in a difficult situation. After returning home, Meng Yi glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Sun Qiun surprisingly still had the energy to read. Meng Yi yawned. Time to sleep. Sun Qiun began to fidget. What's wrong? These clothes are starting to bite me. I need to buy some meat tomorrow. Meng Yi grinned. His clothes had not been damaged today. He quickly entered the door and locked it. He needed to tally up the harvest of the day on the red mist. Meng Yi had barely stepped into the crimson mist realm when a notification flashed before him. 2 8th-tier divine blessings acquired. Those two disciples of the Shadow Sovereign had proven perilously formidable. Indeed, they were both 8th-tier divine blessing bearers, so he could even seize the power of fallen deities. A faint smile curved Meng Yi's lips as he sat upon the stone throne. Not entirely unexpected, and yet, tonight's harvest had been truly bountiful. He now possessed sufficient essence to synthesize 2 full 9th-tier portions, and a third portion 1/3 complete. With just 2 more 9th-tier divine blessings seized, he could elevate an 8th-tier divine blessing bearer. He dismissed the notification with a thought, only to find new stars shimmering across the vaulted ceiling. It was a letter of gratitude from that young man Su Qingsong. Meng Yi skimmed it swiftly, then prepared to withdraw. Yet his gaze, sweeping idly downward, caught another star gleaming beneath the dais. Even the crimson mist could not obscure it. With a casual gesture, the star detached itself from below and floated before his eyes, revealing Li Wenhui's prayer vision. That wretched divine blessing bearer, desperately searching for seafood, kneeling half prostrate before a solitary candle, he recited the sacred name of the Crimson King again and again, pleading for divine mercy and protection. He repeated the invocation thrice. Then the prayer vision dissolved, seamlessly transitioning into live observation. Meng Yi arched a brow. Stars above the vault signified his own faithful followers, while those beneath the dais, did they represent non-believers like Li Wenhui who merely prayed to him? Moreover, the Crimson Mist realm was astonishingly potent. A single prayer had sufficed to forge a connection, complete with real-time surveillance. Curious, Meng Yi peered through the star. Li Wenhui had clearly been utterly abandoned by his deity. Activating his spirit vision, Meng Yi confirmed it. The taint had already begun its insidious erosion. Yet, Li Wenhui's dwelling was strangely configured. His home resembled a swimming pool. Deep water filled the space, while furniture either bore waterproofing or rested atop elevated platforms. Had Meng Yi not followed Li Wenhui swimming through every chamber of that 3-bedroom Tullivingroom apartment, he might well have mistaken it for an actual aquatic facility. The water depth reached approximately 3 meters, with another 2 to 3 meters of airspace above. Evidently a residence deliberately refashioned for this purpose. Li Wenhui submerged himself silently beneath the surface bubbles, rising steadily from his lips, as he methodically unplugged each drain cover. Then he surfaced, climbing onto the dry floor. The dry floor spanned only 20 or 30 square meters, housing a wardrobe sofa and other furnishings unfit for immersion. Standing there, Li Wenhui began stripping off his clothes. One by one, Meng Yi's gaze froze. His feet were webbed, from chest to knee. His skin was thickly scaled, for pairs of gill-like organs pulsed across his abdomen. And yet, he still held his breath underwater. Clearly those gills had long since lost their intended function. His scales too were dull and lifeless, ashen patchy as though ravaged by disease. Li Wenhui's face contorted. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. His desperate struggle had ended in utter failure. He had even believed the lies of that stranger he'd encountered earlier, praying instead to the Crimson King. Composing himself quickly, he rose, teeth clenched, speaking as if to himself, or perhaps hurling defiance at some unseen entity. The god has forsaken me. Then I shall forsake him in turn. His hand seized the scale blade he'd laid beside him, and began scraping away the scales from his own flesh. A grating, rasping sound echoed. Blood welled forth, staining his body crimson. Veins bulged across Li Wenhui's bloodshot eyes, his jaw locked tight. Not flinching from pain, but as though locked in mortal hatred with his own form. Harder. Harder still. Droplets of blood fell into the receding water, diffusing rapidly into a thin, translucent haze, vanishing before the eye could trace them. Even atop the crimson mist, Meng Yi felt a wave of discomfort. Instinctively turning his head aside, Li Wenhui continued unrelentingly, soon emitting guttural, inhuman cries from deep within his throat. You twisted me into this abomination, then cast me aside without a second thought. Where am I to find seafood? Where? I refuse to remain this monster. I am human. I am human. I am human. Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi leaned back into his chair. This was the first time he had ever witnessed firsthand a divine blessing bearer abandoned by their god. How pitiful. Unbidden he recalled Sun Qiun, her right hand reduced to inert, lifeless metal. And what if Zhu Hongyu were likewise forsaken? What of Zhang Xier, or even the most powerful divine blessing bearer he had yet encountered? The 4th-tier Dawn Arbiter, whose frail, stooped frame begged the question, what would abandonment do to such a being? Those whose bodily mutations remained mild fared better. But Meng Yi could scarcely imagine the fate of chefs who cultivated ingredients within their own flesh once stripped of divine grace. All of humanity lived on poisoned wine, drinking deeply knowing it would kill them. Meng Yi regarded Li Wenhui with quiet pity. Since he sought sanctuary, why not grant it? A tendril of crimson mist detached itself, threading silently through the star, and flowing imperceptibly into Li Wenhui's body. Current followers 322-329. Meng Yi paused, startled. A new notification. His previous count had stood at 321. Li Wenhui's conversion raised it to 322. The figure 329 likely indicated the current follower cap. Indeed, the Crimson Mist realm operated with rigid literalism. No prompt appeared until the corresponding change occurred. Li Wenhui's star began ascending, swiftly settling among the others suspended beneath the vaulted ceiling. Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi's form began to fade. It was late, he should rest. Li Wenhui's uplifted scale blade halted abruptly midair. He had sensed something watching him. A gaze descended from an unfathomable height, profound, boundless, vast, and brimming with compassion. Then clarity pierced his mind. A great and exalted being had taken him under its protection. His prayer, had it truly been answered, that final despairing cry into the void, had somehow found resonance. That youth he'd met earlier had not deceived him. With a hollow clatter, the scale blade slipped from Li Wenhui's grasp and struck the floor. He didn't even notice. No ritual sacrifice required. Mere prayer sufficed, and the god had heard him, bestowing a merciful, benevolent gaze. Free of distortion, free of corruption, free of sinister demand. He fell into stunned silence, then jolted back to awareness, ignoring the blood streaming down his body, trembling as he rummaged frantically through a cabinet for a candle. He would offer reverent prayer anew to this compassionate, merciful deity. After lighting the candle and kneeling, he suddenly remembered his present state. Filthy, battered, drenched in blood. With a splash, Li Wenhui plunged into the pool, scrubbing hastily through the sting of pain before hauling himself back onto dry land. He opened the wardrobe, selecting his most solemn attire, and knelt once more before the candle, droplets of water falling steadily onto the floor. His voice rang out clear and fervent. Praise be unto you, O eternal Crimson King, symbol of everlasting redemption, heaven-sent savior. Early the next morning, Sun Qiun insisted on going to the market primarily to buy some meat to feed her clothes. As for the market, it is only available in the inner city, where vegetables and meat can cost hundreds of dollars, only affordable for the blessed, while ordinary people in the outer city generally consume synthetic rations. Meng Yi was also curious about it, but he had other matters to attend to. He called out to Sun Qiun, who was about to leave. Wait for Su Qingsong, he will be coming soon. You can take him along and teach him some basic knowledge. Sun Qiun turned back with curiosity. What about you? I have some other matters to deal with. Meng Yi swiftly passed her and left, saying, by the way, don't rush to take Su Qingsong to register at the Defense Department. We can talk about it in the afternoon. I need to find old Wang Ba to gather some information first. Without waiting for Sun Qian's response, Meng Yi hurried down the stairs. It wasn't just about inquiring about free training. He had some new ideas regarding Li Wenhui. As an evil god with only 2 blessed individuals under him, one of whom was quite inexperienced, was this reasonable? Li Wenhui was not young, and he must have been blessed for quite some time. Meng Yi envied the experience and insight he possessed. He planned to inquire about this person's past at the tavern before deciding whether to promote him. A blessed individual searching for seafood should not be unknown. Soon Meng Yi stood in front of the old Wang Ba tavern, pushing the door open with familiarity, and naturally explaining his purpose to the bartender. The tavern was still as smoky as ever. The bartender asked him to wait, saying that old Wang Ba had not arrived yet. Meng Yi could only wait, as he didn't want to drink the alcohol here, so he idled around surveying the surroundings. He spotted a familiar face, Suo Mingcheng. This guy was holding a giant wine glass and drinking heavily, probably not watching him. He hadn't seen this guy since they shared a ride a couple of days ago. Just then Meng Yi had some questions in mind, so he stood in front of Suo Mingcheng, who was drinking. Suo Mingcheng was tilting his head back to drink when he sensed someone approaching. When he saw it was Meng Yi, he slammed down his giant cup, causing wine to spray everywhere. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and coughed, cough, cough. What are you doing here? Seeing him like this, Meng Yi smiled and pulled out a chair, sitting down naturally across from him, then asked in return, is it strange for me to be here? It's you who doesn't have to work, running here to drink. Suo Mingcheng's face was filled with distress. After giving Meng Yi a ride last time, he was scolded fiercely by Li Hao upon returning, and even applied to switch partners with Dawn's judgment again. Although he didn't manage to switch, he was stripped of his duty to monitor Meng Yi. Humph, he couldn't have asked for more. But encountering Meng Yi in the tavern made him feel unlucky, as if he had come to spy again. It's not strange you enjoy yourself. He pushed the wine glass towards Meng Yi. Please drink, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Meng Yi was taken aback. Why was this guy acting so strangely today? He used to be so talkative. No, he couldn't let him leave just like that. Meng Yi grabbed Suo Mingcheng, who had just stood up. Don't go, let's chat. The sensation in his hand made him frown as he glanced at Suo Mingcheng's left arm. The sleeve was thin and the touch was hard. Moreover, this guy was wearing a black leather glove, which he hadn't done before. Meng Yi squeezed it slightly and hesitated. What happened to your arm? Suo Mingcheng squinted his eye and grinned. I leveled up. He removed the glove, revealing a hand made of white bone. My master took the flesh and blood from my left arm, so now this arm is very strong. He clenched his bony fist, which had faint dark golden patterns etched on it. Meng Yi nodded silently. So now you're level 6. He had heard Suo Mingcheng claim to be level 7 before. Once he opened his mouth, Suo Mingcheng was in no hurry to leave. He sat back down, took a sip from his wine glass, and then said, yeah, level 6. If I fight you again, you'll definitely be no match for me. He was still thinking about what Sun Qiun had said. Meng Yi chuckled and playfully asked, so who is stronger now, you or Li Hao? He doesn't count for anything. Suo Mingcheng let out a long belch. He just has a big mouth. If he really put in some effort, I wouldn't dare to look. Meng Yi feigned realization since Li Hao was mentioned he could casually ask. Li Hao isn't here or else you wouldn't dare to talk about him. Even if he were here I would say the same. So Mingcheng cleared his throat, besides he went to find Dawn's judgment this morning and didn't follow you. Meng Yi's heart sank. It seemed that the judgment department was indeed keeping an eye on him. He wondered what Li Hao was thinking. Hadn't he cleared his name from the suspicion of being an evil god? What did it mean for him to clear his name at the market? Just then the bartender approached, leaning close to Meng Yi's ear. Old Wang Ba has arrived. He turned to look at the bar where old Wang Ba was nodding at him with a cane. Meng Yi waved to So Mingxing. You drink slowly, I have something to do. Go on, go on. He walked over to the bar, feeling the $3,000 left in his pocket. Originally he had 4,000, but he left 1,000 for Chen Qiun in the morning, so he wasn't feeling very confident now. Do you know this person named Li Wenhui? Old Wang Ba nodded. Yes, do you want to know about him? What's the fee? It's not important information, so it's free. Upon hearing free, Meng Yi felt relieved. Old Wang Ba simply sought to please the blessed. Blessed individuals generally level up quickly, and unlike the blessed who are often ungrateful, maintaining a good relationship with this client could be profitable in the future. It's not important information, so it's free. Upon hearing free, Meng Yi felt relieved. Old Wang Ba didn't even need to look up any documents and began. Li Wenhui is a follower of the sea god. The specific path is unclear, but he should be a level 7 blessed, specifically manifested as. Meng Yi lightly tapped the bar to interrupt him. What I want to ask is about this person's character. Considering that blessed individuals are deeply influenced by their gods, he added, for example, what are Li Wenhui's god's preferences? Oh, he likes damp and hot environments because he constantly drips sticky liquid. So. Old Wang Ba grinned. He's often misunderstood as a source of plague, so he's not well-liked and he tends to be a bit sensitive and suspicious. His style of action is also sneaky and cold, but when he strikes he doesn't hold back. Meng Yi nodded. It sounded like Li Wenhui met his requirements. Previously he was a level 7 blessed, and there was no need to mention his experience. His sensitive and suspicious nature wasn't a problem. Initially he just wanted to gather a few subordinates for himself, but now. Meng Yi glanced at Suo Mingxing, who was still drinking. Shouldn't he consider placing a few people in the judgment department? Ultimately he could control the official side, whether secretly or openly. A god shouldn't only have a sanctuary. Generally speaking, there should also be a holy city. He decided to let Li Wenhui contact him directly in the future, as his sensitive and suspicious personality was perfect for acting as an undercover in the judgment department. If Meng Yi intended to place his own man within the Judicature Bureau, he must ensure the divine boon granted to Li Wenhui, already exposed to Li Hao, was not bestowed upon him. Nor should he choose the path of the abyssal deity or that of the elderly poisoner. Such heretical paths would certainly displease the Judicature Bureau. The path of the unlucky tavern patron was worth considering. Old Wang Ba replied, under the all-seeing eye, the path of the truth-seer. It sounded promising. Then old Wang Ba tapped his own eye. Divine boon-bearers of this path draw their power primarily from here. Meng Yi instinctively thought of Li Hao, whose eyes were distinctly unusual. Thus this boon could not be granted to Li Wenhui. He remained uncertain how adherents of the same orthodox deity interacted. Having Li Wenhui impersonate a devotee of the all-seeing, I risked immediate detection by Li Hao. Never mind. For now there was no rush. Bestowing divine favor upon Li Wenhui could wait until after Meng Yi returned from the wilds. His immediate priority was elevating an 8th-tier divine boon-bearer. Everything else could follow. He then inquired about Li Wenhui's address. A piece of information no longer offered freely. Old Wang Ba demanded 3,000 coins. Meng Yi paid reluctantly. This expense could not be spared. Li Wenhui must never appear before Chen Qiun, and her companions and contact had to be made privately, while Li Hao remained absent. In an instant he found himself reduced to utter poverty. Inner City Residential District Building 46. Unit 1 Apartment 501. Meng Yi turned to leave, but paused. By the way, old Wang Ba, how effective is the Defense Bureau's free training program? Not very. If given a choice, seek out someone like Zhang Yao instead. Old Wang Ba chuckled. Had the Defense Bureau truly valued it, they'd never have entrusted Zhu Hongyu with the training division for so long. So Su Qingsong's fee could not be avoided after all. Having obtained all he needed, Meng Yi departed without delay. The tavern's overwhelming sensory assault was unbearable. Outside he cast a wind elemental spell upon himself and sped toward the inner city. Along the way he repeatedly glanced behind, doubled back, and took circuitous routes, scrutinizing his surroundings as thoroughly as possible. Indeed, Suo Mingcheng had been right. Li Hao was not tailing him today. After concluding his wary dance with empty air, Meng Yi arrived beneath Li Wenhui's residence just before noon. The inner city residential district differed markedly from the outer city's cramped density. Buildings stood farther apart, and even at first glance one could discern varying degrees of personalized modification. Some resembled barren caves, others were entwined with thick living vines. Some exhaled strange bubbling fumes. Others oozed viscous, slow-flowing fluids. The most astonishing residence crowned the roof. A pulsating fleshy mass covered in coarse hair basking lazily in the sun and snoring softly. No wonder Chen Qiun refused to live here. and Meng Yi himself would never choose such a place. Building 46 appeared refreshingly ordinary, free of bizarre alterations, suggesting deliberate zoning by architectural type. Meng Yi entered the stairwell. No longer narrow or oppressive but spacious, bright, and curiously animated. On the first floor, each step he took elicited a startled ah. The treads felt spongy, almost alive. On bad days, they wobbled violently, attempting to fling him off. The second floor was unremarkable. The third featured ice-carved steps, chilling the entire stairwell. Upon stepping onto the fourth, Meng Yi instantly materialized at the top. So abruptly he barely registered the transition, as if teleported. Truly, this world possessed moments of breathtaking, whimsical wonder. Such architectural eccentricities could not have been part of original urban planning. They bore the unmistakable imprint of resident intervention. Inner-city residential buildings were divided into units. On the fifth floor, only 2 doors faced each other. Meng Yi raised his hand and gently knocked on the left-hand door. Apartment 501. A narrow slit opened. The wary gaze of Li Wenhui peered through, then widened in recognition. He yanked the door fully open, his face alight with joy, permeated by a pungent medicinal aroma. "It's you. What brings you here? How did you find me?" Meng Yi smiled warmly. "My lord guided me." Having once felt the gaze of a transcendent being, Li Wenhui harbored no doubt. Moreover, he recalled hearing the divine covenant in the park. His heart swelled with elation as he ushered Meng Yi inside. With mild apology, he said, "I'm still tidying up." He gestured downward. Before, this whole space was flooded, with salt water no less. Meng Yi followed his gaze. The water had been fully drained, and Li Wenhui was already reshaping the space into a habitable dwelling. "Eventually, I'll convert it into 2 full floors, and I'll reopen the sealed door to the 4th floor. This apartment spans both the 4th and 5th levels." He spoke wistfully. "I'll remodel it exactly as my childhood home was." Meng Yi tilted his head. "Your childhood?" Then it struck him. Given Li Wenhui's age, he had lived through the old era. Li Wenhui nodded, eyes clouded with nostalgia. "Yes, though I was only 8 then, so many details have faded. I remember my father had a study filled with books he rarely read, and 2 computers. Do you know what computers are?" He didn't wait for Meng Yi's reply, continuing eagerly. "One was set aside for me. My mother hated how my father and I played games. I'll build my own study too." And his words tumbled forth unchecked. Life's dizzying reversals, coupled with the Crimson King's boundless mercy, had left him profoundly at ease. Meeting Meng Yi, the very guide who led him to divinity, only intensified his urge to confide. Besides, the divine word commanded brotherhood and sisterhood. Before Meng Yi, even his ingrained wariness toward strangers dissolved entirely. Meng Yi listened quietly as the middle-aged man grew increasingly animated, gesturing wildly, so vigorously that blood began seeping through his clothes. He remained utterly unaware. Only when exhaustion overtook him did Li Wenhui slump onto the sofa, voice tinged with melancholy. "Ah, pity my parents passed so young." He looked up at Meng Yi. "Forgive me. I've rambled endlessly without properly thanking you." Meng Yi shook his head. "No thanks are needed. My lord is redemption itself. Praise redemption. By the way, why have you come?" Meng Yi's expression turned solemn. "My lord requires someone to enter the Judicature Bureau." Li Wenhui rose slowly from the sofa. "But I am not yet a divine boon-bearer. You will be, so long as your faith remains unwavering. I merely ask, will you accept this task?" Meng Yi paused, then added gravely. "It demands absolute secrecy. Publicly, you may never declare yourself a devotee of my lord. Your sole point of contact henceforth shall be me alone." Li Wenhui hesitated, lips parted as if to speak. Meng Yi sighed. "You refuse?" "No." He looked strangely troubled. "I wish to call fellow believers brothers and sisters. But if I conceal my faith, will I never again speak openly of my lord?" "Never fear." Meng Yi spoke with sacred conviction. "You shall return to the embrace of your lord. And remember, my lord is redemption. You need not fear committing evil deeds. We walk the sacred path. Redemption." Li Wenhui savored the word, eyes suddenly blazing with resolve. He nodded firmly. "I accept." At the intensity of his expression, Meng Yi faltered, wondering silently what reveries had taken root in the man's mind. Regardless, Li Wenhui's agreement was a welcome development. Meng Yi gathered his thoughts. "For the coming period, I'll be heading into the wilderness. If you ascend to become a divine grace-bearer during this time, do your utmost to join the Judicature. Remember, pose as a devotee of another deity. Pay close attention to the following points. First, gauge the Judicature's internal stance toward our sovereign. Second, investigate the official arbitration committee's attitude toward religion. Our sovereign may establish a sanctum. Third, monitor the status of the blood essence ritual master. Fourth, gather intelligence on followers of the abyssal deities whenever possible." Li Wenhui took a deep breath. He had in fact heard the sermon in the park. Since the establishment of the sovereign sanctum was imminent, the first 2 tasks were only natural, as for the latter 2. Yet he knew well enough what not to ask, and solemnly nodded. "I've memorized them." "By the way," Meng Yi asked, "is it difficult to feign devotion to another deity? Might fellow believers see through the ruse?" Li Wenhui's expression turned peculiar. What kind of question was that? Even with the unspoken rule against prying, He couldn't help but retort. Would our sovereign's divine grace resonate identically to that of other deities? He had assumed posing meant fabricating a new divine name. Yet clearly things were not so simple. A cryptic smile flickered across Meng Yi's face. You needn't concern yourself with that. Just tell me. Would you be discovered? Li Wenhui paused in thought before replying, generally speaking there's little cause for concern, unless a direct divine edict descends, which is exceedingly rare. Otherwise fellow devotees share no special communion regarding the deity itself. In this regard adherents of the orthodox deities are ironically less cohesive than those who serve the abyssal deities. Meng Yi sighed. An inversion of cosmic order indeed. So much the better. In time he would simply bestow an appropriate grace upon Li Wenhui through a suitable channel. Are there specific requirements for the grace pathway when joining the judicature? Li Wenhui grew increasingly unsettled. The phrasing suggested multiple pathways were permissible. They prefer grace-bearers whose origins appear relatively conventional. Those bearing light or order-affiliated graces would be welcomed with open arms. Meng Yi nodded, utterly unconcerned that Li Wenhui might detect inconsistencies or contradictions in his words. From Chen Qiun's reaction, he knew all his own logical gaps would gradually resolve themselves in the eyes of the faithful, or simply fade into irrelevance. Moreover, his dominion over his followers remained profoundly firm. Meng Yi had been preparing to take his leave when a prior curiosity resurfaced. After careful consideration he asked, You searched so desperately for seafood. I find it strange. If a deity harbors such an impossible predilection, how did you ever become a divine grace-bearer? Li Wenhui's demeanor dimmed. The sea god initially favored only oceans and seawater, environments easily replicated by human hands. But roughly half a month ago he acquired a new preference. He gazed blankly at Meng Yi. I don't understand why either. Could a deity's preferences shift? Bewildered Meng Yi could only bid Li Wenhui farewell. Stepping onto the street he exhaled deeply. Judging from Li Hao's relentless surveillance, the judicature's stance toward the Crimson King remained ambiguous. This utter lack of clarity was intolerable, and demanded immediate correction. Nor did he know how the Jing'an City Arbitration Committee would react to Chen Qiun's unilateral plan to purchase land and erect a sanctum. There was still much to consider. Once the Crimson King's faith emerged openly, how would the orthodox deities respond? Meng Yi had no answers. None whatsoever. Thus planting a covert agent within the formidable judicature would prove invaluable to him, a so-called abyssal deity. He hurried home where Chen Qiun and Su Qingsong awaited him for dinner. As Meng Yi entered, Chen Qiun pointed at Su Qingsong and asked, Well, no need to register him at the Defense Bureau. Let's go to Zhongyao instead. The old tortoise said their training division lacks credibility. Meng Yi sat at the table, eyes brightening. Such a lavish spread today. Chen Qiun replied gravely, to celebrate the emergence of the sovereign's third divine grace-bearer. Su Qingsong flushed crimson, grinning foolishly. After the meal ended, a knock sounded at the door. Meng Yi and Chen Qiun exchanged glances. Zhang Xier must have arrived. Sure enough, Zhang Xier stood there, her face wreathed in its usual cheerful smile. Perpetually optimistic as ever. She twitched her nose, then exclaimed in delight, What a wonderful aroma! Peering inside she added, Just finished eating. I missed it. I should have come earlier. She turned back, calling out, Zhang Zhuanger. Next time you dawdle, I won't wait for you. Zhang Zhuanger chuckled softly behind her, saying nothing. Enough. Meng Yi, who had long yearned for that 20,000, declared, If you're hungry, help yourself to the leftovers. But hand over the money first. Zhang Xier tossed him a parcel with a pout. Next time I'll invite you over for leftovers too. All right. Money delivered. Bye-bye. Waving cheerfully, she added, Feel free to call on us any time for such matters. Then she drew her dagger blue gently across its blade and declared with pride, The Zhang Xier-Zhuanger duo. Utterly dependable. Meng Yi snapped the door shut. Time to count the cash. A sharp thud echoed outside as someone kicked the door. Inside he unwrapped the parcel, 20 neat stacks of bills instantly legible. After brief reflection he decided to split the sum evenly with Chen Qiun. Though he could blur the lines using his followers' elevated goodwill, he preferred clarity. Principled precision mattered. As his number of followers inevitably grew, could he afford such ambiguity? Though they might not demand accounting from him, they would certainly keep tally among themselves. Chen Qiun, for instance, had explicitly framed her assistance to Su Qingsong as a loan. Given the future dynamics among his followers, Meng Yi saw no reason to plant such a seed of discord himself. When he handed Chen Qiun her 10,000, she looked genuinely puzzled. Better to keep things clear-cut, Meng Yi said with a light laugh. Even brothers settle accounts openly. Chen Qiun opened her mouth hesitant. But I contributed far less, and you gave me both vials of reagent. Consider it gratitude for your recent support. Those clothes and such, you never tallied them precisely either. Waving a hand, Meng Yi added, Split this sum now. Then begin meticulous accounting going forward. Let's go. He tucked the money away. South Gate, to find Zhang Yao. Su Qingsong hesitated. Zhang Yao, is he the trainer? Chen Qiun had already briefed him extensively that morning. Yes, what is it? Su Qingsong flushed with embarrassment. I haven't any funds. I likely can't afford the training fee. Chun Chiyun had anticipated this and immediately offered assurance. I'll cover it for now. Just repay me later. Meng Yi had already conceded the payment rightly belonged to her. But no further debate. The sovereign teaches mutual aid. Su Qingsong nodded vigorously. This feeling of being supported was truly precious. The three set off together toward the south gate of the outer city. En route Meng Yi sighed inwardly. Someday he'd acquire a vehicle. Running everywhere each day felt absurd. Inside the training chamber, Zhang Yao glanced at Su Qingsong and quoted his price, 100,000. Naturally, he'd left room for negotiation. Free services were a one-time courtesy. Thereafter standard fees applied. Su Qingsong paled. As a newly minted divine grace bearer, his financial mindset hadn't yet shed its mortal habits. Meng Yi restrained Chun Chiyun's hand as she reached for her purse and stated bluntly, be reasonable. Zhu Hongyu herself had called 100,000 exorbitant. Zhang Yao coughed awkwardly. Did divine favor bearers haggle so unusually? 50, 40,000 cough, 30,000. Watching Meng Yi's expression, Zhang Yao finally sighed in resignation. Truly my lowest. On the market, a single 9th-tier elixir fetches just this much. Only then did Meng Yi release Chun Chiyun's hand. After accepting the money, Zhang Yao wore a complex expression. What exactly is your relationship? Did divine grace bearers routinely pay for one another? Preposterous. Chun Chiyun replied matter-of-factly, we're siblings. Zhang Yao scanned them left and right. They bore no resemblance whatsoever. Sun Chiyun and Su Qingsong went to attend their class, while Meng Yi sneaked off to the market, deciding to procure some agility potions for himself. He didn't need to regain his spiritual senses as he had flesh and blood magic protecting him, and he wasn't afraid of ordinary physical harm. To be honest, potions that enhanced strength and endurance had little effect on him. Agility potions were preferable. They were useful for escaping danger in the wilderness. Let me find that guy from last time. What was his name? Su Yuanji. Meng Yi immediately set off, adopting a demeanor that discouraged strangers from approaching. In a mixed crowd like the Divine Benefactors Market, this protective guise was most effective. Before long, he spotted Su Yuanji still looking utterly exhausted. It was unclear what he had been up to at night. He wasn't sure if this time he would offer a discount, but it wouldn't hurt to try. I'll take a bottle of agility potion, Meng Yi said, pulling out the 36,000 he had prepared in advance. A discount, he recalled. Su Yuanji yawned and glanced at Meng Yi with disdain, clearly thinking he was foolish. With a grumpy tone, he replied, 40,000. Didn't you say you'd give me a discount? That was then, this is now. I'm not losing money today. He shook his head and added, buy it or not. This line sounded familiar. He couldn't skimp on something meant for survival in an escape. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and pulled out an additional 4,000. The money really did fly out fast. Only then did Su Yuanji lazily accept the money and begin preparing the potion on the spot. By the way, do you have any unique skills apart from these standard potions? He had mentioned before that every alchemist had their own unique formulas they developed, meaning everyone had their special talent, which piqued Meng Yi's curiosity. In consideration of the customer's expenditure, Su Yuanji answered this question. Sure. He pulled out 2 potions from his pocket. One was silver-white speckled with golden glimmers, looking quite exquisite. Drinking this will make you shine like a lantern, dazzling in all colors. For 10,000 you'll be the center of attention in any tavern. And this one. He pointed to the other bottle, which at a glance looked like foul, murky water. This one is impressive. Drink it, and you'll grow a pair of wings. A flat price of 50,000. Meng Yi's eyes lit up. Wings? What a significant advantage it would be to fly. But this price, only 50,000. He couldn't help but blurt out, so cheap? How long can you fly? Su Yuanji waved his hand dismissively. You can't fly. You sell it for 50,000 and say it can't fly. But it can be fun. He looked confident. Devotees of the pleasure sovereign love it. Meng Yi couldn't fathom how one would have fun with wings, only able to marvel at the creativity of the divine benefactors. Moreover, selling something meant for entertainment at such a high price indicated that entertainment consumption would never be cheap. Before long, Su Yuanji handed the potion to Meng Yi, this time without any mishaps, all done. He then put on a sleepy expression. This guy. Meng Yi shook his head, inwardly feeling his remaining 70,000 was barely enough to buy 2 more potions, and he needed to save money for other purchases. How to make some money? His hand inadvertently brushed against the red blade at his waist, and he felt an impulse to sell it. Perhaps that wouldn't be a bad idea. Meng Yi contemplated as he held the hilt. This knife was considered rather ordinary among 8th-tier extraordinary weapons. Besides its tough material, it only had a special effect of flame transformation. But now he could use elemental magic. The extraordinary effect of this short knife overlapped with his current abilities. If he could exchange this knife for something else. For instance, 2 smaller sharp daggers that could be concealed beneath his flesh. No extra effects were needed. They just had to be tough enough, while special flame or frost effects could be added by him. Or perhaps obtain a longer knife. To him, a weapon longer than this half-meter short knife would be much more effective. After all, an inch longer, an inch stronger. For ranged attacks, Sun Chiyun had her giant hammer, so he didn't have to worry about teammates betraying him. With absolutely reliable allies, he could momentarily overlook ranged methods and consider filling that gap later when funds were ample. It wasn't even really a gap. Elemental magic also provided ranged options. The more Meng Yi thought, the more he felt it made sense. If he sold the red blade, he could acquire sufficient funds. He could repurchase weapons and enrich his potion supplies, significantly boosting his combat capabilities and endurance. However, he couldn't grasp the true value of this extraordinary weapon, lacking relevant experience and having to wait for Chen to finish her training to come back. He didn't trust anyone else. Meng Yi turned back to the training room entrance, starting to wait boredly for Chen to finish class. This guy was really slow. After today he'd have to wait 2 more days, calculating it would take 3 days to leave for the wilderness, no 4 days. He still had no idea what the wilderness would be like. When Chen and the others finished and came out, Meng Yi leaped up. Let's go, we're heading to the market. Chen was not surprised. After calling Su Qingsong, they set off towards the market together. What? You plan to sell the red blade? Chen was somewhat astonished upon hearing Meng Yi's plan. Think this through. Extraordinary weapons with additional effects are rare. Selling it simply now will make it hard to acquire another later. Meng Yi waved his hand dismissively. Chen wasn't very sharp regarding combat and only considered these matters from a value perspective. He briefly explained his reasoning, then asked, if I were to sell this, how much do you think is appropriate? Chen frowned and thought. An 8th-tier extraordinary weapon with special effects for close combat could probably sell for about 130 to 160,000. Meng Yi nodded. All right, then I'll sell it for 250,000. Chen questioned with confusion, huh? What did she mean by huh? Given her lack of understanding regarding money, Meng Yi didn't think she would consider the price so high. Let's sell it for that. Then Meng Yi thought of a question. How do I go about selling this? Just find a stall that's empty. Does this one charge? Free. Good, hearing it was free, Meng Yi got excited. The Defense Department actually does something useful. It was quite easy to find an empty stall. Soon Meng Yi stood behind the stall, beginning to feel troubled. What next? Put the knife up and wait for people to ask. Meng Yi followed the instructions. However, after a long time, no one came to inquire. I say. Meng Yi grew impatient, casting a suspicious glance at Chen. Is it really like this? Chen replied irritably. Yes, I used to work as a mechanic here. Meng Yi could only continue waiting. Then he noticed Su Qingsong nearby, looking curious and glancing around incessantly. A light bulb went off. He walked over and nudged Su Qingsong's elbow, whispering a few words. Su Qingsong blinked, his face turning beet red, nervously starting to shout. Come and see, take a look, that? His voice gradually lowered. Meng Yi felt exasperated. What can you achieve like this? 8th-tier extraordinary weapons selling at a discount. Su Qingsong closed his eyes, stiffened his neck, and shouted loudly. A flick of the wrist flames blaze. All around, various gazes were drawn in. The originally bustling yet quiet market atmosphere was shattered by this shout. It seemed that hawking one's wares was essential. No matter the realm. Simply laying a blade upon a stall without so much as a word would draw scarcely a glance. Yet those drawn to the stall were not all there for the sword. Many took sudden keen interest in Su Qingsong himself. 2 alluring women, their gazes alight with predatory delight, drifted close, breathing soft and sweet against his ear. Little brother, so adorable. Still untouched. How she discerned it, no one could say. One woman reached out without hesitation, her voice laced with mock pity, so slender. Su Qingsong recoiled inwardly, tongue-tied and flustered, unable to utter a single coherent word. Her tongue unfurled, slender, supple, and split into a dozen gossamer filaments, gliding teasingly across his cheek. Shall sister fatten you up? Her tone dripped with intoxicating allure. Chen expression hardened, her hand flew toward her sidearm. But Meng Yi's palm pressed firmly down upon her wrist. Let the boy toughen up. She couldn't bear to watch. Was this truly all it took to unnerve him? What would happen when he faced far greater threats? Would he surrender on the spot? Meng Yi's disappointment burned fierce and sharp. Just keep an eye on him. Don't let them spirit him away. He pointed sharply at the 2 women and issued a low warning growl. No tongues flitting about. No hands laid upon him. Or else, oh! Is he your toy? Their eyes danced with mirth. So we mustn't touch the little darling, only tease. Big brother plays so well. Meng Yi froze. Had he just invented a new game for them? Hadn't his tone been unmistakably threatening? What circuitry powered their minds? He began to wonder. Was he simply not menacing enough? Chen murmured softly. Devotees of the Lord of Lust are among the most unhinged of divine graced beings. She hesitated, then added. They even seek out the punishment bureau willingly. Meng Yi sighed inwardly. These 2 weren't here to browse. They'd come expressly to provoke arrest. Their target was simple. Su Qingsong had shouted. And so they performed. Faithfully abiding by Meng Yi's edict, no contact, only airborne seduction. To them it was pure amusement. Su Qingsong stumbled backward while they advanced step by step, uttering lewd taunts, striking obscene poses. The divine-graced patrons who'd gathered to inspect blades now abandoned their purpose entirely, crowding around cheering, whistling. Su Qingsong's desperate pleading gaze found Meng Yi, and the raw helplessness in it made Meng Yi flush with quiet shame. Sun Qiun muttered irritably, "You refused to sell the swords properly. Letting him shout like a street vendor, you could have chased them off earlier. Instead you chose to train Su Qingsong." Meng Yi fell silent, defeated. Indeed, he'd underestimated them. In moments the square erupted anew, drinking brawling joining the spectacle. Glory! Glory! What do Defense Bureau enforcers know? If they dare interfere, I'll crush them. Woohoo! Give me a child, bear me a child. You're insane, get out. Hey you! With a sharp shhhhk, the lustful devotee, who'd been reclining eyes closed in bliss, erupted in fury. Her tongue shot forth dozens of meters serpentine and whip-fast coiling midair before lancing toward the man who'd spoken. Even devotees of the Lord of Lust had limits. Blood spilled, and the crowd roared with renewed fervor. By the gods! Meng Yi tightened his grip on the blade he'd meant to sell. This was precarious. Last time Li Hao had intervened. This time fortune offered no such guarantee. A shrill staccato whistle pierced the air. His eyes met Sun Qiun's. Run. Now. Su Qingsong stood frozen dumbstruck, as the scene twisted from sensual spectacle to visceral carnage in the blink of an eye. Chaos reigned. Indiscriminate deafening underscored by clanging discordant music from some unseen source. The spectacle was overwhelming, electrifying, utterly surreal, especially the burly man. His upper torso riddled with crimson holes, still roaring undeterred, "Bear me a child, bear me a child." The same bewitching woman now wielded her tongue like a living tendril, dueling the man above and below, both ends locked in violent motion. Their expressions defied description. Neither ecstasy nor agony, but something terrifyingly in between. It was too close, far too close. Su Qingsong's mind buckled under the weight of unspeakable trauma. He had just turned 18. Only when Meng Yi yanked his arm did he snap back to awareness. "If you wish to avoid the punishment bureau, run." Oh. His voice was hollow-dazed. But escape proved impossible. The throng was impenetrable. Worse still, the three of them stood dead center in the heart of the riotous carnival. Breaking free would mean cutting a bloody path, prompting Meng Yi to contemplate the imminent start of his fugitive career. Sun Qiun grew anxious. The punishment bureau haunted her psyche. Wait, no. Meng Yi paused, recalibrating. Why run at all? What precisely have we done? He spread his palms wide. Nothing. Sun Qiun exhaled, regaining composure. You're right. Does the Defense Bureau forbid hawking goods in the market? No. Then case closed. Meng Yi settled in, calm and composed. Let's watch the show. He gave Su Qingsong's shoulder a firm, reassuring pat. Broadening your horizons, eh? These divine-graced are all unhinged. Sun Qiun shot him a subtle, reproachful glance. Ahem. Few among us are so admirably balanced. Praise be to our Lord. Praise be to our Lord. Su Qingsong echoed, numbly nodding. The thought of becoming like them filled him with profound dread. A one-armed enforcer swiftly quelled the disturbance. When he demanded to know who'd instigated it, every finger pointed toward Su Qingsong. After all, he'd been the one shouting. Humph. Take him in. Hold on. Meng Yi stepped forward. He did nothing. Merely called out twice, advertising his wares. Don't test me. Just because you've got the Arbitration Bureau backing you doesn't mean you can stir chaos on my turf. Meng Yi gestured placidly. Ask the others first. See if what I say holds true. The enforcer turned his sharp gaze upon the crowd. Is that how it happened? The cowering divine-graced exchanged uneasy glances. Yes. He was selling a sword. Exactly. He shouted twice, don't miss this chance if you pass by. Yes, absolutely. Those two harlots provoked him first. You filthy. One woman tried to retort, only to be swiftly silenced by her companion's hand over her mouth. Yes, we started it. Absolutely our doing. Both beamed with unapologetic delight. The enforcer's jaw twitched as he stared at the two devotees of the Lord of Lust. Sending them to the punishment bureau would be less punishment than reward. A massive man, his chest pockmarked with wounds, studied the enforcer's expression and ventured cautiously, Enforcer, do you lack the authority to punish them? Do you know how? The man pointed at the pair. Make them bear me a child. Instantly their eyes blazed with fury. You damned fool. The enforcer nearly laughed in exasperation, and waved sharply. Take them all. Once the detainees were led away, he turned to Meng Yi. I'm Wang Guowei. You're selling transcendent weapons. Let me see. Wang Guowei. This name is rather retro. However, looking at the other person's gray hair, Meng Yi felt it was somewhat understandable. He once thought that Wang Guowei wanted to use his power to oppress others, but after watching the red blade, the other party started bargaining with him quite normally. 2.5 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? Wait, are you cursing at me? What's your name? Meng Yi. 250 isn't appealing. I'll give you a discount of 214. What discount are you offering? Sun Qiun quickly did the mental math and seriously chimed in 96%. Wang Guowei's eyes widened in disbelief. He picked up the red blade and waved it a few times, making a fair and reasonable assessment. This blade is just made from extraordinary materials, other than that it doesn't have many exceptional features, nor does it have any formations or blessings attached. After buying it, I would need to pay extra to have 2 things done. I'm sincere about this and won't make random offers. How about this? He frowned and pondered for a moment. 140,000. Meng Yi glanced at Sun Qiun, realizing that the price she suggested earlier was indeed quite appropriate. He made a final effort. 170,000. Wang Guowei chuckled. Kid, I didn't arrest you last time, nor did I make things difficult for you this time. Let's be reasonable. 150,000. This was already very close to the upper limit, suggested by Sun Qiun, and Meng Yi finally nodded. Wang Guowei was right. He hadn't made things hard for him twice, and pushing further would be somewhat inappropriate. Mainly this old guy seemed to be a rare normal person, and Meng Yi was happy to build a good relationship with him. You shouldn't be just at the 8th level, right? What do you need this weapon for? My daughter's birthday is coming up. This was truly an unexpected answer. Meng Yi almost blurted out something very impolite, surprised that he actually had a daughter. He thought this world was filled with lonely people. He really didn't know how to ask. Sun Qiun and Su Qingsong both looked at Wang Guowei in astonishment. Many people react like this when they find out I have a daughter. Meng Yi thought to himself, what surprised me is that you actually acknowledge your daughter. Wang Guowei was unfazed. He stroked his gray hair, his eyes filled with a nostalgic expression. My daughter was born in the old era. That makes sense. His daughter must be at least 30. But her childhood and teenage years were spent in the inner city schools, so she isn't very close to me as a father. Meng Yi fell silent for a moment, imagining the longing this father from the old era must have felt for his daughter. When his daughter was just beginning to speak, they might have been an utterly ordinary family in the old era. This could be his most important spiritual support in facing this absurd world. Meng Yi could only manage a faint smile. Wish her a happy birthday for me. Wang Guowei nodded in surprise. Thank you. He thought that someone like Meng Yi, a young person born in the new era, would be unable to understand this sentiment. After all, nowadays family or such feelings are quite rare. He never expected the other person would even bless his daughter. This made Wang Guowei feel a bit fond of Meng Yi. He calmed himself and asked, all right, if there are no issues, I'll transfer the money to your bank account and you can come with me. He pointed to a nearby shop. We can use their online transaction network. Meng Yi was taken aback. Bank account? And an online transaction network? Wang Guowei countered. Otherwise, should I carry over $1 million in cash while walking down the street? I don't have an account. He felt his newly developed fondness for this young man vanish instantly. Selling such an expensive, extraordinary weapon without a bank account was pure mockery. His face darkened. You don't have an account and are selling something this expensive? Meng Yi hurriedly replied. I do. He looked at Sun Qiun. You must have a bank account, right? Sun Qiun looked away. I closed it when I lost my identity as a benefactor last time. Meng Yi blinked, looking at the one-armed officer, tentatively suggesting, how about we meet tomorrow? Wang Guowei's chest rose and fell slightly as he muttered, are you mocking me? No. A round of explanations followed. After agreeing to meet the next day, Meng Yi walked home with a helpless expression. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I forgot. Sun Qiun said expressionlessly. Besides, you didn't ask. Is this really something that requires asking? Su Qingsong parted ways with the two halfway, and after agreeing to meet Sun Qiun the next afternoon, he walked home alone, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He felt like he had seen so much today. Meng Yi glanced at Su Qingsong's back and curiously asked Sun Qiun. The bank knew you were no longer a benefactor and closed your account. Not quite, Sun Qiun explained. The bank account and password are tied together and determined by the benefactor's spirituality. When I ceased to be a benefactor, I couldn't activate my spirituality, and thus the account could not be accessed. This is practically the same as closing the account. Even now that I have become a benefactor again, the source of the benefactor's power is different. My spirituality will differ greatly from before, and the previous account cannot be opened. Meng Yi, hearing this, asked with concern, how much money did you have in your previous account? Over 800,000. Meng Yi inhaled sharply. Is there really no way to retrieve it? There's no way. Sun Qiun was equally troubled. The bank went to great lengths to create this set of magical rituals to distinguish spirituality, to prevent benefactors from constantly scamming people. Blood, password, appearance, fingerprints, voice, etc. Some are easy to forge, some are easy to deceive, and some benefactors don't possess at all. So spirituality is unique, cannot be disguised, and is something everyone has. There's absolutely no second means to extract money from the account, safe and reliable. This sounds very reasonable. However, Meng Yi was genuinely pained, wearing a bitter expression. Sun Qiun looked at him strangely. Why are you so concerned about my money? Of course, money is money no matter what, Meng Yi retorted irritably. Besides, that could be my rent money. The next morning before Meng Yi had fully woken from sleep, he was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks on the door. Groggily he asked, "What's going on?" "Going to the bank." He squinted at the time and felt furious. This woman always wakes up early whenever there's something to do, and then disturbs his sleep. After finishing breakfast, Meng Yi stood downstairs yawning, feeling as if he had been possessed by Su Yuanji. "The bank is in the inner city, right?" "Yes," Sun Qiun replied, full of energy. "Let's go." Meng Yi slapped his face to wake himself up. He was curious about the bank in this strange place. He wondered what kind of bizarre place it would be. Meng Yi had visited the inner city 2 or 3 times, and he could usually keep his gaze steady. However, today, as soon as he entered the city gate, he was taken aback. A giant. A giant in the literal sense, standing about 20 meters tall with a massive frame, wearing thick iron armor over vital areas like the chest, each step causing the ground to tremble. Muscles, rippling skin, a bluish-gray, wielding an enormous axe that exuded a formidable sense of oppression. Moreover, he appeared quite normal without any deformities. Meng Yi was dumbfounded at this colossal creature, felt entirely different up close compared to from afar. "What is this pathway?" he asked. Sun Qian's expression was complicated. "It's the giant pathway. Unfortunately, the divine beneficiaries of this pathway have a serious issue. They are intellectually deficient, and the higher the rank, the more severe the problem. Additionally, they have a penchant for eating humans." Meng Yi was startled and questioned, "Then what about this one?" Sun Qiun waved her hand to explain. "This one is controlled by the judgment officer, known as the Heart Prison Judgment, a mind sorcerer." Meng Yi noticed that on the giant's shoulder sat a very oddly proportioned man. He had the stature of a dwarf, but his bald head was disproportionately large, making Meng Yi worry whether his neck could support it. "I've rarely seen such a giant pathway." Meng Yi watched the giant thunder away and turned to ask, "Has humanity cleared them out?" "Yes." Sun Qiun glanced at him. "You really should read more. What have you been doing in school?" Like giants and the source of plague, although they are righteous deities, their followers are not much better off than the followers of evil gods. The followers of the source of plague are somewhat alright as they can disguise themselves, but the giants have nowhere to hide, and coupled with their taste for human flesh, humanity simply cannot tolerate them. Meng Yi's mind conjured a strange thought. If he were to seize the power granted by the giants, would his followers become dim-witted? It seemed like bestowing it upon Su Qingsong would be a good choice. Ahem. After this interlude, the two continued toward the bank. Meng Yi couldn't help but feel that the divine beneficiaries of this world were already quite mad, and then there were pathways that were inherently problematic. Ordinary people believing in such gods were quite unfortunate as well. His thoughts wandered, and he casually remarked, "So ordinary people who believe in giants or low-tier divine beneficiaries will disguise themselves as ghouls, right?" Sun Qiun shot him an annoyed look. "They aren't called ghouls. The correct term is devourers. Be careful how you shout that around." The two then stepped into the bank lobby. The bank was quite spacious, and as the only bank in Jing'an City, its security measures appeared to be very strict. In Sun Qian's words, it was a key protection target of the Defense Department. Moreover, the bank gave Meng Yi the impression that it was alive. Not alive in the sense of visibly wriggling, but rather in a spiritually perceptive way. After he confirmed with Sun Qiun, he received an affirmative answer. There are multiple formations and ritual magics secretly arranged here which have spiritually activated the entire bank to some extent, granting this spiritual entity various permissions. Meng Yi blurted out, "So it's a tower spirit?" Sun Qian's eyes lit up at his words, praising, "Your summary is quite interesting." "It truly is an interesting summary." The same words echoed in their ears, and Sun Qian's face fell. Meng Yi looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" He glanced around. "Who said that?" "It was I." A face rose from the bank floor, morphing like fluid, finally stopping right in front of Meng Yi, almost face-to-face, its mouth opening and closing incessantly. "By your description, I should be called the bank spirit." Meng Yi couldn't help but take a step back, scrutinizing the face for a moment. It was hazy and lacked detail, making it impossible to discern its features. Sun Qiun whispered in his ear, "This guy is quite annoying. I think I've heard some unrealistic slander." "I know you. You're the unfortunate one with 800,000 that can't be withdrawn." The fluid supporting the face extended a tiny arm. Sun Qian's face darkened. Meng Yi curiously asked, "Since you know she has 800,000, why don't you let her withdraw it? Do you think I'm a fool?" The face. The bank spirit suddenly merged into the ground, then, in a flash, it rose from beneath Meng Yi's feet again, face-to-face with him. "If I don't give her the money, won't it become mine?" Meng Yi stepped back a few paces, glaring, "Are you not even pretending?" The bank spirit suddenly leaned in again. "Anyway, she has closed her account. In terms of process, it indeed couldn't be withdrawn." Meng Yi stepped back again. If he took another step, he'd be out the door. He was somewhat annoyed. "Why are you so close to me?" "I know you. You're the unfortunate one with 800,000 that can't be withdrawn." The fluid supporting the face extended a tiny arm. As it spoke, it wore a hint of human-like teasing and playful expression, emphasizing the word embryo. Meng Yi felt inexplicably that this bank spirit was somewhat deranged. "What kind of banking account XP system is this?" Sun Qiun walked up to Meng Yi and urged, "Don't pay attention to it. I told you it's very annoying." The bank spirit shot Sun Qiun a disdainful glance. "Humph, a withered flower and fallen willow." Meng Yi was greatly shocked. Sun Qiun ignored it and pulled Meng Yi towards the counter. Then Meng Yi saw countless faces of bank spirits. Around the bank's clients, among the bank staff. One spirit alone. Its voice created a buzzing sound, forming a lively scene. It was far more bustling than the divine beneficiary market. Before arriving, Meng Yi had thought this place would open his eyes to divine beneficiaries, but he was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a bank spirit. Its face leaned in close to Meng Yi. I wonder if the account you open will be beautiful. By the way, do you have a lot of money? And don't trust the staff sales pitch. Chattering incessantly, Meng Yi quickly grasped the way to deal with this bank spirit. Just like with most spirits in banks, ignore it. Hello, I would like to open an account. Meng Yi followed the staff's guidance to complete the account opening. He had been wearing earplugs until he arrived. The account opening process was not complicated. It only required registering his spiritual essence. With the array covering the entire bank glowing, the account opening was declared complete. A beautiful, the bank spirit exclaimed in a daze. Meng Yi glared, feeling that his bank account had been sullied. There was a peculiar sense of humiliation. After Sun Qiyun opened her account again, the bank spirit snorted, showing great disdain. The two of them escaped from the bank. Once outside, Meng Yi couldn't help but exclaim, who did this guy learn from? Back when the bank was first established, the staff were a mixed bag, including quite a few divine beneficiaries. Unlike now, when all are ordinary people who have been screened. Sun Qian's face darkened. The guy could learn bad things very quickly. There's nothing to be done. We can't erase the bank formations and rituals that were built at great cost, so it has to be this way. Meng Yi shook his head. Never mind, let's go to the market and find Wang Guowei. I need to select a suitable weapon again. Wang Guowei, the security officer of the Divine Grace Market, was easy to locate. After a brief discussion, Meng Yi received 150000 in cash from him and had the remaining 135000 transferred directly into his own account. During the transfer, Meng Yi caught sight of that irritating bank spirit. Both he and Sun Qiyun endured its incessant chatter while completing the transaction swiftly. So this online network you mentioned, it's actually the city-wide formation network embedded throughout the fortress city. What else could it be? Meng Yi gave a self-deprecating smile. I assumed it was something like the internet. At the time, it had seemed perfectly plausible. The world clearly possessed technological foundations, and he had even seen drones. Wang Guowei regarded him with genuine surprise. I didn't expect you to know about that. Most new-era divine gracers have never encountered such a concept. Ignoring Sun Qiyun's disdainful gaze, Meng Yi spoke with solemn earnestness. I enjoy reading. Under Wang Guowei's appreciative gaze, the two took their leave and headed toward the market. As they walked, Meng Yi asked, what do you plan to purchase? Sun Qiyun shook a slender booklet in her hand. The Wildlands primer given to them by old Wang Ba. I reviewed it last night. We'll need to set aside at least 20000 for daily consumables, tents, dried rations, drinking water, and the like. After those essentials, I intend to buy 2 vials of analgesic serum, leaving roughly 40000. Then 1 auxiliary enhancer should suffice. She had clearly done her research in advance. Meng Yi nodded. No rush. We'll start by finding suitable weapons for me. He outlined his requirements, and the two began scouring the market. Is it really this difficult? Meng Yi sighed, weary. Nearly the entire market had been traversed without spotting a suitable transcendent weapon. It's quite normal. Such items rarely appear by chance, unless you commission one custom-made. Shall we check the other 3 city gates? Sun Qiyun suggested thoughtfully, but Meng Yi's attention had already been drawn to a nearby stall. It displayed an unusually shaped flexible sword, capable of coiling like rope. Stepping forward, Meng Yi asked, may I test it? The vendor, a woman with a cold, impassive expression, gave a terse nod. Meng Yi lifted the blade. It measured approximately 1.5 meters in length and 2 fingers in width, forged from some unknown silvery material veined with faint crimson traceries. What is this? As if anticipating his question, the vendor spoke indifferently. Forged from the bones of a Wildlands aberrant entity. 9th tier. Engraved with a razor-edge formation. Self-repairing. But requires consumption of corresponding tier aberrant remains or divine grace or bone. Meng Yi swung it lightly in his hand. The blade effortlessly shifted between rigid and supple states at his will. Sun Qiyun tossed a bullet into the air. He cleaved it cleanly in 2. How much? 1,200,000. Too high. Meng Yi chuckled softly. Aside from its razor-sharp edge, the other 2 properties are effectively useless. He flicked his wrist. The blade instantly coiled into a flexible coil. Tell me, how many divine gracers wield flexible swords? He himself did not intend to use it conventionally. Rather, its malleability allowed concealment within his body, enabling sudden devastating strikes when least expected. Imagine charging barehanded toward an enemy. Then, in their unguarded moment, a 1.5-meter blade erupts from your forearm and pierces through them. As for damage restoration, Meng Yi shook his head. Restoration only matters if you win. If you lose, nothing else counts. He dismissed the feature as superfluous. The vendor fell silent. She privately agreed. Meng Yi added, moreover, the baseline price for a 9th-tier transcendent weapon hovers around 500,000. Even granting the razor-edge formation a 10,000 premium is the absolute limit. Chun Qiun was astonished by Meng Yi's audacious halving of the price. Yet she nodded firmly. Exactly. She felt slightly guilty. In her estimation the sword was worth at least 900,000, so she mustered only a terse affirmation. The vendor snorted coldly, saying nothing. Meng Yi rummaged through his belongings and produced 6 vials of unidentified toxin, recovered from a fallen adversary. This is all I can offer. Plus these proprietary toxins lethal on contact. They may also be thrown as projectiles, releasing dense vision-obscuring toxic smoke to hinder and immobilize enemies. Call it 20,000, shall we? Meng Yi frowned, closed his eyes and waved dismissively. Chun Qiun remained expressionless. The vendor's cheek twitched. She glanced at the 6 vials, then at Meng Yi, and finally spoke. 800,000. Agreed. These vials plus 600,000 make exactly 800,000. The vendor stared icily at him. Ah, fine. 800,000. Meng Yi moved to retrieve the vials. But the vendor tapped the table sharply. Including these. A pause. In the end accounts were settled. His balance now stood at 550000 in funds and 220000 in cash. The flexible sword truly was exceptional. Not merely due to its 9th-tier rank, but because it suited him perfectly. He embedded it beneath the flesh of his right arm, its hilt resting just beneath his sternum. Though it caused mild discomfort during movement, Meng Yi paid it no mind. Given time, his body would adapt. With a flick of his right wrist, the blade erupted from his forearm, sliding smoothly into his palm with a soft resonant chime, its edge gleaming with lethal brilliance. Excellent, excellent. Can this sword be ascended in tier? Chun Qiun watched envious. Yes, if you possess sufficient funds and materials. Though few ever attempt it. With that kind of investment, one might as well purchase a new weapon. Meng Yi nodded, cradling the blade reverently. With over 700,000 remaining, his finances were now comfortably ample, no longer requiring frugal restraint in purchasing serums. Let's go find Su Yuanji. Ha! Chun Qiun hesitated. His serums are exorbitantly priced. I'm nearly broke. I'll cover it. Meng Yi retracted the sword. Besides, his formulations are peerless. Without waiting for reply, he strode ahead, leaving Chun Qiun no choice but to follow resigned. Meng Yi stood before Su Yuanji's counter and tapped the surface, only to find the young man half asleep. 1 vial of agility serum. 40,000. Another. Su Yuanji's hands faltered. 1 more. Shards of shattered glass littered the floor. He scratched his head, repeatedly bewildered. Meng Yi smirked coldly. Shall I help you recoup your losses? Hey, brother, you're truly kind-hearted. 85% of original price. Brother, why so strict? We're old acquaintances. Come on. 90% please. 85%. Su Yuanji looked ready to weep. His prices were already steep. Few customers came at all, and today's repeated failures meant near zero profit. Fine. 85% it is. Meng Yi then spent 340,000 on 10 vials of assorted serums, reducing his total wealth to 270,000. Counting prior acquisitions, he now possessed 4 vials of agility serum, 3 of spiritual energy restoration serum, 2 of strength serum, 2 of healing serum, and 3 of accuracy enhancement serum. He handed the restoration and accuracy serums to Chun Qiun. You now owe me 200,000. With a comrade as reliably steadfast as her, ensuring her combat readiness was imperative. Chun Qiun nodded, her expression complex and thoughtful. We're now considerably better off. No longer forced to skimp on essential supplies. Such austerity would erode combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Su Yuanji sat counting his losses, then threw his head back with a long despairing sigh. Today's blunders rendered his labor utterly futile. Meng Yi waved grandly. Time's about right. Let's grab a meal, then resume after your afternoon training. By afternoon, after Chen Qiun and Su Qingsong completed their training, Meng Yi and the others purchased all necessary tools and daily consumables. Every item selected with meticulous care. Guided by the principle that idle funds contributed nothing to combat prowess, Meng Yi retained not a single coin. Meanwhile, Chen Qiun's debt had swelled to a staggering 250,000 credits. Finally, each shouldered a large, heavily laden pack and returned home. We'll meet Zhang Yao tomorrow afternoon to gain a general understanding of the wilds, and depart for the wilds the day after at dawn. The next day, Meng Yi and Chen Qiun arrived punctually to meet Zhang Yao. After sending Su Qingsong off to practice independently, Zhang Yao settled across from them, stroking the thick black stubble on his chin like a bristling caterpillar. The wilds are fraught with peril. For humanity, they are a crucible of lethal uncertainty. Beware, danger arises not only from the endless tide of aberrants dwelling within the wilds, but also from other divine-graced individuals. Thus the cardinal rule is this: trust nothing that moves in the wilds. Thereafter, Zhang Yao offered a detailed overview of the terrain surrounding Jing'an City, spanning dozens of kilometers, as well as essential precautions for navigating it. Meng Yi noted with quiet observation that no description of aberrants was included. When he asked, Zhang Yao replied, aberrants defy form, shape, territory, hierarchy. No dominion, no chain of command. They are chaos incarnate, formless, lawless, warped, capricious. Only rudimentary classifications exist. Floral, faunal, fluidic, and even naming them is futile. Meng Yi nodded, focusing intently on memorizing the rest. At 5 p.m., the three concluded their session. En route home, Su Qingsong hesitated repeatedly, mouth opening and closing, words unspoken. Just speak your mind, Meng Yi remarked, glancing sidelong at him. The boy's face betrayed every thought before it reached his lips. Su Qingsong clenched his teeth. You're heading into the wilds. But you won't take me. My training ends in just a few days, he explained. Meng Yi and Sun Qiun exchanged a glance. Truth was impossible. Instead, they reframed their answer. This decision emerged from deep deliberation. If all three of us depart, not a single divine-graced individual remains within the city walls. What then if other believers face crisis? He resolved to assign Su Qingsong meaningful responsibility, to anchor him lest his imagination run wild. In our absence, you will oversee the other believers, offering aid whenever necessity demands. Su Qingsong's expression darkened with suspicion. Do you disdain me? Disdain? Not at all. We simply divide duties according to strength and calling. Meng Yi spoke with solemn conviction, even convincing himself. And the funds raised for the holy sanctuary remain at home. I entrust them to your safekeeping. He clapped Su Qingsong's shoulder. Your responsibilities are weighty indeed. Tomorrow open a bank account and deposit this sum securely. Also, if those heretics of the false gods harass you again, seek assistance from Zhang Xier and her companion. Su Qingsong nodded, silently walking beside them toward home. Then after a long pause declared, I will strive, with all my might. On his youthful face resolve hardened like sacred vow. The divine bestowed grace upon me for my unwavering faith. I shall never falter nor slacken nor prove myself unworthy of such sacred favor. Praise the Redeemer. Meng Yi beamed at him. I believe in you, or rather our Lord believes in you. Why else would he have granted you grace? Trust in our Lord's discernment, Sun Qiun affirmed, her voice resonant with conviction. Su Qingsong's spirit surged. He swore inwardly with fierce solemnity never to betray the divine. Remember the title we bear, Meng Yi said. Apostles, those who enact the divine will. Back home, Su Qingsong departed with over 200,000 credits, the so-called house-buying fund. Sun Qiun drew a slow, steadying breath and turned to Meng Yi. Are you afraid? Tomorrow entering the wilds? Meng Yi shook his head. Not really. Truly, he felt no fear. His courage defied expectation, uncharacteristic of an ordinary university student. He countered, and you? Do you fear? A little? She paused, then lifted her chin, fire rekindling in her gaze. But when I remember it is for our Lord, fear dissolves. The holy sanctuary shall rise, unshaken. Meng Yi cared less for the sanctuary itself. A curiosity about the wilds burned brighter within him. He echoed lightly, praise the Redeemer. That evening he visited the Crimson Mist Realm. No unusual prayers stirred among the faithful. Everything awaited tomorrow. After breakfast, the two shouldered their packs and headed southward toward the South Gate. We'll first go to the Merit Exchange Bureau at the South Gate, Sun Qiun said. The Defense Directorate opens the gate only once a sufficient number of divine-graced individuals gather for departure. Though the Defense Directorate maintained fortified bases at all four gates, custom had long since renamed them Merit Exchange Bureaus, due to the divine-graced regularly redeeming merits there. Soon Meng Yi beheld the so-called defense base, and the towering fortress-like ramparts encircling Jing'an City. Gray-brown stone rose skyward, immense and oppressive. Dense, silent, immovable. Intricate formation patterns etched across the walls flickered intermittently with cobalt lightning. At the gate, over 200 people clustered, faces taut with panic and dread. A memory stirred within Meng Yi. Those were ordinary citizens, venturing into the wilds to perform rituals seeking communion with the divine. Success meant return. Failure, death beyond the walls. He glanced sideways at Sun Qiun. This woman had once dared conduct such a ritual within the city itself. Let's go. See what the Exchange Bureau offers. The Exchange Bureau, i.e., the defense base, abutted the city wall adjacent to the South Gate. Only its outermost chamber permitted entry for the divine-graced. Deeper chambers remained absolute sanctums, strictly forbidden. Crossing the threshold, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Bright, sleek, unmistakably modern. Dozens of floating screens hung midair, scrolling profiles of wanted fugitives. A far cry from the crude paper notices Meng Yi had imagined. Others displayed real-time updates on shifts within the wilds surrounding Jing'an City, such as newly detected powerful aberrants. Most screens showcased redeemable items and their required merit values. Many visitors gestured beneath the screens, triggering shimmering cobalt holographic interfaces that projected detailed data and touch-responsive controls. Most prominent among them, a ferocious armored vehicle. Its accompanying description overflowed with technical specifications, defensive capacity against most physical assaults below Tier 5 embedded formation arrays mounted armaments. Yet one detail arrested Meng Yi's attention. Forged by a Tier 5 artificer of the Iron Citadel. This evoked Zhang Xier's earlier remark, the most formidable artificers dwell in the Iron Citadel. Sun Qiun had once been an artificer herself. Recalling this, Meng Yi asked curiously, what exactly is the Iron Citadel? Sun Qiun exhaled almost imperceptibly. A wistful sigh. That city had once been her deepest aspiration. It was formerly called Taiyan City. Later devotees of the Iron Creator, the God of Wisdom, and the God of Craft converged there. They believed only technology could redeem humanity's fate. A city forged entirely of steel where technological mastery soared to unparalleled heights. From what I know, its leaders were largely scholars and researchers from the old era. Meng Yi's eyes gleamed. Humanity hadn't surrendered utterly. Not yet. Even as they drank poison to stave off thirst, they fought back, striving for salvation. That was how it should be. That was natural. This world wasn't wholly desolate. There were still those who refused surrender, who labored without cease. That was right. That was true. So he pressed further. Besides the Iron Citadel, are there other cities like it? Sun Qiun shook her head, bewildered. I'm not certain. Don't you love reading? I don't read everything, you know. A clear voice chimed beside them. There's also the city renamed New Dawn, and the City of Purity. Meng Yi turned. Zhu Hongyu stood there serene, offering a slight nod. How fortuitous. Yet her current appearance. Her right hand had been replaced by a deep crimson arachnid limb. Noting Meng Yi's gaze, she lifted it, slightly tilting her head. My right hand now has 8 fingers. Remarkably dexterous. Click. The crimson spider hand folded inward. 8 slender limbs snapping shut with chilling precision. As Meng Yi and the others were intensively preparing to step into the wilderness, Li Hao knocked on the door of Dawn's Judgment. Li Hao pushed the door open and entered, finding the gaunt figure of Dawn's Judgment still lying on the bed. However, there was now a short man with a disproportionately large head floating in front of his bed. Li Hao slightly lowered his head, saying, I have met with the Heart Prison Judgment. A gentle voice echoed within his heart, as Heart Prison Judgment communicated with him through mental dialogue. Dawn's Judgment told me that a suspected divine favored individual has appeared. Named Meng Yi. Are you responsible for monitoring him? Yes, Li Hao replied calmly. Meng Yi went to the wilderness today. As an executor of the Judgment Division, he would not venture into the wilderness, and it would be unrealistic to monitor someone there. Upon hearing this, Dawn's Judgment perked up. Going to the wilderness further confirmed Meng Yi's normalcy, as followers of evil gods would not willingly venture there. There are no prey for them there. He then instructed, tell us about your recent discoveries and speculations. Li Hao adjusted his sunglasses and began to recount his findings. Meng Yi worships a deity known as the Crimson King. The specific titles and potential symbols are here. He presented a report which was lifted to the Heart Prison Judgment by an invisible force. Li Hao paused briefly before continuing. On July 4th, a Meng Yi became a divine favored one, with a woman named Sun Qiun. Both displayed a form of flesh and blood magic. On July 5th, a weaver under the Blood Yuan Master attacked Meng Yi, claiming the Crimson King was an evil god, and explicitly stating that Meng Yi's flesh and blood magic was taken from the Blood Yuan Master. On July 6th, Meng Yi exhibited a similar ability to turn into a zombie and displayed frost-type magic. Sun Qiun also showed signs of zombification. On July 8th, Meng Yi revealed elemental magic, and on the same day the Crimson King gained a new divine favored one named Su Qingsong, who also mastered elemental magic similarly resembling a weaver. On July 12th, Meng Yi and Sun Qiun prepared to head into the wilderness. The two judgment officials listened quietly, and after the report flew back into Li Hao's pocket, the voice of Heart Prison Judgment echoed in his mind. How is Meng Yi's mental state? Very normal, to the point that being overly normal feels somewhat abnormal. What about Sun Qiun and Su Qingsong? Equally normal, except for Sun Qiun having lingering preferences influenced by the deity, Li Hao explained. She used to be a mechanic. I also took some time to observe the ordinary followers of the Crimson King. Aside from the remnants, there are no new aberrant preferences. They simply have a strong liking for redemption. Compared to followers of other deities, these individuals are very normal. Heart Prison Judgment turned to look at Li Hao, his forehead resembling transparent glass, filled with intertwined chaotic light. Share your judgment. Li Hao first recounted Meng Yi's dealings with aberrations and the followers of evil gods, then organized his thoughts. I believe that the Crimson King is a newly emerging righteous deity. The voice echoing in his heart from Heart Prison Judgment was filled with amusement. Even if he may have taken the power of the Blood Yuan Master, and even the power of death, this is characteristic of an evil god. It's just possible, and even so he should still be a righteous deity. Li Hao continued thoughtfully, the actions of Meng Yi and the others are enough to prove this point. I suggest we actively promote his title of Almighty with infinite powers. Very well, you may leave for now. Li Hao promptly took his leave. Heart Prison Judgment then looked at Dawn's Judgment, asking, what do you think? Dawn's Judgment exhaled heavily. What can I say? Given the current plight of humanity, encountering such a deity should be considered fortunate. Even if he may one day seize the power of light, he is still a righteous deity. He coughed, adding, after all, light has never ceased to scorch my body, whereas this Crimson King has no demands of his followers. By the time we reach our stage, we should have understood that deities do not care about the life or death of humans or their faith. They only care whether their followers can please them. They will accept offerings but do not care for respect. Dawn's Judgment smiled slightly. The garbage god of light. Heart Prison Judgment laughed heartily. The bastard mastermind. Dawn's Judgment leaned against the headboard. So what if this Crimson King could be an evil god? As long as his divine favored ones do not indulge in indiscriminate killings, we shall treat him as a righteous deity. Moreover, this deity's divine favored ones are still quite weak. Let Li Hao keep an eye on them and uncover the true nature of his redemption. The attitudes of the two judgment officials were highly consistent with Li Hao's. Whatever possible or impossible means, if it poses no harm to humanity, then it is a righteous deity. What is deemed a righteous god is indeed righteous. As for Meng Yi and the others, they are still quite weak. At this stage, only light monitoring is needed. Dawn's judgment then asked, "What about your recent outings? What did they say over at Newborn City?" "There hasn't been much progress. I feel they have gone mad. The new human project has repeatedly failed, and some even want to merge humans with aberrations to give birth to newborns. To create humans that can remain untainted, they are simply challenging my limits." Heart Prison Judgment shook his head repeatedly, his thin neck wobbling humorously with his massive head. Dawn's judgment sighed. It's normal for them to be anxious. Take Jiang and City as an example. In 30 years, the population has dropped from 10 million to the current 4 million. The other cities should not be doing much better. Sigh. What about Pure City? In truth, he was equally anxious, understanding that everyone was worried. Otherwise, why would they tolerate the followers of the Crimson King? At this moment, Heart Prison Judgment, feeling quite irritable, said, "Pure City hopes to have the entire city belong to the goddess of nature. They are madly rejecting other followers, and internal conflicts are looming unavoidable. Those nature walkers claim that making humans the favored of different deities, splitting them into different races, and starting a new era is the way forward. They say that deities do not care about humans, but they will care about their favored. Two groups of madmen. I find Steel City to be relatively normal." Dawn's judgment closed his eyes and shook his head. Steel City claims to rely on technology, but ultimately isn't it still dependent on deities? Is relying on deities truly a path forward? The more I think about it, the more despairing it becomes. Where exactly is humanity's future? Dawn's judgment coughed repeatedly, his once sunny and handsome face now filled with worry. He then looked at Heart Prison Judgment hesitatingly, asking, "Why do I feel like you have advanced? Is it that impressive?" Heart Prison Judgment replied, somewhat surprised. When did the followers of light become so perceptive? During the conversation, Heart Prison Judgment lifted the mental illusion he had placed upon himself. His physical form dissipated, leaving only a smooth, half-human, tall, brilliant head. If this is what a third stage looks like, I dare not imagine what ascending to the second stage would be like. Tell me, am I still human? Dawn's judgment looked at his headless form, a momentary look of confusion flashing in his eyes before reassuring him, "Think positively. After advancing to the third stage, you can join the arbitration committee of Jiang and City, the 5th arbitration seat." Heart Prison Judgment dismissed it nonchalantly. "All right, you finally woke up after 2 days. Can your body still hold on?" "I'm fine. Last time I looked directly at the divine realm of that Crimson King and suffered some injuries." It sounded like Dawn's judgment had not been having a good time these past few days. Heart Prison Judgment once again concealed his form with a mental illusion and inquired, "Should we inform the city's arbitration committee about this Crimson King and his divine favored ones?" "It's better not to. The followers of order tend to be stubborn. I'm afraid the Grand Arbitration will insist on classifying the Crimson King as an evil god." Heart Prison Judgment chuckled lightly. "I think so too. Just as Li Hao said, we should subtly promote that the Crimson King is a deity with diverse powers. After all," Dawn's judgment's voice was soft, "who is an evil god we decide." Heart Prison Judgment replied, "This Li Hao is quite impressive and worth cultivating. He is a follower of the all-knowing eye. Yes. He will ultimately lose all emotions. That sounds like a good thing, except that he will retain an intense curiosity. That is just too terrible." At the south gate of Jinggan City, inside the Merit Exchange Office of the Defense Bureau, Meng Yi and his companion listened quietly to Zhu Hongyu's briefing. Meng Yi's expression darkened. "So the newborn city is conducting forbidden research?" "Correction," Zhu Hongyu interjected, "it's reproduction. Not research. That's what Iron City would do." Meng Yi drew a deep breath. "Then the Pure City is carrying out systematic xenophobic massacres." "Correction again, it's purification, and only in its earliest, most tentative stage. The Human Supreme Arbitration Council oversees it from above." Meng Yi lowered his head, silent. Moments earlier he had felt a flicker of hope at humanity's self-rescue. Now reality struck him like a slap. He raised his gaze, unwilling to yield. Surely there must be more reasonable attempts. Zhu Hongyu looked genuinely perplexed. "What's unreasonable about it?" Meng Yi faltered. Her unflinching matter-of-fact retort left him momentarily speechless. Indeed, in this world such efforts were utterly ordinary. Then Sun Qiun spoke, her voice solemn, "Our Lord redeems." Meng Yi glanced back. Sun Qiun stood with reverent gravity. "Our Lord is the Savior." Meng Yi winced inwardly. He'd improvised that divine title on a whim, merely echoing his followers' fervor. Clap, clap, clap. A sharp rhythm of applause erupted near the main gate, drawing every eye. "The number's sufficient. We may open the gate. As always, 3 per team when exiting." Meng Yi blinked, bewildered. "We need teams." Zhu Hongyu explained calmly. Divine-blessed individuals suffer extremely high mortality rates in the wastelands. Official policy encourages team formation to improve survival odds. Meng Yi exchanged a glance with Sun Qiyun. Teams, Zhang Yao hadn't mentioned this. Were they expected to wait for Su Qingsong? A tap landed on Meng Yi's shoulder. Hey, wanna form a team? Meng Yi turned disoriented. Was it really this casual? He asked, do we know each other? What nonsense. Doesn't knowing each other disqualify us? The man shot him a disdainful look, shook his head, and walked away. Meng Yi frowned. Something felt deeply off. Zhu Hongyu sighed. Do you think the Defense Bureau patrols the wastelands to verify your team status? Just walk out together. The wastelands don't care. As for teaming up, many divine-blessed do so. Without allies, even rest becomes impossible in the wastelands. Though, within those teams, everyone treats the others as expendable shields. Meng Yi's eyes widened in grim realization. Damn it. I keep applying normal logic to this godforsaken world. Zhu Hongyu spoke coolly. Shall we form a team? Meng Yi nodded. Yes. He and Sun Qiyun shouldered their packs and moved toward the gate. My little darlings can carry your packs. They turned. Zhu Hongyu gestured lightly, and two spider-like creatures, each half a person's height, scuttled forward with rapid clicking steps. They carry my pack too. Meng Yi studied the arachnids. Grotesque enlarged versions of spiders bearing no trace of cuteness. With their legs extended, they towered over humans. Yet not carrying his own pack was undeniably convenient. After placing it atop one, Meng Yi offered such adorable little things. Zhu Hongyu's perpetually composed face softened. Her eyes crinkled warmly, clearly pleased. The trio, plus two spiders, joined the crowd heading toward the gate. Defense Bureau staff paid little heed to the team formation. A cursory inquiry sufficed. A cluster of divine-blessed individuals and roughly 200 ordinary citizens stood behind the towering gate. Many among the civilians trembled visibly. Some divine-blessed jeered, "Woo, you'll never return. Hey, I'll follow you. I might scavenge scraps off your corpses. SSSSS, once outside the city you'll lose the protective array and instantly mutate." This sent fresh waves of terror through the already shaken crowd. Humph. A young man in a Defense Bureau uniform sneered at the hecklers. I'm escorting them out for the ritual. Anyone who thinks of scavenging, he pointed sharply, I'll kill you the moment you step beyond the gate. The targeted divine blessed paled upon recognizing him, then abruptly shoved through the crowd and fled back into the city. Clearly he knew the young man, and that threat was no idle boast. Meng Yi muttered an impressed expletive. Zhu Hongyu murmured, his name is Eong, a 7th-tier beast-form warrior. Tempers notoriously volatile. That much was obvious, and Eang's pointing hand had been distinctly furry. Then a booming voice echoed from somewhere unseen, no mutated entities near the gate. Creak. The massive gate descended slowly, gears grinding with a grating, archaic groan. It wasn't a traditional gate at all, but a colossal stone slab seamlessly fused into the wall. The crowd stepped outward. You seem remarkably well-informed, Meng Yi remarked, idly craning his neck upward to gauge the wall's thickness as he walked beside Zhu Hongyu through the gate tunnel. 2 years at the Defense Bureau, and plenty of idle time. The wall appeared to be roughly 15 meters thick. Meng Yi lowered his gaze, only to find Sun Qiyun already gripping her firearm tightly. He tapped her shoulder. Don't tense up. I'm not. Then why draw your gun? Zhu Hongyu chuckled softly. First time. Sun Qiyun holstered her weapon and nodded. Yes, and you're also stepping into the wastelands for the first time, aren't you? Aren't you nervous? No. I have companions. She patted one of the spiders beside her. The creature nuzzled her affectionately. But Meng Yi watched unsettled as she used her right hand, then her right spider, to pat the larger arachnid. Something felt profoundly discordant, and as he stared at the half-human-sized creature, he silently fumed. What exactly are you nuzzling? Do you not realize your prey? He glanced at Zhu Hongyu's modest pack. No wonder she carried so little. She needed no rations. He wondered where her smaller spider was concealed. The group quickly passed through the gate tunnel. Meng Yi suddenly asked, and if we return, wait outside the gate. When personnel exit the city, they'll open it again. Before him stood a gathering of returning divine blessed. Some grievously wounded, others radiant with vitality. Zhu Hongyu added, generally divine blessed are forbidden from attacking one another beneath the gate. If injured later, remain just outside. It's the safest haven. Generally, Meng Yi raised an eyebrow. There are always madmen. As they emerged past the gate, Zhu Hongyu gave a slight nod. Well then, farewell. She required no human teammates. Her little darlings were her most reliable companions in the wastelands. Meng Yi turned back. The outer face of the towering wall bristled with black gaping cannon muzzles crisscrossing electric grids, jagged iron spikes, and faint pulsing glimmers of defensive arrays. It was terrifyingly grotesque. Beyond lay the wastelands. Gray haze hanging low over barren blackened earth, desolate and decayed, utterly devoid of green. Each pulled out pre-prepared face cloths to cover mouth and nose. Meng Yi coughed twice harshly. Farewell then. He'd barely tolerated Zhu Hongyu's offer to team up. However normal she seemed, it was only semblance. Truly traveling together, He couldn't predict whether she'd betray him at the critical moment. He retrieved his pack from her spider's back and waved goodbye. Let's go. Meng Yi scanned the sky, uniformly ashen. According to Zhang Yao, within 10 kilometers of the gate, mutated entities are scarce. We'll need to venture farther out. He signaled to Qinyun. Today, however, we won't stray far from the city walls. Pa! Even with his face concealed by a scarf, Meng Yi still kept swallowing grains of yellow sand, and shook his head in dismay. This environment is utterly brutal. They had traveled barely a few kilometers beyond the city walls before Jingon City's silhouette vanished entirely into the haze. In this world, much of the vegetation beyond urban boundaries had undergone grotesque mutation. Airborne particulates hung thick and oppressive in the air. There was no help for it. The pollution intensity outside the city far exceeded that within. One needed only activate spiritual sight to see it clearly. If the contamination inside the city resembled mist, then outside it surged like churning water. Do you suppose there are lost grace-bearers? Qinyun turned back to survey the desolation, and whistled softly in astonishment. Unlikely. Didn't Zhang Yao say the wilderness doesn't always suffer such dense particulate storms? She withdrew a small compass-like device from her pouch and adjusted it with practiced ease. The artisan's directional indicators remain remarkably precise. Yet no matter how she manipulated it, the needle steadfastly pointed toward Jingon City. Meng Yi nodded. We'll proceed directly away from Jingon City. Their pace remained deliberately slow. Vigilance was paramount in the wilds. They frequently activated their spiritual sight to scan the surroundings. Still, even Meng Yi's seemingly inexhaustible spiritual reserves could not sustain that perception indefinitely. Prolonged use would rapidly erode his mental stamina, leaving him utterly drained. One could scarcely imagine the staggering hardship endured by solitary gracebearers navigating these wastelands alone. No wonder official policy strongly encouraged gracebearers to operate in teams. Remarkably few mutated entities nearby, Meng Yi observed after covering considerable ground without incident. Perfectly normal. Leaving aside outbound gracebearers, the Defense Bureau conducts regular sweeps around the city perimeter. It's part of their mandate. Though, Qinyun tightened her grip on the pistol now resting in her palm. We're no match for the Defense Bureau. Naturally, not when the Bureau operated as a disciplined military force while they were merely independent practitioners. Meng Yi glanced at Qinyun, whose tension had quietly resurged, and offered reassurance. No need to fret. There are likely no high-tier mutated entities nearby. We two together pose little risk. Even as he spoke, he whirled sharply toward their rear. Movement stirred behind them. He raised a hand signaling Qinyun to silence, then gently set down the satchel he'd been holding aloft the entire time. He'd kept it unslung, wary of unforeseen contingencies. Qinyun's pistol barrel swung, instantly toward the indistinct shadow coalescing within the dust haze. As the figure drew nearer, Meng Yi discerned a lone gracebearer, evidently just departed from the city like themselves. A quick glance through spiritual sight confirmed his identity. No anomalies detected. The newcomer paused, startled by their defensive posture, then broke into a broad grin. That smile might have held some credibility, if not for the faint subterranean tremor rippling beneath his feet. Qinyun may have missed it, but Meng Yi's senses were preternaturally acute. Without hesitation, Meng Yi bellowed, "Fire!" and lunged forward at blinding speed, simultaneously hurling several fireballs. A single gunshot cracked. The stranger's skull exploded into crimson mist. Simultaneously, the fireball struck home, igniting his body into a blazing human-shaped torch. Qinyun's face lit with relief, but Meng Yi remained rigid with alertness. The tremor beneath his soles had not abated in the slightest. The burning figure crackled like dry timber, clearly a decoy. With a thunderous boom, sand and gravel erupted skyward, choking the air with blinding dust. Through the murk, something whip-like hurtled toward them. Thick as a water barrel, a soft sword materialized in Meng Yi's right hand. His wrist flicked, stiffening the blade, then wreathing it in searing flame. Necrotic transformation. He charged toward the lashing tendril, not away, and swept his flaming blade sideways in a decisive horizontal cut. He'd recognized it now, a monstrous vine. Vine? No, wrong. The deep, resonant tremors still shook the earth beneath him. It was a root stem. Meng Yi's slash bit deep into the towering root stem, wood-splitting depth, but failed to sever it. At that instant, a muffled guttural moan rose from the earth below. Then boom. With wind magic's-enhanced agility, he wrenched his blade free and darted aside, evading the colossal 10-meter-thick root's devastating sweep. Damn it! Meng Yi cursed inwardly. Plant-based mutated entities were the most vexing adversaries in the wilds. Not only were they colossal, but their vital cores invariably lay buried deep underground. Against such foes, he possessed no means to strike at their true weak points. And this entity, take cover! He roared at Qinyun. Whoosh! Dozens of thick root stems erupted skyward, all around them, surging upward like the grasping fingers of some colossal subterranean hand, then clamping shut in unison. To encounter such a formidable mutated entity on their very first venture beyond the city walls, Meng Yi estimated its strength at no less than Tier 6. His utmost effort had only pierced the outer layer of a single root stem. No ichor spilled, no sign of vulnerability. This battle was unwinnable. Escape now. Sun Qian's face paled. She emptied her revolver into one root stem, then shouted, "Run! Go now!" Her loyalty was admirable. But where in this suffocating cage of living limbs could one possibly flee? Every direction was sealed by the creature's writhing appendages. Their sole hope lay in overwhelming the roots with relentless barrages of fireballs, perhaps creating a fleeting opening. Then, abruptly, the roots froze mid-lash. The shrieking rush of displaced air overhead ceased instantly. Meng Yi stood poised, one hand clutching a vial of agility elixir, the other cradling a fully formed fireball, uncertain whether to unleash it or hold back. Had he just been momentarily restrained? He tilted his head upward, puzzled. At the tip of each towering root-stem, clusters of eyes, of varying sizes, gazed down upon them. Dozens of roots bore hundreds of eyes, each now visibly engorging with blood, the scara staining violently crimson. As if witnessing something unimaginable, the eyes widened. Further still, until the greenish-brown eyelids strained backward with frenzied hysterical force. Hysterical, Meng Yi could feel the sheer desperate exertion behind it, as though life itself depended on that violent, unstoppable widening. The eyelids peeled back until they inverted, dragging the bulging orbs outward. Sun Qian stared dumbfounded, left revolver trembling in her grip, her mind flashing unbidden to the dawn judgment in the park. Hadn't the dawn judgment also suffered ocular failure? Pop. Overhead, a ceaseless wet percussion echoed, eyeballs detaching from their sockets. Pop. Thud. Plop. A rain of ocular globes began to fall. Each orb oozed viscous, nauseating mucus, green-tinged and crimson-streaked, making Meng Yi recoil in visceral disgust, while Sun Qian stifled a sharp, involuntary gasp. The fallen eyes rolled wildly across the ground. All of them swiveled in unison, locking onto Meng Yi. Then, in perfect synchrony, they paused, hesitated, before detonating into splatters of crimson and ivory. Meng Yi and the others began to have green sap flow from their eye sockets, mixed with a hint of red beneath the stagnant roots above their heads. A drizzle of crimson and green rain began to fall, refreshing like the rain of early spring, yet tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. The ground, covered in floating dust, started to sprout moss, the green, spreading across the little area of over 100 square meters. Life was vibrant. The muffled sounds beneath their feet transformed into piercing cries of agony. Dozens of roots as thick as water barrels slowly contracted into the ground, initially moving sluggishly, then faster and faster, before finally shooting back underground with a whoosh. A series of tremors reverberated beneath their feet, as the unknown mutated plants underground fled in panic after suffering heavy losses. Sun Qian swallowed hard, glancing hesitantly at Meng Yi. "What happened? I thought I was going to die just now. Perhaps our Lord provided protection." Sun Qian in a daze questioned within herself, "Is it really true?" Meng Yi began to pat down his body. The moss on the ground was spreading rapidly, and had already begun to crawl up his pant legs. "Stop daydreaming and get out of here." Sun Qian jolted back to her senses, and the two of them picked up the packages covered in red, white, and moss, starting to distance themselves from the area. Moss began to grow incessantly on both of them. The recently fallen crimson and green rain had splattered quite a bit on them as well. They ran out of there, discarding their packages. Sun Qian's hair began to turn a greasy green. "What the hell is this?" Meng Yi summoned flames to engulf his body, and the moss on him quickly wilted and dissipated. But Sun Qian was not so easily handled. She anxiously patted her body and head, green clumps falling off in a shower. The green that fell to the ground began to spread. Meng Yi set it ablaze, glancing at Sun Qian, who was almost turning into a green person. The exposed skin of the other party was stimulated by the moss, sprouting fine flesh buds that began to consume her. Meng Yi felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you manipulating the flesh?" "No, they moved on their own." Sun Qian couldn't help but reach for her hair. Flesh and blood gradually melted away from her face, and hands engaging in a stalemate with the moss. This was a brutal war between flesh and moss. Meng Yi frowned. "Hold your breath, it'll help you burn off that moss." He hesitated. "How about you take some painkillers?" "What are you waiting for? Hurry!" Sun Qian was not in the mood for that. A ball of fire enveloped Sun Qian from head to toe. Initially she could endure it, but soon she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Sun Qian possessed flesh magic, and apart from becoming slimmer, she bore no scars. Her clothes could recover automatically, no problem there. However, she had turned bald, and lacked eyebrows. Having consumed flesh, she was also quite thin. Meng Yi looked at her, his expression unreadable. A layer of frost formed at the corner of his mouth. Sun Qian's hands trembled slightly as she touched her head above her eyes. After waiting a while, and having adapted to her current appearance, Meng Yi finally spoke to comfort her. "All right, as long as you're alive. Let's restore you first." He first ignored Sun Qian and turned to deal with their two packages. However, after turning around, he couldn't suppress the smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Their packages were mostly intact. The full set of wilderness-specific tools they had spent a fortune on was designed to be waterproof, fireproof, and adequately sealed as a basic requirement. After clearing the moss from the packages, Meng Yi retrieved a vacuum-sealed pack of meat, a supplement for using flesh magic. In the wilderness, the flesh of mutated beings was rife with contamination. To avoid mutation one must use clean flesh supplements. He threw the piece of meat to Tsinchiyun, who quickly regained her roundness. Her bald appearance looked much more pleasing now. They both gazed at the mossy ground not far away. There lay the remnants of exploded eyeballs rich in nutrients, and the moss quickly grew denser and thicker. It sprouted small hands that ranged from a few centimeters to dozens of centimeters long, exploring in the air and on the ground. From a distance, it looked like a chaotic lawn swaying in the wind. Meng Yi was puzzled. Do plants mutate this quickly? No, they originally fell from mutated beings and were already heavily contaminated. Sun Qian's emotions settled as she wrapped a layer of gauze around her head. Meng Yi opened his spiritual vision and observed that this moss had no weaknesses condensed within it, hence no so-called extraordinary materials. He pointed at the patch of moss. Do they count as mutated beings? Not really. Tsinchiyun shook her head. I don't know what to classify them as. Meng Yi picked up a stone and threw it in. The little hands scrambled to grab it. Do you think the wilderness in the future will be filled with these kinds of plants? He turned to look at Tsinchiyun. The mutated plant just now seemed more like a living thing. These mosses seem more like plants. Tsinchiyun disagreed with his view, countering, but they are alive too. Look at those hands. It's different. They are not mutated beings. They are purely contaminated living plants. Meng Yi chuckled. Are there forests in the wilderness? Tsinchiyun replied blankly, I don't know. Meng Yi fell silent for a moment, turned, and picked up the package. Let's go. Even without evidence, his intuition told him there had to be forests, and they bore a striking resemblance to this mossy ground. This was the appearance of normal plants in this world. Of course, it was merely speculation. Tsinchiyun followed him, appearing contemplative along the way. What's wrong with you? I was thinking about what just happened. Oh, Meng Yi was taken aback, wondering why she hadn't overlooked the earlier oddity this time. She pondered for a moment. I should have moved. Whether it's close combat or ranged attack, standing still like a fool is the dumbest thing. She pondered for a moment. I should have moved. Whether it's close combat or ranged attack, standing still like a fool is the dumbest thing. Meng Yi sighed, realizing she was discussing this well. At least you're making progress. Am I wrong? Not wrong, but you should adapt to the circumstances and be flexible. Don't restrict yourself. Meng Yi felt somewhat helpless. This woman had a tendency to box herself in. Furthermore, both of her bestowed powers leaned towards close combat, so he could only say anyway. You'll understand in time. How do you know all this? Meng Yi was caught off guard. How would he know? Tsinchiyun shot him a glance, wondering if combat personnel chosen by the gods were inherently skilled. What about himself? Was he a favored one? Others said that favored ones were powerful, but she didn't feel particularly strong. Could her strength lie elsewhere? Tsinchiyun pondered, unable to grasp it. Never mind, she would focus on her combat style for now. Meng Yi slung the package over his shoulder, deciding not to think about it for now, as he had yet to fully comprehend the Crimson Mist space. The wilderness was truly a tough place to navigate, or anyone claiming that areas near cities were safer would find themselves at odds with him. Their first battle had ended in defeat, with Tsinchiyun turning bald, and they hadn't even seen what their opponent truly looked like. Was this trip going to be a loss? The two continued to stride forward. Meng Yi and the other paused briefly at noon, sipping sparingly from the drinking water they had brought out of the city, water being scarce and difficult to find in the wilderness. As for water conjured through elemental magic, Meng Yi remained uncertain whether it was safe to drink. He estimated their pace and glanced toward Tsinchiyun, who kept touching her brow bone. We've covered roughly 10 kilometers. Now, instead of pressing farther outward, well, he gestured with his hand, follow an arc circling around Jingon City. Tsinchiyun naturally raised no objection. They altered course. Aside from the high-tier subterranean plant aberration encountered earlier, they discovered nothing else for a long stretch. Tsinchiyun murmured, so close to the city, and yet not a single divine grace-bearer in sight. It's expected. Others would venture deeper into the wilds. Not like us. Then, shall we go deeper? Meng Yi halted and turned back. How? You're no longer nervous. Nervousness changes nothing. After what had just transpired, Tsinchiyun's mindset had shifted. Staying too near the city truly yields no aberrations. Moreover, she suspected that aberrations near urban zones were all like the earlier plant, highly concealed. It made more sense then to push farther out. Meng Yi withdrew his pocket watch shortly after 3 in the afternoon. Still ample daylight before dusk. Agreed. Soon after changing direction, they spotted something. An aberration resembling a desiccated canine. When Meng Yi and Tsinchiyun first laid eyes on it, it was crouched low, tearing into the abdomen of a divine gracebearer's corpse, ripping out entrails. Its senses were razor-sharp. Though initially facing away, it whirled about the instant it sensed movement. Its jaws still clamped tight onto the corpse, refusing to let go. Its eyes were shriveled and clouded a dull grayish-white, as if starved of moisture. Its emaciated brown-furred body, nearly the size of a calf, was gaunt and brittle. Yet Meng Yi fixed his gaze on its abdomen. A half-meter-long gash ran across it. Clearly the fallen divine gracebearer hadn't gone down without a fight. Blood-mingled shreds of flesh dripped steadily from the wound onto the ground. One of its hind legs stepped onto the spill, and sprouted a new mouth, greedily lapping up, swallowing, regurgitating again and again. For beast-type aberration, size offered a rough gauge of strength. Not infallible but generally reliable. This one they judged should pose no insurmountable challenge. Meng Yi cast a spirit-seeing glance. Its sole vulnerability lay at the left ear. Chun Chiyun slowly drew her pistol. We should be able to handle it. As if triggered by those words, the canine aberration lunged toward them in a blur. Still gripping the corpse in its jaws, its hind leg mouth tore free from its own body with brutal efficiency. Clinging to blood and flesh. On that mound of gore and shredded meat, one small dog mouth stubbornly remained behind. Chewing. Chun Chiyun fired once, then charged forward beside Meng Yi without hesitation. Firearms often proved ineffective. The aberration tilted its head aside. The bullet grazed its skull, leaving only a faint scorch mark. I must acquire a melee weapon soon. After imbuing both with a wind affinity acceleration enchantment, Meng Yi raised his hand, and the corpse in the aberration's jaws suddenly snapped, its eyes open. Corpse manipulation. The puppet limb corpse shot out its arm, aiming straight for the aberration's left ear, the weak point and also where its arcane material coalesced. A guttural, mournful howl rose from the aberration's throat. Even as it sprinted, it violently shook its head. The corpse in its jaws flailed like a rag doll. Meng Yi and Chun Chiyun closed in from either side. Along the aberration's path, a relentless barrage of earthen spikes erupted from the ground. Using earth elemental magic, the gaunt hound leapt nimbly, releasing the corpse midair and snapping its jaws toward Meng Yi. To it, greater bulk meant more meat. Meng Yi met its charge with a fist, and a fireball roared forth, slamming full force into its face, detonating in a storm of crimson flame. Chun Chiyun closed the distance and fired. 3 rapid shots rang out. A pained whimper escaped the hound's throat. It burst through the flames. Its flank exploded inward with several sizable craters. Yet not a drop of blood spilled. Only pallid, rigid, necrotic flesh peeled back. Its maw stretched wider, hinging open to a grotesque 180 degrees. With a sharp shink, Meng Yi unfurled his right fist, and a slender blade shot forth from his palm, piercing straight through the dog's jaws into the base of its skull. He gripped the blade tightly, preparing to cleave the creature vertically in two. The sword bore a keen-edged enchantment. It should easily sunder flesh and bone. But abruptly, a second hound's head erupted from its chest, bursting through ribs to snap at Meng Yi's wrist. Bang! A perfect headshot. This new head focused entirely on Meng Yi, and failed to evade the bullet. Its cranium shattered, veering wildly off target. The lethal bite missed entirely. Meng Yi had nearly activated his own reanimated state defense. But seeing the outcome, he abandoned the thought, and instead followed through with his original strike, dragging the blade in a decisive arc. Their coordination had grown subtly sharper. The hound split cleanly from crown to tail, only a sliver of cranial bone still tethering the halves. Yet it did not die. Like the aberration seen within the city, it possessed but a single vital point. Wounds elsewhere, however grievous, were non-lethal. From the gash splitting its thorax and abdomen tumbled a cascade of desiccated, shriveled organs. The moment they struck the earth, some sprouted mouths, others limbs, eyes, or tails, each attacking Meng Yi and Chun Chiyun in its own grotesque fashion. At least thankfully this creature was sufficiently dried, free of viscous, nauseating stickiness. Meng Yi hurled successive fireballs to incinerate the smaller horrors, while Chun Chiyun drew her revolver and gave chase to the bifurcated hound. It was fleeing. Its twin halves swayed unsteadily, still uncoordinated, struggling to adapt to this fractured existence. But sensing Chun Chiyun closing in, its right half tensed, and with a sickening crack it severed itself completely. The left half, the one bearing the vital point, launched itself forward with both legs hopping erratically yet surprisingly fast. Meanwhile the right half, its newly sprouted head partially shattered, whirled to confront Chun Chiyun. So sudden was the motion that its gray, desiccated half-brain dropped to the ground with a soft plop. Even the left half's brain tumbled loose during its frantic hops. Yet it seemed utterly indifferent. Such dead weight. Bang, bang, 2 final shots, her ammunition spent. Chun Chiyun began her own reanimation, rushing in to grapple the right half. The left half would fall to Meng Yi. Once the scattered horrors were reduced to ash, Meng Yi launched himself forward in pursuit. The second mutated entity encountered in the wilderness was subdued by Meng Yi and Chun Chiyun without serious incident. After Meng Yi severed the left ear of this canine mutant with a single sword stroke, its right half, riddled with bullet wounds and locked in combat with Chun Chiyun, disintegrated into scattered gore. The remaining half of the dog's mouth, left behind on the ground and still chewing incessantly, gradually fell silent. This thing, Meng Yi examined the severed ear in his hand and glanced back at Chun Chiyun. Can you appraise its value? It appears to be grade 8 or 9 material. Precise identification requires returning to the city. The Merit Exchange Bureau employs specialized discernment arrays. Chun Chiyun reloaded her revolver and remarked casually, or we could purchase a portable array disc. But those are rather expensive. Meng Yi nodded, carefully wrapping the specimen in coarse burlap and stowing it within a hidden compartment of his pack. He then covered the bloodstains with soil. They no longer needed to carry their own burdens. Now they had a laborer, a newly animated corpse puppet. 2 unmarked vials of unknown reagents were found inside the corpse's clothing. He pocketed them. As for coin, no one carried money beyond the city walls. Meng Yi frowned. No pack was visible on the fallen figure. His abdomen had been torn open, leaving a grotesque wound that reeked of blood. a magnet for mutants. Ignoring Qin Shiyun's puzzled gaze, Meng Yi first condensed over a dozen flesh and blood bombs, and implanted them deep within the corpse puppet's torso, then sealed the wound beneath packed earth and froze it solid. The corpse puppet bomb was complete. Rather than deplete his precious reserves of cultivated flesh brought from the city, he drew all biomass for the bombs directly from the puppet itself. A quiet awe stirred within Meng Yi. Had he truly begun to belong to this world? At that moment Qin Shiyun's demeanor brightened. I understand how to fight now. She raised her revolver. From now on I'll provide long-range suppression and enemy disruption, and close-quarter support when needed. I'll be your auxiliary. And, seeing me wield a firearm, opponents may misjudge us, just as the Shadow Sovereign's acolytes did before. Meng Yi slung the pack onto the puppet's back. Its stiff limbs made bending difficult, and turned his head. Then you should commission specialized ammunition. He recalled the gunman in the park, paralyzing, slowing, freezing, incendiary. Effects like these. Qin Shiyun sighed. I'd love to, but it's prohibitively costly. Meng Yi's thoughts drifted forward someday. His retinue of divine grace-bearers would include machinists, alchemists, formation masters, and more. The Crimson King lacked for nothing. What was cost then? All would be offered at kinship rates. Enough. Meng Yi checked the time. It's growing late. Let's begin our return. Nightfall makes the wilderness far more perilous. We'll rest tonight within a relatively secure perimeter, then resume outward exploration tomorrow. Qin Shiyun interrupted someone's approaching. Meng Yi followed her gaze toward the dust-choked horizon, where two figures slowly emerged. One dropped a bundle with a heavy thud. Meng Yi's brow lifted. 3 bundles. Before them stood a man and a woman, but the man commanded immediate attention. His frame was emaciated, as if parched of moisture, barefoot, clad only in a tattered loincloth wrapped tightly around his waist, crisscrossed with rusted barbed iron wire driven deep into his scarred flesh, from crown to soles. He bore a striking resemblance to the ascetic devotees of Meng Yi's former faith, the Thorned Witherer. This man was surely a penitent ascetic. His expression was eternally sorrowful. His gaze flickered across the revolver in Qin Shiyun's hand, lingered thoughtfully upon the corpse puppet, then shifted sideways to the woman beside him. His first words sent a jolt through Meng Yi's spine. Master. A deceased devotee. Likely a 9th-grade necromancer. The other is uncertain, though almost certainly a long-range gunner. Master. That title compelled Meng Yi to scrutinize the woman closely. She wore a crimson robe, her exposed skin likewise lacerated and scarred. Her right hand, concealed within the voluminous sleeve, emerged not as flesh but as a segmented white bone whip, each joint bristling with cruel spines. With a sharp crack she struck the ascetic across the face. Pain above all. I'm not blind. Not a muscle twitched in the ascetic's brow. Harder. Wish, crack. Meng Yi's eyebrows shot upward. A devotee of the Thorned Witherer and of the Lady of Pain. Ascetic and tormentor. An unsettlingly harmonious pair. One forged strength through suffering, or the other inflicted, or shared, it. Beneath the woman's eyes ran several fresh, self-inflicted gashes. Even as she lashed the ascetic, her other hand's razor-sharp nails raked downward across her own cheeks. I feel your agony. Ah! Though she struck him, identical wounds bloomed upon her own body. Her crimson robe tore with a sickening rip. I shed blood tears for you. Her voice rose shrill and fervent as her nails carved deep furrows from her temples down to her jawline. Flesh parted, blood welled as if tears truly ran red. Praise pain. Drip, drip. Tar-like blood oozed from the ascetic's body, pooling darkly at his feet. His face remained utterly serene. His power had surged, refined, intensified, through suffering. Meng Yi, however, felt anything but calm. You too. What do you want? Inside he raged. Are you both insane? What is this? A paid spectacle? And why drench yourselves in gore? Won't the mutants come sniffing? With a ragged tear the woman slashed her cheek, then pointed her blood-smeared finger at the corpse puppet. A devotee of death. Our comrade. Comrade. Meng Yi glanced sidelong at the puppet. Your comrade died horribly. She continued unperturbed. My comrade met a cruel end. And yet you desecrate his remains. Her tone shifted sharp as broken glass. But we may overlook that. However, her bone whip whirled faster, her voice trembling. Not with fear but with exquisite torment. Yet the transcendent material he sacrificed his life to obtain. You must surrender it to me. Qin Shiyun fired without hesitation. Dream on. Meng Yi blinked. She truly was decisive. Excellent. 2 divine boons delivered straight to their doorstep. The bullet struck iron wire erupting from the ascetic's body, deflecting with a shower of sparks as the mesh net recoiled violently inward. Meng Yi charged forward, dragging the corpse puppet. Since they mistook him for a death devotee, he'd give them a revelation soon enough. They clearly knew Death's grace-bearers well, identifying the puppet alone as 9th grade. Yet they hadn't attacked outright. Instead they sought pretext. They weren't as formidable as they appeared. Divine boons delivered. After her shot, Qin Shiyun underwent vivification. Her flesh hardening, veins darkening, and rushed forward. She wondered briefly, why didn't Meng Yi cast a fireball? Then the woman shrieked. 2 living corpses. 2 necromancers. A flash of clarity lit Qin Shiyun's mind. They could impersonate them. The bone whip and barbed wire lashed out simultaneously, slick with viscous black blood. Revolting beyond measure. Bang, bang. Qin Qiun fired, forcing them into defensive postures. Meng Yi crouched behind the corpse, puppet lips curling in cold amusement. Soon. Your grand explosion. He called to Qin Qiun. Hold. Don't advance. I won't risk catching you in the blast. She obeyed instantly, halting, then firing 3 precise shots, each aimed at a head. Such lethal targeting forced the pair into frantic evasion and parry. From their flank erupted guttural howls. Peering sideways from behind the puppet, Meng Yi cursed inwardly. Those two lunatics bled profusely. Of course mutants would gather. 3 hulking masses, each a rolling semi-humanoid meatball waist-high, barreled toward them. Meng Yi shoved the corpse puppet forward with brutal force. Never mind the mutants. First deliver the gift. Confronting the corpse puppet thrust forward by Meng Yi, the ascetic showed no trace of fear. After all, a puppet remained but a cadaver. 9th-rank necromantic corpse manipulation conferred no enhancement upon its physical prowess. Moreover, this particular corpse puppet was severely damaged, its abdomen crudely patched with frozen earth. Thorn sandarin nets coiled fluidly around it, constricting with lethal precision. He intended to dismember his former comrade. Witnessing the assault, the devotee of the Lady of Agony brandished her whip of bleached bone, rushing to intercept the 3 uninvited aberrations. Qin Qiun made the same choice. She reloaded with lightning speed and swallowed a potion to sharpen her aim. None of those 3 fleshy orbs possessed heads. She then raised her firearm and fired 3 rapid shots at the aberrations. Boom! The corpse puppet bomb detonated. Flesh and viscera erupted in all directions. The ascetic was hurled backward, his chest and abdomen lacerated with deep wounds. The devotee of the Lady of Agony, equally unprepared, was flung sideways by Meng Yi's violent throw. From both their wounds, slender filaments of flesh writhed inward, burrowing desperately into their bodies. Both wore expressions of utter disbelief. A weaver? Who precisely are you? One fireball after another began raining down upon them. Crackling roars, searing light scattering in every direction. The trio of aberrations grew even more frenzied. The fleshy orbs had already reacted the moment Qin Qiun pulled the trigger. They flattened like liquid and shot forth with a hiss, each lunging toward the nearest of the 3. Meng Yi, the ascetic, and the devotee of the Lady of Agony. Humph! As the amorphous mass surged forward, a blade erupted from beneath Meng Yi's flesh. Its target, the precise center of the aberration's body. Or rather, such shape-shifting aberrations could freely relocate their vital points. Yet the sword's sudden thrust struck true, igniting instantly into roaring flames, sizzling as though roasting meat. The aberration shrieked, a grotesque wail, as 4 or 5 whip-like tentacles lashed out from within its body toward Meng Yi. He endured the blow bare flesh. Then in one fluid motion he parried, lifted, and cleaved. He followed with another fireball. Even as Qin Qiun sprinted toward the scene, she emptied 3 rounds in quick succession. That ill-fated aberration had chosen the strongest opponent present. Worse still, it now faced simultaneous assault from 2 divine-blessed warriors. Its tentacle strike merely swelled Meng Yi's shoulder, but as the fireball hurled it backward, Meng Yi seized one of its own tentacles in return. He swung it in a full arc, slamming it headlong into a jagged stone spike jutting from the ground. Again, and again. On the 3rd impact, the fleshy mass burst into a splattered pulp. Meng Yi then pivoted toward the 2 divine-blessed warriors, still locked in desperate struggle with their own aberrations. Divine blessings delivered so conveniently must not be squandered by aberrations. And besides, these were 2 fresh corpse puppet bombs. Qin Qiun's bullets missed again. She was still frantically reloading, while Meng Yi, sword in hand, charged toward the 2 fallen warriors struggling to rise. They wrestled violently with the aberrations clinging to them. Iron wires coiled around the ascetic's foe, and also pierced deep into his own flesh, as he sought to pry free the invasive flesh threads burrowing inward. The devotee of the Lady of Agony cried out, "Help me! Get lost! Useless woman! Don't distract me!" With a flick of his iron wire, the ascetic hurled the aberration aside. Survival was paramount. His peripheral vision had already caught sight of Meng Yi's advancing figure. He leapt upright, only for his head to tear free and soar skyward. How could it be so fast? His airborne skull bore eyes wide with incomprehension. Meng Yi extended his right hand. Slender tendrils of living flesh wrapped tightly around the hilt. From several paces away he flicked his wrist, and the blade severed the ascetic's head clean off. Clutched in the ascetic's lifeless hand lay a small disc-shaped artifact. His ultimate trump card never deployed. The devotee of the Lady of Agony remained prone, visibly weaker than her fallen comrade. Could this truly be called a master? Suppressing an absurd thought wholly inappropriate in battle, Meng Yi withdrew his blade, then drove it straight through the devotee's throat. The remaining 2 fleshy orbs, witnessing the carnage, fled with frantic rolling speed. The one that peeled itself from the devotee's face extended a tendril mid-retreat, and tore away an entire swath of her visage. It pressed the stolen skin onto its plump, undulating surface, and instantly sprouted a lifelike weeping face, tears of blood streaming down its cheeks. It shrieked, a piercing, ear-splitting cry as it fled. Meng Yi and Qin Qiun instinctively clapped hands over their ears, their steps faltering. The two aberrations vanished into the distance at blinding speed. The rotund aberration, now wearing a freshly grafted human face, extended its tongue toward Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun. Blur. That very expression twisted upon the devotee's stolen features. Meng Yi drew a slow, steady breath. After them, now. With a gesture, he transmuted the two corpses into obedient corpse puppets, ordering them to scour the battlefield before striding off in pursuit of the fleeing orbs. Meng Yi amplified their speed with a gust of wind magic. Then, after brief hesitation, downed an entire vial of agility elixir. Two rare specimens were worth far more than any single potion. His velocity surged dramatically. The distance between him and the aberrations narrowed rapidly. The face-bearing orb contorted in startled, almost human dismay, then opened its maw once more. Qin Qiyun covered her ears. Meng Yi remained impassive. His ear canals sealed shut by living flesh. The aberration's eyes bulged wide. This time, even Qin Qiyun stood unaffected. Meng Yi scoffed coldly, "Keep screaming." Instantly, the face-bearing aberration shot out, a tentacle seized its companion, and hurled it with a sharp whoosh straight at Meng Yi. What? Meng Yi was forced to halt and confront the betrayed aberration. With Qin Qiyun's aid, they dispatched it swiftly. Leaving loot behind, he resumed the chase without pause. The delay cost little time. The aberration's speed paled beside his own. The panicked, distorted face of the fleeing orb loomed ever closer, within arm's reach. SSSSS. A shrill, razor-edged whistle split the air. A javelin forged entirely of golden radiance slammed downward, pinning the aberration to the earth. Its body burst with a soft pop. Thud. The ground within 30 meters collapsed inward. Yet not a single wisp of dust rose. A towering figure emerged, robed in weather-worn gray, bearing an impossibly massive greatsword across his back. His face lined and resolute spoke of long roads and harder trials. Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun staggered, barely keeping their footing, then tensed, weapons ready. Such an entrance signaled overwhelming power. The stranger glanced briefly at them, bent and retrieved the fallen materials and the stolen face, before offering both to Meng Yi. "Apologies. These belong to you." Meng Yi blinked. Such a divine, blessed warrior was unprecedented. Though, the materials, yes, but the face, no. The man introduced himself. "I am Luanshan, a knight." Qin Qiyun, who had been on high alert, visibly relaxed and whispered to Meng Yi. "He serves the god of justice, the deity of fairness and righteous order." Though Meng Yi withheld full trust, hearing that divine name eased his vigilance. Just slightly. Qin Qiyun added quietly, "Yet, I've never seen a living knight. In this world, they rarely survive long." Meng Yi's muscles tightened instantly. He began coalescing a blood-flesh bomb. The newcomer seemed to hear her words. He cast her a glance, then tore open his tunic. At his chest gaped a savage wound. Hollow, empty. "Because," he said, "I cast my heart away." Meng Yi was speechless, facing this extremely reasonable situation. He found himself at a loss for words. A knight who believed in fairness and justice could only cast aside his heart to survive in this world. He cleared his throat and pointed towards the direction of Jingan City. Jingan City is about 10 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Luanshan's cold, hard face began to soften. "Praise justice." He took a step forward and handed 2 items to Meng Yi, saying, "Thank you." In the process, he didn't forget to nod in acknowledgement to Qin Qiyun. Meng Yi tossed that face to the ground with a thud. "This? Heh. The other party lowered his head slightly. "Sorry, I thought you were with them." Very polite. Meng Yi weighed the extraordinary material in his hand, resembling a smooth glass bead. He looked up at the other party. There was no other way. Luanshan was tall, towering over him like a high wall. "Are you from another city?" He was very interested in this. Luanshan stretched out his enormous palm like a fan. Meng Yi was momentarily taken aback before quickly reaching out to shake his hand. This was too strange. This was the wilderness. By the way, why was there no knight's greeting? "I come from Hangan City." Seemingly thinking they might not have heard of it, Luanshan added, "That is, the city of purity." At the same time, a look of pain flashed across his face. Justice has disappeared from Hangan City, and the followers of the nature goddess have begun to drive others away. Meng Yi and Qin Qiyun exchanged a glance, and Qin Qiyun couldn't help but ask, "But, doesn't the Supreme Arbitration Council intervene?" Luanshan released his grip and said solemnly, "Because of the existence of the Supreme Council, we are merely being driven away." Behind him, a large group of people slowly approached, roughly counting 200 to 300. Meng Yi widened his eyes. This is ordinary people. He certainly realized that if so many people were all bestowed with divine grace, chaos would have already erupted. Luanshan turned to look at the hundreds of people, his voice sounding deep. "At the beginning, we set out with over 1,000 people." Meng Yi looked at Luanshan in disbelief. "You brought them all by yourself?" "No, justice is guiding us." Luanshan pointed into the air. "I have 5 companions. I still have 5 companions." He spoke with immense pride when mentioning his companions. "Still 5 people?" Meng Yi asked. "Are they all followers of justice?" "Not all. There are ascetics, engineers, alchemists, light chasers, and a nature walker." Luan Shan emphasized, tilting his head. Not all nature walkers are madmen. A small drone buzzed down from the air and Luan Shan nodded at it. Then the crowd walked over. Meng Yi and his companions squinted at this group. There were no elderly or sick, but quite a few were disabled. Their faces were expressionless, and being covered in dirt was an understatement. They looked utterly exhausted, barely holding on. Meng Yi looked at Luan Shan in confusion. Don't you have no heart? A knight without a heart could still achieve this. Justice is guiding me. Meng Yi was taken aback. Was he using reason to align with justice? It seemed that a knight without a heart could still be a knight, and only a bestower of justice could organize this group. Light should not be able to accomplish this. Unfortunately, bestowers like knights were nearly extinct. Just as Sun Qiun said, I have never seen a living knight. Luan Shan hesitantly spoke. May I borrow some water? And any healing potions? I will compensate you with other things. He explained. Although we are close to the city, some people's injuries cannot be delayed any longer. Of course. Moreover, the other party was not robbing them. It truly felt like a refreshing stream. Meng Yi nodded immediately. Sure. But I seem to have only 2 healing potions. There probably isn't enough water. By the way, can the water condensed by elemental magic be drunk? Luan Shan's eyes lit up. It can be drunk, that is clean water. Then he praised. I didn't expect there would be someone like you among the weavers. Sun Qiun interjected unhappily. We are not weavers. We are apostles. Apostles of our Lord's redemption. Luan Shan's eyes brightened even more. Sorry. Apostles of redemption. I will remember that. Meng Yi turned back, preparing to search through his backpack, as well as the bodies of the 2 people just now. However, Meng Yi frowned. Where were the materials from the 2 mutated beings he had just killed? Where did those 2 large materials go? He looked at the 2 corpse puppets standing still after gathering their bags and cleaning up the battlefield, somewhat confused. The corpse puppets and bags were fine, but the extraordinary materials were missing. This didn't seem like the work of mutated beings or divine grace. It was utterly baffling. Forget it, with such a crowd behind him, he couldn't focus on this right now. Luan Shan didn't show any curiosity about the corpse puppets. Redemption. A new god, he had never heard of it, was not surprising for him to have any means. Meng Yi gathered the items from the 2 corpse puppets and the 3 bags. One item resembling a disc, uncertain of what it was. He could ask Luan Shan about it later. 7 potions. 3 bags of rations and supplies. Then he stood up and walked towards Luan Shan, handing over the 2 healing potions. He originally carried along with 9 potions he collected from the 3 corpse puppets. I don't understand what these are. Don't you have an alchemist? He can take a look. Luan Shan shouted towards the crowd. Wang Shua? A man wearing a thick hat walked over from the crowd, maintaining a certain distance from here. He had a grizzled goatee, and aside from a face marred with bruises, he looked like a spirited old man. It turned out not all alchemists were like Su Yuanji, who could never wake up. The old man Wang Shua carefully examined the 9 potions, distinguishing 3 healing potions, 2 strength potions, and 3 spiritual recovery potions. These are all low-tier potions, but they are enough to heal those ordinary people. Meng Yi handed 5 healing potions to Luan Shan, but the other party pushed 2 back to him. You should keep a necessary reserve of potions for yourselves. Luan Shan handed the potions to Wang Shua, who nodded at Meng Yi and Sun Qiun before returning to the crowd with the potions. Meng Yi looked at the bustling crowd, knowing this question might be a bit impolite, yet he couldn't help but ask, why are these bestowers willing to help ordinary people? He looked at Luan Shan. It's not surprising for followers of justice to do this, but why do the others do the same? Luan Shan's expression was complicated. There are always some bestowers who are abnormal. Meng Yi didn't know what expression to wear. The concepts of normal and abnormal in this world seemed completely inverted. Sun Qiun opened her mouth. Then, should we learn about redemption? Meng Yi turned back to cover her mouth, but Sun Qiun seriously said, if they do this, they might lose their divine grace. Meng Yi's outstretched hand froze. You cannot let your likes and dislikes override the likes and dislikes of the gods. Sun Qiun asked Luan Shan, how far is Hangan City from here? About 240 kilometers. How long have you been walking? Almost 2 months. Meng Yi fell silent. Covering over 240 kilometers in 2 months meant they could only travel about 4 or 5 kilometers a day to protect a group of ordinary people in the wilderness. It was hard to imagine. Sun Qiun nodded. A grueling journey of 2 months is a spiritual baptism for both the bestowers and these ordinary people. She looked at Meng Yi. Do you remember what we said before? The gods like intense emotions, etc. Now their most intense emotions are no longer directed towards the preferences of the gods. She had once been abandoned by the gods. She was an expert in this area. Moreover, Meng Yi understood her meaning, so he turned around and seriously suggested to Luan Shan, I think, you might not need it, but the other bestowers should learn about our Lord, including those ordinary people. Luan Shan listened quietly to Sun Qiun's explanation, then asked puzzled, how did you come to know all this? He glanced at the 5 divine-graced individuals he had summoned, turning to them with genuine bewilderment. Have any of you heard such a claim before? The mechanic, elderly in appearance, his right hand and right half of his face composed entirely of intricate machinery, blinked his crimson-glowing cybernetic eyes. After a moment's pause, he said, I cross-referenced the claim against archive texts in our database. Indeed, it appears in The Joy of the Gods, a volume compiled by the faithful of wisdom. He turned toward Sun Qiun, admiration evident in his gaze. I hadn't expected you to have read such an obscure text. With a nod, he introduced himself. My name is Tianmo. Sun Qiun felt a pang of sorrow for him. Should Tianmo lose his divine grace, his partially cybernetic brain would likely fail instantly. Death inevitable. Sun Qiun drew a slow, steadying breath. I was once a mechanic myself. Her right hand shed its flesh like peeling bark, revealing a rust-pitted mechanical limb beneath. After losing my divine grace, I devoted myself to researching this very issue. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Then the nature walker, a graceful middle-aged woman whose body bloomed with flowers and vines, her skin dusted with emerald leaves, rose abruptly. The merciful goddess of nature would never abandon me. She was the first to depart, leaving behind a delicate forest-fresh fragrance that lingered in the air. Luanshan offered an apologetic glance to Meng Yi and the other, Yi Linglan. She has long been torn, bound by reverence for the goddess of nature, yet repelled by the extremists of Hong'an City. The ascetic among the 5 stood apart, bald-clad in ash-gray robes, gaunt and ancient yet immaculate, no thorns, no scars, no trace of dust upon him. His voice, warm and serene, broke the silence. This journey is my ascetic practice. I do not fear the Thorn Sovereign's disdain. His gaze fell upon the headless ascetic puppet held captive by Meng Yi. He studied the iron thorn wires coiling tightly around its limbs, then sighed softly. This fellow misunderstood the essence of asceticism. Thorns belong not upon the flesh, but within the heart. He gave Meng Yi and the other a respectful nod. My name is Mu Zhishang. I thank you both for your aid. Mu Zhishang departed second, barefoot, each step scattering dust from the earth as if it dared not cling to him. Only 3 remained. The light seeker, middle-aged in face yet withered as an elder, coughed twice. I hold no fear of death. My body has long been seared by light. My days were numbered from the start. He spread his arms wide and tilted his face skyward. Praised the light. A sudden blinding, scorching radiance descended from above, brilliant and unrelenting. The light enveloped the light seeker. His form began to dissolve grain by grain. Thank you, light. Meng Yi stared stunned, utterly unable to comprehend. He turned wide-eyed to Luanshan. His pilgrimage ended long ago, when his wife perished midway on the road. I pleaded with him to aid us, and only then did he press onward. His wife. Luanshan watched the light seeker fade into luminous ash, nodding slowly. He is 46. His wife was. He frowned at Meng Yi. Do you understand the term, childhood sweethearts? Meng Yi's throat tightened, as if something lodged there. Of course he understood. It was Sun Qiun who wore the look of quiet confusion. A realization dawned in his mind. He looked at Luanshan and the others. You 5. No 6 divine graced, were all alive during the old era, weren't you? They all appeared aged. Those still present, Luanshan, Tianmo, and Wang Shuo, spoke as one. Yes. We are from the old era. Their voices overlapped. Not thunderous but resonant with quiet, unbroken resolve. Meng Yi raised a trembling hand toward the pile of ash, left behind by the light seeker, his expression raw with bewilderment. Then why did he thank the light? These so-called gods. Much of humanity's suffering stems directly from divinity. Should he not? Luanshan countered. From within his robe, he withdrew a small metal vessel and carefully gathered the ash into it. The light sustained both him and his wife until now. He gently shook the container, then turned back to Meng Yi. Inside lies his wife's ashes. He wished for burial in soil, meaning to inter the ashes. I know. Meng Yi cut him off. I know what burial means. I know what childhood sweethearts means. I know them all. Luanshan and the others stared at him astonished. So young, and yet you understand such things. Meng Yi did not answer. Instead he looked at them. These men and women who showed no grief, perhaps because they had witnessed too much, and murmured softly, would you be willing to learn of my lord? He emphasized no conversion is required. No oath, no act. Only this: when despair closes in, try speaking his name. And what of ordinary people? They still dwell under divine protection. For now. But what of tomorrow? Meng Yi turned toward the group of commoners. They remained uncorrupted. Else the wilderness's pollution would have twisted them long ago. Luanshan shook his head. The Justices Guild approves of what I do. I'm sorry. Only Tianmo and Wang Shuo remained. They exchanged a glance, then faced Meng Yi and the other. We'd be willing to listen. Sun Qiun grew animated as she began to speak. Then she moved among the commoners, delivering her message aloud. Whether the divine graced believed her words or not, none intervened. As for the commoners, they had nowhere else to go. Whether willing or not, they listened word for word. Nightfall approached. Though Jing'an City lay near Luanshan, did not force the group to travel after dark. The wilds were far more perilous by night. Once Chen stepped away, Meng Yi retrieved the disc and approached Tian Mo, the mechanic, for counsel. Tian Mo's cybernetic eye word faintly scanning the artifact. It appears to be a fixed ritual enchantment, Singlus with power equivalent to a 7th tier effect. He handed the disc back to Meng Yi, pointing to a fractured glyph etched across its surface. See here, to activate it, simply bridge this break with your spiritual energy. Its precise function remains unclear, but it's almost certainly a delaying ritual enchantment. He offered a slight apologetic smile. I am merely a mechanic. This artifact should be examined by a devotee of the God of Wisdom, or better yet, a weave master versed in ritual magic. They are the true experts. Meng Yi nodded his thanks. A ritual enchantment. In time he would master it himself, not as a specialist but as a master of many arts. His gaze drifted toward Luanshan, already arranging the evening camp in the distance. Curiosity stirred. You're all high-rank divine graced, aren't you? Far enough to guide these commoners this far. Tianmo chuckled softly. Not especially high. Luanshan is 5th rank. The rest of us hover between 6th and 7th. Well then, he said, preparing to depart. I must set the night watch. Oh, and you two may stay within our camp tonight. It's safer. That needed no reminder. Meng Yi had intended precisely that. He watched as 2 sleek drones detached from Tianmo's chest and rose silently into the dusk, hovering vigilant. Yi Linglan wove a living fence of vines and blossoms. Ignoring the occasional blinking eyes and wandering hands embedded within its foliage, it was undeniably beautiful. Sun Qiun hurried over, whispering to Meng Yi, they've all heard his holy name now. When the gods forsake them, praised the redemption. Meng Yi gave a gentle nod. He noticed how the commoners subtly recoiled. Entirely natural. In this world, trust was never freely given to strangers. He could only offer them this chance. From afar, Luanshan waved. You won't be leaving tonight, will you? We will not. Then join us in camp. Meng Yi hoisted his pack and walked beside Sun Qiun into the encampment. Then paused, leading the puppet farther away before settling in. 2 puppet bombs primed and ready. Once complete, he turned to Luanshan. These puppets can stand guard through the night too. Thank you, but... Luanshan slammed his massive greatsword deep into the earth. Tonight I keep watch. Now Meng Yi could rest easy, free to ascend into the crimson mist and tally his spoils. He turned back toward the camp and began crafting water orbs for the weary travelers. After a flurry of activity, a strange camp was erected in the wilderness. Meng Yi, puzzled, asked Tianmo. With so many people gathered together, wanted to attract the aberrant beings. Yi Linglan and the others are not engaging in futile efforts. Those fences can effectively mask our aura. Moreover, he gestured towards Luanshan. His giant sword can muffle any noise we make, preventing vibrations from being transmitted through the ground nearby. Meng Yi nodded and condensed the final water sphere. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had just consumed a bottle of spiritual recovery potion. What a waste of 40,000. He approached the 2 tents set up by Sun Qiun, who had already sorted through the contents of the 5 packages. They left enough food for 2 people for a week, generously distributing the remaining provisions, including unnecessary tents and empty bags, to the group of ordinary people. Meng Yi gently patted her shoulder, finally having the time to ask, did you collect the materials from those 2 aberrant beings? No, I didn't. Sun Qiun replied, looking confused. Meng Yi pulled out the glass-like extraordinary material that Luanshan had given him, saying, it looks like this. No, I didn't. Meng Yi was baffled and could only enter the tent in confusion. The sky had not completely darkened yet, but most people in the camp had already crawled into their tents. If it got any later, nothing would be visible, and there absolutely couldn't be any lights outside the tents at night. No one would wait until it was completely dark before entering. Meng Yi lay inside, feeling reassured, with a 5th-tier divine benefactor watching outside. He closed his eyes and suddenly found himself above the red mist. Acquire 1 portion of 8th-tier divine gift power. Acquire 1 portion of 9th-tier divine gift power. Receive 2 portions of 9th-tier extraordinary power. Meng Yi leaned against the stone chair and fell silent for a while. Did the 2 lost extraordinary materials come here? The ears of the canine aberrant being had not disappeared, and there was no corresponding hint for acquiring 8th-tier extraordinary power. But why didn't the materials from the canine aberrant being transform into extraordinary power? Is there a distinction among aberrant beings? Moreover, this distinction is something humanity has yet to discover. His gaze shifted downward. Options available: 1. Promote to an 8th-tier divine benefactor. 2. Bestow 9th-tier divine grace. Current shares 1 8th-tier 1 and 13 9th-tier 3. Increase the number of followers. Can increase by 91 people. It seems that extraordinary power can to some extent equate to divine grace. This made Meng Yi's mind wander. Is the source of a deity's power extraordinary power? Unlike the deeply rooted reverence that people of this world have for deities, Meng Yi's first thought was deities are powerful aberrant beings. But it seems somewhat different. Forget it, I can ponder over this later. For now, I need to enhance my strength. Promoting an 8th-tier divine benefactor would likely bring my strength to the level of a 7th tier. Now, of course, it's about promoting Sun Qiun in the wilderness. With a thought, he initiated the process. The following 2 types of divine gifts can be promoted: 1. Flesh and blood magic. 2. Necromancy. Meng Yi took a deep breath. This was completely different from what he had previously thought. The 8th tier was unexpectedly not a redraw. Instead, it was a promotion of the existing divine grace. He had previously aimed to guide the Judgment Office's speculation about the Crimson King towards the notion of endless powers, initially believing that a follower's abilities were randomly drawn at each tier. But now, Meng Yi felt a headache. Would his divine benefactors need multiple pathways in the future? With only one pathway, wouldn't it appear as a clear act of an evil god in the eyes of others? How similar are the apostles under the Crimson King to necromancers? Though this could align with the symbol of endless powers, it wouldn't be so easy to deceive. Despite the headache, he still had to get things done. Let's promote flesh and blood magic. It has strong recovery abilities and versatile methods far more useful than manipulating corpses. The star representing Shen Qiun descended to the 8th tier on the pedestal. 8th tier flesh and blood magic further enhances control over one's own flesh and blood, allowing control over nearly the entire body except for a few internal organs. The power of flesh and blood magic is enhanced adding several blood spells such as blood binding, blood ignition, etc. Meng Yi felt the enhancement of his power. His physical attributes had further improved. The key is... He looked down at the blood coagulated in his palm and couldn't help but grin at this scene. Really resembles an evil god. He surveyed the remaining shares. 1 complete 9th tier portion and 1/3 could be designated. The original plan was to first increase the number of ordinary followers, but now, his thoughts regarding the promotion of his divine benefactors had deviated. He now urgently needed to know the Judgment Office's stance towards him. As for increasing the number of ordinary followers, Meng Yi looked towards below the pedestal where there were no new prayer light points from non-believers. It seems this matter is not urgent at the moment. Since extraordinary power can be seized in the wilderness, it can be postponed a bit. After all, he would be hunting aberrant beings, which shouldn't cause any delays. So let's handle Li Wenhui first. The sooner he receives divine grace, the sooner he can join the Judgment Office. He was previously a 7th tier seasoned divine benefactor, and should have plenty of experience, which reassured Meng Yi. Extract. The star representing Li Wenhui suddenly fell to the 9th tier of the pedestal. You can choose from the following 3 directions to bestow divine grace upon the follower: 1. Pain conversion. 2. Eye techniques. 3. Shadow mastery. None of the 3 choices included the ritual magic he desired. Speaking of which, the 3 spells of the Blood Yuan Patriarch are all very useful. This time Meng Yi could confirm that these were 3 choices randomly drawn from the pool of divine grace power he had plundered. The first should be the grace of the Lady of Pain ETSK. The aesthetic was too beautiful, let's pass. The second one should be the all-seeing eye, which clashed with Li Hao that felt uncomfortable. The third was from the Shadow Sovereign, no consideration for an evil god. None of these options were satisfactory. Can I redo it? No changes appeared before him. Meng Yi scoffed, waved his hand to dismiss the light curtain, and tried again. The result was still these 3 choices. Damn! This made Meng Yi involuntarily curse. Even though he could bestow new divine grace upon Li Wenhui later, it seemed he had no choice now. He could only select eye techniques. With that, his divine grace power reserves were immediately depleted. 9th tier eye techniques significantly enhances inspiration, making it easier to discover truths that ordinary people overlook. Your observation skills will be extraordinary, greatly increasing your spiritual sensitivity and slightly enhancing your physical attributes. No wonder that guy in the tavern died after just a glance at him, discovering the truth. Sounds impressive, but dying quickly too. Meng Yi prepared to exit the red mist space. If his guess was correct, Shen Qiun should be coming to find him soon. To show off. However, a new prompt appeared before him. The current number of divine benefactors has reached the limit. Please increase the number of protected followers as soon as possible. Current follower count 322,329. Meng Yi's gaze sharpened. What is this? A flash of lightning crossed his mind. The red mist space is using this method to half-force him into sheltering more ordinary people. He suddenly recalled the question he had asked Shen Qiun on his first day here. Where is this? The answer: this is the place of redemption. As twilight descended, Li Wenhui returned home early and began sorting through a collection of materials he had purchased at great expense from the Divine Grace Market. 3 days had passed since Meng Yi's last visit, and Li Wenhui had certainly not been idle. Before him lay portable sacrificial array discs accompanied by various auxiliary components. Each set fit only for a single individual to commune with a deity. Exorbitantly expensive, worth 1.4 million. Yet this expenditure was unavoidable. To convincingly pose as a devotee of another god, he needed a coherent and plausible narrative. For instance, I did not participate in a group ritual. I invested heavily in a private array disc. He was headed to the tribunal office. Such an obvious inconsistency could not be permitted. As for the low success rate of solo array discs, nonsense. He simply possessed extraordinary fortune, did he not? Li Wenhui sighed softly and murmured, I wonder what divine grace my lord shall bestow upon me. Suddenly he felt the gaze of a transcendent being descend upon him, followed instantly by divine grace. The surge of power flooding his body vanished in a heartbeat, yet Li Wenhui trembled with overwhelming exhilaration. His lord demanded no price in return. Praise be to redemption. Meng Yi had spoken truly. The Crimson King. No, my lord. He was merciful. He was generous. Li Wenhui lit a candle and bowed in reverent prayer and praise, then turned inward to examine the newly granted divine grace. A former veteran divine grace-bearer, he swiftly discerned the nature of his blessing. He gazed into the mirror, and beheld his own eyes now pure white, the path of the truth-seeing one. This was, under the dominion of the all-knowing eye. His glance shifted elsewhere and he instantly perceived the precise distance between himself and any object. For instance, the sofa stood 21 meters away. Moreover, he could perceive omnipresent corruption suspended in the air, without even activating his spiritual sight. This was a passive ability suppressible only through intense, unwavering focus. This path was notoriously perilous. Li Wenhui shook his head, then hurried to the innermost bedroom and opened his safe. Ever since suspecting he might lose his divine grace, he had withdrawn every cent from his bank accounts. After deducting the essential $1 million, he still retained roughly $1 million. Li Wenhui retrieved his arcane weapon, a relic he had dared not carry on his person after losing his status as a divine grace-bearer. His immediate priority was the divine grace market, to acquire supernatural artifacts tailored specifically for his newly awakened eyes. Now that he was once again a divine grace-bearer, he possessed the confidence to venture out even after nightfall. Yet just before stepping out he paused and turned back. He ought first to dispose of the array discs and arcane materials he had purchased. No trace must remain. Even if no one watched him now, prudence remained paramount. Cautious navigation ensures longevity. He activated the latent spiritual essence within each item, without guiding or channeling it, allowing it to dissipate entirely as though already used. Then he cast them into a corner, intending later to let his colleagues discover them by chance. Corroborating his fabricated account, Li Wenhui stepped out the door. Above the crimson mist, Meng Yi gazed silently at the prompt before him, his thoughts swirling like storm clouds. He sensed someone approaching, and withdrew from that space. A gentle tap sounded against his tent. It could only be Sun Qiun. Meng Yi rose and unzipped the tent flap. Sun Qiun squatted before it, her bald head gleaming under the pale light. His expression, previously grave, broke into involuntary laughter at the sight. "What are you laughing at?" Sun Qiun asked, puzzled. Then dismissed the question, her eyes darting left and right. Her once vivid beauty now carried an uncanny, mischievous glint. Assured no one observed them, she leaned in conspiratorially. "Look." By the faint moonlight, Meng Yi saw a pool of blood coalescing in her palm. "I've ascended." A triumphant smile curved her lips. Sensing this might provoke Meng Yi, she hastily added, "My sermon must have deeply pleased our Lord. Next time it's your turn." "Ahem, mainly well," she declared with mock solemnity. "I'm stronger now. Our survival in the wild is far more assured. Don't worry, I've got you covered." Meng Yi remained impassive. Sun Qiun chuckled twice, then offered reassurance. Well, don't lose heart. Our Lord will surely." "Why, when you stood in the divine realm, did you call it a sanctuary of redemption?" "What?" Caught off guard, Sun Qiun blinked. She'd still been composing words of comfort. Meng Yi repeated the question. She frowned, pondered briefly, then hesitated. "I'm not certain. Prostrate before our Lord, my thoughts were chaotic. Perhaps it was instinctive." She groaned, frustrated. "All I knew was that it was the divine realm. I just needed to answer quickly." There was no time to reflect. She studied Meng Yi with sudden suspicion. "Why do you ask?" Meng Yi deflected lightly. "Nothing. Just occurred to me." He now believed with quiet certainty that he was redemption itself. The Crimson Mist realm clearly intended him to fulfill that role. Sun Qiun radiated unbridled elation, her palm blood dancing at her will, shifting fluidly into nets, blades, and other ephemeral forms. Then she posed a question. "Do you think overusing blood magic might cause severe blood loss?" Meng Yi refocused, clapped her shoulder gently, and said, "No concern. Just stay below 400 milliliters. Yet her worry held merit. Earlier they termed it flesh and blood magic, but in practice it relied more heavily on flesh. Could blood truly be replenished? Tomorrow would reveal the truth. Meng Yi gestured upward toward the sky. Pitch black already, and asked, "Aren't you resting?" "Oh," she replied, then corrected herself. "Show off." Ahem. Having shared her joy with her companion, Sun Qiun departed, contented, leaving Meng Yi undisturbed. "Good night." She rose, turned, took a step, then crouched back down, pointing a finger at Meng Yi. "You were laughing at my hair, weren't you? You have no hair. Are you doing this on purpose? Why didn't you burn yours?" "Only mine." Meng Yi collapsed backward into his tent. A sinewy, fleshy tendril shot from beneath him, zipping the flap shut with a sharp shhk. "Good night." Sun Qiun kicked the tent in indignation. At dawn, Meng Yi rose early. Sleeping late was perilous in the wild, and his bedroll offered little comfort. Luan Shan appeared remarkably fresh, showing no sign of fatigue. The 5 divine grace-bearers organized the group to pack up. "Today we reach Jing'an City. Rest assured, the Grand Arbiter of Jing'an is a devout follower of order. This city is secure." Meng Yi and his companion ate their rations while observing the bustling scene. After Yi Linglan dismantled the thorn hedge barrier, Meng Yi noticed 2 patches of dried blood outside the campsite from the previous night. Evidently aberrant entities had attacked. But he had sensed nothing. Luan Shan approached ready to bid farewell. Luan Shan held out a vine-like object toward Meng Yi. This is an extraordinary material I acquired en route, grade 7. I thank you both for your generous assistance. True divine gracers like yourselves grow increasingly rare these days. Meng Yi was no novice. He knew a grade 7 extraordinary material carried a market value of roughly 1.6 million credits, far exceeding what he had contributed the previous day. He nearly declined, but Luan Shan seemed to anticipate his hesitation and smiled gently. We've gathered quite a few extraordinary materials along the way. We're in no want of such things. Meng Yi accepted the material with quiet acknowledgement. After bidding them farewell, Luan Shan called out, "Until we meet again in Jing'an City." The two stood rooted as the procession of several hundred gradually receded toward Jing'an City. Their bearing had regained a measure of vitality. Sun Qiun let out a soft, melancholy sigh. Most of them will one day be forsaken by their god. 2 months. It should be soon. My lord shall redeem them. Praise be to redemption. Meng Yi murmured softly, then turned to her. And you? What caused you to lose your divine grace? Sun Qiun only shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Meng Yi did not press further. Instead he paused thoughtfully. Sun Qiun had once remarked that those abandoned by a god were especially vulnerable to abandonment by a new one. He ventured carefully. So when you organized that ritual in the park, was it born of resignation, a last desperate gamble? In a manner of speaking, everyone there had already broken faith. Meng Yi offered a wry inward smile. The irony was unmistakable. All his followers were in essence cast-offs rejected by other gods. Yet it was hardly surprising. Where in this world could he find untainted believers? From graduation onward, every citizen was officially assembled and guided through rituals to commune with deities. Unless someday he secured formal cooperation with the authorities. Redemption. With a wave of his hand, Meng Yi summoned 2 corpse puppets. One headless, the other faceless. Each bore its own unsettling distinction. Let's go. He gestured to Sun Qiun. We'll push deeper. Midway he tested his newly awakened ability, the eye art. He soon realized it was an exceptionally potent auxiliary power. It revealed subtleties previously invisible, microscopic shifts, imperceptible fluctuations, and allowed him to perceive motion as if slowed to a deliberate crawl at will. This would dramatically enhance his combat efficacy. Moreover, he could activate or deactivate the ability at will, and this was merely at grade 9. He found himself eagerly anticipating its future evolutions. He began scanning his surroundings. Left, right, up, down. Sun Qiun, noting his odd behavior, glanced over curiously and leaned in. What's wrong with your eyes? Before him appeared a strange, overwhelming cascade, pores, greasy film, fine hairs, airborne spittle flung with each syllable, and jarringly the dissonance between sound and image. No wonder Li Hao wore sunglasses constantly. Meng Yi steadied his breath and suppressed the sensation. It was indeed an ever-active passive ability. Sun Qiun stared, unsettled. Why have your eyes turned pure white? Meng Yi blinked, his irises now blank and luminous, and chuckled softly. My lord has bestowed upon me new divine grace. Sun Qiun froze. So it wasn't granted to her alone. Still she smiled warmly and congratulated him. I knew it. You played your part yesterday too. My lord does not favor one over another. Ha ha ha. Meng Yi echoed her laughter. Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha. Then he deactivated the eye art. Sustaining it was exhausting. Best reserved for decisive moments. Raising his gaze across the wasteland, he struck up casual conversation. Tell me. Given how insular the city of purity is, are devotees of the nature goddess truly numerous enough? Enough to sustain an entire fortress city? How should I know? Why didn't you ask Luan Shan and his group while they were still here? Now you're asking me. I forgot. Meng Yi sighed. So many developments unfolded yesterday. I simply overlooked this question. After all, he'd first encountered Luan Shan's party, then endured successive revelations within the Crimson Mist realm. City of Purity had long since slipped from his mind. He'd have to ask again later. Sun Qiun shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed unimpressed. You've had so many new developments. Meng Yi inwardly mocked himself. How could a mere believer comprehend the burdens of divinity? With a flick of his wrist, he adjusted the path of the headless corpse puppet and continued. How many divine gracers survived from the old era? Sun Qiun pondered briefly before replying. From what I understand, those who lived through the old era often struggle to accept the new era. They regard the gods' myriad whims as warped, perverse, even abhorrent. Thus among comparable cohorts their average rank remains modest, lagging behind newborn gracers. Yet their numbers are vast, and among them many rose to high ranks. In fact, over half the leadership across major fortress cities hail from the old era. Meng Yi nodded. It was hardly surprising. Were he forced to worship such deities, revulsion would surely rise unbidden in his chest. They were simply too uncanny. Still, there was cause for hope if the wastelands teemed with aberrant entities capable of yielding transcendent power. his sources of strength would multiply significantly. He need no longer fixate solely on cultists of the abyssal gods, a consideration that had prompted him to assign Li Wenhui to monitor them closely. After all, he couldn't slaughter devotees of the orthodox gods indiscriminately, not with the Judicature Division ever watchful. Meng Yi exhaled slowly. This revelation only deepened his resolve to explore the wastelands. Yet he currently lacked the means to discern which aberrants harbored transcendent power. Perhaps discernment wasn't even necessary. Eliminate them all. Now that both had ascended, their enhanced prowess subtly accelerated their pace. By mid-afternoon, they made a new discovery. And not just any discovery. An old acquaintance, Zhu Hongyu. As they locked eyes, she was in the act of dismembering an aberrant entity. More precisely, her little darlings were doing the dismembering. Two colossal spiders, one to either side, tore apart a bizarre creature resembling a spinning top, or perhaps a duck. Amidst shrill quacking shrieks, Zhu Hongyu plucked a single white feather from the creature's back. Her spider right limb fired a silken thread to reel it in. Then, with lightning reflexes, she whirled around. Her usual composure replaced by razor-sharp vigilance. Her two darlings shot forward, hissing, fiercely crouching low as they advanced menacingly toward Meng Yi and Sun Qiyun. Meng Yi's raised hand froze mid-gesture. We're old acquaintances. What exactly is happening here? Zhu Hongyu remained utterly unmoved, her gaze sweeping rapidly over Meng Yi and Sun Qiyun, and lingering pointedly on the two corpse puppets, headless and faceless. She maintained her guarded stance and gave a cold, curt nod. What a coincidence! Meng Yi followed her gaze to the puppets and sighed faintly. These two. Then he fell silent. Why explain? Zhang Yao had warned plainly, in the wastelands, trust nothing that moves. Not everyone is Luan Shan. Not every divine gracer hails from the old era. Apologies, we're strangers. That was the norm. Sun Qiyun had been right, no divine gracer relationship resembled theirs. This was a uniquely modern bond. Meng Yi halted, offering Zhu Hongyu a courteous smiling nod. Indeed. A remarkable coincidence. He signaled Sun Qiyun to step back. In the wastelands, chance encounters demanded mutual distance, each party proceeding on its own path. Gaga gaga. A chorus of quacking erupted. Sudden, unnatural, and chilling. Their faces paled in unison. Quack, quack, quack. A cacophony of duck calls. Chaotic, dissonant, and rapidly approaching from afar. A colossal aberration, as if thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of ducks had been violently kneaded together by an invisible, indifferent hand, fused without regard for aesthetics or logic. Or rather, they were not a single entity. Meng Yi instantly scanned them with his spiritual vision, a teeming conglomeration of countless aberrations. Flecks of luminescent, transcendent material shimmered across their entire form. At first they crawled on all fours like beasts, but as they advanced their shape shifted ceaselessly. Serpentine, humanoid, spherical. A grotesque tangle of writhing tentacles. They were in perpetual metamorphosis. All limbs and organs remained hidden deep within the amorphous mass. Only the quacking duck heads protruded outward. Slender necks stretched upright, countless duck heads gaped open midair, arranging themselves into ever-shifting configurations. In humanoid form they stepped forward, each footpad composed of rows of hardened duck beaks snapping shut with each step. Quack, quack, quack. The moment those footpads touched the ground, they melted into a churning gelatinous sphere, its surface bristling with elongated duck necks, each head thrown back in shrill skyward cries. Quack, quack, quack. That gurgling sphere rolled only a few meters before liquefying once more, flowing seamlessly into a serpentine coil, its undulating body studded with duck heads. They twisted their necks, snapped their beaks shut and open again, propelling themselves forward by a grotesque gnawing motion. Their feathers gleamed immaculately white, their forms contorted beyond reason. Run! This was no singular high-tier aberration. It was an aberrant swarm formed from countless low-tier entities. Only a supreme gracebearer could hope to withstand it. There was no time left for petty suspicion. Zhu Hongyu leapt backward, just as she had done in the marketplace, landing squarely upon the broad back of her giant spider, which fled with desperate speed. Her two smaller arachnid companions scuttled beside her. 8 legs moved with startling agility. She shot past Meng Yi and his companion in an instant. Meng Yi muttered inwardly, 8 legs. So impressive. Just because you outrun me doesn't mean you're safe. Worse still, the aberrant mass behind them was faster. He snatched the pack from the backs of his 2 corpse puppets. Farewell, brainless and faceless. He commanded the puppets to split, left and right, hoping to draw the aberration's fractured attention. Then he infused himself and Sun Qiyun with wind essence to accelerate and downed a vial of agility elixir in one gulp. Sun Qiyun followed suit, and soon the two closed the distance, catching up to Zhu Hongyu. I ask you, Meng Yi said, his feet already stirring gusts of wind. Was it because you killed one of them that they pursued us? Zhu Hongyu sat curled on the spider's back, knees drawn tight, glancing sideways at him. Perhaps, the one I slew may have been a foraging fragment detached from this swarm. Unlike Meng Yi and Sun Qiyun, who ran head down breathless, she tilted her gaze slightly backward. They've dispatched 2 fragments to chase your puppets. In a flash, Meng Yi activated his ocular art and glanced back. That single fleeting glance revealed everything. The aberrant mass possessed no unified consciousness. Confronted by the two puppets, brainless and faceless, it splintered chaotically far beyond just two fragments. It fractured into dozens, large and small, scattered and disjointed, and so the quack, quack, quack horde still pursuing Meng Yi and the others slowed abruptly. Apparently the puppet's sluggish pace made them seem easier prey. Sparking internal discord among the aberrations, Meng Yi couldn't help but muse even aberrations refused to do unpaid labor for one another. Split up. Meng Yi pointed toward Zhu Hongyu's two small companions. Let them serve as decoys, to scatter the aberration behind us. Once they see prey within reach, they'll fracture themselves. Then he hurled the pack aside. Survival came first. No one needed a burden like that. Meng Yi blurted out, "You're insane. 2 pets. But he stopped short. The word pets died unspoken. She truly regarded them as comrades. Like Zhang Yao, she served beneath the Arachne matriarch. Spiders were her kin, not mere pets. Meng Yi fell silent. He retrieved transcendent materials from the pack's inner lining, then withdrew several sealed pouches of clean flesh, keeping a few for himself, tossing the rest to Chen. Then he hurled the pack aside. Survival came first. No one needed a burden like that. As he replenished his reserves, he tore strips of flesh from his own body, hastily crafting blood flesh bombs to delay pursuit. Chen gritted her teeth and ripped off several pieces herself. She glanced back, then clenched her jaw and acted. Her pace faltered. Damn it! Meng Yi halted, spun around, seized her wrist, and pulled her forward once more. We're not at the end yet. But Chen spoke with quiet resolve. We can't outrun them. I'll draw them away. You must flee. Meng Yi's voice tightened with frustration. Are you truly foolish? We simply need to separate. That's all. Why sacrifice anyone as bait? For a moment he couldn't tell, was this obedience to some divine decree of comradeship, or the unseen influence of the Crimson Mist realm? If we split, the aberrations may fracture further, and slow. Then we both survive. Meng Yi gritted his teeth. To wander the wilderness alone was perilous. He truly did not wish to part ways with Chen. Turning his head, he shouted over the wind. Once separated, do not wander the wilds. Head straight for the city. Chen merely nodded absently. Yet the situation shifted again. Her two small companions seemed to grasp the conversation. They squeaked twice at Zhu Hongyu, perched atop the great spider. Zhu Hongyu understood. Her face paled. No! Without hesitation, the two small spiders halted, and deliberately slowed, veering left and right in widening arcs. Zhu Hongyu screamed, shattered, "Come back!" Her hunched protective posture collapsed as she frantically slapped the spider's broad back. Turn back! Turn back! The great spider ignored her, pressing forward with relentless speed. Zhu Hongyu's emotions erupted. She struck its back again and again, frantic, unrelenting. Even you won't obey me? Go back, go back. She struggled violently to rise. Where her spine met the spider's carapace, the bond began to tear, dripping crimson droplets. Half human blood, deep red. Half viscous insectal ichor. Meng Yi stared, mouth agape. She truly saw the spider as a companion. And perhaps, just perhaps, the feeling was mutual. Yet how did she reconcile that with consuming them as food, or testing poisons upon them? Such contradictions coexisted effortlessly within her. She wasn't just eccentric. She was quite simply unhinged. The great spider bore the pain in silence, letting out 2 guttural hisses, then charged onward. From afar came 2 muffled explosions. Those were brainless and faceless. Then came 2 sharp, agonized squeals. Her 2 small companions. Amidst the ceaseless quack, 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 Zhu Hongyu heard them unmistakably. She broke into sobs. Meng Yi turned, and saw it. The duck-formed aberrant mass was fracturing, splintering wildly. The fragments still chasing them had slowed drastically. No longer a threat. They were safe. They had escaped death itself. Yet, Meng Yi looked at Zhu Hongyu. Her tears fell freely, unbidden, unrestrained. The 3 fled relentlessly, finally shaking off the squawking duck by dusk. Before nightfall, Meng Yi hastily roasted some vacuum-sealed meat, previously extracted to replenish his blood magic reserves, and shared a meager meal with Chen. Zhu Hongyu sat hunched beside them, knees drawn to her chest, eyes red-rimmed and vacant. The colossal spider coiled tightly behind her back had long since retracted. Zhu Hongyu sat hunched beside them, knees drawn to her chest, eyes red-rimmed and vacant. The colossal spider coiled tightly behind her back had long since retracted. Noticing her silence, Chen approached cautiously. She felt compelled to offer comfort, for after all, she and Meng Yi owed their lives to those 2 peculiar little saviors. Had they scattered and fled alone across the wilderness, she would have had no confidence in her survival. Are you all right? Zhu Hongyu merely shook her head slowly in reply. Dozens of fingernail-sized spiders crawled from her clothing onto her lips, raising their forelimbs to tap gently. Irritated, she snapped, "I'm not hungry. Leave me be." The spiders, programmed to feed at mealtimes, hesitated, then reluctantly withdrew. From a distance, Meng Yi watched, breath catching in his throat. Even his most devoted followers showed no such tender devotion. Sun Qiun froze mid-sentence, her words of consolation choking into an ambiguous guttural, "H." Zhu Hongyu glanced at her and sighed softly. "Do you think I'm mad?" "Not at all. Not at all," Sun Qiun hurriedly shook her head. "Everyone's like this really. All treat spiders as friends." "No," Sun Qiun replied, utterly serious. "Everyone's just this mad." She paused, then deflected with rambling digressions of a knight who'd carved out his own heart of a nature walker who'd willingly fled the city of purity. Meng Yi stood apart, vigilantly scanning the perimeter. After a long silence, Zhu Hongyu murmured, "Thank you. Divine graced ones like you are rare indeed." Sun Qiun stole a glance at Meng Yi, assured he wasn't listening, and whispered, "Because our Lord is redemption itself enthroned high within the crimson divine realm." She rattled on fervently. Zhu Hongyu smiled faintly. "Sounds splendid." Clearly it was mere politeness. Her gaze drifted to Sun Qiun's brow and scalp, puzzled. "What happened to your hair?" Sun Qiun's bright face instantly fell. "Burned off. I'll buy a wig when we return." Zhu Hongyu tilted her head. "I can help." "Ha!" From her sleeve emerged slender black spiders, each no larger than a grain of rice, descending from her spider hand and interlocking. First one strand, then two. "See, they can perch upon your head, and even sculpt custom hairstyles." The tiny arachnids shifted fluidly, forming a ponytail cascading waves of blunt fringe. Sun Qiun touched her bare scalp. "Honestly, July's heat makes going bareheaded rather refreshing." "Oh!" Zhu Hongyu looked genuinely disappointed. As twilight deepened, Meng Yi spoke up. "We'll take shifts keeping watch tonight." "For," Zhu Hongyu corrected, pointing to her back. "It counts too." Meng Yi hesitated. "Then, you'll sleep face down." "Won't that be uncomfortable? This ground is dusty. You'd swallow half the earth." "Who said I'd sleep face down?" Her back swelled, accompanied by a soft, tearing sound, and the spider emerged fully. Zhu Hongyu's upper body collapsed forward, head lolling helplessly onto her knees. The spider stepped over and gently lifted her upright. "I can sleep lying down." Meng Yi's gaze flickered between her and the creature. "You have no spine." Unable to nod, she blinked instead. So those two fallen companions could presumably have replaced this one at any time. Yet Meng Yi declined the offer. "We must preserve full mobility. Doing this would leave you helpless in an emergency. It's perilous." No wonder he'd earlier thought Zhu Hongyu almost ordinary, so dutifully conventional even in guarding the night. In the end, the three kept watch in rotation through the night. During Meng Yi's shift, he sensed several aberrant entities passing nearby. Yet none attacked. He dismissed the impressions as illusions, baffled. At dawn, Meng Yi awoke to a rhythmic crunching. Zhu Hongyu devouring breakfast. Her spirits seemed restored. He and Sun Qiun inventoried their remaining edible meat. Enough for roughly 4 days. Water posed no concern. His elemental magic could condense water spheres at will. He and Sun Qiun inventoried their remaining edible meat. Enough for roughly 4 days. Water posed no concern. His elemental magic could condense water spheres at will. Shall we return to the city, or continue hunting in the wilds? Truth be told, he preferred hunting. More opportunities to seize transcendent power. As for materials, Meng Yi mentally tallied their haul: 3 transcendent artifacts so far. 1 8th tier dog's ear, 1 9th tier orb. And the most valuable of all, the token of gratitude gifted by Luan Shan. No wonder divine graced ones suffered such staggering mortality rates in the wilds. 2 consecutive encounters with utterly overwhelming aberrants. Nor were divine graced ones peaceful among themselves. Witness the devotees of the Lady of Suffering. Yesterday's flight cost us most of our supplies. With only 4 days' rations left, let's hunt for 2 days. Then spend 2 returning. Meng Yi nodded, turning to Zhu Hongyu. "And you, what will you do?" With both her companions gone, few divine graced ones, unless supremely confident, would dare traverse the wilds alone. Zhu Hongyu hesitated. But considering Meng Yi and Sun Qiun were uncommonly earnest, she resolved to accompany them. This was, after all, her first foray into the wilds. Returning solo to the city was unthinkable. "I'll travel with you." Turning back after 2 days. Meng Yi wasn't surprised. "Agreed." With little to gather, Sun Qiun activated her directional compass. "We're approximately 17 kilometers southeast of Jing'an City." Meng Yi's voice lowered gravely. "Given our limited rations and potential hazards on the return journey, we must not stray beyond 40 kilometers from the city." "Understood." They pressed southward. For the next 2 days, they encountered nothing. Yet Meng Yi received a prayer from Li Wenhui. He had joined the Inquisition. His swift resolve came as no surprise, but joining the Inquisition so effortlessly had startled Meng Yi. When the scheduled return day arrived, Meng Yi sighed, inwardly resigned. Shielding his eyes against the rising eastern sun, he frowned in bewilderment. 2 consecutive days without a single aberrant sighting. Is that normal? Zhu Hongyu, head bowed, teased her spider hand with her left, Nyanyanya. Without looking up, she replied, "Perfectly normal. Nothing in the wild is truly predictable. The roaming aberrants aren't territorial beasts." Sun Qiun ran her fingers over the bristling stubble of new growth atop her scalp, slightly prickly, and murmured, "Doesn't matter. We're heading home anyway." She checked the compass again. 36 kilometers. Meng Yi activated his ocular artifice, sweeping the horizon. Nothing amiss. Very well. We turn back now. His brow furrowed. Something felt profoundly wrong.